know where Mr. Kennedy stands. The man who could become our nation's chief health care officer, we don't know where he stands on reproductive health, short of perhaps just saying he's a yes man for anything Donald Trump tells him to do. So I think at this point, Mr. President, I want to yield the floor to my friend and colleague from Washington State, because she knows so much about the challenge of ensuring that women's reproductive health services are being protected. And as Secretary of Health and Human Services, Mr. Kennedy could do so much damage to the well-being and health of women, and I'm very pleased to be able to yield the floor to her to discuss that and other pressing issues.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to my colleague from Oregon who has very clearly stated why this nominee is not someone who should be holding the title of Secretary of Health and Human Services, and I appreciate all of his work on this and his wise words. I hope everyone heeds them. Mr. President, the American people are watching now with alarm because the vast majority of people know vaccines are safe, they're effective, they are life-saving. But we are now on the verge of confirming as our nation's highest health official, a man who has spent considerable time, money, and effort undermining that basic fact. A man who has abused his platform by refusing to acknowledge the well-established science that shows that vaccines are not linked to autism. Fear about that point, fueled by RFK Jr. and others peddling misinformation, is a leading reason that parents do not get their kids vaccinated against preventable, dangerous diseases. That is why elevating a man like RFK Jr. to lead HHS would be so dangerous. Just giving him any platform to spread vaccine doubt is dangerous, but to give him one of the biggest megaphones in the world, it is truly shameful that we even are debating this. My colleagues should know better. They actually do know better. They are looking the other way. They are choosing to pretend like it is in any way believable that RFK Jr. won't use his new power to do exactly the thing he has been trying to do for decades, undermine vaccines. Never mind the fact that CDC has already modified web pages with information about vaccines and other vital public health information, which a federal judge has now ordered the Trump administration to restore it. Never mind that the Trump administration is also reportedly planning widespread and significant layoffs at CDC and across HHS. This is how RFK Jr. substitutes his own beliefs for science. So when the vaccine conspiracy starts swirling and RFK Jr. turns HHS into ground zero for misinformation, I had no idea it is not going to be an excuse for confirming him, because at the Health Committee hearing, the chair pressed him repeatedly about the debunked claim that vaccines cause autism. And when RFK Jr. said he needed to see the evidence, he was shown the evidence. But to no one's surprise, he did not keep his word, admit he'd been wrong, and spread the good news that vaccines do not cause autism. He's had 2 weeks since that hearing to look at the same settled science as everyone else. Crickets. But he won't hesitate to quote the latest anti-vax conspiracy. He's totally up to speed on that front. Are my colleagues really buying this guy will take an impartial look at the science? If you think RFK Jr. will change who he is, you are lying to yourself. He has given no evidence to suggest that and all the evidence in the world to the contrary. Given his long and growing track record, we cannot just pretend if RFK Jr. finally gets power to undermine vaccines, a cause he has dedicated a considerable amount of time and effort to, that he'll just give up. That is not believable. And I know I've been talking a lot about vaccines because it is so obviously alarming. But the responsibility he would have goes far beyond that. So let's break some of this down. both the ways he could undermine vaccines as HHS Secretary and the other responsibilities that would be at stake. To start with, the CDC is under HHS. That means that the Secretary directly appoints people to CDC's Vaccine Advisory Board. That board is responsible for making recommendations about vaccines, and it is those recommendations that determine whether or not certain vaccines have to be covered by insurance. So simply put, changing those recommendations will change what vaccines millions of Americans, including kids, will be able to get from their healthcare provider. If he is confirmed, there would be nothing stopping RFK Jr. from firing the entire board and replacing them all with vaccine skeptics. After all, he has said many times and in many ways, he thinks CDC is corrupt and bought by pharma, as usual, by the way, without any evidence. RFK Jr. would also oversee the Food and Drug Administration. That is another agency he has repeatedly tried to discredit and attack, where he says he plans to fire hundreds of scientists on day one, and an agency that plays the crucial role of making sure our drugs and our treatments, including vaccines, are safe and effective when we purchase them. Not only would Mr. Kennedy have a key perch from which he would undermine vaccines on a scale like never seen before, he could also use that platform to peddle quack treatments, no basis in science. RFK Jr. would also have jurisdiction over NIH. That alone means influence over billions of dollars in medical research, research that is responsible for a significant portion of our economy, and more importantly, research that patients are desperately hoping will help them find cures. But RFK Jr. could redirect those funds to promote his favorite pet conspiracies instead of promising cures. Or he could make good on his plan to fire hundreds of researchers and pause infectious disease research for 8 years. It should go without saying, viruses aren't going to take a break. And here's the thing, the attacks on medical research are now already happening under Trump. From his day one executive orders, President Trump has already been threatening medical research. Suddenly, all of our grants are at risk because they are looking at addressing barriers to care or understanding why Black and Native American women have higher maternal death rates. And now President Trump also is trying to illegally, arbitrarily, and suddenly change NIH guidelines to set an unrealistic low cap on indirect cost rates. That will mean researchers laid off, studies canceled, including life-saving clinical trials, and kids not able to get the treatment they need. All because President Trump and Elon Musk don't seem to understand how we actually fund important research and couldn't even be bothered to find out before taking an axe to our medical research labs. At a time when life-saving research like this is already under attack from President and the richest man in the world, no one who truly values medical research should vote to install one of the biggest attackers of medical science as the Secretary of Health and Human Services.
We are continuing to listen in as the Senate is debating ahead of a vote to confirm RFK Jr. as the Health and Human Services Secretary. We are going to step away for our final 2-minute break of the hour as we continue to look ahead to a number of other live events. And before we head to break, I did want to share this live look with you as we are expecting the White House press briefing to get underway momentarily. We are going to head live to that once it does get underway. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinue. Time right now is 12:56 Eastern, 9:56 Pacific, and I wanted to share with you this live look once again into the White House press briefing room. The briefing is scheduled to get underway in just about 4 minutes or so, and you can see journalists already in their seats as we are expecting a number of topics to be discussed. President Trump just sharing that he had a phone call with Russian President Vladimir Putin, inviting him to the United States, discussing the ongoing war with Ukraine, saying that the war must end. President Trump announcing that a number of his cabinet picks and some of his secretaries are going to be spearheading these discussions to work to negotiate an end to the war. So we are going to head to this once it gets underway. In the meantime, though, we're going to head back live to the Senate floor as senators are holding a debate talking about the nomination of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as the Health and Human Services Secretary. This is ahead of the vote. Let's continue to listen in.
Global health aid work. He has already completely demolished it. The fallout is utterly heart-wrenching. Already we know of a woman who died because the USAID supported hospital she went to for oxygen was forced to discharge her because they got a stop work order from the Trump administration. It's not clear if she was the first death caused by Trump's complete freeze, but there is no question she will not be the last. And Mr. President, let me make a really important point here. It is not just people across the world who will be affected by this. There was a study being done on a new HIV treatment with thousands of volunteers. Study being done, already having 1,000 volunteers doing the treatment. But now, without their regular injections, which are cut off by Trump's move, there's going to be too little of the drug in their system to protect those people from HIV, but enough of the drug that if they contract HIV, it could mutate to become drug resistant. So for all the absolutely unhinged conspiracies we've heard about medical research from RFK Jr. and the like, where is the concern of this actual risk in this actual study happening right now, all because President Trump cut off foreign assistance? RFK Jr. has been silent about that risk, silent about how wrong that is. And so even as he is making these empty promises on one hand to some of our colleagues, he's already standing by as President Trump breaks them on the other hand. Oh, and here's one more. If RFK Jr. says he's going to consult you on healthcare personnel, please do not be fooled. Look, I don't know why my colleagues need me to tell them this. I like to think we have some pretty smart people around here. But this vote, RFK Jr.'s own nomination, this is your consultation on healthcare personnel, not some made-up promise for later. This is the point you have the most power. Whatever he might say, you don't get to choose who RFK Jr. will appoint to this or that. Heck, he doesn't get to choose who President Trump appoints. The decision you get to make, all of us on this floor get to make, is the decision before us right now. You get to choose who you vote to confirm, and you will have to live with that decision. And if you ignore the warning signs and confirm RFK Jr., then when the wheels fall off the wagon, you may try to tell yourself you were lied to, but you knew who you were dealing with. You knew who you were dealing with. You knew what he said before and what he has refused to say. You had all the knowledge you needed to do the right thing. I cannot tell my colleagues enough, this is not a game. This is not a political role without consequence. The health secretary has real power over whether Americans can get basic information and care that impacts whether they live or die. As I have tried to drive home throughout this process, vaccines save lives. That is not a question. It is not a slogan. It is a fact. If when parents look to you, worried about their newborn, wanting to do what is best for their baby, and trusting your advice as a public health leader, If you cannot tell them the same truth that centuries of science and experience tells us, which is that vaccines are safe and effective and life-saving, then you have absolutely no business leading the Department of Health and Human Services, none. And so, just as I did at the hearing, I want to warn all of my colleagues, by merely voting to confirm Mr. Kennedy, we would be telling our constituents he's worth listening to on vaccines. That alone will get people killed before he even lifts a finger, because he does not even need the levers of power to get people killed. All he needs is that megaphone. To affirm his views by voting to confirm him as our highest health official, let's not mince words about what that will mean. When babies die from whooping cough because parents weren't sure if the vaccine was safe, will you be able to look them in the eye? When the flu sweeps our nursing homes, when measles sweep through our communities, will it be worth it? Mr. President, I will end on this. I'm sure there are plenty of members who know perfectly well just how dangerous it would be to confirm RFK Jr. They don't need to hear it from me. In fact, some of them even know the danger better than I do. But here's what I do know. Conscience is a muscle. Courage is a muscle. The less you use them, the more they fade away. So if my colleagues are feeling the pressure from President Trump, or if they're feeling the weight of the richest man in the world on their backs on this vote, I would warn them. This will certainly not be the last test we face here in the Senate. Giving into this pressure now won't make it go away. It won't soften the pressure you face later, and it will not strengthen your resolve when the stakes are higher. It will just show pressure works. If you do not draw a line somewhere, you will cross every line you could ever imagine. You will be pushed further and further into accepting things you thought you never would, things you thought you never could. I think most of my colleagues know what really is at stake here. I think most of my colleagues know what sort of man RFK Jr. is and what sort of damage he could do if he's confirmed. There are political realities, we all get that, but there is also right and wrong. There's fact and fiction. There's people staying healthy and people dying pointlessly, kids dying pointlessly from diseases that we can prevent because they thought Congress took its job vetting our health care secretary seriously. So, Mr. President, I urge my colleagues to show some courage. I urge them to show some conscience. I urge them to vote no on RFK Jr.'s nomination. Mr. President, I yield 30 minutes of post-cloture debate time to the Democratic leader, and I yield the floor.
So we were listening in there as Representative Patty Murray of Washington was speaking ahead of the confirmation vote for RFK Jr. For the Secretary of Health and Human Services. I did want to share this look with you as we are anticipating the White House press briefing to get underway momentarily. This comes as President Trump sharing that he had a, quote, lengthy and highly productive phone call with President Vladimir Putin of Russia, saying that they talked about Ukraine, the Middle East, energy, artificial intelligence, and the power of the dollar, along with a number of other subjects. Likely, this will be a part of the discussion here at the briefing. We do want to share the briefing without commercial interruption, so we're going to take this opportunity for a 2-minute break, continuing our live coverage. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu, and we return live inside the White House briefing room as we anticipate this press briefing to get underway momentarily. But we share this with you as well as we continue to follow some new additional breaking news updates for you, as we have learned that Belarus has released 3 detainees, including 1 American. That's according to a U.S. envoy. The U.S. Special Envoy for Hostage Affairs telling media in an interview that they have, quote, gotten 3 detainees out in Belarus. He did not name the U.S. citizen that was released, but no doubt this information will be one of the many topics discussed at this White House press briefing. We do see that all of the journalists there have seated, and that sometimes is an indication that this briefing will get underway momentarily. And as we do await this, I also wanted to share another update from President Trump as we share this, stating that he has now invited Russian President Vladimir Putin to the White House. And I did want to also share the very first statement that he had, saying, quote, "I just had a lengthy and highly productive phone call with President Vladimir Putin of Russia. We discussed Ukraine, the Middle East, energy, artificial intelligence, the power of the dollar, and various other subjects. We both reflected on the great history of our nations and the fact that we fought so successfully together in World War II, remembering that Russia lost tens of millions of people, and we likewise lost so many. We talked about the strengths of our respective nations and the great benefit that we will someday have in working together. But first, as we both agreed, we want to stop the millions of deaths taking place in the war with Russia and Ukraine." So I did want to share that as we continue to wait for the White House briefing to get underway. And President Trump also sharing additional thoughts and updates on this discussion, as he said that they both agreed very strongly to the campaign motto of common sense, saying, quote, "We agreed to work together very closely, including visiting each other's nations. We have also agreed to have our respective teams start negotiations immediately. And we will begin by calling President Zelensky of Ukraine to inform him of the conversation." We do see some movement right here from the White House briefing room as a number of other individuals are walking in, the door now closing. However, we do anticipate this to get underway shortly. We're going to continue to monitor this live look. As soon as it gets underway, we are going to transition to our live coverage, sharing this briefing with you without commercial interruption. As we do await the briefing to get underway, we're going to head back live to Capitol Hill as debate continues ahead of the Senate vote for RFK Jr. to lead the Health and Human Services Department.
Those illegally in the country driving under the influence. These offenses accounted for more than 13% of all DUI arrests across the entire state. And this problem is a big reason why last year my Republican colleagues and I introduced the Protect Our Communities from DUIs Act. This bill would automatically deport any illegal alien who is charged with driving under the influence. Mr. President, as I have gone across our state, in each of our 95 counties, which I visit every year, into each of these counties, I have heard from law enforcement, from police chiefs, from sheriffs, that these DUIs are such an incredible problem, and the number that are committed by those illegally in the country. Now, over this same 3-month period, illegal aliens committed hundreds of violent, heinous crimes, 154 instances of domestic assault, 80 of aggravated assault, 21 convicted of child abuse, 9 of statutory rape, 8 of sexual exploitation of a minor, 7 of vehicular homicide, 4 of murder, 3 of rape of a child, and the list goes on and on. As I said, over 2,700 illegally in the country that were convicted of more than 3,800 crimes. Disturbingly, these numbers are likely an undercount. Only 73 of Tennessee's 95 counties reported data to the District Attorneys General Conference. Under Biden, national data showed that illegal aliens were pouring in from countries all over the world. And the Tennessee Migrant Crime Report also reflects this. There were 92 unique countries of origin from Mexico and Guatemala, Jamaica, Romania. Here's the bottom line. Because of Joe Biden's open border policy that was supported by far too many of my Democratic colleagues, thousands of crimes were committed by thousands of criminal illegal aliens in the state of Tennessee over just a 3-month span. And this, my colleagues, is just one state. This is my state. But we know this is happening in communities all across this country. More than anything, the report underscores the importance of President Trump's mass deportations, which are underway. There are many ways that Congress can support these efforts. My CLEAR Act, which I've talked about many times on the floor, would ensure state and local law enforcement officials have the tools to help the federal government deport criminal illegal aliens. This is crucial, especially when you've got far-left leaders like the Chicago mayor refusing to turn over criminal illegal aliens to federal custody. Now, General Bondi is suing these sanctuary cities for allowing criminal illegal aliens who have no right to be in our great nation to harm Americans. And thank goodness she is being tough on crime. I've also introduced the Preventing Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act, which would allow the deportation of illegal aliens convicted of sexual offenses or domestic violence. Any illegal alien who commits these heinous crimes should be removed from the country immediately, and I encourage all of my colleagues on each side of the aisle, support this. And my Container Act would ensure that border states like Texas have the legal authority to place temporary barriers on federal land to help stop the flow of traffickers, drugs, and criminals coming across the border. There are thousands of criminal illegal aliens residing in Tennessee and across the country. We should be using every resource at our disposal to remove them from our country. In many ways, the bills that I've mentioned would help President Trump to get the job done. I yield the floor.
So we are continuing to listen in there as senators are now debating a number of issues. We were hearing from Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee discussing border security. Now, previously, as we were airing live, senators were debating the nomination of RFK Jr. as the Secretary of Health and Human Services. That vote now set for tomorrow. The White House briefing just getting underway, though. Let's turn to that.
Phone with President Zelensky of Ukraine. His truth is as follows. I just spoke to President Zelensky of Ukraine. The conversation went very well. He, like President Putin, wants to make peace. We discussed a variety of topics having to do with the war, but mostly the meeting that is being set up on Friday in Munich, where Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio will lead the delegation. I am hopeful that the results of that meeting will be positive It is time to stop this ridiculous war where there has been massive and totally unnecessary death and destruction. God bless the people of Russia and Ukraine. I myself just spoke to the president about these calls, and he told me to tell all of you they were very good calls, they were very positive, and the administration is wholeheartedly committed to a peace deal to end once and for all the Russia-Ukraine war. More on that later. I'm sure you'll have more questions to ask. This week, the president has continued to deliver on his promises to the American people. According to new polling that was released at the beginning of this week by CBS News, an overwhelming 70% of Americans said that President Trump is following through on what he pledged to do during his historic campaign. The poll also revealed that Americans see President Trump as a tough, energetic, focused, and effective leader fighting hard to improve their lives and our country. And yesterday, in particular, was a truly special day for the United States of America. Thanks to the great leadership of President Trump and the strong and tough leadership of President Trump, Mark Fogel, an American teacher detained by Russia, was returned to American soil and met with the president here at the White House last night. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and the rest of President Trump's incredible national security team helped to negotiate the exchange that secured Mark Fogel's release. This event shows a good faith effort from Russia, and it's a sign, as I just said, that we are moving in the right direction to end this brutal war. Malphine Fogel, Mark's 95-year-old mother, was understandably very worried that she would never see her son again after his arrest in 2021. Mrs. Fogel was actually slated to join President Trump on stage at the July 13th Butler, Pennsylvania rally to speak out for Mark. And then the infamous assassination attempt against President Trump took place. But that day, before the rally, President Trump promised Mark's mother that when he returned to the White House, he would bring her son home. God saved President Trump's life on that day in Butler, Pennsylvania, and now Mark Fogel is back home safely with his family as a result. God is good. The president also continues to bring back common sense to our government. This week, he signed an EO to end the procurement and forced use of paper straws. Taxpayer dollars were wasted on these non-functional and massively unpopular products for no other reason than it made radical activists feel good about themselves. And on trade, President Trump continues to take bold action to protect America's critical steel and aluminum industries, much like he did in his first term. And the president signed proclamations to close existing loopholes and exemptions to restore a true 25% tariff on steel and elevate the tariff on aluminum to 25% as well. This administration believes these tariffs will protect our national security and put American workers first. And in the Oval Office yesterday with Elon Musk, President Trump took further action to make our federal government more efficient and effective. He signed an EO implementing the DOGE Workforce Optimization Initiative. Now agency heads will coordinate and consult with DOGE to significantly shrink the size of the federal workforce and limit hiring to essential positions only. The unaccountable bureaucracy will finally be reined in. On another important matter this morning, Senate Republicans continued to confirm President Trump's exceptionally qualified nominees, most recently Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, who will be joining us later at the White House for her swearing-in ceremony. It's imperative that the remainder of the president's cabinet nominees are confirmed as quickly as possible. On another important matter this week, illegal alien criminals continue to be arrested and sent home as part of the ongoing mass deportation effort of the Trump administration. Just this week, 2 planes with 190 Venezuelan illegal aliens arrived in the Venezuelan capital from Fort Bliss, Texas. Here are some of the criminal illegal aliens who were arrested in the country this past week. ICE Atlanta arrested a citizen of Nigeria who had been convicted of money laundering. ICE San Antonio arrested a citizen of Mexico who had been convicted of assault. ICE Denver arrested a citizen of Mexico who had been convicted of aggravated assault. And ICE Houston arrested a citizen of Mexico who had been convicted of aggravated assault. Now, before I take questions, I would like to address an extremely dishonest narrative that we've seen emerging over the past few days. Many outlets in this room have been fear-mongering the American people into believing there is a constitutional crisis taking place here at the White House. I've been hearing those words a lot lately. But in fact, the real constitutional crisis is taking place within our judicial branch, where district court judges in liberal districts across the country are abusing their power to unilaterally block President Trump's basic executive authority. We believe these judges are acting as judicial activists rather than honest arbiters of the law. And they have issued at least 12 injunctions against this administration in the past 14 days, often without citing any evidence or grounds for their lawsuits. This is part of a larger concerted effort by Democrat activists and nothing more than the continuation of the weaponization of justice against President Trump. Quick news flash to these liberal judges who are supporting their obstructionist efforts: 77 million Americans voted to elect this president. And each injunction is an abuse of the rule of law and an attempt to thwart the will of the people. As the president clearly stated in the Oval Office yesterday, we will comply with the law in the courts, but we will also continue to seek every legal remedy to ultimately overturn these radical injunctions and ensure President Trump's policies can be enacted. So here in our new media seat today, we have Chris Pavlovsky, an entrepreneur who has a strong passion for protecting freedom of speech. Chris started the video sharing platform Rumble in 2013 with a mission of protecting a free and open internet from censorship by big tech and governments around the globe. The platform has always been a place for independent creators to share their authentic opinions, and they have always included President Trump, in contrast to the way he was censored by other platforms in years past. Since its founding, Rumble has grown exponentially, recently marking 67 million monthly active users. It's a lot of users. If you're watching right now and interested in sitting in this seat, you can apply, whitehouse.gov/new-media. With that, I will take your questions. And Chris, why don't you kick us off on this very busy news day?
Karoline, thank you very much to you and President Trump. It's an honor to be sitting here in the new media seat for the White House press briefing and to be able to demonstrate why freedom of expression is so important. Rumble was the victim of censorship at the hands of multiple foreign governments. It's clear there are still many countries who oppose free speech and even target American companies. Can you describe what the administration will do to protect U.S. interests and values worldwide?
Sure. Well, thanks for the very important question. And I think that free speech and ending censorship, both here at home and also abroad, is an important part of President Trump's agenda. I think first, President Trump has led by example on this front as the leader of the free world, the president of the United States, with his show of access and transparency on a daily basis. The president takes questions from all of you almost every single day and really reveals what he's thinking and feeling, and I think that serves as a great example to the rest of the world. As for tangible actions that the president has signed, he did sign an executive order, I believe on day one, certainly within the first week of this administration, to restore free speech and stop government-sponsored censorship here at home. And the EO made it very clear that federal employees are not allowed to engage in any activity that would infringe upon the American people's right of free expression. So I think the president has led quite strongly on this. And I would just add, this is part of the reason we have a new media seat, to invite new voices into this room. Again, we're going to need to expand this room because so many people are interested, and we're very excited about that. It's a privilege to cover this White House, but we want all voices to be heard. So thanks for being us with here, Chris, and I hope you enjoy the briefing. Sure. Jordan.
Thanks, Karoline. Data out this morning showed that consumer prices were up across a variety of goods, and just before that report, though, President Trump called for lower interest rates. The Fed said it's holding rates steady to try and tamp down further inflation. So how would lowering rates help keep inflation in check for the American people?
Sure. Well, first of all, on the inflation point, we did receive those numbers, and they were worse than expected, which tells us that the Biden administration indeed left us with a mess to deal with. It's far worse than I think anybody anticipated, because unfortunately the previous administration was not transparent in where the economy truly was. We know people at this very podium told the American people that inflation was transitory and that it would go away. That was not the case. And now the last report of of the Biden administration, as revealed today, shows that inflation is still about 4.5% higher over the past 3 months. This is an indictment on the Biden administration's mismanagement of the inflation crisis and their lack of transparency in addressing it. As for tackling inflation and interest rates, the president has made his position on this very clear. He wants interest rates to be lower, he wants inflation to be lower, and he believes that the whole of government economic approach that this administration is taking will result in lower inflation. I have said that from this podium many times. The president had record low interest rates and inflation rates in his first term. He believes that the economy can handle it and withstand it. And we're doing a lot to tackle the inflation effort on this front. It's a whole of government economic approach, and I've talked about what we're doing to tackle inflation quite a few times from this podium.
Can you update us on reciprocal tariffs? That's going to come before Prime Minister Modi's visit tomorrow.
I do believe it will come before the Prime Minister's visit tomorrow, and I will let the president discuss the details on the reciprocal tariff front. But this is something he believes strongly in, and it's very simple logic as to why the president wants to impose reciprocal tariffs. It's the golden rule, which we all learned when we were growing up in school. Treat others the way you want to be treated, and far too many nations around this world have been ripping off the United States of America for far too long, and that's why the president believes this will be a great policy that will benefit American workers and improve our national security. JJ.
On DOGE and the fraud claims, Elon Musk in the Oval yesterday gave us some information on that. We're just wondering if there's some proof, evidence. Is the White House willing to share evidence of those fraud claims, or can Elon Musk come to the briefing room and share material evidence of what he's talking about?
Sure, I would love for Elon Musk to come to the briefing room. That's why we had him go to the Oval Office yesterday, where I think he provided great answers. He was speaking in layman's terms, speaking common sense to all of you in the media, but also to Americans at home. But I would say especially to all of you in the media, because I think it's a real fallacy that there's this alleged lack of transparency when it comes to DOGE. President Trump and Elon Musk have been incredibly transparent on what DOGE is doing. There is an X account with the DOGE handle. They are tweeting out what they are doing on a daily basis. They have a website where they are posting the receipts of the contracts that they are reviewing and the payments that they have stopped from going out the door. The secretaries of our departments have stopped from going out the door. And I would also say that before it was Elon Musk making our government efficient and accountable, it was some unnamed bureaucrat that none of you knew. Elon Musk is the richest man in the world. He's also now one of the most highly scrutinized men in the world alongside President Trump because of what he's doing and the access that he is allowing. So there's great transparency. As for the actual receipts, we are happy to provide them, and I actually brought some today because all of you know I love to bring the receipts. We have contracts upon contracts that we can send and provide this information to you. Let me be very clear. We are not trying to hide anything. We have been incredibly transparent, and we will continue to be. These are screenshots of contracts that DOGE found across our government. This is a DEI contract, $36,000 for U.S. citizenship and immigration services. That is against the president's policies and his America First agenda. This is a $3.4 million contract, a Council for Inclusive Innovation at the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, Department of Commerce, another DEI contract that DOGE identified. I can continue to go through these. Oh, I love this one, $57,000 for climate change in Sri Lanka. What is this doing to continue the interests of the American people? Absolutely nothing. These are the line items across the federal government that DOGE is identifying daily. They're moving very fast. There's a lot of paper that we can show you, but we're happy to do it. This administration has been more than transparent about what DOGE is doing. And here's one of their tweets that they posted about the mine. I believe this is in Pennsylvania, where the federal employee retirement system is being processed. Did anybody know this was even happening in our country before Elon Musk talked about it in the Oval Office yesterday? A lot of Americans didn't. So we are providing transparency and accessibility on a daily basis when it comes to DOGE. And I also have a DOGE daily report, if anybody would like it, on all of the things that they are identifying and finding. We're happy to provide this information to you. We're talking about it every single day.
Are all those things you just mentioned fraud, or are they waste, or are they just contrary to the president's policies?
I would argue that all of these things are fraudulent, they are wasteful, and they are an abuse of the American taxpayer's dollar. This is not what the government should be spending money on. It's contrary to the president's priorities and agenda. And again, we can continue to provide you the receipts for all of the fraud, waste, and abuse. And if anybody in here wants to argue that the federal government is not fraudulent in some capacity, be my guest, because I think the American people watching at home would beg to differ.
Caroline.
Mary.
Hey, more on the judges. Does the White House believe the courts have the authority to issue these nationwide injunctions?
We believe that the injunctions that have been issued by these judges have no basis in the law and have no grounds, and we will, again, as the president said very clearly yesterday, comply with these orders, but it is the administration's position that we will ultimately be vindicated, and the president's executive actions that he took were completely within the law, they were constitutional, and we look forward to the day where he can continue to implement his agenda. And I would just add, it's our view that this is the continuation of the weaponization of justice that we have seen against President Trump. He fought it for 2 years on the campaign trail. It won't stop him now. Brian.
Yes. I want to go back to DOGE just for a second. Earlier, the subcommittee headed by Chairman Marjorie Taylor Greene, her and her staff discovered $2.7 trillion in improper payments to Medicare, Medicaid, overseas, to people who should not have gotten it. Some of this room might have missed that press conference. Can you elaborate on what the president is thinking at this point?
Well, again, that's another example. There's a very long list of the fraud, waste, and abuse that DOGE is identifying on a daily basis. Elon Musk also talked about yesterday about Social Security payments that are going out the door for people who are no longer with us, unfortunately. I would say that is certainly fraud. There's also a lot of contracts they've identified that, just as a hypothetical example, are $1 million, but only 500,000 went out the door. So where's the rest of that cash? And so that's the thing. Those are the things that DOGE is working on every single day. And I would just remind everybody in this room, this is what President Trump campaigned on doing. He's delivering on a promise that 77 million people elected him to do. James.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Two foreign policy questions, if I may.
Sure.
First, the statement that was released after this morning's phone calls identified Mr. Witkoff as the special envoy who will be part of the delegation that undertakes to resolve the Russia-Ukraine war. I had thought that that individual was General Kellogg, and so can you clear that up?
Sure, I'd be happy to. As you mentioned, the president, in his truth, following the phone call with Vladimir Putin, said that he has asked Secretary of State Rubio, the director of the CIA, John Ratcliffe, our national security advisor here at the White House, Michael Watts, and Steve Witkoff to lead the negotiations. As for General Keith Kellogg, he remains a critical part of this team in this effort. He's played a tremendous role in getting the negotiations to this point, and he's very much still part of the Trump administration.
The other subject is Iran. I took note of President Trump's comments in his Super Bowl interview with our colleague Bret Baier to the effect that he wants to do a deal with Iran. However, that interview appeared after the supreme leader of Iran, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, had already ruled out any additional negotiations with the United States. So kind of a two-part question. A, what gives the president any confidence that Iran will come to the table? And B, more fundamentally, why is the president interested in doing a deal with Iran instead of doing everything he can, perhaps short of U.S. military intervention, to try and hasten the end of what many of his own supporters regard as an evil regime?
Well, the president has made it very clear that he will never allow Iran to have nuclear capabilities. That is a red line that he has drawn, and he will not allow that to happen. But you asked why President Trump wants to make a deal. I would remind you, he's the master of the art of the deal. He is America's deal maker in chief. He leads from a position of securing peace through strength. And I think time and time again already, in just 4 weeks, we have seen the president being able to negotiate successful deals with our partners, our adversaries all around this world. You know, the release of Mark Fogel just last night is something that I think speaks to the president's deal-making ability. This is something that the Biden administration allegedly tried to do for 3.5 years. I think you all should go back and ask some of those Biden administration officials what they even tried to do and why weren't they successful, because for 3.5 years Mark Fogel sat in a Russian prison and it took President Trump 3 weeks to get him back on American soil. There's nobody better at making deals than Donald Trump.
Caroline.
Phil Wegman.
Thank you. Two foreign policy questions. Ukrainian President Zelensky has said after the war that he wants NATO membership or nuclear weapons. We heard Defense Secretary Hegseth say that NATO membership was unrealistic. What's the president's view on the other option, on a nuclear Ukraine?
I have not talked to President Trump about Ukraine's NATO membership or their nuclear capabilities. I would leave it to him to discuss. But I will tell you again that Secretary Rubio and also the Vice President, J.D. Vance, will be meeting directly with President Zelensky in Munich on Friday, and I'm sure they will provide a readout of that conversation and that discussion.
And then the second question, given that this administration has called on Europe to take more responsibility for their own defense, I'm wondering, will the EU or any other European nation other than Ukraine be involved in these peace talks?
I don't have any European nations who are involved currently to read out for you. Certainly, the president has employed a very strong team or deployed a very strong team to continue these negotiations. And the fact that he was on the phone with both President Putin and President Zelensky today shows that he's very much involved in this effort as well.
And then just a follow-up, I guess.
Sure.
Should we expect the president to negotiate in person with Zelensky and Putin?
I don't have anything to read out on that for you today. Maggie, good to see you.
Thanks for taking the question. You talked about the transparency with DOGE and Elon Musk's press availability yesterday. There is a conflict of interest law in place that says that people who have personal interests can't interact with government entities that could touch on those. Has President Trump signed a waiver for Elon Musk? Does such a thing exist? If it does, will you guys release it in the interest of transparency that he's committed to?
I have not seen the law that you are referring to. What I can tell you is that Elon Musk, as I've confirmed before, is a special government employee. He is filing the proper financial disclosure, and he is complying with all applicable federal laws. As you also heard, Elon address this directly yesterday in the alleged conflict of interest, and he said everything he's doing is very public, and if you all perceive a conflict of interest, you're welcome to bring that up. And as the president said, if he feels like Elon is engaging in something that's a conflict of interest, he will tell Elon not to do that. And Elon also said yesterday that before he moves forward with anything, he consults with the President of the United States. So we're very confident with the ethics and the guardrails that have been put in place here. Caitlin.
Thanks, Karoline. I have a few things for you, but on the commitment by President Trump, he said that he and President Putin agreed to visit each other's respective nations. Are there any preconditions that President Trump has that President Putin must do before he goes and meets with him, withdrawing some forces, withdrawing all forces, anything like that?
Not that I'm aware of. That doesn't mean they don't exist, but I was just talking with the president in our national security team. I wasn't made aware of any conditions, but if they exist, I'm happy to provide those.
And on the president himself, he styles himself as this master negotiator. He is now deploying these negotiations, saying that they start immediately. We did hear from the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, though, today, saying that NATO membership is not realistic for Ukraine, and neither is returning to pre-2014 borders. Aren't they giving away bargaining chips before these negotiations have even started?
Again, I haven't talked to the president about Ukraine's NATO membership, and he appointed several individuals to negotiate on his behalf. He's directly involved in these negotiations as well, and I'm sure if you ask him that question in the near future when you're able to, he'll give you an answer. I just don't want to get ahead of him on it.
And final thing for you, which White House official made the decision to bar the AP reporter from the Oval Office and the diplomatic reception room last night?
Well, first of all, let me just set the record straight. It is a privilege to cover this White House. It's a privilege to be the White House press secretary. And nobody has the right to go into the Oval Office and ask the President of the United States questions. That's an invitation that is given. And there are hundreds of outlets on this campus, many of you in this room who don't have the privilege of being part of that pool every single day and getting to ask the president questions. We reserve the right to decide who gets to go into the Oval Office, and you all have credentials to be here, including the Associated Press, who is in this briefing room today.
But isn't it retaliatory in nature is the argument, because there's a reason that the AP was barred, which they said was because they're not using the phrase Gulf of America, they're using Gulf of Mexico in line with their standards. And so the question here is this setting a precedent that this White House will retaliate against reporters who don't use the language that you guys believe reporters should use? And how does that align with the First Amendment commitment that you were just talking about?
I was very upfront in my briefing on day one that if we feel that there are lies being pushed by outlets in this room, we are going to hold those lies accountable. And it is a fact that the body of water off the coast of Louisiana is called the Gulf of America. And I'm not sure why news outlets don't want to call it that, but that is what it is. The Secretary of Interior has made that the official designation in the geographical identification name server. And Apple has recognized that. Google has recognized that. Pretty much every other outlet in this room has recognized that body of water as the Gulf of America. And it's very important to this administration that we get that right, not just for people here at home, but also for the rest of the world. Sure.
Thank you, Karoline. The prisoner exchange with Russia coming at the same time as the president is now announcing negotiations to end the war in Ukraine. The timing of that is hard to ignore. Was Ukraine discussed as part of this prisoner swap?
I was not involved in those discussions, so I can't comment on whether that came up or not. What I can say is that this was a very good deal for the United States of America and for the rest of the world. As you know, we have confirmed that the Russian who will be returning home very soon, Alexander Vinnik, was a non-violent crypto criminal, and as part of this exchange, he has forfeited more than $100 million that he obtained in that illegal crime. And in exchange, of course, we got Mark Fogel, who is a middle school teacher who kissed the American soil, but kissed the ground last night when he returned to the United States of America. It was a great deal and a great day for our country, and I think everybody, regardless of political affiliation, agrees with that.
And was Russia made aware ahead of time of the parameters that the administration and Secretary Hegseth was going to be announcing today?
The NATO parameters? Yes. I'm not sure. You'd have to ask Secretary Hegseth in the Defense Department on that, since he announced them. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. Just to be clear, so when we're listening for a shift in position on U.S. policy, should we only listen to the president and maybe not the Secretary of Defense? Because what he outlined today would represent a shift in U.S. policy.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I speak for the President of the United States behind this podium, and I will let him discuss that.
Can you tell us any more about the next hostage releases? I understand another American's coming out today.
Sure. I'm glad you asked. It speaks to President Trump's deal-making ability, and we can confirm the safe release of one American and two individuals from Belarus, one of whom worked for Radio Liberty. Out of respect for the privacy of these individuals, their request, we have no further details to announce on their identities, but we can confirm that one American was released today, and it's a remarkable victory on the heels of Mark Fogel returning to America last night.
Anything on who the U.S. might be releasing in exchange?
I don't have details on that at this moment.
Anyone in exchange?
I don't have details on that at this moment. I do know that these three individuals have been released and are on their way home to their respective countries. Ouija.
Karoline, thank you so much. Can you explain how President Trump envisions the war in Russia and Ukraine coming to an end? Does he expect Ukraine to hand over all the territory in question?
Again, these negotiations are ongoing. I will allow the president to divulge any red lines that he may set, but I think as deals in the past have come to fruition, the president has proven one of the things that makes him a very effective negotiator is not revealing what he's anticipating from both sides, but he is at the forefront of these negotiations in addition to the very qualified individuals who he's tasked with speaking to both President Putin and President Zelensky.
And speaking of deals, a meeting with the President of the United States offers any foreign leader credibility. Was it part of the prisoner swap with Fogel that President Trump agreed to meet with Putin?
Again, I was already asked this question. I said I was not made aware of that, but we can certainly get you an answer on that. I'll check in with the NSC. Sure, Monica.
Thanks, Caroline. It's clear that this administration is dedicated to both truth and transparency. We know that with DOGE, but we also know that because this administration recently announced it's going to declassify the assassinations of Martin Luther King Jr., JFK, and RFK. I'm wondering, is it likely that we're going to see more information regarding the assassination attempts on the president's life while he was on the campaign trail?
In regards to the assassination of the individuals you mentioned, President Trump signed that executive order directing the respective agencies to do it. I know that that process continues and is ongoing. He's committed to transparency in the declassification of these very important files that I think many Americans are not only interested in learning about, but also have the right to know about. As for the two heinous assassination attempts on the president's life, He's spoken to this publicly. I've spoken to him about it privately, and as he said publicly to all of you, he feels he has a right to know about further information about the individuals who tried to kill him, tried to take his life. And so, if and when we get that information, I'll leave it up to the president to decide whether or not he would like to reveal it. But I believe in the effort of transparency that we've seen consistently from this president, he certainly will. Daniel.
Thanks, Karoline. I wanted to ask you about the $59 million that FEMA sent to New York City migrant hotels. Secretary Kristi Noem just put out a statement saying that she clawed back the full payment that FEMA activists unilaterally gave to NYC migrant hotels. She wrote, "Mark my words, there will not be a single penny spent that goes against the interest and safety of the American people." What does the response of the Trump administration send to any federal bureaucrats that are thinking about obstructing the president's agenda?
They will be held accountable. The president is signing executive orders daily, and he expects all officials across the administration, regardless if they are a political appointee or if they are a career bureaucrat, to adhere to the will of the American people and the 77 million Americans who re-elected President Trump. He is here for a reason, and he is focused every day on implementing his administration's goals, and sending $59 million to a migrant hotel to house illegal immigrants when there are still people in North Carolina and California who have not received FEMA funding is not something that this administration is going to tolerate. Deanna.
Thank you so much, Karoline. One on New York and one on Russia, please. On New York City Comptroller Brad Lander is accusing DOGE of clawing back $80 million that was intended for New York City FEMA funding. Wondering if you've heard about that figure, if that figure is accurate, and why that money was taken back.
I have not heard about that figure. DOGE is moving very quickly, but I can get the receipts and gladly send them to you. I know that story is likely of great interest to the New York Post.
And then one
John.
Russia, please.
Sure.
Is President Trump waiting for a kind of signal or an action from Putin to go to Russia? And would he be willing to go to Ukraine in the future?
I don't have any decisions to make on the president's potential visit to Russia or any in-person meeting at this time. John.
Karoline, two questions, one on foreign policy, one on domestic policy. Following up on the president's call that he had with President Putin, does the president view Russia, does he view President Putin as an ally, as a partner, as a competitor, or as an adversary?
I believe this nation views Putin and Russia as a great competitor in the region, at times an adversary, but as the president has said as well, he enjoys having good diplomatic relationships with leaders around the world, finding that common ground, also calling them out when they are wrong, and leading from a position of peace through strength. That's the president's greatest strength, and we've seen that again, time and time again.
And then, as you pointed out in your statement regarding the confirmation of Tulsi Gabbard, there was one Republican who voted against the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard. It was Senator Mitch McConnell. Similarly, how does the administration view Senator McConnell? Can he be a partner in the president's legislative agenda? Are you disappointed that he voted against not only Tulsi Gabbard, but also Pete Hegseth to be the defense secretary?
I think we're greatly disappointed in any Republican who chooses willfully to vote against the president's exceptionally qualified cabinet nominees and picks to lead his America First administration. Not a single Democrat swayed from voting against President Biden's nominees, and we know how many of them turned out. They turned out to be atrocious at their jobs, leaving America much worse than they were when they took the oath of office. And so I've said it repeatedly from this podium. I addressed it at the beginning of my remarks. We expect all Republicans to vote, to stay tough and strong, vote for President Trump's nominees so we can get to work and continue to work very hard to implement this president's agenda. Sure.
Thank you, Karoline. On South Korea is currently in a chaotic situation. How does the President Trump react to the current chaotic situation in South Korea? Secondly, if South Korea needs help from the United States, what role do you think the U.S. will play?
Sure. I haven't spoken to the president about the ongoing situation in South Korea. I would defer you to his previous statements. And I can also see if I can get you something new from the National Security Council, who I'm very confident the officials that are focused on South Korea are on this. I just haven't spoken to them about it, but I'm happy to provide that for you. Yes.
Thank you, Caroline. Does Elon Musk have power of the presidency?
Absolutely not.
Right.
That's
I
a
asked that
ridiculous
question. I asked that question because, you know, the Democrats have been hurling insults at Elon Musk, hurling attacks, calling him President Musk. Most recently, Jamie Raskin, the congressman, took it a step further, calling for Musk's impeachment, saying that he somehow usurped the power of the presidency. What's your response?
It's utterly ridiculous. Elon Musk addressed this in the Oval Office yesterday. The president addressed it as well. Elon Musk is serving at the pleasure of the president, just like everybody else on this team. He takes directives directly from the president of the United States. And I think some of the comments that you referred to are nothing more than a failed attempt from the media and from Democrats to try to sow division in this White House. We saw them do it in the first term. We're not going to let them do it in the second term. This is a unified team who is working at the pleasure of the president to do what's right for the American people. I have one more quick housekeeping note before I leave you all today. The president wanted me to share with all of you that he had a wonderful meeting with King Abdullah of Jordan yesterday. They discussed many things, including the Gaza Strip and its future at great length. The king would much prefer that the Palestinians stay in place, with the additional land to be used for new development, which would greatly create jobs at levels never seen before. But the president feels it would be much better and more majestic if these Palestinians could be moved to safer areas. I would just add to that the president remains wholeheartedly committed to seeing peace in the Middle East, and our Arab partners in the region have been tasked with coming up with a peace plan to present to the president. That is ongoing. King Abdullah mentioned that yesterday. He also committed to accepting 2,000 sick children from the Gaza Strip, which the president called a beautiful gesture. So the administration continues to work with our Arab partners in the region. We stand closely with our ally Israel, and the president has presented this big, new, bold idea to secure peace in the Middle East, and he is not going to waver from that. And we look forward to seeing that goal of this administration achieved as well. Thank you very much, everybody, and we'll see you very soon. Have a great day.
Thank you. And that concludes the White House briefing, touching on a number of topics, including President Trump's phone call with Russian President Vladimir Putin, as well as Ukrainian President Zelensky, also discussing Elon Musk and the discoveries by DOGE, among others, ending on President Trump's meeting yesterday with the King of Jordan, which we brought you right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take this opportunity to step away for a 2-minute break, continuing our live coverage after that. I'm Stephanie Quinn. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The White House press briefing concluding right there. However, we do have another live event that we want to get to. And these are House Democrats as they are introducing reparations legislation. Let's listen in.
So I stand on those values. H.R. 40 stands on those values. I thank the tremendous legacy of Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. I thank the inspiration of Congressman John Conyers. And although it's now touching ground, starting in Evanston, 100 localities across America are now picking this up. It's time for the federal government to act on this same legislation. And I am not concerned about the timing. We repair whenever its harm is due now. That's right. The second part is it took us 246 years to go from 1619 to 1865. We are resilient. We are in this for the long haul. We will not stop fighting until there is justice.
I'm sorry. Thank you, sir. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Latifah Simon, and I'm coming from California's most progressive district, in fact, the nation's most progressive district, Barbara Lee's former district, our forever Congresswoman. I was sworn in just 5 weeks ago, and I'm so honored, Ms. Presley, that you gave me the opportunity to speak today, and your role on the judiciary is so important now more than ever. When we think about many organizers who grew up in the movement in the last 30 years, we think of Sheila Jackson Lee as our Ella Baker. Ella Baker consistently would chant, "We who believe in freedom cannot rest." She also said, "That which touches me most is that I have the chance to work with young people. They have the courage where we fail." So in this very room, you see the passing of a real torch, of a lifelong commitment to service and justice for folks who didn't receive their civil rights literally until 2 generations ago, less than 55 years ago. I'm so thankful that we're having this conversation. As an early sponsor in the 119th Congress of H.R. 40, I too am very clear. Representing Oakland in 1942, African Americans from 5 southern states begin to migrate to the West Coast. 1, escaping Jim Crow South, where they found it in the Bay Area. And 2, African Americans came as they were sequestered to put bombs on ships during World War II. I come from those people. I come from Betty Levasseur, who was the daughter of a business family who owned 19 businesses that were burned down in the Tulsa massacre. We are Tulsa people. I come from my mother's maternal side, from Malvern, Arkansas, which is still a sundown town. Right now, I come from a mother who had a mother who cleaned houses all day and was not able to attend to her own, and who died because she didn't have opportunities to go to a non-segregated hospital. She left my mother as an orphan at 8 years old. So when we talk about the idea of bringing forth a bill that every member of Congress should vote on to understand, effectuate, and socialize and study how we can move a country from tyranny, subjugation, to economic prosperity, it's clear. The history is clear. I'm extremely excited that we're going to bring this bill to the floor, and we'll be able to show who really cares about this country, who really cares about the descendants of slaves who built this here Capitol. I'm so proud of the Congressional Black Caucus and our willingness to stand up in a time where Black erasure, Latino erasure, Native American erasure, Asian American erasure, LGBTQ erasure is the agenda du jour. Not only will we fight back, we will win. Today, as we announce this movement to move forth this bill, young people in this country, fear not, because this movement will grow. It will continue. Not only will you be in the streets demanding justice, you should know that we will be here in the United States Capitol as members of the United States Congress, saying what Miss Lee said every single day, saying what Ella Baker said every day, saying what Fannie said every day. We who believe in real freedom, real true equity, we will not rest. We owe not just our ancestors of late, we owe our mothers, every single member in back of me. Their mothers were born in segregation. Our mothers, not great-grandmothers, were born in policies that followed chattel slavery. But we will endure. I have no doubt. We will endure. Not now is a phrase that King said consistently, but we will endure. Thank you so much.
And now we'll hear from the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Yvette Clarke.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. I'm Congresswoman Yvette D. Clarke, and I proudly represent New York's 9th Congressional District, which is located in central and southwest Brooklyn, and I'm also the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. On behalf of the entire CBC, I'd like to thank my esteemed colleagues, Representative Ayanna Pressley and Senator Cory Booker, for their leadership in reintroducing H.R. 40 legislation to finally establish a federal commission to address and explore reparative measures for the lasting impact of slavery, systemic racism, and racial discrimination in Black America. I'd also like to take this opportunity to recognize and thank our former House colleague and co-lead on H.R. 40, Congresswoman Erica Lee Carter. I want to thank her for her leadership and for joining us today, as well as our colleagues who are arrayed here. It is an honor to be here today in support of this important and transformative legislation, which the CBC has championed for decades as part of our unending mission to improve the lives of Black Americans in this country. As we celebrate Black History Month, I am also reminded of those who have led this legislation on behalf of our caucus for many years. From Congressman John Conyers, who first introduced this legislation in 1969, to Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, who led its reintroduction in the last Congress with over 130 co-sponsors.
Yes.
H.R. 40 is a powerful reminder of the challenges we must continue to confront in our country and the long path to reconciliation and accountability for the injustices that have for too long been a detriment to our communities. I can think of no better time to bring forward this legislation than now, a time when we are seeing the erosion of our fundamental rights and freedoms. In just the past few years, we have seen the conservative supermajority on the Supreme Court roll back decades of precedent in race-conscious college admissions. We have seen a persistent and coordinated assault on our right to vote and efforts to dismantle the Voting Rights Act of 1965, one of the most effective pieces of civil rights legislation ever enacted.
We are listening in as House Democrats are introducing a reparations bill. That was Representative Yvette Clarke of New York as we take a live look of Capitol Hill right there. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. After that, we are going to turn to another live event that just got underway moments ago as House Democrats discuss the nomination of Kash Patel as FBI director. That live briefing coming up after this break in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We are going to head to another live event that just got underway on Capitol Hill, where House Democrats are discussing the nomination of Kash Patel for FBI director. Let's head over there right now.
Whoever holds this position is responsible for preventing national security threats, maintaining public trust, and uncovering schemes of fraud, abuse, and corruption. Kash Patel does not possess the temperament, the professional experience, or the characteristics necessary to do this critically important job. Now, I represent Virginia, which is home to the FBI laboratory investigation, the Operational Technology Division, the FBI Academy at Quantico, 2 FBI field offices, and we have thousands of Virginians who work for the FBI. And those agents who serve our nation and uphold the rule of law throughout their careers deserve better for an FBI director than Kash Patel. He has literally published an enemies list. And under the Trump administration, the Department of Justice has received detailed information about over 5,000 FBI agents who were involved in investigating the January 6th insurrection. These brave men and women took an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States from enemies foreign or domestic. And just last week, the wife of one of those FBI agents who lives in Richmond detailed the fear and anxiety that they now must endure in a letter to the editor to one of the local publications in my district. And here is what she wrote. The decision to publicly name and punish these professionals does not only put their lives at risk, but also endangers their spouses, children, and loved ones. The fear we now live with is profound. The loss of anonymity has placed us in the crosshairs of political extremism, making even the most basic aspects of going to work, sending our children to school, interacting in our own communities, fraught with risk. Is this really what America has come to? Where the wives and children and husbands and loved ones of those people who dedicate and risk their lives to keep us safe fear for their own? No. That is not the nation we want to be. But time and time again, Mr. Patel has shown that he is a Trump sycophant who will come up with excuses and justifications to shield the president, enable his actions with no regard for their legality, and punish anyone who dares to speak up. He has tried to excuse President Trump's unauthorized transfer and storage of classified information to Mar-a-Lago. He promised to dismantle the FBI on day one and turn it into a museum to the deep state. And our FBI agents, the communities they keep safe, and the American people deserve better. They deserve assurances they will not be subject to political prosecution at the hands of a federal agent. And Mr. Patel has not proven that he can do that. With that, I'd like to hand it over to my colleague from Rhode Island, Congressman Seth Magaziner.
Well, thank you very much to my colleagues, Congresswoman McClellan and Congressman Ivey, for convening us here today. I'm a member of the Homeland Security Committee. I served on that committee with Glenn, and I'm currently the ranking member for Counterterrorism, Intelligence, and Law Enforcement on the Homeland Security Committee. And we are here today to appeal one more time to any Republican senators. If you care about national security, if you care about public safety, if you care about our Constitution and our system of government, then vote no on Kash Patel. Vote no on Kash Patel, the most unqualified nominee in the history of the FBI. I want everyone to think for a moment about your hometown. In your hometown, would you feel good about a chief of police being hired who had never been a police officer before? Of course not. Yet Donald Trump is appointing someone to head the nation's most important federal law enforcement agency who has never worn a badge, never conducted an arrest, never served in law enforcement before. Woefully unqualified. Why is Donald Trump appointing someone so unqualified to lead the FBI? Because Donald Trump knows that Kash Patel will enact a political agenda on his behalf. We should not have a director of the FBI who has no law enforcement experience, who has a publicly published enemies list, who has threatened to jail members of the media simply for reporting that Joe Biden won the 2020 election, who has championed and fundraised for the January 6th rioters who attacked police officers in this very building. This is someone who is dangerous, who is unfit, and who must be rejected. The FBI plays an absolutely crucial role in combating terrorism, organized crime, drug trafficking, human trafficking, and more. It is too important an agency for someone so unqualified to come in and play political games with. That is why we are here today, and that is why we are calling on the senators to do the right thing and vote no. It is now my pleasure to introduce a colleague who serves on the Judiciary Committee, Sydney Kamlager-Dove.
Thank you, Seth, and I want to thank Jen McClellan and also Glenn Ivey for leading this charge. My name is Sydney Kamlager-Dove. I represent California's 37th Congressional District. I just came from the Judiciary Committee where we actually had witnesses raise their hand and swear under perjury, right, to tell the truth. It seems, well, not to perjure themselves, to tell the truth, which does not seem to be something that we care about with Kash Patel. Kash Patel is a freak, and not the Rick James kind. It is a thumbs down for Crooked Cash. This is a guy who openly attacked the FBI and compromised its relationship with the intelligence community, and now he could be running the damn thing? That is just plain stupid. The baseline qualification for any leadership position should be respecting the organization and its employees. I mean, that is a very low bar. But like 99% of Trump's nominees, Kash Patel embodies the only two attributes needed to serve in this administration: complete unqualification and an unhealthy obsession with Donald Trump. And he takes the latter to a whole new level. The first time he served in Trump's administration, he took heat for being singularly focused on pleasing Trump. And when that gig was up, he missed Trump so much that he wrote a series of children's books praising King Donald. That is sick. And now he's promising to go after those he considers the deep state and enemies of Donald Trump. And last I checked, when I just got on the website today, that is not what the website for the FBI says. It says to protect the United States and its citizens and to uphold the Constitution. But where is that line? Is he going to target Granny for posting on Facebook about Don and Elon stealing her Social Security check? Will his goons show up at the doors of election workers who resisted Donald Trump's attempts to overturn the results of the 2020 election? Who knows? We don't even have the answers for those questions. Americans should not have to worry about their FBI director being more focused on hunting down Trump's foes than terrorists. And Kash Patel is so dangerous that even Republicans warned he was bad news until Donald Trump told them to shut up and get in line. So my question is this: why are Republicans okay with Crooked Cash lying under oath and committing perjury? And why are Republicans okay with turning up the Constitution? But if Kash Patel is confirmed, Americans will be less safe, and it will be because of every spineless, un-American, unpatriotic Republican who prioritized loyalty to Donald Trump over loyalty to their constituents and the United States Constitution. Thank you, and I'm going to give it back to Glenn Ivey.
Thank you, Representative. First question, Rebecca Woodville.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to sort of understand like a lot of the stuff that you guys have pointed to in terms of his history, his comments on podcasts. A lot of this stuff has been out there for a while. So I'm curious, do you feel like your Republican Senate colleagues are kind of willfully ignoring this information? And then I'm also kind of curious what your strategy is to kind of break through and get these problems to resonate with them before this vote.
Well, you're right. I mean, a lot of this has been out actually for years, including some of it came from his book that he wrote himself. I think Senator Durbin raised a new issue, though, with respect to whether he lied under oath, with respect to having no knowledge of the effort to purge the FBI. I think he testified he didn't know anything about it in several variations of that. But it sounds like there's a whistleblower who's saying he does. And it is a little curious that the day after he testified, the purge kind of began with the call for the name. So I think that's new information. I think any of that would be, any of these individual aspects would be, I think, disqualifying just on their own. But certainly when you add them all up together, I think that's clearly the case. Are there others who want to comment on that?
They have selective amnesia, and this is a time when you should not, when you should be doing every single thing you can to make sure.
Come to the microphone.
They have selective amnesia, and this is the absolute time when you should not. I mean, in some of the hearings we're having of substance, we are talking about terrorists, we are talking about China, we are talking about AI, we are talking about so many issues that are deeply concerning to the American people and to our national security. And it makes sense that you would have someone who's going to be heading the FBI who's honest, transparent, and saying that they're willing to uphold the Constitution. And one of their first acts, even before they are confirmed, is to commit perjury, is deeply concerning for anyone who says that they are an American.
All right. Yeah. Mitchell Miller, excuse me, go ahead. No, I'll just add, I mean, look, a lot of these Republican members of Congress, Senate and House, they know that Kash Patel is a bad pick. They know he's unqualified, just like they know Tulsi Gabbard was unqualified and Pete Hegseth and many of the other nominees, but they're scared. Right? They are scared of Donald Trump. They're scared of Elon Musk. But they need to be scared of the voters who elected them as well. And part of what we are doing is continuing to educate people, to sound the alarm, because ultimately, if Kash Patel, among others, is as destructive as we fear he will be, then these Republican senators are going to own that for years to come, and we need to make sure that they hear that.
All right. Mitchell Miller? Question for Congressman Ivey. As was just alluded to, Kash Patel has said that he wanted to facetiously or not create a museum to the deep state with the FBI headquarters. As you're well aware, plans are being made for new FBI headquarters in Maryland. Do you have concerns that his confirmation as director, if that happens, will in some ways either endanger or undermine plans moving forward for that? Also, there's been talk about what DOGE might do with the GSA, and that may be a secondary issue as well.
Well, and I've got a colleague from Virginia here, too, who may want to comment as well, so I'll give her the chance. But my initial take on that is that it's really the GSA role to make a decision about site selection, not really the FBI. In fact, they turn it over. The GSA is kind of the landlord for the federal government, and, you know, the site selection piece is their role. Whether they're going to be attacks on the GSA, apparently Elon and Donald are looking to attack every department and agency in the federal government. And the unfortunate part is, you know, there are probably things that could be done to improve the government. I'm sure that there are, but I'd say use a scalpel instead of a chainsaw. These guys are just they're just trying to push people out, as many federal employees as possible. Not because it makes the government better, but it gives him additional funds to do his forthcoming tax cuts for billionaires. So, and we used to say billionaires, it was kind of a faceless term, but we now saw who was standing with him when he was inaugurated. Regular folks couldn't get in, but the richest people in the world could.
Yeah, I would just add to that. I mean, the GSA, we've already seen that part of what Elon Musk and the DOGE bros want to do is take that over, look at public lands, look at public assets, and look at what to sell off, because they're trying to get money anywhere they can to pay for this tax cut for billionaires. And they're willing to sell out the FBI and the agents in the process. And I think to the earlier point, you know, our press conference today, our letter today may not stop the Senate from confirming Kash Patel, but we will not stand silently by while this administration, whether it's through the FBI, whether it's through the OMB, whether it's through the GSA, whether it's through some made-up agency that is not authorized by anyone, run by somebody who hasn't been vetted, We will not stand silently by while you try to erode the very foundation of democracy and government that serves the American people and not King Donald.
So when FISA 702 was being negotiated, we saw Republicans and Democrats kind of forming unions on different sides of the issue. I think we could probably see DOJ reform and FBI reform attempted at some point this Congress. Do you think that's possible still?
I mean, it's going to come up again, the reauthorization. I mean, we're going to have to deal with FISA, with 702 again, right? Because it was, what, just a two-year extension. So, honestly, standing up here, I don't know who's on what side. I mean, I know what side I was on, but we're going to have to take it up regardless.
Specifically Department of Justice or even FBI reform. You know, is that possible to partner with Republicans on, or is this an issue with Kash Patel getting this job?
I mean, certainly Kash Patel getting this job will make everything more complicated because, again, his interests are political, not policy. And yeah, no, it'll be a challenge. I think that the way to do reform is to have a debate out in the open and to compete on the basis of ideas, not to go in as an unelected billionaire and just start firing people left and right and asking people to basically fill out loyalty questionnaires because they happen to have been assigned to work on the January 6th investigation. Like, that's not reform. That is political retribution. It's tremendously damaging. It's not going to make the country more safe. It's not going to lower the cost of living, and it's not going to make us more secure. So.
Yeah, just kind of quickly on that point. I think I was one of the last members to make a final decision, certainly on the Judiciary Committee, before the floor vote as to which way to go. And part of that was based on meetings that we had in the SCIF where members of the Department of Justice, the FBI, National Security came in and told me things, which I can't disclose now, obviously, but it really came down to whether you trust them or not. Do you believe that they're telling you the truth, or are they just trying to hang on to the power that they have? And I trusted them in the decision that I made. Will I be able to trust the team that Trump's putting together at the Department of Defense, National Security, FBI? You got to be kidding me. I mean, you know, Patel took the fifth instead of testifying in front of a grand jury. And then they compelled him by immunizing him to testify. And then when they asked him about it at the Senate confirmation hearing, he refused to explain what he said, even though the rule that governs grand jury secrecy explicitly says that the witness can tell people what he said in the grand jury. He refused to state it. How can you trust somebody like that? I mean, it's just incredible to me. But that's where they are.
Okay. Can you identify what
Nathan Worcester, Epic Times. I'm wondering, once assuming he is confirmed, do you think that in the House you'll be able to launch an investigation, even something up to, given the example of the resolution to impeach Christopher Wray as FBI director, an impeachment?
Do you mean you think Democrats can push that? I mean, well, we don't control the majority, so that's challenge number one. But first step, just to give you an example, last week in the Oversight Committee, Ranking Member Jerry Conley said, Elon Musk is doing all of these things across the board, doing all these investigations, going into highly classified and personal information. He's never had a confirmation hearing. He's never given a press conference. DOGE doesn't even have a website that gives any information about it. Why don't we get a subpoena, Mr. Chairman, and have him come and testify and explain what he's doing? And then yesterday he had the nerve in the Oval Office to talk about the importance of transparency. But do you think he's actually going to come up here? No. And, of course, Comer's not going to issue a subpoena to make him come. So impeachment, if we could just get to transparency, disclosure, and accountability, that would be a big step in the right direction. But the Republicans in the House and the Senate aren't even for that, apparently.
Did anyone else want to address that question? Yeah. What's your name? And
yeah, Torian Small with CBS News. To your point about the ability of what your party can and can't do, there's reporting out that suggests that grassroots allies are a bit frustrated with Democrats for not being able to combat the Trump administration more, especially as it relates to Patel. Senate Democrats, especially in that committee, have laid out this case against Patel in great detail, including Senator Durbin just recently sending a letter to investigate Patel to the Inspector General's office over the DOJ. What's your response to that, to these grassroots allies potentially growing more and more frustrated that you guys aren't doing more?
Well, I agree. The only thing I would tweak on that is reach out to the Republicans because they're the ones that are actually controlling what happens in the Senate, certainly with the confirmation votes. Most of these have been party line votes, you know, that have been remotely controversial. And we just did a town hall meeting last night. I was doing it with Joyce Beatty in Ohio, and people were calling in saying, what can we do to help? And one of the things we said was, you've got 2 Republican senators in Ohio. Give them a call. Let them know how you feel about what's going on and the need to, in this instance, vote against someone who's going to make the United States less safe, vote against someone who is a green light to our enemies overseas to try and take steps against us, vote against someone who doesn't really know how to take on the traffickers and the cartels, and vote against someone whose primary mission isn't to keep the country safe, but to launch a retribution tour against Donald Trump's perceived enemies. We need to keep fighting. We need to make sure we do more here in the Congress to keep it going. The courts have been great. I think there are 55 cases roughly, and I believe there's at least 8 injunctions. I don't think any injunctions have been denied anywhere in the United States, so we need to keep building on that. And then the public pushes that we've made, the rallies and the things, this is not so much just on this nomination, but on the attack on government workers has been gaining some ground too.
Yeah, and I would add on that if there's one thing in life that is certain other than death, it's math. And 218 is always greater than 215. And we need 3 House Republicans to do the right thing for the American people on this and any other issue on the House side. And we need Republicans in the Senate side to put the American people over politics and do the right thing. And so we are using the tools that the Constitution gives members of Congress in the minority party the ability to use. Those are not the only 2 tools that we as Americans have. And grassroots activists have an important role to play making their voice heard, especially putting pressure on Republicans. Hey, why don't you be one of the 3 in the House or one of the ones we need in the Senate to do the right thing? Because right now, Republicans feel the pressure if they buck Donald Trump when he's wrong. They fear repercussions. They need to also fear repercussions at the ballot box if they don't do what the American people want them to do. And this is an all-hands-on-deck moment. We cannot, as members of Congress, do this alone. We need grassroots activists. We need our attorney generals in the states who have been suing. We need affiliate organizations who are suing in the courts. This is an all-hands-on-deck moment to save American democracy and to save the services and programs that the American people expect government to provide to them, whether it is keeping them safe through the FBI, or whether it is to ensure they can get health care and that if they're on Medicaid, they'll be able to get it. You cannot count on 215 to overcome 218 without those 3.
We have time for 1 or 2 more questions over there. Can you identify yourself and your organization, please?
I'm Kristen Escal with News Nation. Looking at what happened with Chris Wray leaving his role before the end of his term, assuming that in a few years there's a Democratic president who may not want to keep Kash Patel around should he be confirmed, are you concerned about this position moving away from the 10-year terms, or do you think it should be a position where perhaps each president can choose their own FBI director?
I mean, my quick take, I'll give everybody else a chance too, is I like the 10-year term approach. I thought it helped to shield directors from, politics. So we don't want them turning over just with every administration. I would note, though, that we've kind of moved away from that over the years. Sometimes we've had people that have left early or been, now fired, as happened with Director Wray. But I got to say, though, if, Patel is still there and we get a Democrat in the White House in 4 years, I think he should definitely go. He shouldn't be there to start with. And, a guy with this kind of conduct who wouldn't even be allowed to be an FBI agent. This is almost as bad as the DOD scenario where the Secretary of Defense would have gotten washed out as a private for the conduct that he exhibited that was demonstrated at the confirmation hearings. I think you replace those guys. Now, I'll stop there. I'll give everybody else a chance if they want to as well.
Well, you know, I would just add that we are not in normal times. And so there's a false premise where folks are asking us normal questions and wanting us to behave normally when we are walking right into a constitutional crisis. There is nothing that is happening from the Republicans that is normal. And every single person should be afraid. They should be afraid that they will have no more rights, no more freedoms. They will have no more eggs. They will have no more privacy. They will have no more access to the government, to services that they deserve, because the folks who are coming in, who are getting confirmed, are more interested in pleasing Donald Trump than they are in building up the United States. And my question is, not one person has said, I love this country. I'm here to fight for this country. Not one of them who is getting confirmed has said that. You asked about FISA. I mean, we've been here for over a month. They have the White House, the Senate, and Congress. We should be having substantive bills coming to the floor every single day. Donald Trump told them to work it out, and they're running up into their conferences, and who knows what they're doing, but they are not bringing substantive bills like that to the floor. They don't have a plan other than making sure that they say yes to Donald Trump. And Donald Trump's plan is to make them irrelevant and to govern by executive order. That is not normal.
Okay, folks, we appreciate your time, and we know you're trying to wrap up, so thanks again for coming. And any final words from the members here, and then we'll wrap up and conclude our press conference.
Thanks to all of you for coming. It's a rare press conference where James Brown and Rick James get mentioned, but thanks for coming out.
Black History Month.
That's true.
That's right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all.
And that wraps up the briefing from House Democrats as they're discussing the nomination of Kash Patel as FBI director. We are going to take this opportunity to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, continuing to monitor a number of live events. A lot happening in our nation's capital. We're going to get to all of that after this break. Stay with us. We have breaking news at this hour out of San Diego, California, and you're taking a live look right here from San Diego as emergency crews are responding to reports of a military plane that crashed into the San Diego Bay near Shelter Island. That is according to San Diego Fire Rescue Department officials. Now, from our Fox 5 affiliate in San Diego, according to the fire department, the incident happened at around 10:16 a.m. local time near 1561 Shelter Island Drive, if you're familiar with the area. That is close to the Kona Kai San Diego Resort, as well as other neighboring businesses. Military personnel have confirmed only 2 pilots were on the plane at the time. Authorities say both pilots on the plane have been rescued, and they both were transported to UC San Diego Medical Center in Hillcrest, although the conditions at this time have not been made public. We are continuing to follow all of the developments from this breaking news story, as we have learned that emergency crews in San Diego are responding to a military plane that crashed into the San Diego Bay near Shelter Island late Wednesday morning. 2 people were on board the aircraft at the time. That is according to Fox 5 San Diego reporting per military personnel. Both individuals rushed to the hospital at UC San Diego Medical Center, and their conditions are not known. And you can see the live conditions there, the weather conditions, overcast skies. This crash did happen on a rainy day in Southern California. There is a storm system that is moving through the area. It is expected to create a lot of rainfall tomorrow. So could weather conditions have been a factor? That is still unknown. But right into our newsroom, I do believe we have another live look right here from the ground, and I wanted to share that with you here. And you can see that this is a live look from San Diego right there, as we have learned that a military plane has crashed in San Diego. You can see some of the boats right there in the water. They appear connected to this recovery effort. We also see what appears to be a red line around a portion of this bay. It is unclear as to whether that is the location of where that plane crashed, but we did want to share this live look. It just came into our Live Now from Fox Studios. Again, you can see on the camera lens some of the rain droplets that continue to collect. There has been a storm system moving through the area. You can see the gray skies. You can see the water on this camera lens. And that is something that investigators are going to be taking a look at. As of now, the reason for this plane crash still unknown. The conditions of the 2 people on board still unknown. We have not yet heard as to whether there is going to be a press briefing. You can actually see the photographer's gloved hand trying to wipe away some of that rain on the camera lens to get us a clearer picture. But we continue to follow this breaking news story out of San Diego as rescue crews now on the water. You can see some of them right there out of San Diego Bay as they are working to recover debris after a military plane crashed there. 2 people were on board. Both were taken to the hospital. Their conditions remain unknown at this time. You can see some of those first responding boats right there patrolling the water as they continue. All right, so we did want to step away. It does look like one of the reporters there is getting ready for an update as we ourselves continue to wait for any information about a briefing. As soon as one is scheduled, we're going to let you know about it. And then, of course, once it happens, we will bring that to you on our air. We're going to step away for another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, continuing our coverage after that. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. If you're just joining us at this hour, we are continuing to follow some breaking news out of San Diego, California. I did want to share this live look with you as we are watching in real time responders to a military plane crash in San Diego Bay. And you can see the very stormy conditions right here. The rain continuing to pelt this camera. This is a live look at San Diego Bay as the San Diego Fire Department saying that they are now investigating these reports right here. And you can see the photographer wiping away some of the rain on that camera lens. We are going to continue to follow all developments. 2 people were on board that military plane. Their conditions remain unknown at the time, and also unclear is what caused this plane to crash. No word yet, I should say, on a briefing or an update from officials. This just happened moments ago in San Diego. So this is a live look right here at San Diego Bay. You can see the first responders in their boats, and it does look like there is perhaps a perimeter. That's the red area, and it's a little unclear as to whether that is the specific location of where that military plane crashed, but that is an area that these first responders are focusing on. I also wanted to share this update right here from the New York Post, as it says that pilots eject safely after a fighter jet crashed into San Diego Bay. We do know 2 pilots were on board. They were both taken to a local medical center. Their conditions remain unknown. As soon as we get an update about any sort of briefing or an update on the conditions, we, of course, will let you know. Weather continuing to be a factor, perhaps posing a challenge to these responding crews. As you can see, it is rainy, stormy, and, the waves are kicking up just a little bit. All right, we are now going to turn our attention to Capitol Hill. Very busy day on Capitol Hill as Senate lawmakers right now are debating a number of topics, and we do see
Mr.
Senator
Kennedy vaccinated his own kids
right now, so we're going to listen in.
While telling other parents not to. His own cousin, Ambassador Karoline Kennedy, called him a predator for what he has done. That's not leadership, folks. That's hypocrisy. And here is what Ambassador Kennedy wrote. Bobby preys on the desperation of parents of sick children, vaccinating his own children while building a following by hypocritically discouraging other parents from vaccinating theirs. She went on, even before he fills this job, his constant denigration of our healthcare system and the conspiratorial half-truths he has told about vaccines, including in connection with Samoa's deadly 2019 measles outbreak, have cost lives. She continued, and now we know that Bobby's crusade against vaccination has benefited him in other ways too. His ethics report makes clear that he will keep his financial stake in a lawsuit against the HPV vaccine. In other words, this is Ambassador Kennedy's words. In other words, he is willing to enrich himself by denying access to a vaccine that can prevent almost all forms of cervical cancer and which has been safely administered to millions of boys and girls. That was a quote from his own cousin. The Senate, Mr. President, the Senate cannot ignore this massive conflict of interest. Mr. Kennedy has personally made millions of dollars from lawsuits attacking vaccines, including the HPV vaccine, which prevents cervical cancer. And if confirmed, he would oversee the FDA, the very agency that regulates the vaccines that he is suing over. That's a direct financial incentive to undermine vaccines, even if it puts people's lives at risk. And he wouldn't commit to removing himself from this equation. And it's not just vaccines. Mr. Kennedy has made a career of embracing conspiracy theories over facts. He claims, it's almost would be funny in another context, but Mr. Kennedy, get this, he claims Wi-Fi and 5G cause cancer. He thinks the COVID vaccine is part of a government plot. He suggested that vaccines are a holocaust. But of course, when he was confronted about that, he said he didn't recall saying it. He believes that the people who are running our vaccine programs should be in jail. And when asked about 9/11, one of the most defining moments in our nation's history, he refused to say who was responsible. And his response? He said, it's hard to tell what's a conspiracy theory and what isn't. Well, Mr. President, we cannot put somebody in charge of our nation's health care who doesn't know how to separate fact from fiction. No one in the Senate should be comfortable with that. But the dangerous misinformation, it doesn't stop with vaccines. Mr. Kennedy claimed that antidepressants, not guns, are to blame for school shootings. Let's be clear, folks, there is zero evidence to support that. None. What we do know, and what the data tells us, is that every other developed country, they also have antidepressants. What they don't have is America's level of gun violence. The difference is not mental health treatment. It's easy access to guns for kids, for criminals, and dangerous people who shouldn't have them. Mr. President, my family and I have lived with the consequences of gun violence. My wife, Gabby Giffords, was nearly killed by a gunman when meeting with her constituents outside a grocery store in 2011. 6 people died, 12 were injured. You won't find anyone at that grocery store who believes that an excess of mental health treatment was responsible for that tragedy. Not one. Gabby and I have sat in living rooms of parents who have lost their children in mass shootings. And we have fought for real common sense gun safety laws that can save lives. Just like Senator Hassan, I will not stand here and let conspiracy theories distract from real solutions. And this is the core of the problem. Mr. Kennedy treats health care like it's a conspiracy theory. Mr. Kennedy is not the person who should be running the Department of Health and Human Services. It's very clear. Now, if Mr. Kennedy was simply a private citizen saying these things, that would be one thing. It would still be a problem, by the way. But this is someone who wants to be in charge of all of our health care. And if his dangerous views weren't enough, he doesn't even understand the weight of the job he is applying for. In his confirmation hearing, he didn't know the difference between Medicare and Medicaid. He didn't understand the different parts of Medicare and what they provide for seniors. He didn't know what a community health center was. He couldn't articulate a basic managing plan for HHS's $2 trillion budget. He wouldn't answer as to whether he'll negotiate for lower drug prices for seniors. And that means if you're a senior with him in charge, you might see higher drug prices.
All right, so we're listening in to Senator Mark Kelly discussing RFK Jr.'s nomination as health secretary right there. Meanwhile, we continue to follow breaking news out of San Diego, and you're taking a live look right there as emergency crews have responded to reports of a military plane that crashed into the San Diego Bay near Shelter Island late Wednesday morning. And take a look. This is a live look right here of that rescue and recovery response. These are the weather conditions that are happening right now in the San Diego area. You can see the heavy rain with the rain really just making it difficult to even see that view. And you can see the photographer wiping the lens, and the wavy conditions, the big waves there in the bay. Military personnel, according to Fox 5 San Diego, confirming 2 people on board the aircraft at the time of the crash. Both were rushed to a local medical center. Their conditions are unknown. And we are waiting to hear whether there will be a briefing. We don't know yet what caused this military plane to crash. That, of course, is going to be part of the investigation. But as soon as we get word of an update, we will bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to head for our final 2-minute break of the hour. I'm Stephanie Quinu. After the break, Mike Paish is going to be your host to guide you through a number of live events, breaking news stories, and top headlines. We'll be right back.
And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us. A live look at the White House, where we are expecting President Trump remarks. It will be tape playback. We are expecting him to sign some executive orders inside of the Oval Office. Obviously, a big news day with President Trump having the phone call meetings with Vladimir Putin, as well as the president of Ukraine, Zelensky, there. So a lot to talk about when it comes to the war in Ukraine, as President Trump is pushing to get a deal done to end the war in Ukraine. So we'll be definitely taking his comments when it does happen right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we do have that live event that continues on the Senate floor. We do have senators right now talking and debating on the nomination for HHS Secretary RFK Jr. Let's listen in on Live Now from Fox.
ensure children are protected against preventable yet deadly diseases like measles, RSV, whooping cough, or polio, it will be our kids, not Mr. Kennedy, who pay the price. I've gotten letter after letter from my constituents begging me to try to reason with my colleagues, to do whatever I can to prevent a man so ignorant of all things science and medicine from holding a position of such power over our children's next breath. One pediatrician in Illinois wrote to me, and I quote, "I will always remember the 9-month-old infant with whooping cough who could not be saved despite every high-tech ventilator and medication we had available." Another said, "I recall a father screaming and punching a hole in the wall when his 4-year-old son died of chicken pox." The stories, the letters, the avoidable tragedies go on and on. Imagine how much worse the heartbreak will become under a guy who acts like the term vaccine is a swear word. Look, the only reason that Kennedy is even up for confirmation is because he, like Elon Musk, decided to throw his dignity to the wind and bow down at Trump's altar. And because of that, he gets to be yet another rich guy with too few qualifications and too much power, somehow now charged with leading our government. Trump is running this country like the mob. Kiss his ring, pledge your unyielding loyalty, get made. It's just this time you get made into a cabinet secretary. Well, Kennedy has given Trump his fealty, so why would any of us ever think that he'd have the courage to stand up to Trump if the president issues an order that actively harms everyday Americans? How could any of us actually believe that Kennedy would fight back against Trump's worst instincts when Kennedy himself has proven time and again that he believes more in cacophony than science? Now, Americans are going to be the ones to suffer, because now, with Kennedy's confirmation, even programs as popular, effective, and vital as Medicaid will be in even greater danger. Republicans told us in Project 2025 that they would come for Medicaid. And this is the rare case when the GOP has actually kept its word, putting at risk roughly 80 million Americans who rely on Medicaid. Americans in red states and blue, in big cities and small towns, folks who may have never heard of RFK Jr., but who will certainly feel the effect when he rips away the health care their family so desperately needs. Medicaid is a lifeline for kids, for pregnant women, for people in nursing homes, for Americans with disabilities. But Republicans don't seem to care about any of that. It's obvious that Donald Trump has never stayed up late at night, hunched over the kitchen table with a calculator in one hand and a medical bill in the other, praying to figure out a way to afford his child's insulin. No, of course not. With every passing day, it becomes clearer and clearer that Republicans care more about tax breaks for the billionaires they pal around with on the golf course than prescriptions for the middle-class folks who actually work at Mar-a-Lago. And while that teacher in Peoria lays awake at night trying to work out how she can afford her father's home care now that he can no longer get those services through Medicaid, while that new mom in Chicago who's just learned she has stage 3 cancer is trying to find a second job so she can afford both diapers for her newborn and her own chemotherapy, Donald Trump and Elon Musk will be too busy lining their already full pockets to care. To my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I am sure many of you have faced health crises of your own. I'm sure many of you have had a parent who's been sick or a nephew who's been in a car crash, a spouse who's been in need of an emergency C-section, or a child who has relied on an autoimmune injector. Imagine if your loved ones hadn't cared they could rely on, imagine if your loved ones hadn't had care they could rely on in the moment. Then ask yourself how you can sleep soundly tonight if you vote to further the agenda of a couple rich guys who so clearly don't care about making America healthy. They only care about tipping it even more in favor of the wealthy. They're not bringing back the good old days of Reagan. They're just bringing back the days of dying from the measles. And they're certainly not making America great again. They're making America sick again. That's the Trump-Kennedy promise. I care about my constituents' ability to afford their prescription medications, their ability to get the vaccines that will keep them alive through the next pandemic, their ability to survive those worst-case scenario health moments without going broke in the process. So for all those reasons and 1,000 more, I will be voting no on Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s nomination. If my Republican colleagues care about any one of those things too, then they will have no choice but to do the same. Thank you. Mr. President, I have received a number of messages from my constituents describing what access to Medicaid means to them and their families. I would like to close by asking unanimous consent that they be printed in the congressional record. And I yield 30 minutes of post-cloture debate time to the Democratic leader.
The senator has that right.
Right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox's Senator Duckworth just wrapping up her remarks. It looks like we will have Senator Chuck Schumer,
the senator from Nevada.
Next.
Thank you, Mr.
In
President.
just a little bit here. We'll wait on Senator Schumer.
Today, we're here to discuss President Trump's nominee to lead the Department of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. It confirmed Mr. Kennedy would be in charge of a department with power to, well, regulate the food we eat, the medicines we take, and the vaccinations we depend upon. He would oversee agencies that provide health care to almost 170 million Americans, including hundreds of thousands of Nevadans who are on Medicare, Medicaid, and the Children's Health Insurance Program. I'm here today to oppose Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as our next Secretary of Health and Human Services. Confirming him would have disastrous consequences for our public health, for our seniors who rely on Medicare, for our families who get their health care through Medicaid. So let's start out with his lack of qualifications. Well, Mr. Kennedy, he's never worked in health care or federal government. He's probably best known for his skepticism of vaccines and spreading dangerous conspiracies and outright lies. Mr. Kennedy's history of promoting anti-vaccine misinformation, it's well documented and deeply troubling. Vaccines have saved millions of lives throughout history, and they remain one of the most effective tools we have to protect public health. Yet, Mr. Kennedy has spent years promoting debunked claims linking vaccines to autism, cancer, allergies, and autoimmune diseases. He spread lies about vaccine safety, making people fearful and increasing rates of unvaccinated people, which put all of us at risk. He's previously stated, and I'm going to quote, that no vaccine is safe and effective, end quote. He said that the polio vaccine, I'm going to quote again, killed many more people than polio ever did, end quote. And Mr. Kennedy has called the COVID vaccine, again I'll quote, the deadliest vaccine ever made. This rhetoric isn't just reckless, it's dangerous. If Mr. Kennedy had been around during the first Trump administration, he would have undermined President Trump's Operation Warp Speed and efforts that helped us end the pandemic. And he doubled down during his confirmation hearing, even though he was asked multiple times. Mr. Kennedy refused to acknowledge that vaccines don't cause autism. He's also engaged in Holocaust distortion to push his dangerous views. While attending an autism conference, he was asked why the CDC wasn't acknowledging autism as an epidemic. And he said, I'm going to quote again, these are his words, "To me, this is like Nazi death camps, what happened to these kids. I can't tell you why somebody would do something like that. I can't tell you why ordinary Germans participated in the Holocaust," end quote. And frankly, Mr. President, these aren't the words of someone you want to be in charge of America's public health. These are not the words of someone you want anywhere near the White House, anywhere near our health care, our safety. He's even gone so far as to falsely suggest that certain antidepressants are behind the rise in school shootings, and that certain chemicals in the water might be part of why more young people are identifying as transgender, neither of which is backed by any science. And we can't allow someone who spreads this kind of vitriol and dangerous misinformation to lead the Department of Health and Human Services. But his problematic views are just the start. During his confirmation hearing, Mr. Kennedy was also asked about his understanding of Medicare and Medicaid. Just asked if he knew about it. Well, he struggled, I mind you, to remember which program covered older and disabled Americans. Struggled to remember which program provided for low-income people. This is Medicare and Medicaid. That's something that's so brand new that even Robert F. Kennedy Jr. shouldn't know what it is. Because Medicare and Medicaid are not mere government programs. They are a lifeline for millions of Americans, including our seniors, our parents, our grandparents, people with disabilities, families in need, including half of all children and around 40% of all babies born in this country. Why would we trust someone with the future of Medicare and Medicaid when he doesn't even understand the basics of the system he would oversee? This makes no sense. And we can't overlook the broader impact of Mr. Kennedy and President Trump's proposals on medical research, safety, and innovation. We're already seeing devastating attempts to go after the National Institutes of Health, or NIH, the very institution that has pioneered life-saving research in areas like cancer, heart disease, and diabetes. And this is not just any research, this is life-saving research. We're talking about research and clinical trials. Well, in my home state at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and the University of Nevada, Reno, to better understand Alzheimer's disease and improve care for patients. We're talking about advancing breast cancer therapy at the University of Nevada, Reno, and clinical trials on treating and preventing cancers at the Southern Nevada Cancer Research Center. You know, I lost my mother to cancer. I lost my brother to leukemia. I think it's shameful that this administration, enabled by RFK Jr., would target research into these deadly diseases, which cost lives in my family. I don't want anyone to go through what I went through. I want other people's families, their parents, their siblings, their friends, to be able to live. And we know lives are saved every day because of investments in research, and those clinical trials and what the NIH does. I want people to live because of the research. It matters. You know, Mr. Kennedy's also proposed radical changes to the Food and Drug Administration, the agency in charge of, well, the food we all eat and keeping it safe. And just like many of the other reforms proposed by Mr. Kennedy, his suggested changes to the FDA, well, they're based largely on the many conspiracy theories he peddles. These broad changes include clearing out entire departments like the Food and Nutrition Center, which is responsible for preventing foodborne illnesses and ensuring that chemicals in food, the food we all eat, every single one of us, all around this country, every day, from young to old and everywhere in between, that our food is safe. How does dismantling this keep any of us safe? How does it keep any of us healthy? Mr. Kennedy has an overarching plan to gut the funding for FDA, which will severely limit regulation and safe implementation, also of new drug trials, medications, And this could lead to dangerous drugs flooding the market, putting countless lives at risk. You know, Mr. President, the role of the Health and Human Services Secretary, it is one of profound responsibility. And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has undermined the very foundations of our public health system. Mr. Kennedy's vision for the future of our healthcare system, well, he wants to undermine Medicare and Medicaid. He wants to slash cancer research funding. He wants to push dangerous public health conspiracies. These are visions and these are things I cannot support. No one should support. We all want a healthier future for America, one that both prevents diseases and where we can think about curing diseases, where we can do preventative medicine, curative medicine, where we can have that hope for folks whose mother gets lung cancer in the future, that she might live, or leukemia in the future, that their brother might live. Mine didn't, but I hope that they didn't die in vain, because research goes on and will help others. And I want us to be able to cure diseases for the ones that we love. And so that is why I cannot in good conscience support Mr. Kennedy's nomination, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. The stakes couldn't be higher. Our very lives, the lives of our loved ones, they may just depend on it. Thank you. Yes.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We are going to take our first break of the hour as we continue to showcase some of the debate on the Senate floor, and we are currently awaiting President Trump remarks from the White House. Those could be coming at any moment. So we'll stay right here with us. More to come in just moments on Live Now. Everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us. As always, we want to take you now back out to the Senate floor. This is where we have Senator Markey, Democrat from Massachusetts, speaking on the Health and Human Services Secretary confirmation. This debate is expected to go some 30 hours for RFK Jr. Let's listen in on Live Now.
Federal funding for hospitals and health providers just trying to provide care for their patients. Every chaotic decision, every cut, every illegal action are all to make it easier for this administration to work alongside congressional Republicans to slash and burn our core health care programs. They're not doing this to make things better for everyday Americans. It's Robin Hood in reverse. They are working to take from those who need it the most just to give billions more in handouts for defense contractors and their billionaire donors. They want hundreds of billions of dollars in tax breaks for billionaires. They want to increase defense spending by $150 billion, more nuclear weapons, more. But then it turns and says, where are we going to get the money? And they say, oh, we're going to Medicaid. We're going to the Affordable Care Act. We're going to community health centers. We're going to go to the programs that actually do protect people. More nuclear weapons aren't going to protect people. It's having access to the health care system that can help protect their families. Now, Trump and Musk and Republicans, they're going to call it efficiency, or they'll call it transparency, or they'll say it's just adding basic requirements to Medicaid. This is all code, the code for cuts. Efficiency, transparency, or just be honest about it, Elon. Just be honest about it, President Trump. Cuts to programs. They keep saying there's all kinds of waste in the system. Well, point it out to us. We'll cut it out for you. Give us the list of the programs you want to have cut because they're waste, and we'll do it. But you want to know what they don't want to say? They don't want to say that they want to cut Medicaid. They don't want to say they want to cut clean air, clean water, the programs to protect ordinary people. They want to call it waste, and we're going to call it out for what it is, where they're going. They're going to the programs that help provide the health care for ordinary Americans. Cuts to health care that Americans rely upon. And when Americans have to wait longer for care, when they have to pay more, or watch the only hospital in their community shut down, the blame for what will happen will lay at the feet of the politicians who put self-interest above the interest of the American people. And rather than consider a nominee who would seriously protect and preserve the health of the American people, Donald Trump nominated yet another enabler to his cabinet, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who instead of standing up to the Trump-Musk chaos, will only add fuel to Donald Trump's Make America Sick Again campaign. Because that's what it is. Make America sick again. Ralph Waldo Emerson from Massachusetts, he said, health is the first wealth. Well, that first wealth is going to get looted, so billionaires get even richer. And serving as Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services is an immense responsibility. The agency oversees the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the Food and Drug Administration, the National Institutes of Health, which is made up of 27 institutes and centers, and each decision that an HHS secretary makes will have a huge impact on our healthcare system. Run well, HHS ensures medications are safe and effective, keeps workers and students and seniors safe, protects the public from global pandemics or disease outbreaks, guarantees hospitals, doctors, and community health centers provide safe, quality care, and funds research that will build the foundation to accurately diagnose patients, better treat cancer, cure Alzheimer's, heart disease, diabetes, cancer. That's what it's supposed to be all about. Not freezing that funding, not cutting that funding, but ensuring that the researchers have the funding they need. Because research is medicine's field of dreams from which we harvest the findings that gives hope to families that we will find the cures for those diseases that have run through their family's medical history. And we know that HHS says Health and Human Services, but it also stands for Human Health Security. And the stakes of leadership are life and death. But instead of nominating a serious and qualified candidate, Trump selected a candidate who questioned the well-proven conclusion that HIV causes AIDS, made millions by spreading lies about vaccines, compared vaccine mandates to Nazi Germany, said Wi-Fi and cell phones cause leaky brains, threatened to remove fluoride from drinking water, and made baseless claims about medication for depression that it would lead to mass shootings. Well, Mr. Kennedy's track record shows that he is a danger to the health of America. He would make America sick again. In June of 2019, he went to Samoa on a trip arranged by anti-vaccine activists. He used that trip to spread lies about the measles vaccine in the Samoan Prime Minister and Director General of Health. He and the organization he led amplified activists who spread false information about the measles vaccine. And after a measles outbreak broke out in Samoa and 16 people died, rather than intervene and help, Mr. Kennedy sent a letter to the Prime Minister to blame these deaths on the vaccine rather than the absence of vaccines. The death count in Samoa grew to 83. Volunteers in New Zealand sent tiny coffins to help bury the dozens of children who died. A New Zealand vaccinologist later said the impact of Mr. Kennedy's role in the outbreak was devastating. In a moment, when Robert F. Kennedy Jr. could have used his influence for good, he fueled disinformation that cost lives. When Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was asked about Medicare and Medicaid, he could not answer questions in his confirmation hearing about the most basic questions, demonstrating that he would be at HHS only to make whatever cuts that Trump and Musk and DOGE dictate at the expense of the health care of the American people. Now he's in line to be the #1 healthcare official in the United States. That would be a disaster. Mr. Kennedy has reportedly given reassurances on his position on vaccines or on his position on food and chronic disease. To my colleagues, I would say this: we cannot address chronic disease if we are slashing Medicare and Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, or recklessly cutting off funding from hospitals and community health centers. If we are battling vaccine misinformation, it will make it much more difficult to take on chronic disease like heart disease or diabetes. The long-term impact of food on children's health doesn't matter if children are dying from preventable infectious diseases because their families believe misinformation spread by the nominee for Secretary of Health and Human Services. And even with the promises he has made on the vaccine misinformation, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has not demonstrated that he will fulfill his promises. He has used his position to lead people down the dangerous path of vaccine misinformation, and when asked about his role in the Samoa measles outbreak, he lied. The stakes are too high to take a risk on this nominee. I hear from people in Massachusetts who rely on our health care system, single mothers of disabled children relying on Medicaid, also called Mass Health in Massachusetts, to make sure their child gets care. I hear from people living with cystic fibrosis, parents of children on the autism spectrum or with Down syndrome who could only afford their medication or coverage with Mass Health Medicaid coverage. For them, Medicaid is the lifeline. And when that lifeline is cut, their lives get harder. And that's what this administration is aiming to do with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in the lead. The American people deserve more than what they have now. They should be able to get health care when they need it, and they should not have to worry that it's available. They should be able to go to their doctor or to their pharmacy without running up their debt or being forced to choose between paying their rent or a medical bill. They should have health providers that aren't too overworked and burned out to provide them quality care. They should have primary care, mental health care, addiction care, dental care, cancer treatment, and more available to them without waiting months or traveling for hours or being left to hope for an available clinical trial. Americans should have unquestioned health care access and quality, and I want to deliver on that for every single American. But Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will only make this harder by embracing Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and the spread of vaccine disinformation. I'm not alone in my concern I've received over 1,000 calls and emails to my office opposing his nomination. I have also received letters from over 20,000 physicians, including thousands of pediatricians, internal medicine, emergency medicine, doctors representing all 50 states and Puerto Rico, over 800 public health officials, 75 Nobel laureates oppose his confirmation, chairs of pediatric departments across the country, and statements from the Massachusetts Teachers Association representing over 11,000 educators, and from the National Nurses Union representing 225,000 nurses, all opposing Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Every single one of them expressed concern and dismay about having a Secretary of Health and Human Service that doesn't believe in vaccines that save lives. We need to listen to the people on the front lines, the health providers, who have dedicated their lives to serving their patients, the researchers who have committed to finding life-saving treatments and cures, and the educators who care for our nation's children each and every day. They are all saying no to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He is unqualified, and his confirmation would be dangerous to the health of our nation. And with that, Mr.
All right, Senator Markey there speaking on the floor of the Senate. And I bet you wouldn't have ever guessed that a Democrat from Massachusetts would be going after a Kennedy, but here we are in 2025. All right, everyone, let's take a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back with much, much more, including we are still waiting for President Trump remarks from the Oval Office, signing executive orders, and of course, speaking to the media. We will have it for you as soon as we get the feed right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in 2. Like that, everyone. We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox, always bringing the latest top stories, live feeds, and of course, when breaking news happens, you know we have you covered always. All right, let's go back out to the Senate floor. We have Senator Richard Blumenthal, a Democrat from Connecticut, speaking next. This is on the debate for RFK Jr. to be HHS Secretary. Let's listen on Live Now from Fox.
To make America sick. Whether it's make America sick again or just make America sicker, the fact is he has supported conspiracy theories and distorted views of what is important in public health that threaten the American people. The Nobel laureates, the healthcare professionals, the members of his own family. And in a certain way, I would say if you have any question about Mr. Kennedy's qualifications, you should listen to Karoline Kennedy and her very powerful comments on his nomination. The fact is that her comments are an indictment. They are literally a warning against his nomination, stating that he is, quote, addicted to attention and power, and that he has already, quote, denigrated our healthcare system by championing beliefs that cost lives. Ultimately, the confirmation process so far has confirmed what we already know, that as a source of information, advocacy, and truth, he is less than Americans deserve. Americans deserve someone who believes in the Affordable Care Act and its premium tax credits that reduce healthcare costs for millions of Americans who otherwise would be left uninsured and unable to afford health care. Americans deserve a secretary who will advance research into life-saving medicines, treatments, and vaccination. He's not that person. Americans deserve a secretary who will protect Medicaid, which provides health care to nearly 1 million Connecticut residents, including 350,000 people. At the very least, someone who knows the difference between Medicaid and Medicare. He is not that person. And Americans deserve a secretary who will protect the sensitive health data of millions of people across the country. When the Department of Government Efficiency, which is an unregulated and potentially unsanctioned organization, gained access to millions of seniors' records at Medicare, Mr. Kennedy purposefully said nothing. And at the very least, we need someone who will stand up to President Trump when he spreads misinformation from the White House, someone who will stand up to him when he asks that his Secretary of Health and Human Services do something illegal or immoral. And clearly, Mr. Kennedy is not that person.
Senator Blumenthal speaking on the floor there on the Senate floor. But what we want to do, everyone, is take you out to Milwaukee right now. We do have some breaking news of a police officer that was shot. We are learning that the suspect has been killed. Let's learn a little bit more right here on Live Now.
Questions at this time?
Chief, could you...
What the officer's injuries are, where he was shot? Still dealing with the recovery. Actually, he's in surgery, so I don't know the extent of the injury right now.
Was he wearing a vest?
Yes, he was.
Chief,
Sorry, do you know how far the person who was carrying the gun, how far they were traveling, how many blocks they walked while carrying this weapon and shooting?
We're still investigating that. I know there was pretty extensive in regards to how far he was walking. The extent of the full extent we don't know. Again, this is part of the area for the mate investigation to give us a revelation in regards to how far that was.
Chief, I want to make sure I didn't mishear you. The suspect is unidentified or has been identified?
The suspect is unidentified at this time.
Considering the expose on MATE that came out this morning from Isaiah Holmes, are you confident that MATE will be able to carry out a full and fair investigation into the shooting?
I'm absolutely confident in regards to MATE's abilities. This is a collaboration for a number of years. We have to do, as law enforcement departments, how to navigate in regards to the law, having an outside agency. I will always say this: no particular process is perfect, but this is about as perfect it can get in regards to that. This is something that's, you know, not even duplicated across the country. And so attempting to work with the particular law of having an outside agency, the work and the collaboration between ourselves is second to none, and that we do the best that we can with the resources that we do have before us.
Is the department facing any particular issues gathering evidence due to the weather conditions?
Kind of speaks for itself, brother. I mean, this is difficult just to be out here. You know, we see a lot of closings around the county, and, you know, seeing us out here, again, just what, you know, been echoed here by the people here. We're out here. We don't get, you know, time off and stay at home, being out here to respond, the bravery of our men and women. But yes, it's very difficult. We have a lot of different resources being utilized to do recovery of the evidence, but we still know that there has to be a job to get done, and it will get done.
Thank you, guys.
Chief, you said there was a large gun recovery. Can you explain what the gun was?
He said it was a rifle.
All right, Milwaukee police giving the latest update there. We are learning that the officer was taken to a local hospital, still awaiting more info of how the officer is doing. Suspect is killed as this active investigation continues. All right, everyone, we will take another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We are still waiting. President Trump remarks at the White House. Stay right here with us. More to come in moments. We're back here for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you as we continue to roll on right here. Let's go back out to the Senate floor right now. Senator Blumenthal is still speaking on the nomination for HHS RFK Jr. Let's listen in on Live Now.
The anti-vaccine group he founded has maintained that measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine is linked to higher rates of autism in black children. Again, flat out lie, racialized comments that are intended to stoke fear in the public health system and exploit the very caution that many communities of color approach the healthcare system with. His lies will, again, exacerbate the clear disparities that exist in healthcare for different racial groups. And the inequity of those disparities, a glaring weakness in our current healthcare system. But he will be sprouting those kinds of disinformation, spouting on podcasts, espousing in the media as the highest-ranking health official in our country. The notion that the public health of the nation, credibility, trust, truth-telling would be put in the hands of this man is truly frightening. Now, he's attempted to backtrack since his nomination. He's claiming he's not anti-vaccine, but when he was asked point blank under oath during confirmation hearings, in effect, he ducked and dodged. Some of my colleagues have claimed that Mr. Kennedy privately told them he'll work with existing vaccine approvals and safety networks, and that he won't undermine vaccines in his role overseeing them. In private, that's what he said. Why wouldn't he make these commitments during public confirmation hearings? Why couldn't he make them when he was under oath? The threat is that he will do exactly the contrary. The American people deserve more than backdoor, private, confidential conversations and quiet promises about what the HHS secretary will do. And the fact is, he has pushed these kinds of debunked theories linking childhood vaccinations to autism, claiming that COVID-19 vaccines were weaponized against specific ethnic and socioeconomic groups, and profiting off lawsuits against life-saving vaccines that prevent deadly diseases like cervical cancer, measles, tetanus, and chickenpox. There is no argument from me that there needs to be testing and review and clinical trials for vaccines to be proven safe and effective. But once those tests and trials and independent review take place and are judged to be sufficient to show a vaccine is safe and effective, undermining them is simply contrary to public health. Now, Mr. Kennedy would also threaten reproductive care and reproductive freedom. During his 2024 presidential campaign, he consistently downplayed the importance of reproductive health, claiming that abortion was, quote, just a little issue, end quote. Abortion was hardly a little issue for women across, women who have literally died or come close to death as a result of denial of this essential health care and freedom. The Americans deserve a Secretary of Health and Human Services who respects women and who works against politicians telling women what they can do with their bodies and trusts women to make decisions about what is right for them. The HHS Secretary, as a matter of fact, oversees the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act, a federal law that mandates that women who need emergency care are entitled to it, whether that emergency care be an abortion or some other treatment. When he was asked if a woman bleeding out in an emergency room is entitled to emergency care under this law, Mr. Kennedy responded, quote, "I don't know," end quote. He should know, whether sheer incompetence, utter confusion, or just an unwillingness to agree to uphold federal laws protecting women. That comment and response alone should be disqualifying. It's dangerous, and confirming him in this position could be deadly to women who depend on that program. He's refused to say that he'll protect access to medication abortion. Instead, he has said he would reevaluate the drug. Now, this drug has been safely and effectively used by millions of women for decades. His response is code for making it harder to access or ban it altogether. He won't commit to protecting women who need emergency medical care. He will not commit to keeping safe and effective abortion medication available. He will limit access to abortion services, and his confirmation poses the danger of catastrophic consequences for women. How can women trust him to protect their interests and safeguard their health? The women of America deserve better. Mr. Kennedy has a long history of making baseless and damaging claims about the LGBTQ+ community, including the absurd lie that environmental chemical exposure somehow causes children to become gay or transgender. Boggles the mind. Incredibly dangerous to the health and safety of LGBTQ+ youth. But it is his stated belief, or it has been at various times in the past, and adding to those harmful ideas is his belief that HIV does not cause AIDS. He has supported bans on gender-affirming health care for transgender individuals and spread information about what gender-affirming care actually looks like in the real world. And if he continues to spread this unscientific rhetoric as Secretary of HHS, he will cost people's lives. Members of the LGBTQ community already experience significant health disparities, and Mr. Kennedy's false views on health, sexual orientation, and gender identity would make these disparities, like racial disparities, even worse. To serve in this position, Mr. Kennedy need not be the world's greatest scientist or the most erudite professor or the most astute researcher, but he needs to have a respect for science and medical professionals. He lacks it. He made abundantly clear during his confirmation hearing he has none of those qualities. And in fact, demonstrated an inadequate understanding of the very programs that he is supposed to be administering if he's confirmed, like Medicare and Medicaid. You know, we have reviewed a lot of nominees as senators, and we know that they're prepared, they're extensively murder boarded, as they say, ask questions in preparation. You would expect that the nominee to be HHS secretary would understand the difference between two of the most important and largest health insurance programs in the country that serve millions of Americans every day. He didn't. The American people deserve better. His decisions, if he is confirmed, will have long-lasting impacts, and he lacks the expertise to lead this agency and lead Americans as an advocate, as an informer, as a truth teller. And lest you think that he will rely on good people who will help him in administering this agency, he's pledged to fire hundreds of National Institutes health employees. He told the Food and Drug Administration workers to, quote, pack their bags, end quote, and he'd like to clear entire departments of the federal government, including the nutrition department at the FDA. He is in no way going to rely on career professionals who truly understand the policy behind the programs that he knows so little about. Mr. Kennedy has claims to support improving nutrition and combating chronic diseases. And many of us support those programs to eliminate additives, for example, or provide better nutritional information, front of package labels showing nutritional content, and enabling Americans to be healthier by eating better and by being better informed. But instead of surrounding himself with experts, his potential top advisors include people who want to change or abolish the nutrition guidelines, like the dietary guidelines for Americans, which will bolster industry profits, not health. The dietary guidelines for Americans provide science-based advice on what to drink and eat to meet nutrient needs. They promote health. They reduce the risk of chronic disease. This dietary guidance is critically important because 3 in 5 adults live with chronic disease. Let me repeat, 3 in 5 adults live with chronic disease that could be improved with better nutrition. And it informs all federal nutrition programs, meaning that these dietary guidelines impact 1 in 4 Americans through programs like the National School Lunch Program, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, known as SNAP, the Child and Adult Care Food Program. These programs follow those dietary guidelines because they are based on science. But Mr. Kennedy lacks respect for science. The fact that he espouses better nutrition isn't translated into real-world support for action that benefits Americans. His opposition to those guidelines benefits the food industry. Having a science denier surrounded by potentially lobbyists at the helm of this agency is not going to make Americans healthy. Again, it is going to make them sicker. It is going to potentially sell them out for profit. I'm disappointed that we're here, as I said at the outset, to be considering someone who is so deeply unqualified and unprepared for a position that is an enormous potential opportunity to improve the health of America. His advocacy could spread the truth, could hold the food industry or pharmaceutical drug industry to higher standards to provide more medicine and treatments and cures at lower prices. He could support research through the NIH instead of advocating that it be cut. He could enable women to have reproductive care instead of dodging or diminishing its importance. He could help eliminate racism and bias against LGBTQ plus people in our healthcare system. So much opportunity squandered in this nomination. I will vote no on Robert Kennedy Jr. I urge my colleagues to heed the warnings from Americans, much better qualified than I am to make this judgment. Those Nobel laureates, the professional organizations, the healthcare experts, and of course, who spoke with such eloquence and insight. Her incisive and heartbreaking video should be watched by everyone who is about to vote on this nomination. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. That was Senator Blumenthal speaking on the floor there of the Senate. All right, we will continue to bring you the very latest here on Live Now from Fox.
Justice, including at the FBI, the DEA, and ATF, have shifted critical resources away from fentanyl investigations and towards immigration enforcement. Now, just last week, the Senate Judiciary Committee held a hearing entitled "The Poisoning of America." The witnesses at that hearing testified that diversion of these resources hurts our efforts to bring criminal groups to justice and weakens the ability of the Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force. The witnesses also shared data that shows the vast majority of fentanyl comes in at legal ports of entry by U.S. citizens, as I mentioned previously. So, colleagues, we all claim to be serious about addressing the fentanyl problem in America. Senator Ricketts, you spoke very eloquently earlier in this hearing. I take you at your word, so then please join me in protecting that funding and not letting it be diverted to other purposes. I urge you all, colleagues, to help protect law enforcement resources dedicated to fentanyl-related investigations and prosecutions from being raided or diverted to other purposes. So please support this amendment.
I appreciate my colleague from California and wanting to address the fentanyl crisis, because it is a fentanyl crisis. What we saw in Nebraska, which I outlined earlier, was the dramatic increase of drugs coming into our state after Biden implemented his open border policies. And so you talk about the drugs that are coming through at ports of entry and catching those. What about the drugs coming in between ports of entries, right? That's what this process is about. This reconciliation bill is about trying to stop fentanyl from entering our country by closing down our border and giving the president the resources he needs to be able to do that. As I mentioned, we had 46 pills in 2019 that were laced with fentanyl taken off our streets. And just in the first 6 months of the Biden administration, that jumped to 151,000. It was twice as much methamphetamine, 3 times the amount of fentanyl, and 10 times the amount of cocaine coming across after Biden opened the borders. This bill, this reconciliation bill, is about trying to make sure that we close that down. That's why I'm going to urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment and make sure we keep the reconciliation bill focused on making sure that we're defending our border and giving the resources needed to the president.
Mr. Chairman, just in response, I want to remind my colleagues that there's 2 different components here. Again, nobody disagrees with committing efforts to prevent the importation of fentanyl or its precursor ingredients. Nobody disagrees with that. And we can look at the numbers as to how much comes from ports of entry versus between ports of entry, who it is that's carrying it across the border. Our data shows it's primarily U.S. citizens. Preventing the importation is one thing. The funding that's being diverted from programs and personnel to crack down on fentanyl is going towards enforcement action, the detention of deportation of individuals who are not crossing the border, people who are here, who have been here in roughly half the cases, not violent criminals, far in the interior. This has nothing to do with the border. But if this goes as we're seeing, it's going to shift resources away from fentanyl crackdowns for something unrelated to keeping more from coming across the border. That's what I'm trying to get at. Appreciate your support for this amendment.
Thank you. All debate has expired on that amendment. Consulting with the ranking member, I think we'll take a recess to 4:45. We'll vote on the pending amendments and keep going.
This is the Senate Budget Committee, and they are taking about a 45-minute break, so we'll be keeping an eye on that for you. Let's go back out to the Senate floor where we have more Democratic senators speaking out against HHS Secretary nomination for RFK Jr. Let's listen in.
For the first time, people in Hawaii will not have to go to the mainland to participate in these trials, but with the help of this NIH funding now being slashed, for the first time, people of Hawaii would be able to stay in Hawaii to participate in these very important clinical trials. Mr. President, if allowed to stand, these actions will be catastrophic for our country and for global efforts to combat the spread of diseases. And all of these actions have been taken without a confirmed secretary in place at HHS. One would hope the president's nominee to lead such an important department would be a level-headed individual guided by science and data. Instead, Donald Trump has nominated the total opposite, Robert Kennedy Jr. Mr. Kennedy is an anti-vaccine activist who peddles and profits from conspiracy theories and has a troubling history of misconduct. In his confirmation hearings, Mr. Kennedy appeared not to know the difference between Medicare and Medicaid, essential programs that 66 million and 72 million people respectively rely on for access to health care. Mr. Kennedy purports to be a proponent of bodily autonomy when it comes to vaccines, as if we know better than scientists about the efficacy and safety of medical treatments. But Mr. Kennedy's commitment to bodily autonomy suddenly flies out the window when it comes to women's right to control our own bodies. He has shown he'll do Donald Trump's bidding in his war on women and our freedom. Where's our bodily autonomy? As they work to reverse the FDA's approval of mifepristone, which has been used safely for medication abortion for more than 20 years. So much for bodily autonomy. And it's clear Mr. Kennedy will be guided not by science, but by the conspiracy theories he's pursued for decades on vaccines, raw milk, stem cell treatment, and much more. Vaccines are a modern miracle that have saved an estimated 154 million lives and enabled us to all but eradicate diseases like polio and smallpox. But due to the activism of conspiracy theorists like Mr. Kennedy, public trust in vaccines have eroded, endangering countless lives and threatening the herd immunity that protects us all. Mr. President, I grew up in rural Japan where we didn't have widespread access to most vaccines. As a child, I remember getting measles, mumps, whooping cough. When one kid in our village got sick, it just spread like wildfire in our village, and all the kids got.
Right, everyone. We are going to bring you back out to the Senate floor a little bit later today, but we do want to go to some breaking news that we have been following for you out in San Diego. A military jet crash update that we are getting in for you right here on Live Now from Fox.
2 pilots from the water. We assisted those Good Samaritans getting to our police docks right over here, brought them up to our parking lot. They got connected with medical care that they needed. They went to the hospital to get treatment. And at that point, we just assisted with perimeter for this large debris field that's out here from the aircraft that went into the water. And that was really the extent of Harbor Police's role. Since that time, we've limited all traffic here to just emergency traffic only. So if you're a mariner in the area, please avoid the Shelter Island Basin. It's emergency traffic only. We've also closed down Kellogg Beach, so if you're a local, please avoid Kellogg Beach. The main channel of San Diego Bay remains open, in and out, but you'll see a large Coast Guard and Navy presence holding the maritime perimeter of the debris field while all of the debris is recovered. So that is, in a nutshell, what happened this morning, and we're taking a few questions, but we can't really talk about the pilots, their identity, the aircraft, all of that stuff. We're going to have to refer to the Navy because this is going to be their investigation.
The Good Samaritans recovered them in a boat?
In a boat, yes.
What's the process now with clearing the debris? We have heard maybe a crane's going to come in. Can you give us any details on that?
I don't know all the details because the Navy is primary on that. I do know it could take a while because you have to pinpoint exactly, where the accident happened, and you've got tide and wind that can push debris, anywhere, so it could be a while.
And describe to people, we were seeing the orange outline that was being used out there.
So that's a boom that is made to kind of prevent environmental spills from expanding, prevent the debris field from expanding, and kind of set the perimeter. Anytime there's an aircraft accident like this, there is a little bit of a concern about the maritime environmental impact. So the port environmental is Port Environmental is aware of the impact that might have. The Coast Guard has their own emergency environmental response as well, in case any of that is needed.
What did you describe it as, a boom?
A boom?
Boom.
Yeah, B-O-O-M.
So underwater, what is under the water of that orange?
The boom, it is just on the surface. The boom is just on the surface. There's nothing, it doesn't extend underneath the water.
Can you tell us anything about the pilots as they were taken from the water here and transported, their demeanor, anything?
I cannot. Anything for the pilots, you're going to have to refer to the Navy on that.
What's the depth of the water with the plane?
The depth of the bay varies all over, and since the point of impact hasn't really been determined yet, you can kind of see the general area where they are, but I couldn't speak to the exact depth. I don't know.
What teams are out of the water right now?
Out on the water right now, it appears that there's, I've seen Navy boats, I've seen Coast Guard boats, and there's one Harbor Police boat helping maintain the perimeter right now.
One of the big concerns is environmental issues. Now you're on top of it now, but we have bad weather, we have currents, so wind. What more can you do to make sure that more environmental damage isn't done?
There's not a lot you can do in the moment. I mean, it's environmental cleanup because the accident has already happened. So getting those booms out there and having all of your environmental teams on standby is really the best we can do right now, because the Navy investigation is primary as they kind of get their perimeter set up and on lockdown.
Is the Navy in charge of removing the fighter jet from the water?
Yes, I believe that's going to be their responsibility.
How would they do so when that happens, do you know?
I don't know their process.
Has this ever happened before?
I believe there was a helicopter crash in the bay years ago. I don't remember the exact date of that, though.
What's the intention of the maritime closure, and how long is that expected to last?
We'll lift it as soon as we can. We don't want to extend that any longer. We have left an ingress and egress route, like I said, for essential emergency traffic. So if you were, your dock home port is the Kona Kai and you've been out all day, if you're coming back tonight, we're going to let you get back to your dock. But if you're just going out for a pleasure cruise for the day, please avoid the area because it's just for emergency traffic only.
Is it just for the rest of the day that it's going to be?
I can't give an exact timeline because I don't know how long the recovery efforts will take.
So the Good Samaritans, it was a fishing boat, what sort of boat?
I heard fishing boat, but I couldn't even verify if it was a large fishing boat, a small fishing boat. I'm not sure.
Did they physically bring them out of the water?
I was not there for that part, so I don't know, sir. Sorry.
What hospital?
I can't say the hospital. We'll have to defer to the Navy on that one.
Okay, I think that's it, folks. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
That is the latest updates there coming out of San Diego. So the Navy pilots have been taken to a local hospital there. And of course, the investigation will be ongoing there for the military as well as the local authorities there on the ground. All right, we'll take a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. So we are expecting sometime this hour to have tape playback of President Trump remarks inside the Oval Office, signing executive orders, speaking on the war in Ukraine, as well as having the swearing-in ceremony for Tulsi Gabbard. So we'll have all of that coming up. It's going to be a busy next couple of moments here on Live Now, and we'll bring it to you as soon as we get it. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. When we are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Coming up in just moments, we'll be taking you out to Capitol Hill. Looks like there is a rally for protecting the Department of Education. We'll be keeping an eye on that for you here. Let's keep you, though, on Capitol Hill. Go out to the Senate floor, where we do have more Democratic senators speaking out against RFK Jr. This is Senator Maggie Hassan, a Democrat from New Hampshire. Let's listen in on Live Now from Fox.
That Mr. Kennedy will be confirmed, and that members of the United States Senate, the so-called world's greatest deliberative body, will sacrifice the health of our fellow Americans by failing to stand up for science and for the truth. For even the most skilled and experienced person, running the Department of Health and Human Services is a really daunting task. We expect and trust the HHS Secretary to direct the administration of critical programs like Medicare or Medicaid, to direct research so that we can find cures for cancer, Alzheimer's, and other diseases, to help bring new life-saving medications to market, and to find ways to make medicine and care more affordable, to help ensure that our children grow up healthy and that our parents age with dignity. When a crisis hits, we look to the Secretary of Health and Human Services for leadership to help lead the fight against fentanyl or to protect our communities from a pandemic. There is perhaps no aspect of public policy as complicated as healthcare, and there are few aspects of life as fundamental as being healthy. And to be sure, there are grave healthcare challenges facing our country. The cost of healthcare is too high, the cost of prescriptions too steep. While we've made extraordinary progress in recent generations, we know that too many diseases still cry out to be cured, and too many people struggle to get the care that they need, where and when they need it. The challenges are real, but progress is possible. When I was governor of New Hampshire, I worked with Republicans and Democrats in the legislature to help our state adopt Medicaid expansion. And during the first Trump administration, we came together to end surprise medical billing with a new bipartisan law. Of course, there is much more work to do. The point is that when we work together, embrace common sense solutions, and have the right leadership, we can forge progress. But it takes hard work. It takes seriousness to tackle a challenge as daunting as healthcare. It takes experience, talent, and ability. We're talking about the health of our country and of our children. This is a job that requires us to search far and wide across our country to find the right person, someone who is informed, capable, and forthright, someone who has a proven track record of leadership, and someone willing to tell the truth in service to the goal of helping every American to be healthy. Instead, the President of the United States offered us Mr. Kennedy. It's entirely unclear to me what qualifications Mr. Kennedy brings to this office. He's never run an organization or a business even 1/100th of the size of the Department of Health and Human Services. He has no background in medicine, science, health policy, or government. Most concerning, though, is his complete and utter lack of even the most basic knowledge of the department he is supposed to lead, or the health policy debates and challenges that our country has been grappling with over the last several decades. It's not simply that we have been asked to hope that Mr. Kennedy learns on the job. It's not simply that we're being asked to grade Mr. Kennedy on a curve. It's worse than that, because even for his confirmation hearings, Mr. Kennedy couldn't be bothered to even do his homework. During his confirmation hearing, I asked Mr. Kennedy some fairly basic questions about Medicare and Medicaid, the most well-known health programs overseen by the department he seeks to lead, programs which tens of millions of Americans count on for their care. He couldn't accurately identify a single part of Medicare. He got every question I asked wrong. When it comes to Medicaid, which among other things provides coverage for about half of the births in the United States, he wrongly said it was fully federally funded, which it isn't. Let me be clear, the administration is asking the American people to place these critical health programs in the hands of a man who has no idea what they even are. That's a big ask. And it's an ask we wouldn't make of our own constituents. No one in this body would hire even an entry-level healthcare staffer who did not understand the basics of Medicaid and Medicare. Why should we exercise a different, weaker standard for the person who's supposed to be in charge of both? Why, with this administration, does the bar go even lower when the office becomes even higher? If Mr. Kennedy cannot be bothered to learn the basics about Medicare and Medicaid, he will certainly not bother to stand up for them. This administration has made clear that it is willing to gut Medicaid in order to pay for tax breaks for billionaires. The president's new director of the Office of Management and Budget has in fact proposed that the administration cut Medicaid, a program that provides health insurance coverage for approximately 80 million Americans, by more than 1/3. Does anyone think that Mr. Kennedy will be a voice of reason? That he will speak out on behalf of American families and make the case for saving Medicare or Medicaid? He can't even describe what they are. Mr. Kennedy is an intelligent and educated man, but education and intelligence aren't a substitute for taking the job seriously. If Mr. Kennedy were in the running for a different post, his failure to understand the basics of our healthcare system might not be relevant. But it so happens to be the American people's great misfortune that he is in fact being called to serve as the highest public health official in our land. Mr. Kennedy's lack of qualifications and knowledge about healthcare have real consequences. If confirmed, his lack of preparation, experience, and interest in America's healthcare will leave our country worse off. Our people will be less healthy. And nobody will feel Mr. Kennedy's careless disregard for the magnitude of his position more than America's women. When I was initially considering Mr. Kennedy's nomination, one mark in his favor was his long record of advocacy on behalf of a woman's fundamental freedom to make her own health decisions. When Mr. Kennedy was in New Hampshire campaigning for president, he told Granite Staters, quote, "I'm pro-choice. I don't think the government has any business telling people what to do with their bodies," close quote. But since he came out in support of President Trump, Mr. Kennedy has made a remarkable discovery. He decided at the age of 71 that his long-held belief in reproductive freedom for women was wrong. All of his principles about women making their own choices were suddenly no longer true. Instead, as the nation's leading public health official, he has said that he will faithfully and enthusiastically carry out the anti-choice policies of an administration that continues to dedicate itself to undermining and taking away a woman's fundamental freedom. This isn't a hypothetical issue. In his confirmation hearing, Mr. Kennedy said that he and the Trump administration would be examining the safety of the drug mifepristone, which is used for abortions and in miscarriage care. During the hearing, I showed Mr. Kennedy study after study, stacks, hundreds of pages of research done over the course of decades, all of which demonstrate the safety of this medication. Let me be clear, the safety has been proven. If Mr. Kennedy and the Trump administration continue to persist in studying a drug that is proven to be safe, it's clear that their objection is not with a lack of research. Their objection is to the result of that research. So they want to sow doubt about it. They want to sow confusion. And once they do, they will hide behind the very doubt that they've created as a reason for denying women the most basic of human freedoms, bodily autonomy. And Mr. Kennedy, having sold out his pro-choice principles, will surely help in that effort. He certainly will not stand in the way of it. The debate about reproductive freedom is fundamentally a debate about whether one believes in the basic promise of our Declaration of Independence, that all of us are free and equal. The question for Mr. Kennedy and all those who would deny women this basic freedom is whether they believe that women have the capacity and judgment to make their own health care and reproductive decisions just as men do. Make no mistake, Mr. Kennedy did not have a miraculous conversion, something like the Apostle Paul's on the road to Damascus on this issue. He just made a cold-blooded, expedient choice to cut a path to power. He decided that the freedom of women was a small price to pay in order to be able to call himself a cabinet secretary. I have had good faith disagreements with friends and colleagues on the issue of abortion. But Mr. Kennedy is different. Mr. Kennedy has spent his lifetime arguing for a woman's reproductive freedom. But he now abandons what he used to refer to as a core value for a title and for what he apparently thinks is more important than freedom, being in Donald Trump's orbit. Americans have a particular disdain for those who sell out the freedom of their fellow citizens in pursuit of power. We call such people many things. We seldom call them Mr. Secretary. Even if Mr. Kennedy was not inexperienced, even if Mr. Kennedy had basic knowledge regarding our health system, even if Mr. Kennedy was not willing to imperil freedom for women, members of both political parties should reject his nomination. Because Mr. Kennedy, who has forged a career of peddling cynicism and conspiracy regarding vaccines, is perhaps the most uniquely dangerous man ever nominated to head America's Department of Health and Human Services. Vaccines are among the greatest achievements in human history, and America has been at the center of that success. Our doctors and scientists were instrumental in helping vanquish smallpox and banish polio. Because of vaccines, more than 20 million people walk today who otherwise would have been stricken with polio. Hundreds of millions of people are alive today because of vaccines. I'm reminded of the words of a previous HHS secretary, quote, "Vaccines are some of the most thoroughly tested medical products we have. Vaccines are safe, effective, and life-saving," close quote. HHS Secretary Alex Azar, who was appointed by President Trump, said those words during his first term. He was right when he said this 6 years ago. But today, Mr. Kennedy asserts that this statement is wrong. Mr. Kennedy has a long history of dealing in both outright lies and clever half-truths to sow cynicism, mistrust, and confusion regarding vaccines. He has, at various times, discouraged people from getting vaccines for measles and polio. Mr. Kennedy has led litigation to discredit the HPV vaccine, a vaccine which has led to a dramatic decrease in cervical cancers among young women. When the pandemic hit, President Trump helped marshal America's scientific resources in Operation Warp Speed to produce a COVID vaccine in record time. This was, in my mind, one of the greatest public health achievements in decades, and a real credit to President Trump. But Mr. Kennedy helped lead efforts that attempted to revoke President Trump's COVID vaccines authorization. And for more than 25 years, Mr. Kennedy has helped perpetuate the dangerous lie that vaccines cause autism. During his confirmation hearings, my colleagues virtually begged Mr. Kennedy to recant these views. But Mr. Kennedy would not, insisting that if he somehow saw more evidence, only then, perhaps, he might and tell people he was wrong. This is the dangerous game that Mr. Kennedy plays. He hides his anti-vaccine conspiracies under a cloak of deniability. Sometimes he outright lies. But most of the time he insists that he's merely raising questions and that he's simply a man looking for answers. But to borrow from Benjamin Franklin, quote, "Half the truth is often a great lie," close quote. When Mr. Kennedy is presented with facts, he ignores them. He ignored the conclusive data that my colleagues showed him, proving that vaccines do not cause autism.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox as we are bringing you coverage from the Senate floor, but we do now have the tape playback of President Trump inside of the Oval Office taking questions from the media. Let's listen in on Live Now.
Wants peace, and President Zelensky wants peace, and I want peace. I just want to see people stop getting killed. We're very far away from that particular war, but that's a vicious war. Probably 1.5 million soldiers killed in a short period of time. I've never seen anything. I have pictures that are, you wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe what you have to look at. Young, beautiful soldiers that are just being decimated. And it would be nice to end it immediately. But we had a very good talk with, people didn't really know what President Putin's thoughts were, but I think I can say with great confidence he wants to see it ended also. That's good. And we're going to work toward getting it ended and as fast as possible. It's a horrible situation going over. It's flat land, and the bullet goes off, and the only thing it can hit is a body, a human body, a young human body. And they're losing just tremendous numbers of mostly soldiers. Just the cities and towns have been largely demolished. It's a shame what's happened to that country. It would have never happened if I were president. That I can tell you. Would have never happened. It's to look at that. And October 7th would have never happened either, by the way, the Middle East. But we'll get it. I think we'll get it. We'll get something done. We're going to be meeting actually tomorrow. They're meeting in Munich, as you know, and we're going to have some other meetings. And I'll be dealing with President Putin largely on the phone, and we ultimately expect to meet. In fact, we expect that he'll come here, and I'll go there, and we're going to meet also probably in Saudi Arabia the first time. We'll meet in Saudi Arabia, see if we can get something done. But we want to end that war. That war is a disaster. It's a really bloody, horrible war.
You said with Saudi Arabia, the first meeting will happen.
I think so. We think we're going to probably meet in Saudi Arabia the first meeting. Hasn't been set, but not too distant future.
Did you also be part of that meeting?
We both understand, we know the Crown Prince, and I think it'd be a very good place to meet.
So it sounds like that would just be a meeting between you and Putin and perhaps the Crown Prince, but not President Zelensky?
Probably we'll have a first meeting, and then we'll see what we can do about the second meeting.
Did you also commit to go to Ukraine?
What about Ukraine?
Did you commit to go to Ukraine?
No, I haven't. I haven't committed to go to Ukraine. I would think about going. Yeah, I'd think about it. No problem.
You say today, Mr. President, that they received your vision. What is your plan to end this war? Like today, Secretary...
Well, I'm not going to tell you my plan. I can just tell you we've made a lot of progress. This should have been done by Biden, not by me, because this has been going on for now a long time, years. And it should have been done by Biden. Just like the young gentleman that I brought home yesterday after 2 weeks. We worked on it for 2 weeks. He was a fine man, and he was in there for 3.5, almost 4 years, and they weren't able to do a thing, and I got him out. And as you know, I didn't pay $6 billion. I didn't pay anything. We did a trade, and we did a good job. We got him out in 2 weeks. It should have been out years ago. It really should have been out years ago.
Oppose NATO membership for Ukraine?
I don't think it's practical to have it, personally. I know that our new Secretary of Defense, who's excellent, Pete, made a statement today saying that he thinks it's unlikely or impractical. I think probably that's true. I think long before President Putin, they said there's no way they'd allow that. This has been going on for many, many years. They've been saying that for a long time, that Ukraine cannot go into NATO. And I'm okay with that. I just want the war, whether they are or they're not. But it certainly would seem to be that most people have said that is something that's not going to happen.
Are you freezing out President Zelensky of this process a bit? Isn't there a danger of that?
No, I don't think so, as long as he's there. But, at some point you're going to have elections, too. You're going to have an election.
He says he wants security assurances, Mr. President. What does that look like?
In terms of what?
if the war were to end, he says he wants guarantees of security.
We'll see what that means. I think when the war ends, one thing he was very strong about, if it ends, he wants it to end. And that's President Putin said that. He wants it to end. He doesn't want to end it and then go back to fighting 6 months later. We talked about the possibility, I mentioned it, of a ceasefire so we can stop the killing. And I think we'll probably end up at some point getting a ceasefire in the not too distant future.
Do you expect Ukraine?
Say it, what?
Do you view Ukraine as an equal member of this peace process?
It's an interesting question. I think they have to make peace. Their people are being killed, and I think they have to make peace. I said that was not a good war to go into, and I think they have to make peace. That's what I think.
Why did you decide to provide support to Ukraine? Would you support Zelensky ceding territory or exchanging territory in any agreement to end the war?
Well, he's going to have to do what he has to do, but, you know, his poll numbers aren't particularly great, to put it mildly. He's got a country where, you know, it's been savaged and attacked, and he's got an army that's been very, very brave, actually, despite the fact that, you know, we've given him, in my opinion, $350 billion. That's what the real number is. You don't hear that number. And Europe has given, in my opinion, $100 billion. And they've done it in the form of a loan. And I have a Secretary of Treasury right now who's actually quite brave. He's over in Ukraine on a train. And there's a lot of things happening around that train that aren't so good. And he's going there to get a document done where we're going to be assured that we're going to, in some form, get this money back, because we're putting up far more money than Europe, and Europe is in far more danger than we are. We have an ocean in between. Europe has nothing in between. You know what they have in between? They have Ukraine in between. So wait a minute. So, as you know, Europe is putting up money, and they're getting it in the form of a loan. And the United States under Biden didn't do loans. They just handed money every time somebody walked in from Ukraine. They just handed them money foolishly. This should have never happened. It should have never started. And once it did, other things should have happened. Other things should have taken place. So we're getting security on our money. We're going to have it secured by, they have rare earth, and they have oil and gas, and they have a lot of other things. And we're asking for security on our money.
So does it mean you are not sending any
They've
more
agreed
aid
to it. Ukraine has agreed to it.
Does it mean you are not sending any more aid to Ukraine?
No, we are, but we want it secured, and the money is going to be secured.
When will the U.S. stop sending funding? When will the U.S. stop sending funding?
Because if we didn't do that, then Putin would say he won. We're the thing that's holding it back. And frankly, we'll go as long as we have to go, because we're not going to let the other happen. But President Putin wants to have peace now, and that's good. And he didn't want to have peace with Biden.
Was that conversation with Putin?
And you tell me why that is, okay?
Was that conversation with Putin to start these negotiations part of the deal to bring Fogel home?
No, but it was a nice thing that he allowed Mark Fogel to leave. In fact, Mark wasn't feeling well, but he was, all of a sudden, about 2 weeks ago, he started being treated very nicely. He said they took him out for haircuts. They took him out. They helped him out a little bit and made him feel better, made him look better. And they were nice to him. And he said, I saw something happening. And it coincided with when I came into office. So that was nice. And he's a fine person. He was so happy to be out. He was there for 3.5 years plus, and he shouldn't have been there at all. They should have had him out much faster than that. Wait, go ahead, please.
Sorry, sir, just to be clear, do you see any future in which Ukraine returns to its pre-2014 borders?
Well, I think Pete said today that that's unlikely, right? It certainly would seem to be unlikely. They took a lot of land, and they fought for that land, and they lost a lot of soldiers. But it would just seem to me, and I'm not making an opinion on it, but I've read a lot on it, and a lot of people think that that's unlikely. Some of it will come back. I think some of it will come back. Yeah, some of that land will come back. Who are you with? Yeah. You who?
AFP, Agence France Presse.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask you, the things that the Secretary of Defense was talking about, the 2014 borders and the lack of NATO membership. Ultimately, these are both demands that Russia has made in the past. Is there not a danger of handing Russia a kind of win on this?
Well, I think that if you look at the war, the way the war is going, you'll have to make your own determination. I'm just here to try and get peace. I don't care so much about anything other than I want to stop having millions of people killed. Last night, you know, Kiev got hit very, very hard. I want to see people stop getting killed. That war is ridiculous. It should have never happened, and it would have never happened. Yeah, a couple of more questions.
Are you planning to sign? Are you planning to sign an executive order on reciprocal tariffs, sir?
Yes, I am. In fact, I may do it today, and if I do it today, I could almost do it right now. Would you like me to talk about it now? I don't want to take anything away from this young lady's day, because this is her day, and I may do it later on, or I may do it tomorrow morning, but we'll be signing reciprocal tariffs. The world has taken advantage of the United States for many years. They've charged us massive tariffs that we haven't charged them. And as you know, I just did something on steel and aluminum, 25%. That'll go up at some point, but 25%, which will level the playing field quite a bit. I did it previously 50%, and Obama was very weak, and Biden was even weaker on steel. The steel was just absolutely, it really started with Obama. The world really took advantage of us, and then that morphed into Biden. And what they did was he was so worried about trying to attack his political opponent that he didn't know what he was doing with respect to countries taking advantage. He should have looked at the countries, both friend and foe, taking advantage of us. So we're going to be doing reciprocal tariffs, which is whatever they charge, we charge, very simply. But we're going to be...
Considering exemption, talk about widespread fraud and abuse.
Oh, yeah, there was tremendous fraud. There's tremendous fraud. And it's hard to believe that you can have that kind of fraud. You're talking about, like, are you talking about what? Wait. Which are you talking? You're talking about with regard to all of the investigations that are going on about this stupidity. What we're going to do is tomorrow I'm having a news conference. I'm going to read to you some of the names that hundreds of millions and even billions of dollars have been given to. And if you tell me that we should be giving money to those things, those entities, I think you'll probably have to leave as a reporter because you're not very talented. When you look at the kind of money, billions and billions of dollars being thrown away illegally, and there's no chance. I mean, I say it in front of our Attorney General, there's no chance that there's not kickbacks or something going on. When you give millions and millions of dollars to somebody that stands to look at something for 15 minutes and walks away with millions of dollars, that money's coming back in some form. And that's only one form of corruption. The biggest thing is what they do to our country. They're taking massive amounts of money and spending it on items. I went through a list of 200 expenditures that were made, and I found 3 that looked like they were reasonable. Okay, 3. And we'll be talking about that tomorrow. We have a lot of stuff, and I want to commend Elon because he's done a fantastic. He doesn't need this. You know, he's abused by you people every day. He's found more things than anybody could find. I think he's got the credibility to do it. I know he does. And it's his group of people. You know, they started off with 12. I call them 12 geniuses. They started off with 12, and they went to 20 and 25, and now they're up to almost 100. People are joining to help them because there's a massive fraud that's taken place. And then you have judges that are activists, and they sit there and they say, oh, as an example, $59 million going to a little small group in New York City. You get nothing going to North Carolina to help nothing. They say, we don't have any money because they've given it away on the border. But you have nothing. What they did to North Carolina is a shame. And then they sent $59 million to New York City for a hotel for a little bit of nothing. What they've done, a hotel that was not luxury, that's getting luxury rates for migrants, where they're making a fortune. And we catch them. But a judge says, well, even though it may be a fraud, you have to send the money in anyway. Send the money. I said, wait a minute. We have money that shouldn't go because we caught it before it was sent out, but they want the money to go anyway. And I think you're going to have a lot of things to look at, Pam. I really do. What's going on with this whole thing? And this is just one group. We haven't talked about Department of Education. We haven't talked about the military. We haven't talked about a lot of things that are very big. And what's happened is, as an example, you'll have cases where you have a 3-month contract, and maybe the guy that signs the contract leaves. Maybe he gets rich. All of a sudden he leaves for that reason. But you have a 3-month contract, and maybe he leaves. So the contract is sitting there, and the people signing the checks don't know it's 3 months, and it goes on for years. The 3 months turns out to be 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, just goes on forever. And the guy on the other side of the contract just keeps getting check after check after check, because Elon had an expression yesterday, because nobody cares. It's a great expression. Nobody cares. The guy that signed the contract didn't care. Maybe there, may not be there, maybe crooked, who knows. But you have to care. Otherwise, you can't really run a thing like that, or you can't run a country, really, because there's so many transactions, thousands and thousands of transactions. And if you don't have people that care, you're going to lose control. And that's what's happened, and we've caught it. Now, what we caught is billions and billions of dollars, but it's a tiny fraction of the real number, because you can never catch the real number, because people have gotten away with tremendous amounts of money. But I said we have to make our government smaller, more efficient, more effective, and a lot less expensive. And we could find $1 trillion, but we're being hindered by courts where they file in certain courts where it's very hard to win, and a judge will stop us, and a judge will say that it doesn't make any difference what you find. You just keep paying the money. That's a hell of a way to be. And I follow the courts. I have to follow the law. All it means is that we appeal. But that gives people time to cover their tracks. And that's what they do. So it's a very bad thing that's taking place. But hopefully, if the courts, hopefully the courts will be fair. They don't have to be very fair. They just have to be a little bit fair, because this is so egregious what's taken place. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Nobody's seen numbers like this. These are massive numbers. $9 million for somebody to go and stand in a store and see how people shop. Okay? I mean, you take a look at these things. It's a disgrace. And then you have a country that we want to make America great again. It's very hard to make America great again when you have things like this. And you're going to see the same thing. Department of Education is going to be a disaster. The military, I mean, I see it. Look, I came in, they had a contract done, as you know, for $5.7 billion for airplanes. It was Air Force One with Boeing. 5.7, I got it down to $4 billion, little less than that, 1 penny less than that. $3,999,999 and 99 cents. I said, it has to have a 3 in front of it, because I wouldn't sign the contract for $5.7 billion. I was able to cut $1.7 billion off the price, and it didn't take me long. $1.7 billion. If people would care, they'd be able to do that with every single contract that's put before them, and we wouldn't have deficits. We'd have nothing but a tremendously low-taxed, wonderful country. But they have to care. And speaking of that, you know, Boeing, we're not happy with the service we're getting in terms of those planes. They would like to get more money. We're not happy about that whole thing. We signed a very strong contract. I signed a guaranteed maximum contract, which they haven't seen in a long time. And they're saying they're getting hurt by it. But they have to produce the product, and we expect them to produce the product. They have to produce the product. They agreed to build planes at a certain price. They're not used to that. They're used to having time and material contracts, where it's whatever it costs, time and material, no dates, no anything, and it ends up costing 5 times more. You look at some of the ships that have been built. Take a look at the Gerald Ford, the aircraft carrier, the Ford. It was supposed to cost $3 billion. It ends up costing like $18 billion. And they make, of course, all electric catapults, which don't work. and they have all magnetic elevators. They lift up 25 planes at a time, 20 planes at a time. And instead of using hydraulic, like on tractors that can handle anything from hurricanes to lightning to anything, they use magnets. It's a new theory. Magnets are going to lift the planes up, and it doesn't work. And they had billions and billions of dollars of cost overruns. I met the architect. I said, have you designed a ship before? This is one of the biggest ships in the world. It's like landing at LaGuardia Airport. But you look at the kind of waste, fraud, and abuse that this country is going through, and we have to straighten it out. We have great people going into the military in terms of we need ships, we need a lot of things. We have great people we have business people going in. But when you look at what's happened to our purchasing, and when you look at the USAID, when you look at the things that they're giving to them, the billions of dollars that they're giving to, and it doesn't make sense. It is interesting that when you're looking for fraud, you look at items, hundreds of items, and you'll find one or two, maybe, if you're lucky. Here's something where you look at data, and they're all fraudulent. You know, by just looking at the topic, they're all fraudulent, except it's the opposite. You'll find one or two that's like a legitimate reason. So I just want to thank Elon for going through it. I want to thank all the people that are working with him. You know, we have a big group of people. I think the lowest IQ is about 160. That's very high. I think you have a couple of 182s in there, but they're doing a fantastic job. He doesn't need it, and they don't need it, but we're showing things, and it's going to be it's a big. People have no idea how important it is. Yeah.
So how soon do you want the Department of Education to be closed?
Oh, I'd like it to be closed immediately. Look, the Department of Education's a big con job. We're ranked, so they rank the top 40 countries in the world. We're ranked number 40th, but we're ranked number 1 in one department, costs per pupil. So we spend more per pupil than any other country in the world, but we're ranked number 40. We've been between 38 and 40. The last time I looked, it was 38, and then I looked 2 days ago, it came out the new list. It came out at number 40, so we're ranked 40. Norway, Denmark, Sweden, I hate to say it, China, as big as it is, it's ranked in the top 5, and that's a primary competitor. We're ranked number 40. So if we're ranked number 40, that means something's really wrong, right? And I say send it back to Iowa, to Idaho, to Colorado. Send it back to places that, and a lot of Indiana. You have a great new governor. You have a great senator that Jim Banks just got elected. You got great people. I'll tell you what, Indiana's going to be fantastic. We probably have 35, maybe 37 states that will do as well as Denmark, Norway, Finland, Sweden. They'll be just as good. Then you have the ones that we all know about. It'll be the same story. But you know what? Even they will be good. Because you look at New York, you give it to Westchester County, you give it to Long Island, you give it to Nassau County, you give it to Suffolk County. Same thing you go out to, and you give it to upstate New York. So you'd have 4 or 5 sections. You give it to Manhattan. Manhattan's a little bit tougher. For some reason. I don't know why it would be tougher, but it is. You give to California, and you go to various areas outside of Los Angeles, and you might have 6 or 7 different subgroups. But generally, like if you go to Iowa, you give it to Iowa. You don't have subgroups, you have Iowa. And other places that do a good job. If they do a good job, they're going to do a great job in education. Those places will be every bit as good as the various countries that do so well. All the time, it's the same countries that are doing well. And so we have a Department of Education where people from Washington, D.C., who in many cases don't care about the kids out in the country. They don't care about the farms and the farmer's daughter and the farmer's sons. We have a massive bureaucracy in Washington, D.C. We have buildings that are all over the city. Department of Education. I never said Department of Education's on all these buildings. By the way, nobody shows up to work because they're all working at home. You know, quote, working at home. They're not working at home. And a lot of them have second jobs. And that's the other thing that Elon Musk is looking at. How many of these people are getting checks working at home, but they're not working because they have second jobs and even third jobs. You're going to find a lot of them, and those people are going to be fired because we have to make our government smaller. All right, one more question. Yeah, Jennifer, go ahead. Nice to see you.
Thank you, sir. Two questions, one on Ukraine again, and then another one on the Kennedy Center. Do you think that as far as your negotiating tactics go, did Pete Hegseth take away some of your negotiating abilities with Putin by taking Ukraine's sovereign integrity off the table by taking...
No, I haven't done that. I'm backing Ukraine. I'm backing Ukraine. Don't say that. I'm approving, but I do want security for our money. You know, Europe is getting security. You know that, right? They're giving their money in the form of a loan. Nobody knows that. And why are we at $350 billion and Europe, which doesn't separate with an ocean like we do, we have a little thing called an ocean in between. Why is it that Europe is paying $200 billion less than us to help Ukraine? Very similar size. If you add up all the European countries, it's a little bit smaller than the U.S. in terms of the economy. Why is it that they're not paying the kind of numbers that they should be paying? And then on top of it, and I've been saying this to Biden, I told Biden, I said, you ought to be asking for either a loan or some kind of a security, like their oil and gas or something for the money, because you're putting up much more money than Europe, and you have no security. Europe's putting up a much smaller amount, and it's in the form of a loan, because we have people that were incompetent in the last administration, grossly incompetent, and we're changing it. But we change it, and all we do is we get hit by lawsuits from the radical left all the time. But here we are. We stand, and I guess we've done okay. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Quickly, let's go. All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. A lot of news to get through with this news conference coming from the Oval Office there from President Trump. It started out talking about the war in Ukraine, and we are learning that President Trump not only talked to Putin today, but also Zelensky, and he is hoping to meet Putin for the first time in this presidency in Saudi Arabia as they tried to work an end to the war in Ukraine. And then he went on to praise the work of Elon Musk and DOGE, trying to find wasteful spending in the federal government, and talked about many examples that he felt are big-time waste in federal government. Also talking about what he called the fraud of the education system, the Department of Education. So we have a rally that's going on right now outside of D.C. as right now on Capitol Hill for the Department of Education. We'll get that back to you here in just moments on Live Now from Fox. We also are awaiting Attorney General Pam Bondi to be making some remarks. And we also want to let you know we are looking at some breaking news going on right now in Maine. There's an active investigation going on of a possible carbon monoxide incident. Unconfirmed reports right now of at least 20 children hospitalized out in Maine at a daycare. So, again, we'll be keeping an eye on that for you here on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to go back out to the Oval Office. We are continuing to get more tape playback, and this is the swearing-in ceremony for Tulsi Gabbard as the Director of National Intelligence. Let's go back out to the White House right now.
You always had the situation covered properly. At 21 years old, Tulsi became the youngest woman ever elected to the Hawaii State Legislature. After 9/11, she joined the Hawaii Army National Guard and deployed abroad 3 times, and highly respected by everybody. So many people writing in letters saying she was so exceptional even then. She continues to serve as a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army Reserve, and Tulsi also served 4 terms in the United States House of Representatives, where she was a member of the House Armed Services Committee. She is a former vice chair of the National Democratic Party. Can you believe that? And here she is. That's very nice. We have a few of them. But she was never a Democrat. She was, at heart, she was a Republican. I watched her, and was a 2020 Democrat candidate for President of the United States. It's not easy, right? It's not so easy. People think it's easy. It's not easy. Throughout her service, Tulsi has always distinguished herself as a leader of the highest caliber. She's earned the respect and admiration and love of Americans on both sides of the aisle as her profound commitment to the values that keep us free, and she really does have those values as much as anybody. In recent years, Tulsi has been a courageous and often lonely voice speaking out against radical left's attacks on free speech and the dangers of an unelected deep state. And I have to say she was very, very strong for me when I was going through all of the fake news and all of the problems that we had with some very sick people. She was always out there. Before I really knew her as well, she was out there defending me, so I appreciated that, Tulsi. But the threat of a warmongering military-industrial complex and the weaponization of government and governmental people that go out and persecute, they like to persecute people that are innocent. Tulsi herself became a target of that weaponization when she was outrageously placed on a suspected terrorist watch list by the Biden regime. It's a very evil regime after criticizing their appalling abuses of power. And I'm confident that as director of the National Intelligence, Tulsi will work tirelessly to keep America safe. And she's been doing that her entire career. I think it's going to be a very natural day for you when you walk in. It's just have to keep the way you are. Just stay the way you are. She'll be clear-eyed and she'll be focused on the threat of radical Islamic terrorism and lots of other threats, too, threats from within, and give no quarter to America's foreign enemies. At the same time, I'm entrusting Tulsi with the responsibility of overseeing urgently needed reforms to the U.S. intelligence community to protect the rights and the civil liberties of all Americans. She'll provide the American people with transparency, eliminate corruption, shrink the bloated bureaucracy, and restore honesty, integrity, and trust to the national security state. There's only one thing I can say, that there's nobody like her for this job. This was a very easy one for me. She was recommended by some of the top people in that world. It's a little world, you know. It's a little smart world. It sometimes can be an evil world when the wrong people are there, but we have the right one. She's had so many great recommendations. I would say Pam was right up there with her, Pam Bondi. She had a lot. I know her a little bit better, and you're doing a fantastic job after about 3 or 4 days, right? You've had a lot of experience, but you've never seen anything like this, Pam. But you're going to do fantastic as the Attorney General, fantastic. So thank you and congratulations. We did this with Pam a few days ago, and this is again my honor. So congratulations to Tulsi, and I think Pam is going to administer the oath, and when she does that, I'll sign your new certificate. Good, thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Please place your left hand on the Constitution and raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear.
I, Tulsi Gabbard, do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
And that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
And that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully.
That I will well and faithfully.
Discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
Discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
How's the Oval Office looking? A little different look, right? It's the Oval Office.
Easy.
Okay, we'll get a good one here. Okay, not bad. Ready? I'll stand out there. I think we'll do it right here. Come on over here, Abraham. Okay, I'm sure there are no questions.
Mr. President.
You know what? I'd like to have Tulsi say a few words first, and we could answer a couple of questions. Okay? Good. Leave that. That's good.
Mr. President, first and foremost, I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for the trust that you have placed in me to fulfill this critical position as Director of National Intelligence at any time, but specifically during this time. Unfortunately, the American people have very little trust in the intelligence community, largely because they've seen the weaponization and politicization of an entity that is supposed to be purely focused on ensuring our national security. So I look forward to being able to help fulfill that mandate that the American people delivered to you very clearly in this election, to refocus our intelligence community by empowering the great patriots who have chosen to serve our country in this way, and focus on ensuring the safety, security, and freedom of the American people. As you've said, Mr. President, this is what I've dedicated my life to, and it is truly humbling to be in this position, to serve in your administration, help to rebuild that trust, and ultimately to keep the American people safe. Last thing I'll mention, that in your National Prayer Breakfast speech, you made a statement about your legacy of wanting to be remembered as a peacemaker. I know that I can speak for many of my fellow service members who are here today, veterans, Medal of Honor recipients, how deeply that resonates with us. For those who volunteer to put their lives on the line when duty calls, but to have a president and commander-in-chief who recognizes the cost of that sacrifice and ensuring that war is the last resort, not the first. So thank you for your leadership on behalf of my friends here and all who wear the uniform. We're grateful. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. President, when and where do you plan on meeting with Vladimir Putin, and were there any preconditions set to agree to this meeting?
No, we had a great call. And
all right, as you can see now, they're getting into the other portion that we already saw of President Trump making these remarks, talking about his conversations with Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, also with Zelensky in Ukraine. So he plans to visit and meet with Putin. All right, so we're following that closely here on Live Now from Fox, as Tulsi Gabbard officially now the Director of National Intelligence, as it was a 52-48 vote earlier today on the Senate floor. I'm Andy Mack. Coming up after the break, we're going to take you out to an event with Attorney General Pam Bondi, expected to make an immigration enforcement announcement, her first major announcement as the nation's top law enforcement officer. All right, about 2 minutes out from this, let's sign away for a quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Just past 5 o'clock on the East Coast. Plenty to get to today, but now I want to take you out to a major event. The first real major announcement for U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi talking about immigration enforcement. You can see people stepping up there behind the microphone in our nation's capital. So we'll wait until she takes the podium here to make this announcement here on Live Now from Fox. Expected to be about immigration enforcement. And in her first hours as Attorney General, she issued a sweeping set of directives that targeted sanctuary jurisdictions with an order to end funding to any that, quote, unlawfully interfered with federal law enforcement operations. She encouraged the department to pursue enforcement actions against sanctuary cities or states that don't comply with the federal government's immigration enforcement effort. So certainly big news that we're following, as there have been targeted operations by the Immigration and Customs Enforcement, better known as ICE, over the last several weeks since President Trump was sworn into office. So some big news in terms of that. We've heard comments made from different sanctuary cities, including Denver, including Boston, including New York, about their participation, including Chicago, about some of these operations into parts of the community. You can see they're waiting at attention for Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, the nation's top law enforcement official, to step to this microphone at the Department of Justice to make this announcement. Of course, we're following it very closely here on Live Now from Fox as well. So just a matter of time until she steps to the podium here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take you out to it as soon as she steps up to the microphone. But I do want to give you another update on another developing story we're following out of the Northeast. A live picture over top. And of course, you can see just the scene as there's fire crews on hand, as there are potentially reports of a carbon monoxide incident at a daycare in Kittery, Maine. So you can see this, a snowy day right now. But also I see stepping to the podium right now, Pam Bondi. So we're going to switch right back to that event in our nation's capital. Let's listen in.
And I'm sorry we were a little bit late. I was in the West Wing swearing in Tulsi Gabbard, and so I just came straight back here. So thanks for being patient with us with the delay. We're here today because we have filed charges against the state of New York. We have filed charges against Kathy Hochul. We have filed charges against Letitia James and Mark Schroeder, who is with DMV. This is a new DOJ, and we are taking steps to protect Americans, American citizens, and angel moms, like the mom standing right behind me, who you're going to hear from in a moment. New York has chosen to prioritize illegal aliens over American citizens. It stops today. As you know, we sued Illinois, and New York didn't listen. So now you're next. Millions of illegal aliens with violent records have flooded into our communities, bringing violence and deadly drugs with them. With me today, I'm so proud to be joined by Tammy Nobles. Tammy is an angel mom. Her beautiful daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was murdered by an MS-13 member in 2022. Kayla had just turned 20 years old, and she was raped and murdered by someone who should not have been in our country. Yet he was released, flown to Maryland, where he committed this violent murder. I just want you to hear from Tammy. Tammy represents not only herself and her family, but all of the great angel moms around this country who have suffered because of what the Biden administration did, and it is over.
Thank you for having me here today and being able to share Kayla's story. Her murderer was able to come across the border knowing that he was flagged as an MS-13 gang member, and he had a criminal record in 2020 in El Salvador for illicit gang activity. He came over as an unoccupied alien child saying that he was afraid of gang activity in his country. Health and Human Services called him a nice boy, and he showed age-appropriate behavior. That fell so wrong when he murdered my daughter. He ended up in Maryland, where he was able to rent a room in the same mobile home as her. We thought it was a legit company that were renting out these rooms, but it turned out that it was another illegal immigrant who owned these mobile homes. And he knew Walter from El Salvador. He knew him and allowed him to rent a room with my child. Kayla just turned 20 years old 3 days before she was murdered. Her murderer was only living there for 5 days before he viciously strangled her, raped her, and left her on the floor like trash and robbed her of $6. I have been sharing her story for over 2.5 years to bring change, because this should have not have ever happened to Kayla, and it shouldn't be happening to other families being hurt by the border. Homeland Security did not do their jobs. They did not check his background. You know, they did say that he was processed. So if they processed him, they knew that he was a gang member and still allowed him here. Health and Human Services did not verify the sponsor and allowed him to go with a sponsor that they don't even know if it was his cousin or his aunt. And he was able to leave the sponsor's house to go live wherever he wanted. And I am going to continue sharing Kayla's story to help save others and to bring awareness of what was happening under the Biden-Harris administration. And I'm so thankful for Pam having me here today. And I'm so thankful for the opportunities I got from Trump and any other platform, you know, people who allowed me to share her story, because this is going to end. No other parent should suffer by having their child murdered by somebody that shouldn't be here. And I'm gonna continue, you know, sharing it, and for Kayla, you know, and also for others. Thank you.
And it's my understanding that he also admitted to other murders, correct? Multiple murders.
He wrote a letter, and it was intercepted in jail, that he committed 4 murders and 2 rapes.
And that's who we were letting walk into our country. And that's why President Trump has directed this to stop. And if you don't comply with federal law, we will hold you accountable. We did it to Illinois, strike 1. Strike 2 is New York. And if you are a state not complying with federal law, you're next, get ready. And the great men and women of law enforcement are standing behind me today. We have FBI, DEA, ATF agents. They put their lives on the line every single day to protect us. And what New York has, they have green light laws, meaning they're giving a green light to any illegal alien in New York, where law enforcement officers cannot check their identity if they pull them over. Law enforcement officers do not have access to their background. And if these great men and women pull over someone and don't have access to their background, they have no idea who they're dealing with. And it puts their lives on the line every single day. Violent criminals, gang members, drug traffickers, human smugglers will no longer terrorize the American people. And that is why we are here today. You will be held accountable if you do not follow federal law. It's over, it ends, and we're coming after you. Questions?
We have time for a few questions. David Spunt with Fox News.
Madam Attorney General, thank you and welcome to the Justice Department.
Thank you.
I have a quick on-topic and a quick off-topic
Sure.
question. On-topic, in your executive order or in your orders on the first day you were here, you talked about working with the Justice Department, or these sanctuary cities, as you say, will be punished. Today you're putting people on notice. Right now, we're just lawsuits. Is this going to go further? What kind of punishment are we talking about? Is there any grounds to charge individuals, charge politicians? How far is this going to go?
Well, we're going to see what they do next, David. We have sued them all. We've personally sued the governor, the Attorney General, Letitia James, and Mark Schroeder with DMV because he has the green light laws. So what they have to do, they have to start complying with federal law. If they don't, we're going to appeal it, and we will win. They have to comply with federal law. Did you have a second question?
I did have a second off-topic question in this regard to the judiciary. Today, Elon Musk, who has enormous influence in the Trump administration, posted on X, quote, "There needs to be an immediate wave of judicial impeachments, not just one." As the Attorney General of the United States, how do you respond to that? Shouldn't the process work out in the courts before we talk about judicial impeachments? I mean, these are just TROs now at this time. Shouldn't these just play out?
Yeah, I haven't seen Elon Musk tweet. He is a friend of mine. He is a great man. I think he's very frustrated with what's happening in our federal government. You know, at USAID alone, they're giving out billions of dollars that should not be distributed. We're going to back him up. You know, we work our whole lives in this country, and we all pay taxes in this country. And for people to find out that $2 million is going to Guatemala for sex changes is outrageous. And we're going to back up Elon Musk every way we can. That includes lawsuits against these people who are doing that, and we will be successful.
Do you have concerns about judicial impeachments?
That's not going to happen now. We're going to look at everything. We're going to follow the law right now. We're going to follow the process. These are federal judges with lifetime appointments, but they will be struck down ultimately by the Supreme Court of the United States if the appellate courts don't follow the law as well.
Wanda Richer with the APA.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you so much. I also have an on-topic and an off-topic.
Sure.
First of all, can you just briefly walk us through what the legal claims are you're making in this lawsuit?
Yeah, absolutely. So the green light laws are that this is what the green light law says. It's a green light to illegal immigration, which says they can comply. That law is unconstitutional. They can't do that. And what they've done is they have a tip-off provision that requires New York's DMV commissioner to promptly inform any illegal alien when a federal immigration agency has requested their information. So think about the men and women in law enforcement behind me. That's basically, that's not basic. It's tipping off an illegal alien, and it's unconstitutional. And that's why we filed this lawsuit. And that's why we charge Mark Schroeder, too, because he runs DMV. Oh, I'm sorry, you had a second question.
Yeah, my off-topic question. I wanted to ask about Mayor Eric
Yes.
Adams' case. As of at least a few moments ago, SDNY still has not dropped that case. Have you or other DOJ leadership spoken to the acting U.S. attorney in SDNY since the memo was sent earlier this week? And what will you do if she refuses to drop the case?
I have not spoken to her. I know our acting DAG, Emil Bove, has spoken to her, and Chad Mizell may have spoken to her, but that case should be dropped. It was done at the directive of Emil, so that case should be dropped. I did not know that it had not been dropped yet, but I will certainly look into that.
Reagan, Daily Caller.
Hi, thank you.
How are you?
Tom Homan suggested this week that someone from within the FBI may be leaking information about the ICE raids and that such could be putting officers' lives at risk. Has the DOJ gotten any closer to determining if these leaks are coming from within the FBI? And what will the consequences be if they can identify the leakers from the FBI?
Excuse me. Well, first, I can't talk about anything that is ongoing, and that is ongoing. And it's really for the similar reasons of what I said earlier. The great men and women in law enforcement standing behind me today, they must be protected. And anytime anyone leaks or tips off anything regarding a pending investigation, that jeopardizes lives. You're telling a bad guy what's about to happen. It could jeopardize the lives of all the men and women in law enforcement. We will not stand for it. We will find you. We're going to investigate it, no matter what agency it came from. We don't know for certain. We have an open investigation, so I can't talk about it in detail, but we will do everything in our power to hold you accountable, and it is a crime. And you will be prosecuted when we find you.
I got time for one more. Alana Austin, Newsmax.
Hi, Madam
Hi,
Attorney General. Thank you so much for your time. I was also interested in hearing specifically what the interactions have been like with Mayor Adams And I know he has a little bit of a different tone than some of the other Democrats out of the Empire State. And then also Denver Mayor Mike Johnston, because before the President Trump went back into office, he had issued some words about a potential standoff and then walked that back. So I was curious to see what things have been like out of New York City and Denver officials.
Yeah, well, we're hoping that in New York, Mayor Adams is going to cooperate with us, with the sanctuary cities and the illegal aliens. And has the mayor in Colorado been cooperating? Do we know? I believe he might have now. Yeah, I believe Colorado is now cooperating. That's what we want. We don't want to sue you. We don't want to prosecute people. We want people to comply with the law. This is very simple. An MS-13 member murdered her daughter. That's happening throughout this country. We have one angel mom is too many. And we have angel moms throughout this country who should not be going through this. Comply with the law. This is the last thing we want to be doing. We want to be out there, all of us, fighting violent crime. Yet we're fighting illegal aliens, and that ends, and it's going to end today.
That's all we have time for, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, just listening in there to Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, make this immigration announcement saying there have been lawsuits filed against the state of New York, including New York Governor Kathy Hochul, Letitia James, and other members there of the DMV as well, talking about sanctuary cities that are not cooperating with their immigration enforcement policies, talking about those sanctuary cities being there, as we've talked about, New York, Chicago. They mentioned the mayor of Denver. They are participating. They are helping out with some of these operations. So we're following that very closely. She was a little bit behind as she was in the West Wing, the Oval Office, for the swearing in of the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, just a little bit ago. So we're continuing to follow all the latest here on Live Now from Fox. We're back after this. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. We just saw the confirmation earlier this morning of the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, and they also voted immediately after that about the cloture for HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Really just a procedural vote to move it to the final vote, which could happen as soon as tomorrow. And of course, they're trying to rapidly get through this. We are seeing some comments, though, on the Senate floor. This, a Democrat there from Rhode Island, Jack Reed. Let's listen into what he has to say here on Live Now from Fox about RFK.
Germans participated in the Holocaust. This is not the language of a thoughtful insightful person dealing with a subject so critical to our country as vaccines. This is inflammatory, outrageous, and I think consistent with his behavior, unfortunately. Now, Mr. Kennedy has also said that vaccine scientists should be imprisoned for their work. At the same conference, he said of vaccine researchers, is it hyperbole when I say these people should be in jail? They should be in jail and the keys should be thrown away. In 2021, speaking on a podcast about how he encourages people not to vaccinate their children, he said, quote, if you're walking down the street, and I do this now myself, which is, you know, I don't want to do, I'm not a busybody. I see somebody on a hiking trail carrying a little baby, and I say to him, better not get him vaccinated. And he heard that from me. If he hears it from 10 other people, maybe he won't do it. You know, maybe he will save the child. In case it wasn't clear, he repeated his position later in the same podcast, saying, if you're one of 10 people that goes up to a guy, a man or a woman, who's carrying a baby and says, don't vaccinate that baby, when they hear that from 10 people, it'll make an impression, you know. And we all kept our mouths shut. Don't keep your mouth shut anymore. Confront everybody on it. In the summer of 2023, speaking on a podcast, he was asked if there any vaccine he thought was good, and we responded, quote, there is no vaccine that is safe or effective. That says it all.
All right, you're just listening in there to Jack Reed, the Democrat from Rhode Island, talking about the HHS nominee, RFK Jr. Expected a vote on that on Capitol Hill on Thursday. We'll follow it here on Live Now from Fox. Let's line away for another quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. After nearly 2 years since the tragedy of the OceanGate Titan submersible, we're hearing for the first time audio of the NOAA acoustic recorder in the ocean. It's a 20-second clip of the moment of that catastrophic implosion. Of course, it is a little bit difficult to hear as this recorder was some 900 miles away, but let's listen in to the latest developments here. It's faint, but you can also definitely hear what's going on there. And of course, on the tragedy of this Titan shipwreck, the Titan imploded on June 18th, 2023. The 5-passenger board were all confirmed deceased following the discovery of the wreckage. All right, let's bring into the conversation right now TMZ executive producer Michael Babcock for more on this. And of course, it's a little bit difficult to hear, but you can imagine as they were so far down in the water. What is your big takeaway from what you're hearing, and maybe why did it take so long for this to come out?
Hey, Andy, thanks for having me. I mean, it's hard. I've listened to it so many times, and it's a 23-second clip. It was released by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and they've got these very powerful and obviously very sensitive microphones in different places in the ocean, and this particular mic was about 900 miles away. So what you're hearing obviously is a bit delayed just because of how long it takes, obviously, for the sound to travel to these microphones. But it's I think you would describe it as a static-like noise, a static-like sound that ultimately culminates with this this building rumble, and then all of a sudden it's silent, Andy, and it would seem to be perhaps the start of carbon fiber cracking, of the vehicle starting, to fail and then ultimately just gone. And obviously then when it does finally implode, it's something that happens incredibly quickly with incredible amount of force. So I don't know exactly what the takeaway is. I just know that it's an incredibly eerie thing to listen to when you consider that that's the moment where 5 people who thought they were going to see the Titanic lost their lives.
Yeah, like you said, eerie. It's a terrifying moment to think as they were maybe aware that this was potentially going to happen. So it's a scary thought. And of course, we were taking us back to June of 2023. We're all watching and waiting, hoping that this would not be the case. The search went on for 4 days before they called it the catastrophic implosion. And you hear the sound and you wonder, why didn't we hear this then when we knew it could have happened?
Right. I think that's something that a lot of people were saying at the time, Andy. I know a lot of people feared that they were somehow trapped, that they had fallen to the bottom of the ocean and they only had a limited amount of oxygen, and there was a real rush to find these people and rescue them. And I understand that. But then when you listen to experts talk, you could really hear that, hey, the likelihood that they're on the ocean floor somewhere is seemingly very minuscule, and that this was likely a catastrophic failure that was not survivable. And I mean, if this audio is available now, the Coast Guard, sure, they released it today, but why did we not hear about this back then? And why did we not save what were, one, the family thinking that there was a chance that they could be found, and 2, the enormous amount of resources and money and time that were spent on trying to find something that was never a survivable incident? So I think that's a great question, and I think that's one that hopefully they will have to answer at some point. I don't think giving people hope when there is no real hope that they could be found, that's not an acceptable reason to hold the search like they did.
Yeah, to go on for that long on this fateful journey with this operation that clearly had some faults in it. And of course, people and the families of one of the people that died in this one has filed a lawsuit recently. A French explorer traveled to see the Titanic wreckage dozens of times, filed a lawsuit. Do you have any update on potentially that? And do you think this could change some things in terms of that lawsuit?
Yeah. I mean, the point that they've made in that lawsuit too, Andy, is that before this incident, before the accident happened, that there's a good likelihood that they could actually, inside the sub, heard it failing and the creaking and the noises of the submersible before it imploded, and just the sheer amount of fear that they must have felt. So I don't think that this can hurt them in any way. I think it's a 23-second clip. I think it does go to show that there was an indication that it was failing before, and just the sheer fear that they must have felt. It wasn't just something that happened and nobody knew. So I don't see how it hurts the lawsuit. I think it can only help. It is still ongoing. There's no, as far as we know, there haven't been any settlement talks or anything like that happening, although I wouldn't be surprised if it never actually does wind up in court. But you've got, 5 families that lost family members, and they want someone to pay, frankly.
Yeah, the family members certainly going through all of this trauma, but like you mentioned, the mental anguish of those people on board that knew potentially for seconds, for dozens of seconds, for almost a minute. That must be very difficult to kind of understand and comprehend. And as we listen to this audio being released by NOAA, it's also very difficult to listen to, even though it's hard to decipher exactly what's going on. Michael Babcock, appreciate your time. Thanks again for joining us here on Live Now.
Thanks, Andy. I appreciate you having me.
All right, thanks so much. All right, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Great conversation there, as always, about a story now nearly 2 years ago, that catastrophic implosion of the Ocean Gate Titan submersible as it was going down to see the wreckage of the Titanic. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. And we're expecting to hear a vote on HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. tomorrow on the Senate floor, as it did make it through the final hurdles today on Capitol Hill. Let's take you right now out to a story from Jonathan Siri about the flu season that is particularly intense.
We're in the midst of a very, very busy, a serious influenza season.
That might be a bit of an understatement. Public health officials say this is the worst flu season in the U.S. in 15 years. The CDC reports at least 24 million Americans have been infected, resulting in 310,000 hospitalizations and at least 13,000 deaths. Doctors are now urging folks to make sure they're up to date on their seasonal flu vaccinations.
These vaccines are a pretty good match. They are keeping vaccinated people out of the hospital, but you know, you can still get a quote, mild case of flu.
But fewer people are rolling up their sleeves. Only about 45% of American adults got their shot this winter. That leaves millions vulnerable, especially the elderly and those with underlying health conditions.
If a vaccine can help me be here another 10 years, 15 years, do it.
We don't need any more deaths.
Adding to the confusion, a lack of information and guidance following a freeze in external communications from the CDC and NIH. Both agencies now have their websites back online, but health officials around the world are calling for more transparency and more data from government agencies.
We do hope that there will be more uploads to the different websites and through the different portals related to influenza.
The CDC says 43 states reported high or very high flu activity last week. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much for that, Jonathan. We're continuing to follow it very closely here on Live Now from Fox. Let's quickly take you out to the Senate floor. Dick Durbin making some comments potentially about RFK Jr. and the vote expected tomorrow. Let's listen in.
Blue and red states are in chaos over the Trump administration's attempt to usurp Congress's power of the purse. And when Senate Republicans abandon another constitutional responsibility of advice and consent for cabinet officials, we're presented with such things as a bizarre nomination of Robert Kennedy Jr. to serve as Secretary of Health and Human Services. It's been my honor to know members of the Kennedy family, and particularly to serve with one of them, Teddy Kennedy. He used to sit right back there. He was an amazing man. He probably had more impact on the legislative agenda and the outcome of legislation than anybody I witnessed in the time I've been in the Senate. I counted him as a friend, and I sure still mourn his loss. But today we are considering a Kennedy that I don't believe is qualified to follow in his uncle's footsteps. Health and Human Services is a life and death department of government. Every day, federal health officials decide whether to approve new medications after they've been proven, clinically tested and proven.
All right, just listening in there to Dick Durbin making these comments, the Democrat out of Illinois. And we're going to turn our attention to the state just north of them, Wisconsin, as the Midwest dealing with a major snowstorm coming through that region. I want to put up just a live picture of a near whiteout in Madison, Wisconsin, sandwiched there between Lake Monona. It's always a pretty time this time of year as we are into February. It's chilly, but it is snowing, so it's a pretty sight, and that's where we find right now Fox's Karoline Elliott in Madison, Wisconsin. Karoline, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. How much is the snow falling? How much are we expecting it to pile up?
Yeah, Andy Mack, these are some difficult conditions to be in right now. It feels like temperature is 5 degrees out here, and when that wind picks up even a little bit, you better hope you have a pair of gloves on you because there's really a real bite to these temperatures. But I will tell you, here in Madison, Wisconsin, we've already seen several inches of snow, and we've already seen the snow start to pile up on sidewalks. We've also started to see this cleanup process already begin here, and this is where we want to bring in Delia Crozy. Delia, you are a custodian at one of the city buildings here. Yes. You're in charge of keeping these sidewalks clear. Tell us exactly how this has been like for you so far.
Well, so far in the beginning, January, it was okay. Now February getting a little bit hard because it's more snow. But kind of we like the snow, but you know, we have to make sure nobody fall and get hurt and things like that. Put some salt, a little bit clean up here and there, the entryway, you know, and this would be fun to be outside too a little bit. So.
Yeah, Delia, and you do not have an easy job because you are clearing this sidewalk as more snow just keeps falling. So talk a little bit about how you stay warm in these conditions.
Oh, we have this coat that is a very, very warm, very nice. We have some gloves, they are warm too. And the hats and everything, and the feet, we have nice boots, you know, warm boots, which keep your feet warm, so extremely warm. Sometimes because you move, you get hot.
Yeah, it's necessary in these temperatures. And Delia, one more thing. You said you've lived here for several years now. It's February. We're still seeing this snowfall. So at this point, do you think winter fatigue has started to settle in? Or you're over it? I'm sure you're ready for summer.
Oh, yes, we are ready for summer, that's for sure. We thinking the snow be over by now, but nope, they keeping coming. So that's pretty good, the snow, I guess, and the driving part is the dangerous part. Yeah.
Well, Delia, thank you so much, and thank you for what you're doing and keeping this city safe.
You're welcome.
So again, as we just heard, the cleanup process already starting, but for people who are delaying this cleanup until tomorrow, we are expecting even colder weather. Feels like temperatures should be around -10 degrees tomorrow. Andy, back.
That is so very difficult when it's the snow and the freezing temperatures right now. And we always ask the reporters about this, the snowball type snow. Is it the fluffy kind? Is it the wet kind? How would you describe it?
Yeah, Andy Mack, well, why don't I just show you? All right, so this is some pretty fluffy snow here. All right, you can see just really comes through your fingers. Nice. I will tell you, I'm going to spare the very nice ladies cleaning off this sidewalk from a snowball fight right now. So just going to put this right back down. But again, if you want to do a snowball fight, if you want to do a snowman, this is the correct snow for anything like that. Andy Mack.
Karoline, Elliott, thank you so much. Tell everyone there they're doing a great job, as well as the snow continues to pile up in Madison. Stay warm. We appreciate your time here on Live Now.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Great conversation there, as always, dealing with this a major winter storm slamming the capital of Wisconsin, sandwiched between those two lakes there at the heart where the University of Wisconsin-Madison is located. A live picture there right on the lakes, and they'll have to clear off the pathways to make sure people can get to different places, but also they'll have to clear off the lakes to play a little ice hockey as they do this time of year. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack, just about 6 o'clock on the East Coast. Let's take our attention now to the United States Capitol. That's where Senator Dick Durbin is speaking about HHS Secretary nominee Robert F. Kennedy Jr. The vote expected to be on the floor tomorrow. Let's listen into what he has to say ahead of this.
In my Senate and House career, to lower drug prices, rein in Big Pharma's influence, and stop big tobacco from peddling poison to our kids. But just because he might talk about the right problems doesn't mean Mr. Kennedy has the right solutions. In fact, over 2 days of hearings, he did not offer a single concrete idea on how to improve the delivery of primary care or preventive health care services. It was clear Mr. Kennedy didn't understand the difference between Medicaid and Medicare. Mr. President, I will tell you that that is an issue that you take up in Congress 101. Nobody believes Kennedy will stand up to President Trump or Elon Musk's assault on medical research. I understand the urge to shake things up, to address failures of our healthcare system, but Mr. Kennedy brings an unacceptable prejudice that will only cause harm and be dangerous to American families. Neil Steinberg writes for the Chicago Sun-Times. He wrote, when you're claiming you want to study the issue where the science is settled, that's code words for dismissing facts that don't serve your personal bias. I fear there's a sense that being an outsider is qualification enough. But how far can Senate Republicans be willing to go if they pursue that dangerous path? Make no mistake, if the political tables were turned and it were Democrats proposing this man for this job, he wouldn't get a single Republican vote in the Senate. He'd be decried as a pro-choice, anti-vax, uninformed conspiracy theorist who trades on his family name to peddle dangerous misinformation that benefits him financially. And guess what? This nominee is all of those things. But because he was nominated by President Trump, has the MAGA seal of approval, my Republican colleagues can't wait to march down and support his nomination. Many of them secretly, privately, quietly know better. Some of them are doctors or parents themselves who trusted doctors to vaccinate their kids, or people who spent their lives trying to really improve our health system. They know Mr. Kennedy is not the right choice for the job, and they know our children will suffer the most if he becomes HHS Secretary. I hope they'll find the courage to join me and reject his nomination. And let me add this point that it's related to this whole issue, and I'll make it brief. On Friday, the Trump administration issued an illegal order to impose an arbitrary cap of 15% on indirect costs that the NIH pays to grantees for essential research expenses. Without this funding for specialized equipment, data processing, safety materials, and the maintenance of labs, universities and hospitals nationwide will not be able to afford the technology that allows them to continue life-saving research. This is a critical moment in America's history. After the progress that we have made, after the leadership we have shown, are we going to, under this new president, turn our back on medical research? God forbid. If you go through the misfortune of a terrible diagnosis on yourself or someone you love, you pray that you can then ask the doctor, is there anything, a new medicine, a new cure, a new surgical procedure? And you're hoping that medical researchers lead that answer to yes at that one moment in your life. In 2017, the last time President Trump attempted to cut NIH funding, the now House Appropriations Committee Chair Tom Cole of Oklahoma called the proposal, quote, arbitrary, unreasonable, and ultimately destructive of research enterprise. Chairman Cole understood that cutting funding means clinical trials will be delayed, new breakthroughs and cures will be put off, and promising researchers will get discouraged and leave the field. A constituent and doctor from Palos Heights, Illinois, wrote to me, and I quote him, I care about this issue because I know new research on immunology kept my stage 4 cancer patient wife alive for 10 years, enough to see our youngest son graduate from high school. This sudden announced indiscriminate cut to medical research violates federal law, which blocks NIH from deviating from its current indirect cost policy. Thankfully, my Attorney General in Illinois, Kwame Raoul, and 21 other states filed a federal lawsuit to temporarily halt this senseless cut. Remember, tweets from Elon Musk forced a bipartisan pediatric cancer research bill to be cut from the government spending bill just a few weeks ago. Now Mr. Musk is at it again, only this time he's targeting cancer, Alzheimer's, and diabetes. If Elon Musk were to get sick, I'll bet the richest man in the world would find the doctor he wanted. I'm sure he would. But for the rest of us, for the parents facing a devastating diagnosis of someone we love, this is a cruel political decision. University of Chicago researchers put it this way, quote, this attack on a very structure of academic research is threatening a system that every other in the country in the world has tried to reproduce. It seems spiteful and targeted at those of us who just want to contribute to a better society. Mr. President, I don't know that this will continue to be a problem and challenge, but I promise you this, as long as I have the power to stand and speak out in favor of the National Institutes of Health, I'm going to do it. This country is a great country. It has greatness that includes medical research, maybe the best in the world. Why in the world would we give up on that? And why would we choose someone so bizarre to head up the Health and Human Services Agency and entrust to them life or death decisions? It's a bad choice. I'll be voting to oppose Robert F. Kennedy Jr., doing everything in my power to restore the spending for medical research in America. And I yield the floor.
All right, just hearing there from Dick Durbin making these remarks, saying he would vote against RFK Jr., calling him, quote, bizarre. Now let's listen in to the senator from Colorado, John Hickenlooper, here talking about this same topic as well.
But the good senator from Illinois has gone through and enunciated in great clarity. Our government plays a critical role in informing the public. The American people look to us for trust. They look to us for guidance during the roughest points of our history. And they look to us for factual, accurate information so they can have the freedom to raise their families without fear and anxiety. That trust is broken when partisan officials use their platforms to spread reckless and damaging information. They attempt to overwhelm Americans with views that push anti-science narratives or foreign propaganda, often that threatens our national security. You can't go on to social media anymore without running into a fake headline or some hyperbolic claim with no source. I mean, for so many people, the more you see, the more you believe. And this leaves Americans dazed and confused, unsure of who to trust and where they can go to get accurate information. Unfortunately, the new administration has shown a bias towards elevating people who peddle disinformation, spreading seemingly random falsehoods about our voting systems, marginalized groups, our public health. This has real negative impacts on Americans. Now, way back in 1980, I graduated with a master's in earth sciences. I moved west to work as a geologist. Earth sciences kind of low on the Maslow's pyramid of science. But I've published peer-reviewed studies. I have a reverence for the scientific process. I think I understand how it makes, despite the fact that there are not that many of us left around here anymore. But I'll be the first to admit that science can sometimes surprise us. It's always evolving. It's why the entire field of science relies on constant evaluation, constant research, to continue to make new discoveries or deepen our understanding of complex problems. Leading with science helps us get the most accurate information we can. Yet the Trump administration's appetite for anti-scientific claims and disinformation is something that, in many ways, threatens all of us and puts our country at risk. This morning, the Senate confirmed Tulsi Gabbard as Director of National Intelligence. I voted no on her confirmation. Ms. Gabbard has none of the relevant qualifications or intelligence experience sufficient for this role. And officials from both sides of the aisle have raised concerns about her ability to provide the president with impartial analysis as the nation's top intelligence officer. Ms. Gabbard has frequently parroted Russian disinformation. She repeated Russia's erroneous justification for its brutal invasion of Ukraine. She criticized Kyiv's democratic government, a steadfast partner of the United States. And she spread repeatedly falsehoods about her own involvement in bioweapon research in Ukraine. Now, let's be clear about what this means. An American adversary invades another democracy, and Ms. Gabbard actively pushes their narrative. Either she cannot distinguish fact from fiction, or she intentionally chooses to promote false claims. Either scenario should be disqualifying for a cabinet official, let alone one who's responsible for ensuring the president has accurate and timely intelligence. As they say, he who stands for nothing will fall for anything. Regardless of her intentions or what she actually believes, her readiness to champion clear disinformation undermines our national security and puts American service members at risk. As Director of National Intelligence, Ms. Gabbard will have full visibility to every threat that the military and civilian personnel performing these vital missions in Colorado, across the country and around the world, that they're working tirelessly to address. They need leaders, we need leaders who base every assessment and decision on accurate intelligence, not propaganda, especially not propaganda from one of the most threatening rivals that we have. President Trump's nominee to the Department of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., is another clear example of someone willing to overlook facts and science when it's convenient. He has a wide following, and many people look to him for guidance and for leadership. In particular, his ideas of a healthier America appeal to many Coloradans, and indeed they appeal to me as well. But make no mistake, our country can and should be healthier, and we all share a vested effort in that direction. There's a bipartisan appetite to get us there. We should provide better food options and keep unsafe chemicals out of the products that we eat. But we have to be able to do it in tandem with fact-based science and thoughtful policy to protect Americans and to keep them safe. RFK Jr. has shown a propensity for anti-science claims. One of his most anti-scientific claims is that autism is caused by childhood vaccines. This is a claim that's been spread through many communities for decades. And it's all based on a single paper published back in 1998. That paper was retracted years ago, and there have been hundreds of studies on the non-existent link between autism and the measles vaccine ever since. They have all, I repeat, they have all found zero connection between vaccines and the cause of autism. Let me be clear, every single one found zero connection. It's settled science. Vaccines are not only extremely safe, they're extremely effective. Every year they save millions of lives all around the globe. We have effectively eliminated horrible diseases like polio, and we're making considerable progress toward a vaccine for HIV and for AIDS. In the last 100 years, our country's average life expectancy increased by 30 years. 25 of those 30 years are largely attributed to vaccine adoption and clean drinking water. Vaccines not only saved lives, but they also made them healthier and happier as they were extended. Now, some of the damage from disinformation about vaccines is nearly impossible to undo. Why would anyone accept the results of one debunked paper rather than the conclusions of hundreds of studies that have been conducted since? It is completely understandable for parents to have questions and concerns about vaccines that their children receive. I know I have as a parent. As a parent of two kids, one who just turned 2 years old, I understand the concern that families feel. We want to make sure that we're doing everything we can do to keep our kids healthy and safe. We do the best we can with what we have to make them as healthy and happy as possible. People who peddle vaccine skepticism are preying upon parents' very rational fears to advance these conspiracy theories. Parents are trying their hardest to keep their kids safe and healthy, and it's irresponsible for people to plague them with pseudoscience and misinformation when the science has been settled on this for decades. The measles vaccine is safe and does not cause autism. It's personal for me too. My son Teddy, now in college, unfortunately got pertussis, or whooping cough, when he was 4 months old, before he was able to finish his full vaccination schedule after he interacted with an unvaccinated child. Because of how rare whooping cough is now, it took us a while to get the correct diagnosis. Finally, when we got him into Children's Hospital, I remember staying up all night, 2 nights in a row, to blast little puffs of oxygen into his coughing face to snap him out of those coughs about every 10 minutes and to prevent his oxygen blood levels from dropping too low. It's one of the most frightening experiences of my entire life. Whooping cough, that disease, is rare because of the vaccine and because of the adoption of that vaccine. America was able to almost completely stamp it out of existence. If we backslide in the number of children getting vaccinated, stories like what happened to my son Teddy are going to become more common and more severe. When you consistently promote uncertainty in settled science, it begins to raise doubts about all science. And it slows our progress using science against the really big challenges, like a cure for cancer or vaccines for the next pandemic. Excuse me. In President Trump's first full term and at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, Operation Warp Speed helped bring vaccines to the public in record time. The National Institutes of Health estimate that Operation Warp Speed saved over 140,000 lives by speeding up the development of vaccines by more than 5 months. When the next pandemic comes along, and it's not if, it's when, we're going to need a robust federal response and preparedness plan. We need to get our ability to get to a vaccine down to 100 days. And we need that plan to be guided by actual science. Otherwise, we obviously endanger the lives and health of all Americans. The Department of Health and Human Services also oversees federal medical research, as Senator Durbin pointed out. The research has unlocked groundbreaking achievements in public health and will continue to help us cure diseases and work towards solutions for a variety of illnesses. However, the White House announced late last week that they're slashing funding for the National Institutes of Health. This will have devastating impacts on research projects in Colorado and across the United States, including places in Colorado like CU Anschutz, Fort Lewis College, and National Jewish Health. Our Colorado institutions are at the forefront of medical research for everything from clinical trials for veterans struggling with PTSD to individuals with Down syndrome. These cuts for research institutions, rural hospitals, for our veterans, will impact our most vulnerable communities. All this to give tax cuts to the wealthiest Americans. Again, I'm all for making government more efficient, smaller. If you want to seriously look at how we spend money and where we could cut actual fraud and waste and abuse, I'm in, I'm game. But I struggle to understand how stripping funding for cancer research or Head Start or hiring programs for law enforcement officers is wasteful. These cuts throughout our government are exaggerated by the extreme nominees who are really ill-equipped and ill-experienced to manage large governmental organizations. The administration also continues to illegally dismantle agencies without congressional approval. They have attempted to freeze federal funding, something the courts have halted, but the White House continues to pursue. Colorado and the American people are caught in their crosshairs. I've committed to opposing nominees that pose a genuine threat to Coloradans. We've also helped support lawsuits and oppose some of these executive actions. I'd be the first to admit our government isn't perfect. Government never will be. I'd be the first to recognize that it takes all of our elected officials to do their duty to the American people and to be truthful, and for our constituents to hold us accountable. The American experiment in democratic government is just too important to confirm people who actively spread disinformation and refuse to follow science. It threatens Coloradans. It puts all of us at risk. Mr. President, I yield back the floor.
You're just listening in there to John Hickenlooper and also Senator Dick Durbin make comments about HHS nominee Robert F. Kennedy Jr. expected to vote on that tomorrow. This is really the 30-hour debate leading up to that. So we'll hear more comments from other people here on Live Now from Fox. But first, let's sign away for our first 2-minute break of this hour. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox, just about 6:15 on the East Coast. Of course, we're following the latest in terms of those executive orders and the swearing in, the signing in of Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard earlier at the Oval Office with President Trump. So we're following that very closely. Also in New York City, you can see kind of a cold, wintry day there. Here, just days out from Valentine's Day, and also a snowy cloud gate at the heart of there in Chicago, Illinois, right there on the banks, the shores of Lake Michigan. Let's take you back out, though, to Capitol Hill as we're hearing comments from different senators, lawmakers on this HHS Secretary nominee, RFK Jr. Let's listen in to the independent from Maine, Angus King.
Advise and consent means we have a responsibility, a constitutional responsibility, to consider each of the president's nominees for these important jobs. This isn't something that we may do or occasionally do. This is a fundamental part of our job. We take an oath when we come here to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I think it's interesting. They knew in 1787 that there was a potential for domestic enemies of the Constitution. So we have an obligation to take, advise, and consent seriously. Now, I'm a former governor, as is the presiding officer. And as a former executive, I believe the executive should have the ability to choose the team that they want, to choose their advisors, to choose the people that they will work with some limitations. In other words, I start with the premise of the person elected should perhaps get the benefit of the doubt is a little too strong, but I start with the premise that they were elected and they should be able to choose the team that they're going to be working with. However, I think there are two qualifications. And by the way, this has been my stated position on this subject since I entered the Senate. Benefit of the doubt to the executive. However, the nominee must be manifestly qualified and not hostile to the mission of the agency to which they've been appointed. Two criteria two criteria that, for me, give life to the idea of advise and consent. Okay, let's talk about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He unfortunately checks both of the boxes as to being disqualified. Number one, he's not remotely qualified to run an organization of the magnitude of HHS. He has no background in management, no experience in running anything remotely like the scope and scale of the Department of Health and Human Services, no executive experience in that sense. So that's number one. Is he qualified? No, he's grossly unqualified. But the second box is my criteria. Is he hostile to the mission of the agency? And if the mission of the agency, HHS, is to protect the health of the American people, I would argue he is manifestly hostile to that mission. There's been a lot of discussion here today, and I think it's interesting. I don't know how this debate has gone. I haven't heard too many people come up on the floor and support this nominee and tell us why he should be approved. Because you know what, Mr. President? If this were a secret ballot, this man wouldn't get 20 votes. Everybody in this body knows he's not qualified. Everybody in this body knows he has no business anywhere near this position. But here we are. We're going to take a vote. Unfortunately, it will probably be on a party line basis. But let me focus on just one little piece. On January 29, barely a week ago, before the Senate Finance Committee, here's what Mr. Kennedy said. Quote, "News reports have claimed that I am anti-vaccine or anti-industry. I am neither. I am pro-safety. All of my kids are vaccinated." I'll bet that came as news to a lot of the people he's been leading astray over the last 25 or 30 years. "All of my kids are vaccinated, and I believe vaccines have a critical role in health care." I'm reminded of Saul on the road to Damascus, a miraculous conversion. A bright light was shown, and suddenly the scales fell from his eyes in his confirmation hearing. Okay, let's go back a little over a year, July 6, 2023. This is a quote, a direct quote, there is no vaccine that is safe and effective. He later said on the same podcast, vaccines are inherently unsafe. Mr. President, this man shouldn't be confirmed because he told the committee and the Senate something diametrically opposed to the position he's taken all his last 30 years, all his adult life. Maya Angelou said, if somebody tells you who they are, you should believe them. And he's told us repeatedly. And he has acted on his vaccine skepticism. This isn't something that was rumbling around in his head. He's traveled the world. He's written articles. He's gone on podcasts. He's gone on TV. And he's discouraged people from being vaccinated. And now he has this miraculous conversion 10 days ago. All my kids are vaccinated. I believe vaccines have a critical role in health care. The same thing during COVID. He said, it is criminal medical malpractice to give a child one of these vaccines. Wow. Criminal malpractice. And of course, it's been discussed. He said, I do believe that autism does come from vaccines. July of 2023, there was one study in England, I think it was in 1998, that purported to show a tenuous connection between vaccines and autism. I'm reasonably confident that one of the authors of that study recanted it. It was withdrawn, and it's been debunked over and over and over again. But this man has been peddling this lie for 20 years. And who knows how many parents have fallen for that, and who knows how many children have paid the price. Just to talk about vaccines, at one point during the pandemic, there was a survey, July 2021, remember that was the height of it. They surveyed 50 hospitals in 17 states. 94% of the patients hospitalized in July of 2021 were unvaccinated. What does that tell you? Vaccinations worked, and people who were unvaccinated were at enormously higher risk. 94% of the people were unvaccinated. In addition to the vaccination issue, this guy.
All right, just listening in there to Angus King, the independent out of Maine, talking about his thoughts on Robert F. Kennedy Jr. just a day ahead, the eve of this vote there on the Senate floor. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you again for joining us. Let's turn our attention right now to another major story in terms of immigration, as federal and local agencies in Tennessee are making progress on cracking down on the violent Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua. 8 people with the gang ties have been indicted in a multi-state trafficking ring. We're going to be joined right now by Fox's Sarah Allegre in Houston, Texas. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. What more can you tell us from Texas?
Yeah, hi there. Good evening to you, Andy Mack. I want to start off with those indictments, those 8 indictments in Middle Tennessee. Now, prosecutors say those suspects, they smuggled women from South America into the United States and then forced them into prostitution. Now, yesterday in a news conference, prosecutors also outlined their dangerous tactics.
They trafficked women once they were effectively cut off from friends and family. We're told that they had skyrocketing debts that no person could ever pay. And they were told that the only way to avoid those debts was to have sex with strangers for money.
We will not stand by and allow TDA or any criminal organization to get a stronghold in Tennessee. They are not going to be here. They will not be allowed to commit crime here.
Yeah, and we're seeing this crackdown across state lines. Want to bring you down south into Houston now. FBI agents confirmed this morning they caught 2 suspected TDA associates with drugs and a gun this morning. And yesterday, agents arrested 3 others. They're believed to be connected to a multi-state sex trafficking ring, also connected to Tren de Aragua. Now, those arrested by FBI Houston, they were brought into ICE custody this morning, and we're still waiting to hear what charges they face. Andy Mack.
Thank you so much. So very interesting, and it's so very interesting to see some of these arrests being made in cities that the original stories are not a part of. Anything else from this major press conference in Nashville, Tennessee that you want to note before I let you go?
Yeah, absolutely. I spoke to the U.S. acting attorney this morning just to get some more information, and I wanted to ask about a possible connection to the arrest we saw yesterday in the Houston area. We know FBI Houston also worked together with FBI Nashville as well. I reached out to FBI Houston, asked them for an interview. They said they couldn't speak to the matter because this is more so part of a larger case in the Tennessee area, and it's waiting prosecution there. So I asked the U.S. attorney, I should say, if there's any connection, and he says they're looking into it at the moment. Right now, these are separate investigations, but just goes to show you the United States effort that we're seeing across our country when it comes to the crackdown of these Venezuelan gangs. Andy Mack.
All right, and that only speaks to the fact that we've seen a lot of these operations in a lot of different communities around the country. Sarah, I appreciate your time. Great reporting here on Live Now.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Great conversation there, as always, about this major multi-state human trafficking ring involving that violent Venezuelan gang that we've heard time and time again, Tren de Aragua. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. We're back after this. right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Let's take you back out to the Senate floor. We're hearing plenty of comments from different Democratic senators ahead of the vote for RFK Jr. That's expected tomorrow on Thursday morning. Let's listen in to Tina Smith, the Democratic senator from Minnesota.
And the second thing that I ask myself is, can I trust these individuals? Can I trust Robert Kennedy to follow the law? I mean, that is fundamentally what their responsibility is, to certainly be loyal to the person who put them in that role, but also at a base level that they're going to follow the law. And so, Mr. Speaker, I rise today, Mr. President, I rise today to highlight what I consider to be the threat of Robert F. Kennedy, the threat that he poses to Americans' health and safety and well-being. And in fact, I have concluded, I've talked with him, I've listened to him, I've asked him questions, both in a private setting and also in committee, and I've read his words and his history, and I can only conclude that he cannot be trusted with this important job, that I cannot trust him to follow the laws of this land. I believe that Mr. Kennedy is wholly unqualified for the position of Secretary of Health and Human Services, and that he is unprepared to lead. And I think that he cannot be trusted with the health and the well-being of Americans, particularly in this moment. Now, if you're listening to this and you don't really know that much about the Department of Health and Human Services, you've got a busy life, you're trying to figure out how to afford your life and how to kind of hold it together in what is a very busy and complicated world, I want to just be clear about what I think that Mr. Kennedy's confirmation would mean for Minnesota families. If he is allowed to become secretary, I have concluded that your family will be less safe, that your loved ones will be more likely to get sick, and that you and the people that you care about will be less likely to get the care that you need. You know, as I have thought about this, what I find most disqualifying about Mr. Kennedy is how he has basically made his career, he's built a career around saying what he needs to say in order to get attention. And by getting attention, he's making money. I think it's just important to understand this. This is whether he's talking about vaccines or infectious diseases, whether he is talking about anything. So we don't, like, you walk away from talking with this individual not entirely sure what it is that he believes, because he does seem willing to say nearly anything to nearly everybody without actually considering what impact his words have on the lives of real people, whether he's talking about reproductive freedom, whether he's talking about mental health care, whether he's talking about infectious diseases, whether he's talking about vaccines. So let's focus a bit on the questions of vaccines, because I think this is the thing that has gotten the most attention, and rightly so. In decades of public appearances, as well as in our one-on-one meeting, the one-on-one meetings that I had with him, as well as when he talked about this in front of the Finance Committee, Mr. Kennedy has continued to promote harmful and dangerous information. Information that if people followed and they paid attention to him and they did what he suggested, it could do real harm to their families. It could hurt them. If you think about vaccines, this is his long and very public record of denying the safety and the efficacy of vaccines. In fact, he has spent almost the last 2 decades of his life promoting these harmful and false theories that vaccines will cause autism and that they are otherwise unsafe. As an example, in 2021, he proudly described stopping strangers out, on hikes and telling them not to vaccinate their babies. Can you imagine that? You're out walking around and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. comes up to you, man of stature and power, and says, don't vaccinate your children. Those words have impact. During a podcast interview in July of 2023, Mr. Kennedy said, and I quote, I believe Senator King quoted this as well, there is no vaccine that is safe and effective. So, okay, just think about that. He's saying, don't pay any attention to the science, don't pay any attention to the experts. I'm going to tell you that there is no vaccine that is safe and effective. Those words have consequences. The online store is another example that Mr. Kennedy's organization, the Children's Health Defense, there's an online store. You can all go on and check it out, and you will find there they're still selling little baby onesies and T-shirts for little children that have messages on them like unvaccinated and unafraid. Now, of course, here we are on the verge of a vote to decide whether the United States Senate is going to confirm Mr. Kennedy. And of course, now he's denying all of that. He's distancing himself from all of these past statements. But, I mean, you can't run away from your words. Certainly in this day and age, and I would argue in any day and age, those words are out there. You said them. They are on the record. They are on video. And it matters what the Secretary of Health and Human Services say, what he says about these things. And of course, it matters what he doesn't say as well. Words have real consequences. Just the mere fact of his presence being as head of this agency, just the fact that he sits there is going to have a factor that will cause some people not to know whether they can trust vaccines. He's in a position of power and authority, has a high and loud bully pulpit, an individual who has told Americans, both when he was out on hikes, stopping them as they're walking by, and on every media megaphone that he could find, that vaccines are neither safe nor effective. And yet here he is about to assume, lest my colleagues come to their senses, he's about to assume the highest, you could argue, public health job that affects the health of all of our families. This is an unbelievable, an unacceptable risk to the health and safety of Americans. I also wanted to highlight for my colleagues an exchange that I had with Mr. Kennedy when he came before the Finance Committee where I serve. I wanted to ask him about statements that he had made about Americans and antidepressants. And when I probed him on this, I asked him confronted him with some things that he had said in the past about antidepressants, basically saying that it appears, he said that that he attributed a connection between people who are using antidepressants and school shootings. I asked him about that, and I asked him whether he thought that folks who take antidepressants are dangerous or not, and he refused to even say that Americans who take antidepressants are not dangerous. He could not even get those words out of his mouth. In fact, he doubled down on his claims that antidepressants do cause school shootings, and he claimed that this is an area that needs to be studied, and that he knows people who have had, and I quote, much worse time getting off of SSRIs than they have getting off heroin. Now, this is a typical strategy that I saw Mr. Kennedy take with many of our colleagues, both on the Help Committee and on the Finance Committee. When confronted with the facts and asked whether he believed the science and the facts, he would always say some version of, show me the data, show me the information. Even when the research is settled, the data is settled. And here, let me come to this question about whether or not antidepressants are dangerous and are somehow a contributor to school shootings, which is an outrageous thing to say. There was a study in 2019 that was published in the Journal of Behavioral Science and Law, and it says, it appears that most school shooters were not previously treated with psychotropic medications, and even when they were, there was no direct or causal association found. I was stunned when Mr. Kennedy again sort of said, well, I don't believe that research, or I need to see other data, we need to look at this. Of course, he's not willing to accept the facts and the science. He is not willing to do that. And I am simply not willing to trust Mr. Kennedy when it comes to ensuring that your children, your loved ones, the folks that you care about in your lives are going to actually have access to the mental health treatments that they need to live their lives as productively as they possibly can. It also, I think, is worth noting, Mr. President, that these comments that Mr. Kennedy is making, linking antidepressants to school shootings, what it does, of course, is it perpetuates the stigma that so many Americans who struggle with mental illness, mental health, so many of those Americans struggle with the stigma, and those who, they already feel that, And yet here is potentially the next head of the Health and Human Services who is perpetuating this stigma in a very real way. I have seen this in my own life. I have seen people who have been bowed down by this feeling that they can't talk about their challenges with their mental health because people are going to think less of them. It is a stigma that I have spent my time in the Senate working in a bipartisan way to try and break down. And so to see it perpetuated in this way by Mr. Kennedy is just such a clear reason why he cannot be trusted. The rigorous peer-reviewed research on SSRIs, common form of antidepressant, is not only the science that is the science that Mr. Kennedy has willingly chosen to ignore, but it's not the only science that he has willfully chosen to ignore. Mr. Kennedy said during his confirmation hearings that if President Trump directed him to go after mifepristone, one of the key drugs that is used in medication abortion, he would do whatever the president ordered, even though this is a medication that has been proven safe and effective for more than 2 decades. Yet Mr. Kennedy said that he would follow the guidance of the president and not the law when it comes to the safety of mifepristone. And in fact, as my colleague Senator Hassan made so abundantly clear in the committee, over 40 safety studies have demonstrated what Mr. Kennedy was not willing to see, which is that there is clear evidence that this medication is safe. On reproductive freedom, Mr. Kennedy has proven himself wholly untrustworthy, repeatedly flip-flopping on his position, depending on who he's talking to. Now, this is something that many of us have seen in our lives, the person who will say one thing to one person and another thing to another person, all with the goal, it seems, of winning friends and influencing people. But this is not the kind of character that you want to see in this most important job of the federal government, leading the Department of Health and Human Services. Here's just a bit of an example of how this has played out with Mr. Kennedy on the issue of reproductive freedom and abortion rights. On the morning of August 13th, 2023, Mr. Kennedy said, and I quote, "I believe a decision to abort a child should be up to the woman during the first 3 months of life." Now, people may agree or disagree with this view, but it's clear what he's saying here. Next day, the very same day, his campaign followed up by saying that his position on abortion is that it is always the woman's right to choose and that he does not support legislation banning abortion. So on the same day, 2 different positions. And then on May 19th, 2024, a few months later, in a podcast interview.
All right, just listening in there to Tina Smith talking about her thoughts on RFK Jr. ahead of what's expected to be a vote on his role, his place in the administration tomorrow. I want to put up this post from Chad Pergram talking about this, saying the Senate is now on cruise control, barreling toward a 7 a.m. Eastern confirmation vote of the nomination of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to serve as Health and Human Services Secretary. The Senate voted earlier today to break a filibuster. The Senate could be in session all night debating this nomination. We expect all Democrats to oppose Kennedy's nomination. Unsure, though, about Republicans. Former Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell voted to break a filibuster on the nomination of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth last month, then voted no on the nomination himself. McConnell is believed to be skeptical of RFK Jr. because of his stance on vaccines. If the Senate confirms RFK Jr. tomorrow, it may try to nail down an agreement to advance other less controversial nominees. Commerce Secretary pick Howard Lutnick, Agricultural Secretary nominee Brooke Rollins, Small Business Administrator nominee Kelly Loeffler next in line. All right, I'm Andy Mack. You're on Live Now from Fox. We're going to slide away for another quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. I do want to take you out to some breaking news right now as the federal buyout is back on, as a judge has now cleared the way. I do want to put up some of these posts on social media about this from Fox 5 DC, saying, Justin, a federal judge cleared the way for President Donald Trump's deferred resignation program, the Fork in the Road program, aimed at downsizing the federal workforce. So the federal judge there moving it forward, pressing play on this initially paused kind of movement as a federal judge on Wednesday cleared the way for President Donald Trump's plan. The U.S. District Judge George O'Toole Jr. in Boston found a group of labor unions didn't have legal standing to challenge the program, of course, commonly described as a buyout. So some big news as the President Donald Trump wants to use his financial incentives to encourage government employees to quit. According to the White House, tens of thousands of workers have already taken the government up on its offer. This deferred resignation program has been spearheaded by Elon Musk, who is serving as Trump's top advisor for reducing federal spending. Under the plan, employees can stop working and get paid until September the 30th. Labor unions argued the plan is illegal and asked for O'Toole to keep it on hold and prevent the Office of Personnel Management from soliciting more workers to sign up. A Justice Department lawyer called the plan, quote, a humane off-ramp for federal employees who may have structured their lives around working remotely and have been ordered to return to government offices. So some big news in terms of that, and you can see there Elon Musk, who was in the Oval Office yesterday talking about this. But this is some big news, and we're also hearing comments coming in from the White House, including from the press secretary, Karoline Leavitt. I want to put up a post from Joey Garrison, USA Today White House correspondent, saying on this, the Massachusetts judge allowing Trump's federal employee buyouts to move forward. He says in this post, as the press secretary says, this Boston buyout ruling is the first in many legal wins for the president. The court dissolved the injunction due to a lack of standing. This goes to show that lawfare will not ultimately prevail over the will of 77 million Americans who supported President Trump and his priorities. Of course, we heard from Karoline Leavitt earlier on today at the White House, echoing similar comments. Also, a post here from Jonathan Turley saying some of us have been arguing that President Trump clearly has the authority to offer the deferred buyout for employees. Now the court has restored the program in a significant win for the administration. So this is some big news in terms of that buyout being back on now, moving forward. Still some legal challenges, legal hurdles likely on the horizon. We'll follow that here on Live Now from Fox. Until then, we'll be back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. It's been a busy Wednesday here midweek on Live Now from Fox, and I will soon pass the baton off to my colleague Andrew Kraft. Until then, let's take you out to the Senate floor as a Democratic senator out of Minnesota, Tina Smith, making some comments ahead of what's likely to be a vote on RFK Jr. tomorrow on Thursday morning. Let's listen in to what she has to say.
Out to Americans and the world to stop the millions of deaths that were happening because of the COVID-19 virus. What would have happened if Mr. Kennedy, sitting in that position of authority, had said, I don't believe this science, I think we need to do more, I don't think that any vaccine is safe and effective, and therefore I want to call this vaccine back. And in fact, that is what Mr. Kennedy did. He submitted a call to the Department of Health and Human Services in the early days of the vaccine, saying that he thought that it should be pulled back from the market. Think about what impact that could have had on all of our families if he had been in a position of authority and had been able to accomplish that. Over and over again, when he is faced with the actual science, for example, on the science that proves that SSRIs are not associated with school shootings, that vaccines do not cause autism, that germs do cause illnesses, he has refused to accept it, and he has doubled down on his dangerous beliefs. So this is concerning when it is an individual who is speaking on a podcast, but it could be a matter of life or death when it is the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services. As I think about what I said at the beginning of my remarks about my strong belief that my job as senator is to assess whether I can trust somebody in this role. Can I trust them to follow the law? Can I trust this individual to protect the health and well-being of the people in my state and the people around the country? The answer is clearly no. This is an individual who cannot be trusted. At the heart of this nomination, of course, at the heart of the work of the Department of Health and Human Services is America's health and health care. And it is clear to me that Mr. Kennedy has made it clear that he will enable the Trump and Musk agenda of chaos, that he will enable what they are doing not to execute the laws of this country, which is their constitutional responsibility, but to attempt to write the laws make the laws of this country. And, we could see this during his confirmation hearings. Repeatedly during his confirmation hearings, Mr. Kennedy said that he would follow Mr. Trump's directives. Now, I'm going to be clear about this. I understand that it's the job of any cabinet official to follow the policies of the individual who's put them there, but not if those policies break the laws of the laws of the United States of America. Department heads, cabinet heads, the head of the Department of Health and Human Services is required to execute the law, not to execute the will of the president, because the president is a president. He is not a king. What I am convinced of at this stage is, as we see what I believe is a massive power grab by Donald Trump and Elon Musk to not just execute the laws, but to make the laws, that Mr. Kennedy would be a part of that process, that he would be an enabler of that power grab that we see happening all over the country. And that is another reason why I cannot trust him. We want to just take a look. I want to take a look for a minute at the directives that President Trump has put out already. Let's take a look at these. These directives of stopping lawfully executed payments to healthcare organizations that have been made following the will of Congress, the people who are supposed to be making the laws in this country. I've heard a lot about this from Minnesota. Huge amounts of concern have reflected back to me in my office about what is actually happening with the president's directives, basically directing to withhold funding that Congress has authorized. I heard from Minnesota's community health centers that they were going to begin doing layoffs because of this federal funding freeze. It's basically a massive cut that they're experiencing. You know, community health centers are all over the country, and in my home state of Minnesota, they are the place that individuals can go to get basic preventative health care. It is a very important part of our health care network, and yet many of these have come to me and said that they're basically going to be laying off providers and other folks that are providing direct care to patients. One community health center CEO in greater Minnesota, outside of the metro area, said that it was the worst day of his 38-year career when he got word of this freeze. Now, I understand, Mr. President, that this freeze has been unfrozen for now, at least in some cases, though in other cases it seems like it's back on again. In fact, I hear repeatedly that it's off and on and off and on in this sort of chaotic and confusing dance that they have started. But these clinics are still facing real challenges about getting access to their federal funding, and this is threatening their operations. Imagine if you were running like a small belt strap, bootstrap and, you know, small little health center, and every day you are just trying to make payroll. You don't have millions of dollars sitting in your bank account waiting for a rainy day. Every day is a rainy day, and every day you're just trying to make it work. And there suddenly, one of your most important ways of paying to provide health care to individual has just evaporated overnight. So then what happens? Because people still get sick, people still need health care, even if they're unable to get it at a community health center, so what do? Well, think about this. Right now in Minnesota, it's probably the same in West Virginia and other parts of the country, Minnesota emergency rooms are packed full of people who have the flu or RSV or norovirus. They go to the emergency rooms. You want to go to the emergency room when you really, really need emergency care. You go to a community health center when you need to be able to get access to urgent care, but the care that you need right now. And what's happening is that because there is so much, there's a lot of illness. People are getting sick in the wintertime. It's like 20 below in Minnesota right now. If they can't get their primary care in a doctor's office, in a clinic, they're going to end up in the ER. And then what happens to all the rest of us who really might need emergency care? The ER is jammed to overflowing. There's no space. You have to wait 5 hours to get the to get the care that you need. That's what's happening with this funding that is being put in jeopardy. That means that community health centers might not be able to help the patients that they typically help. And I'm not talking about a small number of people here. That's 170,000 people in Minnesota who rely on community health centers. And what's going to happen? Those folks are going to end up in emergency rooms, and that's going to increase wait times, and it's going to stress the capacity of hospitals to provide care that people need. President Trump did this. Robert F. Kennedy, if he were head of Health and Human Services, I have no reason to trust that he would stop this. In fact, I believe the opposite. I believe he would enable it. And this is why I think his nomination will end up making all of us less healthy and less safe and less secure. President Trump, in another example, unlawfully cut National Institute of Health grant funding earlier this week. This amounts to millions of dollars that supports life-saving research into Alzheimer's and cancer and Parkinson's disease. And I'm just talking about in Minnesota there. This was retroactive. It happened overnight. Hospitals are left struggling. Big research hospitals like the University of Minnesota and the Mayo Clinic are suddenly looking at massive cuts to their research. They have trials for important, treatments and cures for serious diseases that are suddenly thrown into chaos. And you have individuals who are part of those trials who are hopeful that they're going to be getting, they're hopeful that in some way that this is going to help them to find a cure for what disease is ailing them. And with this cut to NIH funding overnight, massive cuts, what does that mean for people's health and safety and security? It means people are less well off. National Institute of Health is under the umbrella of the Department of Health and Human Services, the organization that Mr. Kennedy is asking Congress to provide advice and consent on. Again, I have no confidence. In fact, I am sure that Mr. Kennedy would be an enabler to President Trump's power grab here and his undermining, along with Elon Musk, his undermining of this extremely important research that keeps all of us, helps us be healthy, helps us find the treatments and the cures for diseases that are a threat to all of us. So I see my colleague from Massachusetts is here. I know she has an important perspective on this, with Massachusetts being another, as is Minnesota, is another center of research and education and medical education, and I suspect that we agree with one another when it comes to the threat that Robert F. Kennedy poses to all of our health and well-being. And so with that, Mr. President, I will yield the floor to my colleague from Massachusetts.
Mr. President.
The senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to say thanks to the senator from Minnesota for her leadership on this point. I know that the great research institutions in Minnesota that count on.
All right, Andrew Kraft here now in the anchor chair, top of the hour, 5 o'clock here Mountain Time, 7 o'clock there on the Senate floor. You were just listening there to Democratic Senator Tina Smith out of Minnesota. You just saw there Elizabeth Warren take the podium, and we're going to hear throughout the course of the next, I believe, 30 hours from many of these Democratic senators who are vehemently opposed to confirming Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to be the next Secretary of Health and Human Services. We're told by our Fox News colleagues like Chad Pergram there on Capitol Hill that confirmation vote will take place sometime tomorrow morning. Remember, it passed that key hurdle today, the filibuster, on his very nomination and confirmation. Well, it was broken in a separate vote. And so presumably, and we've been hearing that all Democrats will vote against the Kennedy confirmation, and we'll be getting into more of these confirmation battles, confirmation fights as they continue here. Live Now look there at Capitol Hill. Take a look at that. We also have a Live Now look there at the White House. And remember that the battle between some of these prominent Democrats and members now of the Department of Government Efficiency, they're still playing out. They're not only playing out there on Capitol Hill, but also in the federal courts. Fox News' Mike Emanuel has more from Washington. Let's watch.
Sparks flying at the very first meeting of the newly formed House DOGE subcommittee tasked with congressional oversight of Elon Musk's new Department of Government Efficiency.
We as a country are $36 trillion in debt. In 2025, interest payments are projected to be $952 billion, which is more than our entire military budget.
President Trump and Musk say it's a necessary step to curb waste and fraud in government spending, but Democrats say Musk is acting recklessly and taking a hatchet to programs he doesn't fully understand.
If you are trying to conduct audits and figure out where the waste, fraud, and abuse is, I don't know why you would go to some tech guy. I would welcome auditors to come in and do forensic audits.
The world's richest man turned special government employee has been tearing through more than a dozen federal agencies, moving to transform and dismantle a bureaucracy that he and President Trump say has gotten out of control.
It's essential for America to remain solvent as a country. Your tax dollars need to be spent wisely on the things that matter to the people.
After his surprise Oval Office appearance before the media Tuesday, Democrats are calling on Musk to come to Capitol Hill to answer their questions.
Come and testify in front of the American people under oath, because we want to know what you're up to.
The hearing comes as Mr. Trump is giving Musk even more power, signing an executive order Tuesday directing federal agencies to involve DOGE in all of their hiring decisions. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
Mike, thanks so much. In the meantime here, we do want to bring into the conversation right now our friend there and colleague at the Washington Examiner, White House reporter Christian Daytok, with some exclusive reporting. Christian, good to see you here. I just want to read from your reporting today, exclusive to you, that the White House confirming to you it will not release visitor logs during President Trump's second term. Now, that would continue the policy that was in place during Trump's first term here. What's the rationale? Why are they not doing this?
Performing extremely transparently and giving the American voters, who they say gave President Trump a wide-ranging mandate, the ability to govern in the way he sees fit. That being said, former President Obama was the first modern president to go ahead and publish these logs. That came after heavy pressure from both conservative and liberal watchdog groups. He published those on an annual basis, and Joe Biden picked up where he left off after Donald Trump exited the White House the first time. And let's not forget, these logs were critical when it came to reporting on the Biden administration. They yielded the fact that a top Navy neurologist, a Parkinson's expert, made a number of previously undisclosed visits to the White House. This came amid increased scrutiny on President Biden's cognitive functions. Now, the Trump administration, they say, we are being transparent. There's no need for us to do this because it is not required by the Presidential Records Act. So it is one tool reporters and critics won't be able to use this time around, but it's not a different, a sea change compared to Trump's first term in office.
But it is different from the Obama administration and the Biden administration. And if the, say, White House press shop doesn't put out in the schedule or the readout of who the president meets with in the White House, we won't know otherwise. I mean, that's kind of what it boils down to, right?
It does, and it's up to reporters who are on the ground to, track the comings and goings of VIPs or other government officials. That being said, this is not necessarily a closed issue. Let's not forget, President Trump is famously mercurial when it comes to communication strategies. And if they are getting pressure from Republicans to do something on this issue, they might change this policy down the road.
I mean, so from reporters like yourself who have to cover the White House each and every day, and you're hearing so much about transparency and being open with the American people, but also the press. We just brought our viewers yesterday the efforts on Capitol Hill to declassify some of the files with the JFK assassination, the RFK assassination, and the Martin Luther King assassination. And that was via executive order as well from the executive level. Does it go against that spirit that the White House is trying to project here?
It might go against that spirit, but let's not forget, both Donald Trump and Joe Biden, since entering office dating back to 2020, they've pledged extreme transparency, and it didn't necessarily play out that way in real time. I mean, I think when you look at Karine Jean-Pierre and Jen Psaki's press briefings, by the end of President Biden's term in office, those were not necessarily must-watch television appointments. We were getting more information from our reporting through sources in the background. Now, when it comes to the American public's view, they don't have the opportunity to talk to these government officials and party movers and shakers. So the press briefing, the public logs, that is certainly a tool with which the public can keep tabs on the president, whether he is a Republican or a Democrat.
Yeah, Christian, while we have you, because you are in the White House briefing room each and every day, trying to get questions in there to Karoline Leavitt. This just came down before we came on the air. My colleague, Andy Mack, reported on it, Fox 5 DC, with it as well, saying that a federal judge has cleared the way for President Trump's deferred resignation program aimed at downsizing the federal workforce. That is the deferred resignation, federal buyout program, whatever you want to call it, allowing federal workers to resign, to leave their job in the federal workforce, whichever agency they might work for, and still get paid until the end of September here. This is somewhat of a novel, creative way by those in the Trump administration, including Elon Musk, to really trim the size of the federal workforce here. And as of late, we've seen a lot of these federal judges in different jurisdictions nationwide really take the hammer to some of these executive orders put out by Trump in the first 4 weeks in office here. This is a victory for the Trump administration here. Are they seeing it that way?
It's certainly a victory, but it's also one that Karoline Leavitt and other top White House aides had predicted. You know, they're saying we crafted these policies over the past 4 years, knowing that we were going to have to hit the ground running against heavy Democratic resistance and even resistance from some Republicans. So while there are dozens of these lawsuits and injunctions either filed or handed down by federal judges, this is certainly one they can hang their hat on and say, we are abiding by the court system, even as opposition to the president's policies plays out in real time. That being said, like I mentioned at the top of this segment, we have the mandate of the people, in the words of the White House, and we are going to govern accordingly.
I mean, you're hearing that from Karoline Leavitt today at the briefing. I mean, you were there, and that seems to be the message from the Trump White House right now, that the executive branch, President Trump, he's the sole decider. He's the sole arbiter and authority on these executive orders. Obviously, federal judges disagree. Are you seeing the White House be more aggressive in their messaging against some of these federal judges and the judiciary overall?
I think it would be incredibly difficult for this White House to take a more aggressive stance towards the judiciary than they already have at this point in time. But to your point, they aren't taking their foot off the gas. They are pushing these executive orders, and whether it's, you know, trying to shrink the federal workforce or have, you know, powers of the purse be shifted around between different agencies. Yeah, I'm talking about the State Department subsuming USAID amid all the government waste DOGE and Elon Musk purport to have found. They're moving forward with this agenda, and they're basically telling the American people, we believe the courts will eventually back us on this issue, so you can get on board now or be left in the dust. It's still early on, but you have to look at this one specific ruling as a huge win as they continue to press that ethos.
And Christian, just lastly on this point, any update on the numbers of federal workers that have opted to take the buyout? I know that we spoke with you last week, and it was only around 1%, like 10 to 20,000 of them, just 2 million of these federal employees here. Is it more now?
It has increased. The last I checked, those numbers are upwards of 70,000 federal employees, but they still are below that 10% line that the White House set. Now, part of that happened because of this injunction that was placed, and I do expect more federal employees to continue taking this buyout program or deferred resignation program, again, whatever you want to call it, here in the coming days.
All right, Christian, you're such a wealth of knowledge because you sit in the briefing room each and every day. I want to just kind of pick your brain on some of these foreign policy-related questions. And it's been a huge day with news regarding the war in Ukraine. President Trump spoke on the phone to Russian President Vladimir Putin. He also spoke to Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine as well. Is the White House, the National Security Council, the Pentagon, are they all on the same page about what they want to do with trying to resolve the war in Ukraine and bring it to a close here? Because we heard from Hegseth today. He was in Brussels meeting with NATO members, saying essentially that, you know, Ukraine becoming a member of NATO, that's not realistic. And so you're hearing some of these ideas put forth, but are they all on the same page with regard to how you get there?
They are on the same page about the objective, Andrew, but I do think, to your point, there is a little bit of disconnect between the heads of these top federal departments. Now, you have to think about how Pete Hegseth, he's in the air flying to Europe, and he makes his comments. Right. He probably has not checked in with Marco Rubio. Now, I do think it's important that Rubio, J.D. Vance, potentially even Hegseth, will be meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky on the outskirts of the Munich Security Conference on Friday. That is something we learned from the White House following President Trump's calls with both Zelensky and Russian President Vladimir Putin. But this White House is clear. They want the war to end as soon as possible, and they might be willing to make Ukraine give up some concessions they weren't originally backing in the Biden administration to do that. That being said, Donald Trump had already met with Zelensky multiple times in between the election and his inauguration. So this is clear. The Ukrainian president understands Donald Trump, the United States, and the blank check behind their security packages in putting up with the Russian resistance. That train has left the station. They need to work with the Trump administration to get as favorable of an outcome as possible.
Yeah, and of course, time is of the essence. We are nearing the 3-year anniversary since the full-scale Russian invasion began back in February of 2022. Last night we were watching these incredible scenes of American teacher Mark Fogel coming home, kissing the ground as he got off the private plane there back on U.S. soil. He was in Russian custody and Russian detention for over 3 years here. And at the time, yesterday, Marco Rubio, Mike Waltz, President Trump said the release of Fogel would be some type of overture, or at least beginning of the dialogue with Vladimir Putin and the Russians to maybe talk about negotiating the end of the war in Ukraine here. But what we didn't know last night, which we know today, was this was a one-for-one prisoner exchange between some crypto scammer who was convicted, and he will now be going back to Russia here. Why wasn't the White House more transparent about the one-for-one prisoner exchange? They were somewhat mum on those details yesterday. Why?
Well, when it comes to these hostage release situations in particular, even the Trump White House is hesitant to negotiate the terms out in public because of the human lives that are involved. So on the one hand, I think it was important for this administration to say what they had to say to get Mark Fogel back stateside before confirming that, yes, the U.S. is giving up a prisoner on its own. That being said, you flash forward just a few hours, and the Donald Trump administration had secured the release of an American and 3 other European nationals from Belarus, a close ally of Russia throughout this war. So this is an instance where we would like the White House to be as transparent as possible. But when there are lives at stake, you can give them a little bit of wiggle room to do what they need to do to get Americans home safely.
But Christian, last point on that. I mean, were there politics at play with this last night? Because it was being self-styled and kind of characterized when reporters in the White House press were asking, well, what did you, the United States, give in return to get Fogel back? And essentially Trump and Karoline Leavitt and others said not much was given in return to get Fogel back here. So I thought that was pretty interesting. I mean, were politics going on there in some of those characterizations? Did they want to trump this success, this victory, so to speak, no pun intended?
Of course there were politics involved here, Andrew. I mean, let's be honest. It's Washington, D.C. in 2025, and especially in a White House where Donald Trump is the chief negotiator on these issues. Politics are always a factor. And I think Karoline Leavitt sort of addressed some of this criticism during the press briefing on Wednesday. She came out and said, look, yes, we did give up Alex Vinnick, but he is a nonviolent criminal. He's paying hundreds of millions of dollars in damages to the people that he was convicted of scamming. And we see this as a win. We get Mark Fogel home. We get 4 others out of prison in Belarus, including 1 American. We're willing to make that trade. That being said, don't expect Donald Trump to stop taking credit for things, especially in a time when he's trying to keep up an energy behind his base as he is seeing increased scrutiny on his domestic agenda.
All right, Christian Daytalk with the Washington Examiner. Christian, we'll leave it at that. Always good to see you. Thanks so much.
Thanks as always, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, so we just wanted to highlight that conversation. Christian, a great reporter, if you want to follow him on social media, but he has the pulse. He's inside the briefing room each and every day when these briefings are held with White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt, talking about a number of different topics. We got to a lot of topics there, so I hope you found that informative. All right, let's take a quick commercial break. More where that came from in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's keep it moving with more of these top headlines, getting you up to speed on some of the news you may have missed if you haven't been watching Live Now all day. And in the meantime, we do want to update you on some of these confirmation battles and fights playing out as President Trump's cabinet is slowly but surely coming together here. Fox News Capitol Hill correspondent Chad Pergram saying this: the Senate is now on cruise control, barreling toward a 7 a.m. Eastern confirmation vote on the nomination of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to serve as Health and Human Services Secretary. The Senate voted earlier today to break a filibuster. Well, many prominent Democratic senators are using the opportunity while they are in session all night to voice their vehement opposition to the Kennedy confirmation. There's Elizabeth Warren there. We'll get out to that in just a moment here, but want to get you up to speed as well because Tulsi Gabbard, the former Congresswoman from Hawaii, the former Democratic member of Congress, and remember, she changed party affiliation just this past election cycle. Well, she has now been confirmed 52 yeas to 48 nays there to be the next director of national intelligence here. And in the Oval Office today, she was sworn in by Attorney General Pam Bondi. So what we want to do right now is let you watch that. You'll hear from both Trump, Bondi, and Gabbard as well. Let's watch.
Thank you very much. And today, we're delighted to swear in our next Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Most of you know Tulsi. She's a fantastic woman. Tulsi, I want to just congratulate you, your husband, Abraham, your sister, and all of your friends. A lot of friends here. You have a lot of friends. I noticed that, huh? I'm grateful. They were all fighting for you. It worked out very well. Tulsi Gabbard's an American of extraordinary courage and exceptional patriotism. She's devoted her entire life to public service, and I've watched her for years on different shows and everything. I said, she's a woman of great common sense, and, you know, we like the common sense. It's a word that's being used a lot. I think we started it in terms of politics, but it's a word that's used a lot. It's usually pretty effective, too, and you really are. I've watched you even on Larry King. You know, you're very young. I don't know how you were Larry King, but you're very young. But you were, and you always had the situation covered properly. At 21 years old, Tulsi became the youngest woman ever elected to the Hawaii State Legislature. After 9/11, she joined the Hawaii Army National Guard and deployed abroad 3 times and highly respected by everybody. So many people writing in letters saying she was so exceptional even then. She continues to serve as a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army Reserve, and Tulsi also served 4 terms in the United States House of Representatives, where she was a member of the House Armed Services Committee. She is a former vice chair of the National Democratic Party. Can you believe that? And here she is. That's very nice. We have a few of them. But she was never a Democrat. She was, at heart, she was a Republican. I watched her, and was a 2020 Democrat candidate for President of the United States. It's not easy, right? It's not so easy. People think it's easy. It's not easy. Throughout her service, Tulsi has always distinguished herself as a leader of the highest caliber. She's earned the respect and admiration and love of Americans on both sides of the aisle as her profound commitment to the values that keep us free, and she really does have those values as much as anybody. In recent years, Tulsi has been a courageous and often lonely voice speaking out against radical left's attacks on free speech and the dangers of an unelected deep state. And I have to say, she was very, very strong for me when I was going through all of the fake news and all of the problems that we had with some very sick people. She was always out there. Before I really knew her as well, she was out there defending me, so I appreciated that, Tulsi. But the threat of a warmongering military-industrial complex and the weaponization of government and governmental people that go out and persecute. They like to persecute people that are innocent. Tulsi herself became a target of that weaponization when she was outrageously placed on a suspected terrorist watch list by the Biden regime. It's a very evil regime after criticizing their appalling abuses of power. And I'm confident that as director of the National Intelligence, Tulsi will work tirelessly to keep America safe And she's been doing that her entire career. I think it's going to be a very natural day for you when you walk in. It's just have to keep the way you are. Just stay the way you are. She'll be clear-eyed and she'll be focused on the threat of radical Islamic terrorism and lots of other threats, too, threats from within, and give no quarter to America's foreign enemies. At the same time, I'm entrusting Tulsi with the responsibility of overseeing urgently needed reforms to the U.S. intelligence community to protect the rights and the civil liberties of all Americans. She'll provide the American people with transparency, eliminate corruption, shrink the bloated bureaucracy, and restore honesty, integrity, and trust to the national security state. There's only one thing I can say, that there's nobody like her for this job. This was a very easy one for me. She was recommended by some of the top people in that world. It's a little world, you know. It's a little smart world. It sometimes can be an evil world when the wrong people are there, but we have the right one. She's had so many great recommendations. I would say Pam was right up there with her, Pam Bondi. She had a lot. I didn't need it. I know her a little bit better, and you're doing a fantastic job after about 3 or 4 days, right? You've had a lot of experience, but you've never seen anything like this, Pam. But you're going to do fantastic as the Attorney General, fantastic. So thank you and congratulations. We did this with Pam a few days ago, and this is again my honor. So congratulations to Tulsi, and I think Pam is going to administer the oath, and when she does that, I'll sign your new certificate. Good. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Please place your left hand on the Constitution and raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear.
I, Tulsi Gabbard, do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
And that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
And that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully.
That I will well and faithfully.
Discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
Discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
How's the Oval Office looking? A little different look, right? It's the Oval Office.
Easy.
Okay, we got a good one here. Okay, not bad. Ready? I'll stand out there. I think we'll do it right here. Come on over here, Abraham. Okay, I'm sure there are no questions.
Mr. President.
You know what? I'd like to have Tulsi say a few words first, and we could answer a couple of questions, okay? Good. Can you leave that? That's good.
Mr. President, first and foremost, I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for the trust that you have placed in me to fulfill this critical position as Director of National Intelligence at any time, but specifically during this time. Unfortunately, the American people have very little trust in the intelligence community, largely because they've seen the weaponization and politicization of an entity that is supposed to be purely focused on ensuring our national security. So I look forward to being able to help fulfill that mandate that the American people delivered to you very clearly in this election, to refocus our intelligence community by empowering the great patriots who have chosen to serve our country in this way, and focus on ensuring the safety, security, and freedom of the American people. As you've said, Mr. President, this is what I've dedicated my life to, and it is truly humbling to be in this position, to serve in your administration, help to rebuild that trust, and ultimately to keep the American people safe. Last thing I'll mention, that in your National Prayer Breakfast speech, you made a statement about your legacy of wanting to be remembered as a peacemaker. I know that I can speak for many of my fellow service members who are here today, veterans, Medal of Honor recipients, how deeply that resonates with us. For those who volunteer to put their lives on the line when duty calls, but to have a president and commander-in-chief who recognizes the cost of that sacrifice and ensuring that war is the last resort, not the first. So thank you for your leadership on behalf of my friends here and all who wear the uniform. We're grateful. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, so there you have it. We wanted to let you watch that there. If you had missed it earlier there, Tulsi Gabbard confirmed today in a vote of 52 to 48 to be the next Director of National Intelligence, back out live there to the U.S. Capitol. You know we like covering politics here, and an interesting political kind of side story plot line to this confirmation vote is that former Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, well, he voted against Gabbard. Today, he put out a statement. He said, "The Senate's power of advice and consent is not an option. It is an obligation, and one we cannot pretend to misunderstand." McConnell says when a nominee's record proves them unworthy of the highest public trust, and when their command of relevant policy falls short of the requirements of their office, the Senate should withhold its consent. He says the Office of the Director of National Intelligence is a key participant in the process that informs every major national security decision the president makes. The ODNI wields significant authority over how the intelligence community allocates its resources, conducts its collection and analysis, and manages the classification and declassification of our nation's most sensitive secrets. McConnell says, in my assessment, Tulsi Gabbard failed to demonstrate that she is prepared to assume this tremendous national trust there. So, wanted to highlight that for you. McConnell, as you remember and you recall, also voted against the confirmation of now Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, you remember, but also he was joined by two Republicans, Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski. Those three, remember, voted no on the Hegseth confirmation. McConnell, the only Republican to vote no today on the confirmation of Tulsi Gabbard. So I thought that was just an interesting political wrinkle there. That's what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We bring you all of these pieces of information, facts in real time, live, raw, and uninterrupted. In the meantime here, let's take a quick commercial break. We're a little past the bottom of the hour. When we come back, we'll be talking alleged public corruption, not only in New York City with Mayor Eric Adams, but also with a high-ranking Democratic state official there in Illinois. We'll have that for you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here. Well, let's talk about alleged corruption and convicted corruption. Well, on convicted corruption, our next story takes us to Illinois. Live picture there in Chicago, snow dusting the plaza there in front of the bean you can see there. Well, a Chicago Democrat today who once set much of Illinois' political agenda as the longest-serving legislative leader in U.S. history was convicted of conspiracy, bribery, and wire fraud today in a mixed verdict in his high-profile corruption trial. Our colleague there at Fox 32 in Chicago, Casey Cronus, with more.
Once praised as the longest-serving legislative leader in U.S. history, Mike Madigan was found guilty by a federal jury on 10 counts of bribery, wire fraud, and other corruption charges. He was acquitted on 7. Federal prosecutors early on telling jurors he spent his career playing chess, not checkers, and calling him a grand master at corruption.
This is a historic conviction, which ranks high in the annals of criminal cases tried in this courtroom.
This morning, the jury began their 11th day of deliberations, but quickly sent this note to the judge. We have come to a unanimous decision on 17 counts. We have tried our very best to come to a unanimous decision on 12 counts, adding, we do not believe we will be able to overcome this impasse. Judge John Robert Blakey accepted the partial verdict, declaring a mistrial for 6 counts filed against Madigan and all 6 counts against his co-defendant, longtime confidant, ComEd lobbyist Michael McLean. McLean was already convicted in the ComEd 4 trial, information the jury wasn't privy to.
What's next?
Madigan didn't say a word about the jury's decision as he left the courthouse, but federal officials had this to say.
He abused public office, both his own public office and the public office of Alderman Solis, for Madigan's own personal benefit.
Public office is a responsibility, not a criminal enterprise.
The jury was seated in mid-October. They heard testimony from more than 60 witnesses and listened to dozens of secretly recorded calls. U.S. Attorney Morris Pasquale adding that Madigan betrayed the very people he was elected to serve.
Michael Madigan breached and violated that trust over and over again. Bribery, whether it's the old-fashioned cash stuffed in an envelope or the more refined version practiced by Madigan, is still illegal, it's still corrupt, and it's still against the law.
All right, back out live there to Chicago, the snowy bean there. We thank our colleague Fox 32's Casey Cronus. Well, Madigan did take the stand in his own defense during this trial, and he denied any wrongdoing throughout. Right now, though, you're going to listen briefly to one of the jurors in the case explain this split decision, rendering a conviction on some counts, but not others. Here's why.
Prosecutor's case you struggled
in terms of the counts where it was presented?
Yeah, just if there was some kind of evidence that didn't add up, I think you said.
The evidence added up.
It did.
In terms of the deliberations, the way individuals saw it, it wasn't clicking.
People saw it different ways.
Yeah.
Can I just ask real quick what you thought of Danny Solis?
On the stand, when he took the stand, I thought he was a pretty interesting individual. I don't think he was telling the truth at all, maybe.
Okay.
But personally, when it came to a collective, I don't think the entire group thought clearly of Danny Solis.
Okay.
We all had our own different views.
Yeah.
And what about Mike McLean? There was no finding of guilt against him. What was the thinking there?
When it came to McLean, I don't think we all saw guilt in terms of the counts that was presented for him. Maybe there's some more information that could have been presented in the case that could have led to maybe a verdict.
Would it surprise you to learn that McLean was actually convicted in a separate trial 2 years ago, along with Ann Pomjori and Jay Doherty and John Hooker?
I wasn't aware of that.
It was the same evidence. It was just, the ComEd part of the case was broken out and focused on those 4 individuals.
You said who?
it was McClain and Palmajore, the ComEd CEO, John Hooker, the ComEd lobbyist, and Jay Doherty, who was the pastor for all of those no-work contractors.
I think as a collective, now that you mention that, that wasn't presented to us.
Right,
so
on
we didn't include, we didn't include that in our deliberations in terms of making a decision on each of the counts.
Is there any kind of a broader message that today's verdict sends?
No.
I think during jury selection, you mentioned some concern about lobbying, right?
Yes.
Has your view changed at all? I think you said something like it's akin to bribery, if I remember right.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Do you still feel that way?
Absolutely. I think that was a big part of not getting a verdict for McClain as well, because a lot of individuals thought that it was more lobbying work that he was doing.
Which is legal.
Right.
Okay, but you still have a concern about the practice in general.
Exactly.
And what was it in your mind that sold the government's case to you, that you felt like we feel like we have to come back with a guilty verdict on these particular counts?
I think the way that we did it for each count, especially count 2, when it pertains to bribery, that was absolutely there in terms of the government presenting that evidence. But in terms of count 1, I think we all was kind of on the fence, so we didn't really come to a decision on that one.
What was the most challenging part of your deliberations?
Personally, what I've learned is that individuals are coming from a different perspective in terms of the way that they view the evidence and the way that it's presented. So that was probably the most challenging part, is to coming into a consensus of what everybody's seeing, or the words that's in the instructions from the judge.
And did people wax and wane?
Okay, so just wanted to let you listen to a little bit of this there. A really snowy day in Chicago. It's always interesting to kind of hear how the sausage is made, about how these jurors make their decision. And you heard from that juror there in this case, the conviction he had to convict, the confidence he had going forward. Remember, the jury convicted on some counts and not others there in Chicago. All right, in the meantime here, let's take a quick commercial break. We're moving from Chicago to New York City. When we come back, we heard from the mayor of Eric Adams in New York. We heard from his attorney today discussing the DOJ's effort to dismiss the indictment against Eric Adams. We'll bring you that sound when we come back. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We have a live picture there in New York City, right in Midtown Manhattan, across the street from the Fox News World headquarters. Well, this is what we know in a story we have literally covered from the very beginning. Well, today, Mayor Eric Adams' lawyer claimed that the criminal case against the mayor is over and won't be picked up again because it was weak, countering critics who say the mayor is now compromised and under President Trump's thumb here. Alex Spiro, you're going to listen to him in just a moment, said this, quote, "There is no looming threat. This case is over. This case will never be brought back." He says it wasn't a real case in the first place. These corruption allegations in an indictment brought against Mayor Eric Adams last September. Remember, we brought you the news this week that the acting Deputy Attorney General, Emile Beauvais is his name, well, he crafted a letter to send to the acting U.S. Attorney of the Southern District of New York. Remember, that was the jurisdiction that brought the case in the first place, to begin the dismissal process of this indictment. Now, ultimately, it will have to be signed off by a federal judge, but let's listen to Adams' attorney explain why, in his words, the case never should have been brought.
Prevail. Now he has. The Department of Justice has reevaluated this case and determined it should not go forward. There's good reason for that. The facts of the case are clear. The mayor never used his official position for personal benefit, nor did he have any role in violating campaign finance laws. Despite a lot of fanfare, sensational claims, ultimately there was no evidence that he broke any laws ever. The witnesses that were promised never materialized. The additional charges that were threatened never came. Now, thankfully, the mayor in New York can put this unfortunate and misguided prosecution behind them. The first of its kind airline upgrade corruption case is now over. And I've gotten many questions over the last 48 hours, and I felt I needed to explain to the people of New York what happened. So I'm going to start at the beginning. All major politicians get probed. The last mayor, Mayor de Blasio, did too. The difference between a probe and a case is that the U.S. attorney either declines to move forward or authorizes charges. I don't repeat that in any way to disparage Mayor de Blasio. I thought he reflected on and reacted honorably to the case against Mayor Adams, as did Governor Hochul, as did Hakeem Jeffries, as did Reverend Sharpton, as did others in standing with the presumption of innocence. You know, they've seen this movie before with this prosecutor in the Brian Benjamin case. Brian Benjamin was the number 2 in the governor's office, the highest-ranking African-American man in Albany. It was a thin case factually, a case dismissed legally, and a matter they prosecuted anyway. And they held on to it way too long before it was dismissed. So it's necessary to discuss this moment in time where a decision is made whether or not to press charges. How does this happen, where one man moves on and Brian Benjamin and Mayor Adams are taken away? That is the moment in time you must focus on. In the scenario with the former mayor, the prosecutor used judgment, discretion. He had no ulterior motive. They passed on the case as well they should have. Here, with Mayor Adams, they said, we're not passing. They said, we're going to get him. And so I want to take you to that moment. That moment of decision is why everything else happened here. If they passed, like they did with the former mayor, that would have been the end of it. There never would have been, maybe in the history of Earth, an airline upgrade corruption case. So Mr. Williams, the U.S. attorney, met with the mayor's team this past September. This is a moment in time, weeks before Mr. Williams would be out of office, either dreams of Washington or being removed because of the new administration. He could decide at that time to pass on this case or get the mayor, bring the case. And Mr. Williams knew well that whatever the decision, he would be there for the press conference, and he would not be there when anyone saw the lack of evidence and this begin to unravel. Mr. Williams wanted Mayor Adams, and so Mr. Williams said at the time, don't worry. Mayor Adams is just a subject, a person involved in the investigation, but not a target of the investigation. So while some things may have gone wrong in the campaign, like all campaigns, we don't have any hard evidence it was done by the mayor himself, essentially. He will end up like Mayor de Blasio and move on. He should come in and talk to us, is what they said. It turns out that that was an improper trap, because one business day later, Mr. Williams said, oh, you haven't immediately come in? Get him. Get the mayor. That moment, That moment of trying to lure him in, that was totally improper. But all of a sudden, there was this race, this need to get Mayor Adams. And Mr. Williams, as I said, wouldn't have been in office much longer, and the race was on. It's traditional at that point in time to appeal such an absurd decision to the Attorney General's office, the same office that eventually sent the directive to the Southern District to dismiss this case. That happens in the ordinary course. You appeal to them. Happens all the time. Happens for good reason. Sometimes prosecutors, for good reasons and bad, fall in love with their own positions. But Mr. Williams and his team, they called ahead to Washington. They sped it up. They said, no need to take your time and make a real presentation. We spoke to them, no process, just get Mayor Adams. And nothing after that point in time would get in their way. Nothing would stop the targeting of Mayor Adams. No policy reason would get in the way. You know, prosecutors are warned, don't bring cases in election years. Yet this prosecutor brought the case on the way out the door a month before the federal election. They say don't bring cases in election years, but they timed this prosecution at exactly the time that it would interfere with this mayoral election and interfere with your vote. And the fact that it wasn't even a real case, it wouldn't stop them either. They did things to try to bolster the airline upgrade corruption case in other ways. Leaks and press conferences and threats of superseders and the threat of 45 years in prison. Have folks fake raiding Gracie Mansion to ask for a cell phone, storming the new police commissioner's house after he had volunteered to take on this important duty. A man with an unblemished record, they raided him for a 25-year-old document. They leaked it to the press. They would stop at nothing. In other words, there was a disconnect between what happened here, some upgrades, and the level of aggression they used in trying to get him. And you should ask yourselves why. Has there ever before been an airline upgrade corruption case in American history? Did such a novel theory warrant trying to imprison the sitting black mayor of arguably the world's most important city for 45 years? Why are they doing this? There's a fentanyl crisis. There's missing children. There's gangs. They couldn't lend their resources there. They have people going to interview flight attendants from a decade ago to talk about legroom. Why did this happen? Why did it go so wrong? And I'm not one for conspiracy theories. It's been written incorrectly that I claimed or suggested that the prior White House ordered this case. I never said that. I never said that. The question really is, why did these government lawyers take this step, this unusual step of trying to take Mayor Adams out? So like prosecutors are supposed to do, I can look at the surrounding circumstances. We've been over these, the leaks, the presser, the raids, the threats, the police commissioner, and tell you this was no search for truth. They were after him, and they figured out a way to invent a crime. Was it a big career case, a way to update someone's LinkedIn profile? Were they trying to impress Washington because of the mayor's fallout? Or was it some other personal agenda at work? Ask yourself, do you have any concern something else impacted the judgment here? Can any of you be certain that this didn't have an impact on the decision to bring this case? That's the question. Do you have any doubt in your mind that they were just after truth and justice? And I don't know where all of your minds go, but my mind goes back to that original press conference, their little press conference that always bothered me. Because that wasn't a prosecutor searching for truth. That might as well have been a stump speech. Wherever your mind goes, you realize the doubt is inescapable. And then that's not a system that you can possibly trust. Today's a new day. Some people will say, well, what's with the timing? Conspiracy theories. Was there a deal? And of everything I say today, remember this. People want to point to the Department of Justice now fixing this miscarriage of justice, today, this new day, this moment in time, as if this is the moment the system lost its way. That couldn't be more backward, couldn't be more further from the truth. The truth is, justice was missing long ago when they attacked the mayor. That decision, that was the moment in time. When zealous prosecutors bring suspect cases, guess what? People ask questions. We have conviction integrity units. We have oversight. We have people asking, what were the motivations? Why bring such a novel case? That's a good thing. We want that. We need that. The truth is, Maine Justice was supposed to review this case before it was filed. They never really did. The Southern District fast pitched it. But here and now, the Department of Justice has done what they should have done all along. Ask these hard questions. In so doing, they review the entire history of this investigation, like the decision to execute made-for-TV search warrants and leak it to the press. With all this information, they could not just give the Southern District the benefit of the doubt and assume nothing improper played a role here. That's why they wrote the memo that they did. Sure, they don't come out and say right away how weak and suspect the case is, but they know no witnesses come forward publicly. They know the evidence didn't add up. And of course, that's what they're doing when they're balancing the equities and the other issues here. The mayor is not the merchant of death or some corrupt mayor. He was upgraded on an airplane every couple of years before he was even mayor. And on the other side of the analysis, as they correctly state, this has threatened the integrity of the proceedings. It's implicated concerns of the Attorney General order, the executive order, and the Justice Manual itself. The same thing I've been saying since the beginning. This case grew from a rotten tree. And so now there'll be no more targeting of Mayor Adams. Today, we set a better example for this country. Even the appearance of prosecutorial impropriety shatters trust in our system, harms the rule of law, threatens democracy. Our past two presidents have both said this emphatically and repeatedly, that the system can be and has been weaponized. We've seen this happen in other countries. We've seen this happen throughout history, and it has shaken democracy before. Does that mean you can never go after a country's leaders? Of course not. If there's some grave criminal act or criminal enterprise afoot, have at it. But what it means, and as the old saying goes, if you investigate someone long enough and hard enough and get creative enough, you can go after anybody. And when we start doing that, all is lost. Today, hopefully, is a day that sort of thing ends and ends forever. And so I will tell you, we don't want to go after Mr. Williams. He's dealing with the fallout of this misguided decision. We have no interest in going after him. We want to move forward. End the vengeance, end the targeting, end it for all time. And so I want to thank the mayor for his trust in the great team around him, the amazing folks that helped me and helped to bring about this result, and all the New Yorkers that have reached out over the last 6 months, CEOs, school teachers, everyday New Yorkers, the bellman at the hotel, the young family that walked up to me in the diner. I heard all of you. You kept saying, protect the mayor. The mayor heard you too. Thank you. I don't have anything else to say at this time, but I can answer some questions.
Hey, Alex, Ben Kochman, New York Post. You brought up the alleged lack of evidence, but the memo from DOJ doesn't take a position on the evidence. My question is, what happens to the evidence now? Because there are at least 2 people connected to the case who have pled guilty. Are you interpreting this memo as freezing SDNY's ability to share that information with other prosecutors? And separately, are you confident that SDNY will obey the demand from Trump's DOJ despite its history of independence from Washington?
Okay, we'll do one question each as we did last time, and so I'll address your first question, and it's a fair question. The documents and evidence in this case are under a protective order that the government requested. And so let me say today and be very clear, I have no interest in shielding those documents and that information from the public. I want you to know how rare that is. Most times when somebody actually commits a crime, you don't want the public to see. I want the public to see those documents. I am going to consent to any viewing by the public. I have no interest in abiding by or enforcing that protective order if the government will release them. And I encourage all of you to FOIA that information so that you can see yourself that there is no evidence of his guilt in this case.
Sir, if you don't mind, I think it'd be in all of our interest if you could walk us through what you see as the next few logical steps here, what it will look like in court, what it might look like after November with an express order to look at this case again, What are the next steps? And is there truly this looming threat that I think a lot of the mayor's political opponents have speculated on, that the Trump administration could just bring it right back?
There is no looming threat. This case is over. This case will never be brought back. It wasn't a real case in the first place. In terms of the next steps, the Department of Justice, the Attorney General's office, has issued a directive. I expect the directive to be followed and the rule of law to be followed. Yes.
How can you say the case is over, though? The Department of Justice specifically said they're going to review it again in November. Have you been told something that the public has not seen about this not coming back in November?
When you review a case and re-review a case that shouldn't have been brought in the first place, that's not a crime, where there's no evidence of guilt, I expect it not to be brought again. Yeah.
You just said that there was no real review by DOJ prior to the indictment, but I seem to recall that you had introduced multiple letters of you communicating with DOJ back and forth about specific aspects of this case. So when you say there was no real review, there was review. And I don't understand why you're saying that. I mean, there was a review. I think what you were trying to say is that there was no presentation. Is that what you're saying? And you seem to imply that Williams cut that off. So can you clarify that?
Sure. The correspondences you're talking about were the illegal leaks. Those are those letters back and forth that I attached to my motions. There was no actual meaningful meeting with the Department of Justice before this was filed. Within a day of inviting the mayor in to meet, they said, okay, we're going to charge him. And then within 48 hours, they said, you have to go to Washington right now. You've got a 30-minute presentation. And then a day after that, they said, okay, we're still charging him.
Why didn't you go?
The meeting did happen.
Okay. What happened?
But you're looking at me like this is some gotcha moment. It wasn't a real meeting.
No, what I'm looking at you at is that what you're saying is somewhat opaque. So you're now telling us there was a meeting. What happened in the meeting?
There wasn't a single meaningful back and forth, and they said, we're going to back the Southern District. They've said this. There wasn't time between when Mr. Williams was leaving office for them to have a meaningful review of this, and they wanted to get this case brought.
Yeah, hi. Have you had any...
All right, you've been listening there. That is the high-powered criminal defense attorney, Alex Spiro. His client, New York City Mayor Eric Adams, is about to be indictment-free as per this memo drafted and circulated by the acting attorney general, acting assistant attorney general, Emile Beauvais, to the acting U.S. attorney in the Southern District of New York, urging them to dismiss the case against New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Remember, this is an election year for New York City voters. The mayoral primary will be held in June, of course. The general will be in November. And so still, remember, we brought you news that many have thrown their hat into the ring to try to challenge Adams in the Democratic primary. And we'll just have to wait and see as this political saga continues to play out here. I'm Andrew Kraft. We are in a new hour. Thanks so much for being with us. We have a lot in store this hour. When we come back, we'll be diving into some of the updates made on policy moves with regard to the war in Ukraine as we approach the 3-year anniversary since Russia's full-scale invasion. We'll be breaking all of that down after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. And as we approach the 3-year mark since Russia invaded Ukraine, a lot of new policy ideas are out there. And that comes with a new administration. We always say here, elections matter, but also war is unpredictable. Today, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth called Ukraine's desire to recover all of the territory it has lost to Russia since 2014 a, quote, unrealistic objective. Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson with more.
Ukraine's pre-2014 borders is an unrealistic objective.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says any deal to end the war must involve the deployment of European soldiers with the following caveat.
They should be deployed as part of a non-NATO mission, and they should not be covered under Article 5.
Article 5 of the NATO Charter says an attack on one member triggers a military response from the alliance, a cornerstone of American foreign policy. So any foreign troops who deploy to Ukraine, even those in the alliance, would not have NATO protection if attacked. Today at NATO headquarters in Brussels, Hegseth had a previously unscheduled meeting with his Ukrainian counterpart and later ended any hopes for Ukraine to join the alliance face to face.
The United States does not believe that NATO membership for Ukraine is a realistic outcome of a negotiated settlement.
Lithuania's former top diplomat took to X to voice his displeasure. If this deal produces a piece of paper guaranteeing peace for our time, we should call it Munich II, a reference to the 1938 Munich Agreement, which appeased Hitler's expansion of Nazi Germany into Czechoslovakia, ultimately leading to the start of World War II. Hegseth also had a blunt message for NATO allies, following President Trump's call for the alliance to spend 5% of their gross domestic product on defense. The U.S. currently spends 3.4%.
The United States will no longer tolerate an imbalanced relationship which encourages dependency.
A message reinforced to German and British counterparts today.
We also hear your concerns. On stepping up for Ukraine, we are and we will. On stepping up for European security, we are and we will.
Defense Secretary Hegseth returns to NATO headquarters tomorrow, where he's likely to deliver more blunt messages and answer questions from the press. Traveling with the Defense Secretary in Brussels, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Lucas, thanks so much. Let's bring into the conversation now someone we rely on to help us make sense of these international matters. That's, of course, you know him, national security analyst and expert and retired Marine intelligence officer Hal Kempfer. He joins me. Hal, good to see you here. It's somewhat difficult to know where to start with you because there is so much today. Let's start first, though, with Hegseth's trip there, visiting NATO headquarters in Brussels for the first time. Would you characterize Hegseth's style as speak softly and carry a big stick, or a bull in a china shop approach to the NATO alliance? How would you characterize it?
My impression was a little bit more of the latter. Definitely wasn't speaking softly. He was speaking very bluntly to them, although he seemed to have very cordial discussions from all reports away from the main table with the various different members. They said they were very frank, but they were very friendly from the reports that were given. So, but at the main table, he delivered a tough message. I mean, the two big things that came out of there was that whatever peace process comes out of this, that they shouldn't expect that Ukraine's going to go back to its pre-2014 borders. And certainly since this war began, that has been the strategic goal of Ukraine, not just to stop the Russians, but to push them back outside of the, push them back beyond not just where they are, but push them all the way out to regain all that Ukrainian territory. And then the other issue is, as you may recall, under the Biden administration, NATO had already agreed across the board that Ukraine was on an irreversible path to NATO membership. Well, it looked like he kind of reversed that today. Okay. He said, nope, that's not going to happen. We shouldn't expect that to happen. And he made a comment that there's no way that Putin would ever accept that, on, quote, God's green earth, unquote, which is another way of saying they just don't see that. Now, a number of experts have been very critical of that, saying, why are you saying that now before the negotiations have begun? These are things that you can talk about during the negotiations. And that's a good point. On the other hand, it might be to spur Putin into doing something. And there is that school of thought that you open up the door, you give them these things publicly, and then if he still balks, then you can always back it off. And I would point out one thing about the Trump administration is that I haven't seen a lack of interest in reversing themselves on something pretty quick. And I would point to the tariffs on Mexico and Canada as an example of that.
Hal, I just want to acknowledge and point out, because this is significant, and yes, elections have consequences when it comes to policy matters with regard to conflict. But two things, to your point that you noted: radical policy changes from the Biden administration. Remember, to your point, during the NATO summit in D.C. in July, there was a bridging proposal agreed to open up the conversation for Ukraine to eventually join NATO. We don't know when that was going to happen, but they were on that path. That rug was pulled under them just today by Pete Hegseth there in Brussels. So I thought that was also very interesting. But with regard to the freezing of the lines on the battlefield in place, it seems like Hegseth has now adopted that. And maybe to your point, as a negotiating tactic in public, that seems to be where the language is headed. And I can't imagine what Putin is hearing there in the Kremlin and how he is responding to a lot that was put on the table. Was it only put on the table today to jumpstart negotiations? To your point, will there be behind closed doors an opportunity to wield some leverage? Because a lot was put on the table today by Hegseth, Trump, and others.
I think what it is they're putting this on the table to get something going. I mean, up to this point, Putin has been reluctant to engage in any negotiations, peace negotiations, ceasefire negotiations. Despite some of his public comments to the contrary, nothing substantive has been done. You know, President Trump reportedly had a very, almost hour-long discussion with Putin today. He said it was very constructive or very positive in terms of what was discussed. So there is some movement there, and you have to remember that President Trump campaigned consistently on ending the war in Ukraine, and he's been saying consistently he wants to stop the bloodshed, what he calls the loss of millions of lives across the board, and he's quoted some very large numbers. Some of the numbers he's quoted for Russia match what the Ukrainians are saying. Some of the numbers he's quoted on Ukrainian losses, I'm not quite sure where he gets that from. They seem a little bit higher than anything I've seen, but nonetheless, he brings up a good point, which is there is a daily slaughter going on, mostly on the Russian side, but there is a daily slaughter going on, and so he wants to stop the war, and so he's kind of moving forthrightly, putting the goal of stopping the war as soon as possible, probably ahead of the goal of the terms of how the war gets stopped. But I will tell you, and you heard it, and I'm not surprised. As you know, I've spent some time this last year in the Baltic states. I was not surprised to hear the Baltic defense minister coming out and talking about peace in our time. And frankly, I was expecting somebody to make an analogy towards Chamberlain at some point, with this, because there certainly are similarities if you listen to it. And of course, another thing that Hegseth said, there won't be any U.S. forces as part of that peacekeeping presence, if you will, in Ukraine. And he was very unambiguous about that, which puts on the Europeans, of course.
Yeah, well, I was going to ask about that. Hegseth bringing up this idea of some type of international peacekeeping force once some type of settlement is agreed upon to kind of hold the line of contact in place. Who would that be? Is Poland going to do it? Are the Baltic states going to do it?
That's actually, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying, who's going to do it? I wouldn't imagine Poland or the Baltic states would be keen on something like that.
It's interesting you bring that up. Well, first off, the Baltic states don't have a lot of excess military presence. They've actually got NATO brigades from other parts of NATO countries to bolster their physical presence just to secure their own border. So I don't expect that they would be, if they did anything, it'd be a very much token force, like maybe a battalion of 500 soldiers or something like that, but not a very robust force from the Baltic states. Other countries I could definitely see. Poland, of course, you mentioned. Germany, France, Britain would be high on the list. And then I would expect that there would be an attempt to try and get countries from Southern Europe, perhaps Spain, Italy, would be a couple of countries that come to mind. Maybe, I don't think Turkey would want to join in, but maybe Greece might want to put forces in there. But they also mentioned non-NATO. And I found that phrase particularly intriguing because I started thinking, well, which non-NATO countries might they be thinking of? Of course, as you know, this week, President Trump is meeting with Prime Minister Modi of India, and that is an immediate one that comes to mind, is the possibility of a fairly large Indian army presence that could be up there to act as peacekeepers. And Indian troops have acted as peacekeepers, peace enforcement troops in a variety of roles in the past, so it's not a mission they're unfamiliar with. And then the possibility of looking even further afield, maybe looking to Southeast Asia, maybe looking at countries like, perhaps, and this is just, I'm just guessing, but looking at countries like maybe Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, maybe seeing if they could do something. When you get into, you're almost talking about UN peacekeeping. And when you talk about UN peacekeeping stuff, it really goes very far afield.
Yeah.
That's where you end up having Fijian troops on the border of Lebanon doing peacekeeping missions, which seems a little bit of a head scratcher. Although I will say the Fijian peacekeeping troops are extremely well trained, outstanding peacekeeping troops, some of the best in the world.
All right. Hal, I wanted to ask, though, about back to the negotiations. And we're talking about this still hypothetically, though it does seem like things are moving fast to that point here. And so I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. But some of Hegseth's critics and Trump's critics have essentially said we're setting too many conditions pre-negotiation. I mean, before anyone has sat down at a table here. Some have even gone as far to say this is capitulating to Putin. This is a win for Putin. You and I have talked so much about what a victory for Ukraine would look like. With what Hegseth outlined today, is that it or not?
That is the big criticism, was that some of the things that he said sounded just like Vladimir Putin talking points. No NATO, stop at the current lines, or the 4 oblasts, if you will, that are currently largely, not completely, but largely occupied by Russian troops. Interestingly, in the background, almost completely missed, President Zelensky had talked about earlier that maybe there'd be an exchange of territory if Ukraine pulled out of the Kursk Oblast in Russia, that maybe Russia would pull out of some of the areas they occupy. And the Kremlin shot that down completely today. They said, nope, that's just not going to happen. So the Kremlin's taking very much a hard line. And the reality is, I think that Putin will listen to today and it'll be wind in his sails. And what's interesting, if you actually look at the ground in Ukraine, so much has changed since the war started 3 years ago. First off, Ukraine has an advantage in tanks. They actually have more tanks on the ground than Russia, and Russia is running out of tanks. In terms of troops on the ground in Ukraine, again, Ukraine has a troop advantage. Oh, they've got huge manpower problems, don't get me wrong, but Russia has enormous manpower problems as well. And so in a lot of these key metrics, battlefield metrics, where they are today, Ukraine versus Russia, if you will, the math has changed dramatically on that. And I would say if Putin pushes too hard, there's a possibility that the U.S. could kind of, spring back a little bit, if you will, and take a harder stance. And, again, most would say don't ever throw that stuff out there as preconditions, particularly in NATO conference. Don't say that you're going to stop the accession of Ukraine to NATO. Don't talk about freezing the lines. Don't talk about the U.S. not participating. Use that in the negotiations. But there is a contrarian view that you throw that out there. Let Putin do whatever Putin does. Kind of feel him out to see where he's going to go with that. And then if he starts to, again, take the stance that he's been taking, then you start taking things off the board. That's one way of negotiating. All right. I would have preferred if those things didn't get offered up front, but that's my personal view. But they did. So you just have to kind of, see how this is going to play out.
Yeah. And we do bring you on for your personal view because it is so insightful. Hal, we had mentioned about the path to NATO membership now somewhat being off the table, some type of international peacekeeping force when the war is over or a negotiated settlement is reached. Another major departure from the previous administration is just the pure fact that a phone call took place between the U.S. president and the Russian leader. All right, Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, they got on the phone today. He also spoke with Zelensky, yes. But since February of 2022, U.S.-Russian relations have essentially stopped, paused, frozen in place because of the invasion itself. The last time a U.S. president spoke to Vladimir Putin and met him in person, that was in Geneva, Switzerland in the summer of 2021. That was well before the invasion between Biden and Putin. And now a phone call has taken place. Established lines of communication have been redrawn, so to speak, or reestablished, so to speak. So just that very fact is very significant, that a phone call took place and an extension, a mutual extension of dueling invitations. No, you come to Moscow. No, you come to D.C. have been offered, have been put on the table. Trump to Putin, and Putin via his spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, to Washington, to Trump here. We're in a completely different phase now, I would argue, of this conflict here. I want to put this up. This is part of the Truth Social post from Trump announcing this. He said, I just had a lengthy and highly productive phone call with President Vladimir Putin of Russia. He says, we discussed Ukraine, the Middle East, energy, artificial intelligence, the power of the dollar, and various other subjects. We both reflected on the great history of our nations and the fact that we fought so successfully together in World War II, remembering that Russia lost tens of millions of people and we, likewise, lost so many. We each talked about the strengths of our respective nations and the great benefit that we will someday have in working together. So, Hal, if you were working in the Trump White House and you were advising President Trump, would you have said take this phone call or not? Because remember, in the Biden administration, there was no communication. This is different from that. Is it going to work?
I think if you look at President Trump's history, he was going to have that phone call one way or the other. In fact, there was reports that he may have already had another phone call with Putin, which was kind of a little bit ambiguous. There was some walking back of that. But he's going to talk to he's going to talk to Putin. That's just all there is to it. Now, with that said, this is not the first communication, certainly, we've had with Russia since the start of the Ukrainian war. There's been a number of communications at the Secretary of Defense, Minister of Defense level, at a variety of levels below Putin. There has been ongoing communications between the counterparts there, so that has not stopped, although at one time it was noticeably paused for a period of time when tensions were particularly tough. But the other side, too, and this is something that President Trump has brought up many times, is that Russia is a very well-armed nuclear nation, that they have a very big nuclear arsenal. And one thing that seems to weigh heavily on his mind is the fact that Russia is so well-armed. The other side, too, is more is coming out that Russia may have seriously been considering earlier in the war of using tactical nuclear weapons in Ukraine. And I'm sure that whatever's coming out in the public, whatever's coming out in the classified realm is much more definitive in that regard. So that may be playing on President Trump's mind in terms of where this has to go. Part of the problem that they run into is if, for example, the Putin regime was to collapse, if there was, if it really got to the point where they were overthrown or something like that, what would Putin do? What would be his final last stand? And I'm sure their psychologists have looked at this and said, well, he might do this. Okay. And that probably weighs pretty heavily. And one thing that Donald Trump is he likes to read people. He sees all negotiations, and he certainly reads people more than he reads national interests, probably more as he reads people a lot closer. He reads national leaders probably closer. So he puts a lot of stock in that. So that may weigh more heavily on his mind and say, certainly President Biden, who I think would look at national interests and international interests, regional interests, before he'd actually look at focusing on just the personalities involved.
Okay, it was also reported, though, I failed to mention this, that the U.S. Special Envoy for all of this, Steve Witkoff, while on the ground in Russia for, 6 or 7 hours, to get American teacher Mark Fogel back to the U.S., met with Putin. I don't know how long that was being reported, and that was significant in and of itself here. Also, Trump in the Oval Office today saying possibly a meeting might take place between the two in Saudi Arabia later this year. We'll just have to wait and see. Last point on this, Hal, we got to go. Are you concerned, do you see where some of the critics of all of this are coming from, that the United States is giving away the farm, so to speak, so fast? That some type of official visit conferred upon Vladimir Putin to Washington during this war would be seen as a major propaganda win for Putin. Are you worried by that?
I am concerned. If they were to meet before the Ukrainian agreement is reached, I think that would be somewhat preemptive in terms of that. I would not like to see that. I would certainly like to see something that puts at least a ceasefire on the ground, some sort of agreement that the Ukrainians can agree to. Of course, one of the fears of the Ukrainians that's been kind of hovering out there is that the U.S. and Russia get involved with this big discussion and not really involve the Ukrainians that much. And we kind of saw that certainly with Afghanistan, where under the Trump administration, they met with the Taliban, but didn't include the national government. And we saw how badly that went for the national government. So there is some fear of that the Ukrainians will get sidelined. Although with that, Vice President J.D. Vance is meeting with Zelensky this week, and hopefully there'll be a good discussion that comes out of that. There was also another discussion today at the same time, not at the same time, but same day. He's talking to Putin. He's talking to President Zelensky. The discussion with Secretary of Treasury Bessent went well, and also they finished up. It looks like this exchange that took place with Fogel, that they exchanged a Russian that we held, and in that, interestingly, Belarus released an American citizen and 2 Belarusians from their prison. Right. So it looks like there may have been more going on there than we knew. So there's, I kind of put it all in context. Okay. There's some good things that are happening, but there's a lot of concerns.
Yeah. All right. Hal, thanks so much. Can't thank you enough for all the insight you provide. And we'll talk soon.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, before we go to a quick commercial break at the bottom of the hour, we do have some comments made today by Ukrainian leader Volodymyr Zelensky on his social media channels discussing what Hal Kempfer and I were just discussing about his conversations with not only President Trump, but remember, tomorrow on the sidelines of the Munich Security Conference, he'll be meeting with Secretary of State Marco Rubio and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. Let's listen to Zelensky.
Дорогі українці, українки, довгий непростий сьогодні день. Щойно провів засідання РНБО, рішення ухвалене, буде опубліковане завтра. Захищаємо нашу державу та відновлюємо справедливість. Кожен, хто знищував національну безпеку України та допомагав Росії, кожен повинен відповідати. Мільярди, які були зароблені фактично продажем України, українських інтересів, української безпеки, повинні бути заблоковані і повинні працювати на захист України і українців. І це буде обов'язково. І є також рішення щодо цін на ліки для наших людей. Те, що потрібно так громадянам України, є шлях, щоб знизити на 30% ціну на топ-100 медичних засобів з 1 березня на найбільш важливі ліки для наших людей. Уряд повинен представити суспільству всі деталі. Зміни мають бути відчутними і позитивними для мільйонів українців. Це персональна відповідальність урядовців і конкретно міністра охорони здоров'я. Друге, за сьогодні дуже предметні перемовини зі Сполученими Штатами Америки. Була розмова з президентом Трампом, хороша розмова, детальна. Я вдячний президенту за щирий інтерес до наших спільних можливостей, до того, як ми можемо разом наблизити справжній мир. Тривала розмова, ми обговорили багато нюансів дипломатичних, військових, економічних, і президент Трамп поінформував мене про те, що йому сказав Путін. Віримо, що сили Америки достатньо, щоб разом з нами, разом з усіма партнерами дотиснути Росію і Путіна до миру. Також була зустріч з міністром фінансів Сполучених Штатів Бесентом. Ми готуємо угоду, яка зміцнить нашу безпеку і дасть новий поштовх нашим нашим економічним відносинам. Ми плануємо всі деталі опрацювати і так, щоб вже в рамках Мюнхенської конференції та наших зустрічей там з американськими представниками, зокрема віце-президентом Америки Венсом, щоб у нас було готове бачення, як додамо більше безпеки і який документ може це зафіксувати. І ще одне. Сьогоднішній ракетний удар Росії по Україні, балістика, дрони, якраз перед візитом американського міністра. На жаль, є втрати, мої співчуття рідним. Є постраждалі. Очевидно, треба працювати всім абсолютно, хто здатний допомогти з ППО, щоб посилити захист життів людей від російського терору. Війна, на жаль, триває. Захищати життя треба. І треба захищати кожен день. Ми робимо максимум, щоб наблизити мир. Я дякую всім, хто допомагає і хто буде з нами у перший день миру. Слава Україні!
All right, Ukrainian leader Volodymyr Zelensky with that message to his people as we approach 3 years of war there on the European continent. We'll be back in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's keep it moving with more of these top headlines and hopefully explain, or at least try to, why inflation, according to the latest Consumer Price Index report, well, why did it tick up last month there in January? Reading right now from some of the copy there in the New York Times, they say this: U.S. inflation rose to 3% in January. They say it would strengthen the case for the Federal Reserve to extend a pause on interest rate cuts. Remember, last Fed meeting, Fed Chair Jerome Powell kept rates steady. So the CPI, that's the Consumer Price Index, it jumped more than expected. This is data coming from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. It rose 0.5% from December in what was the fastest monthly increase since August of 2023. Last month, the annual pace was 2.9%. So we're in that 3 percentile territory yet again. Remember, 2% is the target for the Fed here. Well, what is leading to this slight uptick in these inflation numbers? Let's talk about them with our friend there at the American Institute for Economic Research, Dr. Peter Earle. He joins us. Peter, good to see you here. You and I have talked about these CPI reports seemingly for like the last year and a half or 2 years. Yeah. It was on the right track until January. What went wrong in January?
So there's three major reasons why the January inflation numbers were as bad as they were. You know, the first is just we still have a lot of money chasing goods and services. And I think the Fed probably lowered rates a little too early. They should have kept rates where they are, but that's done now. And there's two other reasons, one of which is that when the new year starts, a lot of businesses will reset their prices. And they tend to do that in accordance with their views on inflation. So we know that inflation expectations have been rising. And so they probably raised the prices for the new year a little more than they would have otherwise. And the third is pre-positioning for tariffs. There's a lot of businesses that took President Trump's tariffs threats seriously. They were right to. And they started ordering foreign inputs over the last few months, and that's driving prices up too. So all of those things together, you know, wound up with these pretty bad numbers. And I mean, I should mention that, you know, these are the CPI numbers. We calculate an index at AIR with only 24 prices that people use in their households. It's called the Everyday Price Index, and that was up 0.9%. So really some pretty strong price increases over the last month since the start of the new year.
Yeah, you preempted me there. I wanted to ask, you know, what these tariff announcements may have contributed to this spike here. Of course, just earlier this week, the kind of overall tariff on some of these steel and aluminum imports across the board here. You mentioned businesses pre-position. What do you mean by that? So they try to absorb what's coming? Do I have that right?
Yeah, I mean, what they try to do is they try to build up inventory for a certain amount of time, whether it's a few months or a few weeks or a few months, so that they have those goods and they don't wind up paying the higher prices. And I think what they usually do is they figure that there'll be a few days or a few weeks where the prices will be higher, and then there'll be some sort of a deal struck. But there was such a rush, especially for auto companies who get a lot of auto parts from Canada, and for, you know, food companies that get avocados and things like that from Mexico, and, you know, anything from China, that that pre-positioning, that forward ordering was pretty substantial, and it's raised prices a good enough or to an extent that we can actually see it in the CPI and the other inflation indices.
Let's talk about some of the comments Jerome Powell has made. He's been testifying in front of relevant committees in front of the House and Senate this week. And a lot of people are fixating on this particular passage of the hearing in which Jerome Powell seemingly poured cold water on some of the concerns that these tariffs are going to immediately and directly impact the consumer, that the costs will be borne by consumers almost instantaneously. You may know what portion I'm talking about here. What did he mean by that? Who else will bear those costs? And he was essentially saying they might not even get to or trickle to the consumer. Could we see that? Could we be in the clear?
I don't agree with that, especially because of the levels we're talking about. The tariffs put in place by President Trump in his last administration, the weighted average amount on goods, which was a very narrow group of goods anyway, was about 3%. But if we're talking about, and by the way, that 3% occurred at a time when we had lowering taxes and all that. So there were a lot of ways that companies could eat those increases. But we're talking about levels like 10 and 25% now with taxes where they have been. So I don't really agree with him that they won't trickle through. I think they're too big for companies just to eat, and I think we're going to see them in end prices. Maybe he's referring to the fact that that either the tariff, imbroglio won't last too long, or perhaps he's saying that he doesn't think that there'll be a sort of a general rise in prices only in specific goods. But historically, that hasn't been the case. We've seen them in prices and pretty broadly when they're that large.
Are you worried in the kind of overall economic conversation right now that tariffs are being perceived as this kind of catch-all panacea to solve every ailment of the economy?
I absolutely am. I mean, tariffs are taxes, and essentially, what they do is, they undermine confidence in domestic currency. They make things more expensive, and a lot of times the damage that they do is it isn't undone when the tariffs are lifted. And the idea that they're a good negotiating tactic, the downside of that is what we're seeing right now, where you see businesses that are forward ordering things and they're pushing prices up because they're trying to accumulate inventory before prices go up. So,
although,
there's a lot more that ails the U.S. economy than trade. Trade is cooperative and voluntary, and trade deficits don't mean that we're necessarily being, say, screwed over by one nation or another. But clearly, that's foremost on the president's mind. And, the Fed has to sort of contend with what comes out of the executive and legislative branches in terms of their monetary policy.
Yeah,
So,
and I just wanted to note, too, there have been concessions extracted, though, by some of these tariff threats, with just the threat dangling over places like Mexico and Canada. Remember, they committed thousands of troops to their respective borders. Then the tariff threat against Colombia and the like here. So it does seem to have some type of negotiating benefit in that respect, maybe with some other tangential policy measure here. I want to talk, though, about the labor market. Today, Jerome Powell said this, that the labor market is not a source of inflation. But you and I have discussed so often that the labor market, the unemployment rate, is somewhat directly correlated to whether or not there's going to be an interest rate cut, hike, or whether or not it will remain steady. Does another rate cut require a bad jobs report?
I mean, at this point right now, we've had a couple of strong job reports. There's some weakness under the surface. But I mean, the Fed is going to use the general price level. That's what they see in CPI and PCE, the personal consumption expenditure measure. And they're going to use the monthly inflation report, so it's prices and it's the labor markets to determine where rates should be. But I think they've seen enough, with this inflation report and then with the last few employment reports that they're going to stand fast for a while. I mean, conceivably, if they saw, a really substantial uptick in prices, if we saw inflation get back up to, say, 4.5%, or if we had a few more of these $250,000 or 300,000 job non-farm payrolls, they could even have to raise rates again. I don't see that happening, but I do think they're going to stand fast for a while. I don't think we're going to see lower rates for some time.
Okay. All right, Peter, lastly, got to get you on this. I want to hear your thoughts and your reaction. President Trump, over the weekend, floated the idea of doing away with the U.S. penny altogether. Now, this has been an idea in the conversation for decades. It seems like it's gaining purchase, no pun intended. What say you? Do we need the penny?
No, I mean, the very fact that since 2006, it's cost way more than a penny to produce. I mean, that's a wholly diseconomic proposition. I mean, the nickel, too, costs between 11 and 12 cents to mint. So, other nations have done it. We can go to a basis where we have 10-cent increments. Dimes are still profitable to produce. You just round up or down, that sort of thing. The zinc lobby, people who are very sentimental about Lincoln, and also a lot of charities that collect millions of dollars in penny donations, they're going to be against it. But I think overall, this is long overdue. I mean, either we've got to find a way to make pennies for less than a penny, or we need to do away with it and stick with dimes and higher.
All right, Dr. Peter Earle there with AIER, talking dollars and cents as usual. Peter, thanks so much. We'll talk soon.
Talk to you soon.
All right, in the meantime here, let's take a quick commercial break. We have a lot more top headlines still left this hour. When we come back, we'll be highlighting some of those more domestic headlines in Illinois, but also in Southern California. We'll have those stories for you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Our next story takes us to San Diego, California. Fox 5 there with this. A military plane crashes near Shelter Island. Let's take a look at the scene from earlier today. So this is what we know. A U.S. Navy electronic warfare aircraft crashed into San Diego Bay. This was near Naval Air Station North Island today, sending 2 service members to the hospital. The Navy confirmed there were 2 pilots on board. This was the Boeing EA-18G Growler, and both pilots were rescued. Now, San Diego Fire confirmed the crash was reported near Shelter Island just after 10:16 a.m. local time. And the Coast Guard San Diego office confirming to Fox the pilots were rescued by a fishing vessel, and they were then transferred to U.S. Customs and Border Patrol Air and Marine operations, and they were said to be in stable condition today. So that was the scene there. Take a look at that. Quite a gray, gloomy, rainy day there in San Diego in the bay, and you can see the water a little bit choppy. Well, we heard from officials there updating the public. Let's watch.
We responded, and we did find some Good Samaritans, had recovered 2 pilots from the water. We assisted those Good Samaritans getting to our police docks right over here. Brought them up to our parking lot. They got connected with medical care that they needed. They went to the hospital to get treatment. And at that point, we just assisted with perimeter for this large debris field that's out here from the aircraft that went into the water. And that was really the extent of Harbor Police's role. Since that time, we've limited all traffic here to just emergency traffic only. So if you're a mariner in the area, please avoid the Shelter Island Basin. It's emergency traffic only. We've also closed down Kellogg Beach, so if you're a local, please avoid Kellogg Beach. The main channel of San Diego Bay remains open, in and out, but you'll see a large Coast Guard and Navy presence holding the maritime perimeter of the debris field while all of the debris is recovered. So that is, in a nutshell, what happened this morning, and we're taking a few questions, but we can't really talk about the pilots, their identity, the aircraft, all of that stuff. We're going to have to refer to the Navy because this is going to be their investigation.
The Good Samaritans recovered them in a boat?
In a boat, yes.
What's the process now with clearing the debris? We have heard maybe a crane's going to come in. Can you give us any details on that?
I don't know all the details because the Navy is primary on that. I do know it could take a while because you have to pinpoint exactly, where the accident happened, and you've got tide and wind that can push debris, anywhere, so it could be a while.
And describe to people, we were seeing the orange outline that was being used out there.
So that's a boom that is made to kind of prevent environmental spills from expanding, prevent the debris field from expanding, and kind of set the perimeter. Anytime there's an aircraft accident like this, there is a little bit of a concern about the maritime environmental impact. So the Port Environmental is aware of the impact that might have. The Coast Guard has their own emergency environmental response as well, in case any of that is needed.
What did you describe it as, a boom?
A boom? Boom. Yeah, B-O-O-M.
So underwater, what is under the water of that orange?
The boom it is just on the surface. The boom is just on the surface. There's nothing. It doesn't extend underneath the water.
Can you tell us anything about the pilots as they were taken from the water here and transported, their demeanor, anything?
I cannot. Anything for the pilots, you're going to have to refer to the Navy on that.
What's the depth of the water with the plane?
The depth of the bay varies all over, and since the point of impact hasn't really been determined yet, you can kind of see the general area where they are, but I couldn't speak to the exact depth. I don't know.
What teams are out of the water right now?
Out on the water right now, it appears that there's, I've seen Navy boats, I've seen Coast Guard boats, and there's one Harbor Police boat helping maintain the perimeter right now.
One of the big concerns is environmental issues. I know you're on top of it now, but we have bad weather, we have currents, so with wind. What more can you do to make sure that more environmental damage isn't done?
There's not a lot you can do in the moment. I mean, it's an environmental cleanup because the accident has already happened. So getting those booms out there and having all of your environmental teams on standby is really the best we can do right now because the Navy investigation is primary as they kind of get their perimeter set up and on lockdown.
Is the Navy in charge of removing the fighter jet from the water?
Yes, I believe that's going to be their responsibility.
How would they do so when that happens, do you know?
I don't know their process.
Has this ever happened before?
I believe there was a helicopter crash in the bay years ago. I don't remember the exact date of that, though.
what's the intention of the maritime closure, and how long is that expected to last?
We'll lift it as soon as we can. We don't want to extend that any longer. We have left an ingress and egress route, like I said, for essential emergency traffic. So if you were, your dock home port is the Kona Kai and you've been out all day, if you're coming back tonight, we're going to let you get back to your dock. But if you're just going out for a pleasure cruise for the day, please avoid the area because it's just for emergency traffic only.
Is it just for the rest of the day that it's going to be?
I can't give an exact timeline because I don't know how long the recovery efforts will take.
So the Good Samaritans, it was a fishing boat, what sort of boat?
I heard fishing boat, but I couldn't even verify if it was a large fishing boat, a small fishing boat. I'm not sure.
Did they physically bring them out of the water?
I was not there for that part, so I don't know, sir. Sorry.
What hospital?
I can't say the hospital. I'll have to defer to the Navy on that one.
Okay, I think that's it, folks. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, there you have it, a scary situation. Still, we have here on Live Now been covering these air accidents, it seems like every other day almost. Just remember earlier this week, that deadly plane crash on the tarmac at Scottsdale, Arizona Regional Airport. And now this, they're in San Diego. Thankfully, though, those two pilots, they're going to be okay. In the meantime here, I'm Andrew Kraft. We are approaching pretty fast the top of the next hour. Let's move from San Diego right now. I want to show you Springfield, Illinois. Take a look at this live vantage point here. And you can see the Illinois State House there in the distance. Well, this is what we know. We want to update you on the tragic set of circumstances surrounding the Sonia Massey case. Do you remember this story? We'll remind you. This is what we know now, though. A $10 million settlement between county officials there in Springfield, Illinois, and the family of Sonia Massey is, quote, the first step in getting full justice for the black woman fatally shot in her home last summer by a sheriff's deputy. We all saw the body camera video, and it was so stunning. Well, anyway, today, civil rights attorney Ben Crump telling reporters the settlement approved last night by the county board is poignant, particularly because Massey would have turned 37 today, and because a criminal trial and legislative changes await. You remember ex-sheriff's deputy Sean Grayson, 30 years old at the time. Well, he faces a first-degree murder charge in the shooting after responding to a call from Massey, who suffered mental health issues, about a suspected prowler around her home and neighborhood. Remember, he shot her while she was moving a pot of hot water from her stove. Well, joining Crump today, Ben Crump, the civil rights attorney, his associates and family members, was state representative there, Justin Slaughter. He's a Chicago Democrat who has introduced legislation to provide more accountability to the hiring of police officers, in part by ensuring their records at previous departments are fully disclosed. Now, remember, with previous and former Deputy Grayson, he had worked for 6 police departments in 4 years and had some disciplinary and legal problems at some of them, remember. Back out live there to Springfield, Illinois. Ben Crump tweeting this: the $10 million settlement for Sonia Massey's family is a step toward justice, he says, but accountability can't stop here. A cop with a troubled past shouldn't have been hired, let alone taken Sonia's life. He says criminal and legislative action must follow. So strong words there from Ben Crump, and we wanted to get that update in on this story. In the meantime, though, we do want to stay in the Midwest for now. We're moving from Springfield, Illinois, to the Cincinnati, Ohio area, Hamilton County specifically. Want to give you an update. There was a press conference today with law enforcement officials there in Hamilton County regarding some burglaries at the home of Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow. Well, today in this press conference, we learned this: 3 Chilean men tied to that very theft ring are facing new charges in the Burrow burglary case. Let's listen.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please come on in. We've got a few more in the corners. Thanks very much for being here today. My name's Connie Pillich. I'm the prosecuting attorney for Hamilton County. And we have a lot of people behind me, and I do want to point out Sheriff McGuffey and Attorney General Dave Yost down from Columbus. We have some important news for you today. We also have a member of the special agent from the FBI and other members of law enforcement joining us today. Today we're pleased to announce the indictment of the 3 men connected to the burglary of the home of Cincinnati Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow. All right, so if I can let you show that screen just a wee bit. Okay. This indictment is the result of months of investigative work by our Southwest Ohio Burglary Task Force. Through their extensive investigation, and I really mean extensive, they had help from the Ohio Attorney General, the Clark County, Ohio Prosecutor and Sheriff, and many other members of law enforcement. The 3 men are Jordan Francisco Quiroga Sanchez, Bastian Alejandro Oriana Morales, and Sergio Andres Ortega Cabello, and we will have those names for you. They were indicted on 2 felonies. First-degree felony engaging in a pattern of corrupt activity, and second-degree felony burglary. All 3 of these men are believed to be citizens of Chile who came here legally under a visa-free program that the United States offers to a handful of countries. They appear to be involved in multiple thefts and burglaries in many jurisdictions, and they are far from the only individuals who do this sort of work. Next slide, please. This slide shows the 3 men involved posing while wearing some of Joe Burrow's jewelry and accoutrement. The 4th man in here, who's giving us a very friendly gesture, he was not present at the home during the burglary, so he's not a part of this indictment. Next slide, please. The thieves laid out the items that they took so that we could have a good idea of what they had. They include commemorative items was owned by Joe Burrow with his jersey number 9, also a large amount of cash. And then the next 2 slides show more photos of the defendants posing with Mr. Burrow's belongings. They've got the watch, and the bracelets, more necklaces, and they're just kind enough to let us see their faces. And finally, the next slide, the items found in a vehicle with the defendants when it was stopped in Clark County, Ohio. The stellar work of the Clark County Sheriff and Prosecutor helped connect us to the burglary at Joe Burrow's house. So next slide, please. The Southwest Ohio Burglary Task Force was formed in early 2024, and it was formed specifically to investigate the string of burglaries going on in Hamilton County, particularly those connected to organized crime, such as the South American theft gangs. And I say gangs plural because there are many of them. Their methodology that this investigation uncovered was consistent with gang activity. We have a lot of victims in our county who have lost valuable and sentimental belongings, as well as their sense of security in their own homes, due to this type of theft activity. And this task force is working very hard on all of those cases. The extensive effort is made possible through the collaboration of the Ohio Organized Crime Investigation Commission under the leadership of Ohio Attorney General and its Bureau of Criminal Investigation, as well as the Indian Hill Rangers. In fact, they were the 2 founding members and do lead this task force. But other members of this task force include police departments from Amberley Village, Cincinnati, Deer Park, Forest Park, and Montgomery. It also includes the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office, Ohio State Troopers, the FBI, and now the Clark County Prosecutor and Sheriff. We also have partners in Butler and Warren counties helping us. And I really want to impress upon you the dedication and perseverance of the members of this task force. This work has been ongoing for months and months, in the case of Indian Hill, for years. It's very complex theft, and it's very difficult to conduct these investigations and find the actual perpetrators. These officers have gone above and beyond their regular jurisdictional duties because they've had to follow the cases to other jurisdictions such as Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, New York, Connecticut, and Florida. And their unwavering commitment to justice has been instrumental in advancing this investigation. And they deserve full recognition for all the accomplishments so far. I'm very, very proud of them and the efforts that they've put forth. And look, there have been a lot of challenges because this is complex stuff and it's not easy to follow unnamed people who have a methodology that allows them to get in and out of somebody's residence within 5 minutes. So I'm very proud to commend them for their perseverance and their commitment to establishing partnerships and finding ways to keep our neighborhoods safe. I'd like to now turn it over to the Ohio Attorney General, David Yost.
Okay, so we just wanted to listen to some of these speakers there at this press conference. The Attorney General of the state of Ohio now up there. That was the Hamilton County prosecutor filing new charges against these 3 Chilean men for their alleged role in the burglarizing of Joe Burrow's home there in the Cincinnati area. Remember, he's the famous Bengals quarterback. We've been following and highlighting some of these burglary cases with regard to professional athletes for several months now, but new charges being brought against those 3 Chilean men. Remember, this term in law enforcement is known as crime tourism, and so we'll be continuing to follow it here on Live Now from Fox. All right, I'm Andrew Kraft. We're in a new hour. We want to take our first commercial break of this hour. When we come back, though, we'll be diving into so many of the questions I know I have, I know you have, about some of the major developments in the war in Ukraine and some of the new, novel, creative policy ideas being put forth by new members of the Trump administration in order to bring both sides to the table and to possibly get some type of negotiated settlement, i.e., that means an end to the war. We'll have more on that in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. Let's keep it moving with more of these international headlines, especially regarding the war in Ukraine and these phone calls that took place between President Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky, but also President Trump and Vladimir Putin of Russia. This coming as the United States brought back one of our own wrongfully detained American teacher there from Pennsylvania, Mark Fogel. Also, we're getting more details about this other release from some of these Belarusian dissidents and one American citizen. So there were two Americans in this prisoner swap, in this trade, so to speak. We don't know yet who that other American citizen was. That was just announced today. But Fox News' Rebecca Castor has more on this from Washington.
Everybody knows Mark. He's become a very famous guy.
President Trump is racking up big diplomatic wins this week, welcoming home American teacher Mark Fogel Tuesday night, who spent more than 3 years detained in Russia.
This event shows a good faith effort from Russia, and it's a sign, as I just said, that we are moving in the right direction to end this brutal war.
A second American detained in Belarus was also released today. And with the war in Ukraine hitting the 3-year mark this month, President Trump spoke directly with Russian President Vladimir Putin today about ending it. He shared on Truth Social, "We agreed to work together very closely, including visiting each other's nations. We have also agreed to have our respective teams start negotiations immediately." Trump then called Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who says no one wants peace more than Ukraine.
Stopping the fighting and reaching an enduring peace is a top priority.
Trump's phone calls come as his defense secretary, Pete Hegseth, is at NATO headquarters in Belgium for meetings on Ukraine. He calls Kyiv joining NATO unrealistic and says it should be on European nations to secure Ukraine when the war ends.
The United States will no longer tolerate an imbalanced relationship which encourages dependency. Rather, our relationship will prioritize empowering Europe to own responsibility for its own security.
Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio will meet with President Zelensky in Munich on Friday to discuss ending the war. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thanks so much. I just want to put this up from our colleague Lucas Tomlinson there, and he says this, quoting Hegseth, saying, "Ukraine returning to pre-2014 borders is an unrealistic objective and an illusionary goal." So strong words there from the defense secretary. In the meantime, though, we do want to bring into the conversation on the phone right now former U.S. Ambassador to NATO, Kurt Volker, friend of the program here on Live Now. Kurt, do we have you?
Yep, I'm here, Andrew. How you doing?
Good. Thanks so much for being with us. I know you've been following a lot of these developments extremely closely. You and I have talked so much about the war in Ukraine. We are approaching the 3-year mark since the invasion began. And Ambassador, I just have to ask, what do you make of some of these new novel approaches and ideas to reaching a negotiated settlement there, coming from not only Secretary Hegseth, but also President Trump in this phone call today with Vladimir Putin? I just want your thoughts on that. Is this the right direction here?
Well, first off, I think that President Trump is making this a top priority. He wants to see an end to the fighting in Ukraine, stop the carnage, as he likes to say. So he is ramping up the pressure, and he's also creating the opportunities. So he's doing a lot to stir the pot and try to bring something out there. The second thing is what I see the Trump administration doing is 3 things. It's pushing for an immediate ceasefire. It is saying that there needs to be some kind of deterrent so that Russia doesn't attack again. And it needs to shift the burden of this more to our European allies than the U.S. taking the lead. They want the Europeans to take the lead. Now, everything else in there is kind of a lot of talk, a lot of ideas, a lot of things thrown out there on the table. The hostage release from Moscow, the president talking about minerals in Ukraine as possible payments, aid to Ukraine, military aid to Ukraine, where things come out in terms of a settlement, in terms of Ukraine deciding it can't take the territory back militarily but it'll pursue the recovery of territory by other means. All of this is out there. But I think Trump is pushing to get these sides to actually look at a ceasefire, stopping the fighting, and then pursuing their dispute by other means.
So, Ambassador, I had to ask, though, do you think and are you concerned that with the U.S. putting so much on the table conditionally before negotiations, before talks are even underway, does that sell away our leveraging standpoint in some respect? Or no, is it purely a negotiating tactic to get to the table first?
I think it's a tactic. And if we look at the two things that people have highlighted all day, first one is saying that, well, it's unrealistic for Ukraine to get all its territory back. This is something that President Zelensky said in January and in December in various interviews, saying he knows they don't have the military means to take it back. So they're willing to have a ceasefire and pursue the recovery of territory by other means. So this is already something that's in the mix there. I don't think it's giving anything away. The other thing that Secretary Hegseth said was that it's unrealistic to think that NATO membership is going to be given to Ukraine as a result of negotiations. Well, that is clearly a true statement because Russia's never going to agree that Ukraine should be a member of NATO. But the reality here is that we should not be talking to Russia about Ukraine's NATO membership. This is something for Ukraine and the NATO allies to discuss among themselves at some point in the future. It doesn't belong in this negotiation. So I don't think that's really giving anything away either.
And just lastly, I mean, is any of this going to bring Putin to the table? I mean, that's the missing element in all of this. We don't know the answer to that question. Will Putin budge by this?
You know, it's really interesting because what we saw over the last week or two, President Trump was saying Putin needs to end the war, holding him accountable, saying Putin's in a weak position, he's hurting his economy, he has to stop it. And then even threatening escalation, such as more sanctions, more taxes, more tariffs on Russian goods. And then he's talking with Zelensky, and he's saying, look, we can, get access to your minerals and metals, and that's $500 billion worth of value that we want to get access to, and that would pay for American military support to Ukraine. So I think Putin was actually feeling a little bit left out of these conversations.
Oh.
That's why he released Folger, and that's why Trump then reciprocated, say, okay, now I'll call him because he released this American, and getting Putin into that negotiation. So it's delicate. Clearly, Putin's not going to give up on his objectives, but if we can get him into a position where a ceasefire is possible, that is what I think Trump is trying to do.
All along, almost all these 3 years, Zelensky has been so unequivocal and approached this zero sum by saying any territory ceded to Russia would be considered some type of loss in the Ukrainians' eyes. Are you seeing a new tone from Zelensky? Is he realizing the political reality at play? Is he being more conciliatory than you would have expected?
Well, this has been going on for some time now. Ukraine is realizing that they cannot retake the territory militarily with what they currently have available, that they're going to have to live with some Russian occupation of territory that they dispute, they don't recognize it, but they're going to have to live with that. And I wouldn't characterize Zelensky as having an absolutist view. I would characterize Putin really as having an absolutist view. He says what I've taken is mine and what I haven't taken is negotiable. That's really a very aggressive position, trying to take over another country. And what's interesting is that now Putin is also responding to Trump and saying, okay, let's get into some kind of conversation.
But Kurt, if you were back in Brussels and Finland and Estonia and Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland came to you and said, if we give Putin an inch, he's going to take a mile, meaning us, what would you tell them now?
Right. Right, and you're quite literally, reading my mind because I've heard from some of them today. And what I am telling them is that I think there are three pieces to this that are in Trump's mind. It's ceasefire, it is deterrence, and then it is burden sharing. And the ceasefire he's viewing as something that he delivers. President Trump is going to get these sides to stop fighting. Deterrence is preventing future Russian attacks. And that is making sure Ukraine is strong enough, NATO is strong enough, that Putin is not tempted. And the third part is more of that has to be done by the Europeans than has been the case in the past. So we want the Europeans to step up and take the lead. This is not a catastrophe if this is the way this works out. But the key part in this, the middle part, is deterrence. We have to assume that Putin is going to regroup and attack again, and we need to use the time better than he does to make sure that he calculates that is not a good idea.
All right, Ambassador Kurt Volker, as always. Kurt, thanks so much for your insight, and we'll talk again soon.
Great, Andrew. Thanks so much. Take care.
Thank you. All right, in the meantime here, we do want to continue with some of this coverage. We do want to let you listen in to Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth today, meeting with our NATO allies there at NATO headquarters in Brussels. Let's listen.
Well, good afternoon, friends. Thank you, Secretary Healy, for your leadership, both in hosting and now leading the UDCG. This is my first Ukraine Defense Contact Group, and I'm honored to join all of you today. And I appreciate the opportunity to share President Trump's approach to the war in Ukraine. We are at, as you said, Mr. Secretary, a critical moment. As the war approaches its third anniversary, our message is clear. The bloodshed must stop, and this war must end. President Trump has been clear with the American people and with many of your leaders that stopping the fighting and reaching an enduring peace is a top priority. He intends to end this war by diplomacy and bringing both Russia and Ukraine to the table. And the U.S. Department of Defense will help achieve this goal. We will only end this devastating war and establish a durable peace by coupling allied strength with a realistic assessment of the battlefield. We want, like you, a sovereign and prosperous Ukraine. But we must start by recognizing that returning to Ukraine's pre-2014 borders is an unrealistic objective. Chasing this illusionary goal will only prolong the war and cause more suffering. A durable peace for Ukraine must include robust security guarantees to ensure that the war will not begin again. This must not be Minsk 3.0. That said, the United States does not believe that NATO membership for Ukraine is a realistic outcome of a negotiated settlement. Instead, any security guarantee must be backed by capable European and non-European troops. If these troops are deployed as peacekeepers to Ukraine at any point, they should be deployed as part of a non-NATO mission, and they should not be covered under Article 5. There also must be robust international oversight of the line of contact. To be clear, as part of any security guarantee, there will not be U.S. troops deployed to Ukraine. To further enable effective diplomacy and drive down energy prices that fund the Russian war machine, President Trump is unleashing American energy production and encouraging other nations to do the same. Lower energy prices, coupled with more effective enforcement of energy sanctions, will help bring Russia to the table. Safeguarding European security must be an imperative for European members of NATO. As part of this, Europe must provide the overwhelming share of future lethal and non-lethal aid to Ukraine. Members of this contact group must meet the moment. This means donating more ammunition and equipment, leveraging comparative advantages, expanding your defense industrial base, and importantly, leveling with your citizens about the threat facing Europe. Part of this is speaking frankly with your people about how this threat can only be met by spending more on defense. 2% is not enough. President Trump has called for 5%, and I agree. Increasing your commitment to your own security is a down payment for the future, a down payment, as you said, Mr. Secretary, of peace through strength. We're also here today to directly and unambiguously express that stark strategic realities prevent the United States of America from being primarily focused on the security of Europe. The United States faces consequential threats to our homeland. We must and we are focusing on security of our own borders. We also face a peer competitor in the communist Chinese, with the capability and intent to threaten our homeland and core national interests in the Indo-Pacific. The U.S. is prioritizing deterring war with China in the Pacific, recognizing the reality of scarcity and making the resourcing trade-offs to ensure deterrence does not fail. Deterrence cannot fail for all of our sakes. As the United States prioritizes its attention to these threats, European allies must lead from the front. Together, we can establish a division of labor that maximizes our comparative advantages in Europe and Pacific, respectively. In my first weeks as Secretary of Defense, under President Trump's leadership, we've seen promising signs that Europe sees this threat, understands what needs to be done, and is stepping up to the task. For example, Sweden recently announced its largest ever assistance package. We applaud them for committing $1.2 billion in ammunition and other needed material. Poland is spending 5% of GDP on defense already, which is a model for the continent. And 14 other countries are co-leading capability coalitions. These groups are doing great work to coordinate Europe's contributions of legal assistance across 8 key capability areas. These are first steps. More must still be done. We ask each of your countries to step up on fulfilling the commitments that you have made. And we challenge your countries and your citizens to double down and recommit yourselves not only to Ukraine's immediate security needs, but to Europe's long-term defense and deterrence goals. Our transatlantic alliance has endured for decades, and we fully expect that it will be sustained for generations to come. But this won't just happen. It will require our European allies to step into the arena and take ownership of conventional security on the continent. The United States remains committed to the NATO alliance and to the defense partnership with Europe. Full stop. But the United States will no longer tolerate an imbalanced relationship which encourages dependency. Rather, our relationship will prioritize empowering Europe to own responsibility for its own security. Honesty will be our policy going forward, but only in the spirit of solidarity. President Trump looks forward to working together, to continuing this frank discussion amongst friends, and to achieve peace through strength together. Thank you.
All right, Secretary of Defense there, Pete Hegseth, in Brussels at NATO headquarters, meeting with our allies there, talking about a new approach to the alliance there, especially with regard to support for the Ukrainians in their almost 3-year-long effort to continue fighting Russian aggression. We'll be back in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's move into more of these top headlines, especially some of this wicked winter weather that is bedeviling the Midwest. A lot of snow in parts of Wisconsin and Michigan. Take a look at Madison, Wisconsin right now. Almost whiteout conditions there. It's about 8:30 on this Wednesday night there. In Madison, I want to put up this from the National Weather Service, Milwaukee. And they say band of moderate to heavy snow continues for areas along and southeast of a line from Sheboygan to Monroe, with lighter snowfall to the northwest. They say we'll see additional accumulations this evening. They say if traveling, use caution, drive slow, and give yourself plenty of time. We're about to go out to Madison, Wisconsin. Some of our reporters are standing by, but again, take a look at this picture. Whiteout conditions there in Madison. We're also going to be checking in with some of our colleagues at Fox Weather as well. And remember, just this time yesterday, we were bringing you some of the scenes out of Washington, out of the D.C. metro area of the White House, the Capitol, our vantage points there. Completely in whiteout conditions as they got quite the accumulation of snow. But in the meantime, we do want to, like I said, head over to Fox Weather. Let's get an update on their forecasts nationwide.
3 out of 5, not only for tornadoes and damaging wind, and we also have some hail threats going on, but flash flooding. That's going to be a key element over the next couple of days. The population under those flood alerts, over 45 million people. The winter storm, over 70 million people. Thankfully, the winter aspect of this is minimal on the ice threat, but we could see a little bit of ice that moves through spots of Ohio. But other than that, this is the most powerful storm. We've got one coming up right through the weekend. So let's go ahead and talk about what's happening on the ground, specifically on the severe weather side of things here, because we have active tornado warnings and a new tornado watch for Alabama and Mississippi until 10 p.m. Central Time. Now, that's really just fine-tuning the areas that are under a tornado watch and that need to be scraped away as the storms move east, and areas that need to get added to this tornado watch into the overnight hours. So this is an overnight threat, so nocturnal tornadoes are possible. So an area like Toxie, Alabama, that's where we've been tracking Brandon Kopic and Corey Gherkin. They are within a, at one point, confirmed tornado warn cell. At this point, I'm not sure if it's confirmed. We've been watching it, and it looked like it started to fall apart just a bit. For a spot like Choctaw County, Alabama, they're still under that tornado warning until 9:15 p.m. Central Time. So we'll give them another 45 minutes. That's a long time to have this tornado warn storm. You can see the lightning really lighting up the sky here. When you have intense lightning like that, that's showing you just how robust these updrafts are to create these volatile storms. Now, there were 2 confirmed tornado warnings. At this point, it looks as though they dropped off, so no longer confirmed, but still tornado warned. Cells in these tornadic systems, they go through cycling. They tighten up, they loosen up, they tighten back up again. So that's why we're still actively monitoring this storm, and that's exactly where Corey and Brandon are. Maybe they just dropped off that tornado warn cell. Yep, so they just let go of that tornado warning. Still doesn't mean we're not interested in what this storm's going to do, but it also means that it could have gusted out or almost suffocated itself, if you will. And honestly, that kind of looks like what happened, just based upon the way that you have almost this little bowing segment here of the green pushing out of the red. So yes, very fast winds. We're talking maybe 50 mile per hour with those wind speeds, but less of this tight rotational couplet. So that's good news for this cell, specifically because it was moving towards Thomasville, an area that was already in a close call with a tornado earlier that was a previously confirmed tornado cell that was over in Coffeyville. Thomasville was just 30 miles away. And those storms, I think, Sam, are moving, what, about 40 miles per hour, 45 miles per hour? 40 to 50, yeah. So, I mean, that would have been there with within the next 45 minutes. Still that same time frame of where we had that confirmed tornado warning and now just the release of that TOR warning. So we're seeing some improvement in the environment, but we do have flash flood warnings now for portions of I-59. It does include the northern areas of Hattiesburg, but honestly, Hattiesburg, you're right on that cusp, and you still have quite a bit.
All right, we've been relying there on Fox Weather for some of this forecast of these storms impacting the southeast. A lot of rain, even some tornado watches and warnings in place, but severe thunderstorms nonetheless in this kind of large band there of this severe weather, even in the winter months. But we want to focus back on these wintry months. Take a live look there, still yet again, at our picture in Madison, Wisconsin. Millions of people are under winter weather alerts today. The Midwest, of course, seeing some of the most snow, like you see right there. Fox News multimedia reporter, our colleague Kennedy Hayes, she is live in Madison, Wisconsin with the latest on how conditions are there. Kennedy, I think this time yesterday I spoke with you, no snow on the ground, and boy, what a difference a day makes.
Andrew, that is right. As you can see, we have at least 3 inches of snow here in Madison, Wisconsin, and it's been snowing throughout the day. Right now, the feels like temperature is about 2 degrees, and you can see that wind coming down, kind of making the snow hit you diagonally in the face. Definitely a bite there, but we've been talking to locals throughout the day, learning more about how they've all been reacting to this.
I have 4-wheel drive and should be good to go, but just taking it slow and taking your time. And I know a lot of the kids are going to be enjoying it. I know mine will. So
this is not really inviting weather for walking or really doing anything outside. So it definitely puts a damper on your day.
It's coming, and I think it's great. Finally, we're getting some snow. I want to go skiing this afternoon.
Has been falling all day here in Madison. Crews have been cleaning the sidewalks and roads. So far, again, we have about 3 inches of snow, but it's supposed to snow for the next 6 hours. So Madison could see snow totals of up to 6 inches, and in some parts of the state, even 8 inches. We also know several schools in the area canceled after-school activities today, and the snow will be sticking around because temperatures and that wind chill are supposed to drop to the negative temperatures tomorrow. And we also know that more snow is on its way Friday. Andrew.
All right, Kennedy, I won't ask you any follow-up questions because I know you're cold. You know we're here in Phoenix, Arizona. We're going to send you some warmth. We're going to send you some sun, but stay warm. Kennedy, good to see you.
Thank you.
All right, in the meantime here, we do want to take yet another quick commercial break. More top news where that came from after. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's keep it moving with more of these top headlines. Let's talk about illegal immigration. We're learning that illegal border crossings are down. Fox News correspondent Bill Melugin has more on why.
President Trump's strict policies at the southern border appear to be having an immediate impact, just weeks into his second term. As illegal crossings plummet to historic lows, so too are the number of illegal aliens sneaking into the country without apprehension, a population known as gotaways. A senior Homeland Security official tells Fox since February 1st, the average daily number of recorded gotaways at the southern border is just 132. That is a 93% decrease from the all-time highs of the Biden administration in fiscal year 2023. A time frame that averaged more than 1,800 gotaways every single day. A senior DHS source is reacting to the huge drop-off, telling Fox in part, quote, "We have only just begun. Policy matters." In the meantime, the department says it has now recouped a full $59 million payment FEMA made to New York City for migrant hotels, a payment that led to the firings of several individuals involved. A DHS spokesperson says in part, quote, "Secretary Noem has clawed back the full payment that FEMA deep state activists unilaterally gave to New York City migrant hotels. FEMA was funding the Roosevelt Hotel that serves as a Tren de Aragua base of operations and was used to house Lake and Riley's killer. There will not be a single penny spent that goes against the interest and safety of the American people." Today, New York City's comptroller claimed it was actually $80 million in FEMA money that was clawed back, and he wants it returned.
If we don't get it back, then the city will have to cut $80.5 million somewhere else.
And late this afternoon, Attorney General Pam Bondi announced she is suing the state of New York, including Governor Kathy Hochul and Attorney General Letitia James. She's accusing them of prioritizing illegal aliens over American citizens. Bondi added, quote, "This stops today." Reporting in Los Angeles, Bill Melugin, Fox News.
Bill, thanks so much. We do have some live vantage points in some of these border states. Live picture there in El Paso, Texas, in the downtown. Also in Tempe, Arizona. Take a look at that. Tempe Town Lake tonight. Well, speaking of New York and what Bill Melugin was alluding to here, we heard from New York City Mayor Eric Adams in this tweet saying this morning our office learned about the federal government clawing back more than $80 million in FEMA grants applied for and awarded under the last administration, but not dispersed until last week. He says while we conduct an internal investigation into how this occurred, our office has already engaged with the White House about recouping these funds, and we've requested an emergency meeting with FEMA to try and resolve the matter as quickly as possible. Adams says the Corporation Council is already exploring various litigation options there. Well, we're going to stay in New York. This is immigration-related. Live picture there outside the Fox News World headquarters in Midtown Manhattan. Well, today the Trump administration has filed a lawsuit against the state of New York and its governor, Kathy Hochul, and Attorney General Letitia James, alleging a failure to comply with federal law by shielding illegal immigrants. So that was according to an announcement made by the new Attorney General, Pam Bondi. And so let's watch Bondi make this announcement today at DOJ headquarters.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry we were a little bit late. I was in the West Wing swearing in Tulsi Gabbard, and so I just came straight back here. So thanks for being patient with us with the delay. We're here today because we have filed charges against the state of New York. We have filed charges against Kathy Hochul. We have filed charges against Letitia James and Mark Schroeder, who is with DMV. This is a new DOJ, and we are taking steps to protect Americans, American citizens, and angel moms, like the mom standing right behind me, who you're going to hear from in a moment. New York has chosen to prioritize illegal aliens over American citizens. It stops today. As you know, we sued Illinois, and New York didn't listen. So now you're next. Millions of illegal aliens with violent records have flooded into our communities, bringing violence and deadly drugs with them. With me today, I'm so proud to be joined by Tammy Nobles. Tammy is an angel mom. Her beautiful daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was murdered by an MS-13 member in 2022. Kayla had just turned 20 years old, and she was raped and murdered by someone who should not have been in our country. Yet, he was released, flown to Maryland, where he committed this violent murder. I just want you to hear from Tammy. Tammy represents not only herself and her family, but all of the great angel moms around this country who have suffered because of what the Biden administration did, and it is over.
Thank you for having me here today and being able to share Kayla's story. Her murderer was able to come across the border knowing that he was flagged as an MS-13 gang member, and he had a criminal record in 2020 in El Salvador for illicit gang activity. He came over as an unoccupied alien child, saying that he was afraid of gang activity in his country. Health and Human Services called him a nice boy, and he showed age-appropriate behavior. That fell so wrong when he murdered my daughter. He ended up in Maryland, where he was able to rent a room in the same mobile home as her. We thought it was a legit company that were renting out these rooms, but it turned out that it was another illegal immigrant who owned these mobile homes. And he knew Walter from El Salvador. He knew him and allowed him to rent a room with my child. Kayla just turned 20 years old 3 days before she was murdered. Her murderer was only living there for 5 days before he viciously strangled her, raped her, and left her on the floor like trash and robbed her of $6. I have been sharing her story for over 2.5 years to bring change, because this should not have ever happened to Kayla, and it shouldn't be happening to other families being hurt by the border. Homeland Security did not do their jobs. They did not check his background. You know, they did say that he was processed. So if they processed him, they knew that he was a gang member and still allowed him here. Health and Human Services did not verify the sponsor and allowed him to go with a sponsor that they don't even know if it was his cousin or his aunt. And he was able to leave the sponsor's house to go live wherever he wanted. And I am going to continue sharing Kayla's story to help save others and to bring awareness of what was happening under the Biden-Harris administration. And I'm so thankful for Pam having me here today, and I'm so thankful for the opportunities I got from Trump and any other platform, you know, people who allowed me to share her story, because this is going to end. No other parent should suffer by having their child murdered by somebody that shouldn't be here. And I'm gonna continue, you know, sharing it, and for Kayla, you know, and also for others. Thank you.
And it's my understanding that he also admitted to other murders, correct? Multiple murders.
He wrote a letter, and it was intercepted in jail, that he committed 4 murders and 2 rapes.
And that's who we were letting walk into our country. And that's why President Trump has directed this to stop. And if you don't comply with federal law, we will hold you accountable. We did it to Illinois, strike 1. Strike 2 is New York. And if you are a state not complying with federal law, you're next, get ready. And the great men and women of law enforcement are standing behind me today. We have FBI, DEF, DEA, ATF agents, they put their lives on the line every single day to protect us. And what New York has, they have green light laws, meaning they're giving a green light to any illegal alien in New York where law enforcement officers cannot check their identity if they pull them over. Law enforcement officers do not have access to their background. And if these great men and women pull over someone and don't have access to their background, they have no idea who they're dealing with. And it puts their lives on the line every single day. Violent criminals, gang members, drug traffickers, human smugglers will no longer terrorize the American people. And that is why we are here today. You will be held accountable if you do not follow federal law. It's over, it ends, and we're coming after you. Questions?
We have time for a few questions. David Spott with Fox News.
Madam Attorney General, thank you and welcome to the Justice Department.
Thank you.
I have a quick on-topic and a quick off-topic question. On topic, in your executive order or in your orders on the first day you were here, you talked about working with the Justice Department, or these sanctuary cities, as you say, will be punished. Today you're putting people on notice. Right now, we're just lawsuits. Is this going to go further? What kind of punishment are we talking about? Is there any grounds to charge individuals, charge politicians? How far is this going to go?
Well, we're going to see what they do next, David. We have sued them all. We've personally sued the governor, the Attorney General, Letitia James, and Mark Schroeder with DMV because he has the green light laws. So what they have to do, they have to start complying with federal law. If they don't, we're going to appeal it, and we will win. They have to comply with federal law. Did you have a second question?
I did have a second off-topic question in this regard to the judiciary. Today, Elon Musk, who has enormous influence in the Trump administration, posted on X, quote, "There needs to be an immediate wave of judicial impeachments, not just one." As the Attorney General of the United States, how do you respond to that? Shouldn't the process work out in the courts before we talk about judicial impeachments? I mean, these are just TROs now at this time. Shouldn't these just play out?
Yeah, I haven't seen Elon Musk tweet. He is a friend of mine. He is a great man. I think he's very frustrated with what's happening in our federal government. You know, at USAID alone, they're giving out billions of dollars that should not be distributed. We're going to back him up. You know, we work our whole lives in this country, and we all pay taxes in this country. And for people to find out that $2 million is going to Guatemala for sex changes is outrageous. And we're going to back up Elon Musk every way we can. That includes lawsuits against these people who are doing that, and we will be successful.
Do you have concerns about judicial impeachments?
That's not going to happen now. We're going to look at everything. We're going to follow the law right now. We're going to follow the process. These are federal judges with lifetime appointments, but they will be struck down ultimately by the Supreme Court of the United States if the appellate courts don't follow the law as well.
Lauren Richard with the AP.
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks so much. I also have an on-topic and an off-topic.
Sure.
First of all, can you just briefly walk us through what the legal claims are you're making in this lawsuit?
Yeah, absolutely. So the green light laws are that this is what the green light law says. It's a green light to illegal immigration, which says they can comply. That law is unconstitutional. They can't do that. And what they've done is they have a tip-off provision that requires New York's DMV commissioner to promptly inform any illegal alien when a federal immigration agency has requested their information. So think about the men and women in law enforcement behind me. That's basically, that's not basic, it's tipping off an illegal alien, and it's unconstitutional. And that's why we filed this lawsuit, and that's why we charge Mark Schroeder too, because he runs DMV. Oh, I'm sorry, you had a second question.
Yeah, my off-topic question, I wanted to ask about Mayor Eric
Yes.
Adams' case. As of at least a few moments ago, SDNY still has not dropped that case. Have you or other DOJ leadership spoken to the acting U.S. attorney in SDNY since the memo was sent earlier this week? And what will you do if she refuses to drop the case?
I have not spoken to her. I know our acting DAG, Emil Bove, has spoken to her, and Chad Mizell may have spoken to her, but that case should be dropped. It was done at the directive of AML, so that case should be dropped. I did not know that it had not been dropped yet, but I will certainly look into that.
Reagan, Daily Caller.
Hi, thank
Hi,
you.
how are you?
Tom Homan suggested this week that someone from within the FBI may be leaking information about the ICE raids and that such could be putting officers' lives at risk. Has the DOJ gotten any closer to determining if these leaks are coming from within the FBI? And what will the consequences be if they can identify the leakers from the FBI?
Excuse me. Well, first, I can't talk about anything that is ongoing, and that is ongoing. And it's really for the similar reasons of what I said earlier. The great men and women in law enforcement standing behind me today, they must be protected. And anytime anyone leaks or tips off anything regarding a pending investigation, that jeopardizes lives. You're telling a bad guy what's about to happen. It could jeopardize the lives of all the men and women in law enforcement. We will not stand for it. We will.
All right, new Attorney General there, Pam Bondi, holding this press conference, filing suit, suing New York Attorney General Tish James, New York Governor Kathy Hochul, over illegal immigration there in the Empire State. In the meantime, though, we do want to take our final commercial break of this hour. When we come back, a preview of what's in store in the next couple of hours. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Well, that's going to do it for my live time up here on the Live Now desk. Hope you've enjoyed the last couple of hours of this pretty busy Wednesday's top coverage. Don't you worry, we are still going for the next couple of hours, and that's where my colleague, Austin Westfall, has in store for you a preview. He joins me in the Live Now newsroom. Austin, what do you have in store?
Well, as you know, it's been such a busy news week, Andrew. We are going to be hitting a lot of international relations topics. I'm going to be focusing on Russia during my first segments. We're going to be talking with the Foundation for Defense of Democracies about Trump and Putin's call. They spoke today. Putin apparently telling Trump that he wants to immediately start negotiating an end to the Russia-Ukraine war. There's been a lot of discussions about how exactly that may get done and how soon we may actually see some type of resolution to the conflict. That conversation coming about 15 minutes past the hour. Coming up at about 45 minutes past the hour, we're going to be joined by Dr. Alon Burstein. He's going to be discussing the latest on the Israel-Hamas war with us, but also an interesting piece coming out in the Wall Street Journal within the past few hours, saying that there was some U.S. intel indicating that Israel is planning perhaps to impact or strike or in some way degrade any sort of nuclear systems that Iran may have. Of course, all intel out there points to the fact that Iran does not have any proper nuclear bombs, but nonetheless, there's some discussion out there that they may be looking to strike some facilities having to do with the development of nuclear capabilities. We're going to be speaking with Alone about 40 minutes past the hour. We're also going to be checking in later in the night with Kennedy Hayes, as you did down there or up there in Madison. Frigid out there. My goodness, Karoline Elliott and Kennedy Hayes doing a great job reporting for the multimedia reporter team all day. But I also got to say, we are going to be hitting with Fox 4 Dallas. They're going to be discussing some of the reaction that we've seen from the Luka Doncic trade, Andrew. The last time I was on LiveNOW, it was with Christina Evans, and we were discussing the Luka Doncic trade and how LA was reacting. I'm going to put you on the spot because you're a big NBA fan. What was your biggest oh my God moment? This deadline was crazy, Andrew. Tell me what was the craziest movement for you?
You know, I know what you're doing, but I will leave you with that conversation with Fox 4 Dallas.
Leave it to the experts.
I know you're a huge NBA fan. No doubt the reverberations of the trade continue, so to speak. Austin, just a point of personal privilege. You've been in Los Angeles throughout the last week, still covering the wildfire recovery out there. Can't believe it's been more than a month, so it's good to have you back here in the newsroom, and we will go out to the Senate floor very briefly. We're going to hear from a lot of these Democratic senators throughout the course of the night. 30 hours of debate voicing their opposition to the Robert F. Kennedy Jr. confirmation. Remember, that vote is teed up for tomorrow morning. We're learning from Chad Pergram there on Capitol Hill, Austin, that the Senate will confirm RFK Jr. at 10:30 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, and they will also vote to confirm Brooke Rollins as the next Secretary of Agriculture. And then the new Senate scheduled for Thursday, nothing at 7 a.m. Eastern, but the confirmation of the Kennedy nomination at that time, followed by the confirmation of the Rollins nomination to lead the USDA thereafter. Austin, thanks so much. We'll see you in just a moment here. But we do have some of these Democratic senators on the floor, including Tammy Baldwin from Wisconsin. Let's look at
them. For Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the answer is clear. I oppose this nomination on behalf of Wisconsin families and encourage my colleagues to vote no. I yield the floor.
So we, of course, have been listening in to the Senate floor as we've been hearing periodically members stepping up to the mic. In my periphery, earlier, we were watching Chuck Schumer, the leading Democrat in the upper chamber. I also saw John Thune speaking not too long ago. Of course, is the top guy on the GOP side, who I imagine these senators, as Andrew and I were just discussing, 30 hours. And Andrew, I don't know if you happen, Andrew's still sitting next to me here. Do we know roughly how long out of the 30 hours they've been going for?
Expected to go well into the night.
Yeah.
It's on the vote.
They're expected to go well into the night. We don't have an exact count on what hour they're at, but If history is any indicator, this will be a lengthy process, and eventually we will see more senators stepping up to the podium. Now, I'll be curious to see as the night goes on. It's not too often that you late-night viewers of LiveNOW see us dipping in and out of Capitol Hill, but we do anticipate that we will have live activity on the floor, at least for most of the evening. I'll be up here on the desk for the next couple of hours as we hit a couple of top headlines from around the world, including, oh, and you look, okay, looks like Raphael Warnock, senator out of Georgia, just took to the mic. Let's listen.
Junior to lead the Department of Health and Human Services. It's no overstatement for me to say that it's hard for me to imagine a nominee less qualified that would actually be presented for the job of HHS Secretary. Robert F. Kennedy, not only does he not pass muster, this is not even close. I still can't believe we're even having this discussion. He is a conspiracy theorist who is so focused on his conspiracy theory. When you think of what we need the HHS Secretary to do, Robert F. Kennedy is a hazard to our health. Certainly we can do better than this. He's just manifestly unqualified. I don't know how else to put it. This is not a partisan exercise for me. In fact, some of the nominees that have been presented, I voted for some of them. But I can't vote for Robert F. Kennedy. Not only is he a hazard to our health, not only is he manifestly unqualified, it is clear that he will be a rubber stamp for Washington Republicans and their attempts to raise health care costs for hundreds of thousands of Georgians. He's a threat to public health and the thousands of Centers for Disease Control and Prevention employees who work tirelessly every single day to keep us safe. He supports the administration's gag order that is literally keeping medical professionals from sharing information to get diseases like bird flu under control, cancer researchers from doing their important life-saving work. Who among us has not been touched in some way by cancer? Doctors and their ability and hospitals from accessing resources to lower the maternal mortality rate, which is abysmally high in this country, particularly in a state like Georgia. I will be voting no on Mr. Kennedy's nomination to lead HHS, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to somehow find a way to do the right thing and vote no with me. Mr. Kennedy won't work to lower Georgians' health care costs or increase access to health care for my constituents who are caught right now in the health care coverage gap. I was so proud that in my first few months in the Senate, I was able to play a critical role in passing the American Rescue Plan, which, among other things, lowered Georgians' health care premiums by hundreds of thousands of dollars on average. It is quite frankly the kind of thing that makes this job worth it for me, being able to help ordinary folks. That tax cut literally helped bring health care into reach for tens of thousands of Georgians and millions of Americans. These tax cuts are so critical that the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office said that the number of Americans without health care would grow by 3.8 million in just 1 year. In just 1 year, 3.8 million without health care if the premium subsidies that we now enjoy were allowed to expire. We know that that would impact thousands of Georgians who have only recently been able to receive health care coverage. If these tax credits are allowed to expire, a 45-year-old in Georgia with $62,000 annual income would see premiums go up by $1,414 a year. A 60-year-old couple in Georgia with an $82,000 annual income would see their premiums go up by a staggering $18,157 a year. Can you imagine someone making $82,000 a year, 60-year-old couple, and all of a sudden their health insurance for the year goes up by more than $18,000? We know what that is. That's the difference between having health care coverage and not having it at all. Nearly 1/3 of Americans have less than $500 in savings in their bank account. And so these folks don't have that kind of extra dough. They don't have that kind of extra cash on hand to pay for something that is vitally necessary, and we don't know, we never know when we will really need our health insurance. And so every single day as we watch the games that Washington politicians play, for me, this is no game. I often say that if we would center ordinary people, we have a chance at getting the public policy right. If we will center people rather than politics, we might manage to get the right policy. And so as these debates rage on, as nominees like this come before us, I'm thinking about people like my constituent, Cassie Cox. She's from Bainbridge, Georgia. She wasn't able to afford health care on the Affordable Care Act marketplace until the premium tax credit brought health care into reach. And shortly after she became insured, she severely cut her hand, landing her in the emergency room with 35 stitches. With insurance, it still cost her about $300, but she could figure out how to get that done. Had it not been for the tax credits that allowed her to get health care, she could have been in financial ruin from a severe cut of the hand, something that could happen to any one of us at any time. She's one of the hundreds of thousands of Georgians at risk of losing their coverage if these tax credits are allowed to expire. And so I asked the nominee for HHS, what do you think about this? Mr. Kennedy told me when I met him privately in my office that he wanted to work with President Trump to lower health care premiums. I said, good. That's why I was deeply troubled when I questioned Mr. Kennedy on his support for these tax credits. In his hearing in front of the Senate Finance Committee, I asked him, yes or no, Mr. Kennedy, are you aware that the premium subsidies that help save Georgians an average of $531 a month are set to expire at the end of the year? He said, yes, he's aware. Then I asked him yes or no if he supports Congress extending these tax credits, which lower Americans' premiums, something he told me was a priority for him. Suddenly, Mr. Kennedy could not give me a yes or no answer. I wonder why. He told me in private that he cared about health care. He said he was aware that these tax credits were set to expire at the end of the year. He said he wanted to lower health care costs. When I asked him whether he would support Congress extending these tax credits, the crusader all of a sudden became politician and couldn't give me a yes or no answer. That's not a good sign. It's a pretty simple question to the nominee to run the federal agency tasked with protecting the health of all Americans. Do you support lowering health care premiums and keeping millions of people insured? But that question apparently was a bit too challenging for Mr. Kennedy. So if a nominee to run the Department of Health and Human Services cannot tell me if he supports preventing Georgians' health care costs from spiking and keeping people like Cassie Cox on her health care plan, I cannot support his nomination. I don't work for him. I don't work for the insurance companies. I work for Cassie Cox and other Georgians like her. We know that these subsidies, which expire this year, are at serious risk of not getting renewed. And if there's anybody in the federal government who ought to be advocating for the patients.
All right, Senator Raphael Warnock, the Democrat out of Georgia, speaking at a very late hour out there on Capitol Hill. 10:13 in the nation's capital. The Senate voting to confirm RFK Jr. for the Department of Health and Human Services. That's expected tomorrow morning. Democrats giving their 2 cents about it. We're going to be checking in with them periodically throughout the evening. A live look at the White House on this Wednesday evening. We're going to slide away for a commercial break. More coverage when we return. Welcome back in Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. The NBA world is still reacting to that incredibly major news, that trade of Mavs star Luka Doncic for the Lakers' Anthony Davis. Well, the story continues here. The Athletic saying the Dallas Mavericks ejected a fan from their arena on Monday night for mouthing on the Jumbotron to fire Nico Harrison. That's the Mavericks GM, the architect of the Doncic trade. We do have Fox 4 Dallas's David Setendry standing by at American Airlines Center. David, this story is fascinating to everybody. What are you hearing there on the ground?
Well, Austin, I'll tell you, it wasn't just one person who was thrown out on Wednesday. It was multiple people. We saw people thrown out for having that sign that's about Nico Harrison, the GM, saying fire Nico. We saw people wearing those shirts who were taken out. We even saw one person who was escorted out of the arena on Monday for wearing a T-shirt depicting the Mavs owner as a clown. There were, again, a handful of people who were thrown out, a lot of just anger from this fan base. And of course, many people can understand that because you're talking about a once-in-a-generation type player, arguably a top 3 player in the NBA, who was sent for someone who is sort of injury-prone, and Anthony Davis, who's already now out with an injury. So a lot of people frustrated within this Dallas fan base. Luka was their guy. This is someone who they thought they were going to be behind for years to come. Tonight, the Mavs have somewhat changed course with what fans are allowed to say or show, but some phrases like fire Nico are not allowed. They're not throwing people out of the arena for that, but they're not allowing them in either. Andrew Fox showed up to the AAC Wednesday evening wearing a brand new $17 shirt displaying 2 words, Fire Nico.
Are you hearing
Fox,
yourself?
however, was not allowed to enter while wearing that shirt.
I should be entitled to my own opinion.
Awesome. Okay.
Fire
cool.
Nico, of course, is a shot at Mavs GM Nico Harrison, who traded Luka Doncic to the Los Angeles Lakers.
I mean, that was the worst trade, not only in basketball, but all of sports. Pretty disappointed.
On Monday, multiple fans were thrown out of the Mavs home game against the Sacramento Kings. 2 of the ejected fans held up Fire Nico signs. Another fan was kicked out for wearing a shirt depicting Mavs owner Miriam Adelson as a clown. The Mavs claim those ejections were due to violations of the NBA's code of conduct, including a ban on signs with explicit language, profanity, or a derogatory characterization of any person. Now, sources within the Mavs tell Fox 4 that signs and shirts similar to those which led to fan ejections on Monday will not be automatically thrown out, but signs and shirts like Fire Nico and other language deemed to go against code of conduct will be confiscated.
No way, this has got to be fake.
Some fans are still processing the trade.
I'm like, Luka got traded. Like, are you kidding me? Like, I mean, look, I know Nico's doing what's best for the team and whatever, but Luka's our guy. I mean, every Mavs fan knows that Luka's here to win us a championship, you know?
And some might be in denial about Luka's departure.
Then he'll come back.
You think Luka will come back?
Yes, of course. We showed him much love here, so he'll come back.
Are you sure that's not just denial?
Well,
it sucks. It sucks, it really does. But I mean, I'm a Mavs fan, MFFLs.
Fox believes he should be allowed to wear his statement shirt, but he says staff told him he'll get it back.
I can pick it up after the game.
So I got to tell you, the Mavs are playing the Golden State Warriors right now, and we were expecting to see, you know, more shirts and signs as people were coming in, and we did, but a majority of the signage out here was for Warriors point guard Steph Curry. A lot of people in Dallas who are fans of him, just like people in all cities across the country are fans of Steph Curry. So I'm not going to lie, I think some people in the Mavs front office might not think that's a bad thing tonight, someone having signs for the other team, just because it might be taking a bit of heat off them for now. Austin.
David, do you get a sense at all that some of those Mavericks fans, perhaps even Mavericks slipers, have become Laker fans in light of Luka heading to LA?
I wouldn't go that far. However, we did see some people out here wearing Lakers jerseys of Luka. You're going to see that, but one person I was interviewing was like, hey, MFFL, Mavs fan for life. That's, you know, his philosophy moving forward. I think a lot of people are going to be in that same sort of situation. They're Dallas fans, they're Mavs fans, but it's just so darn difficult to want to root for a team that trades its best player. I mean, guys like Luka don't come around often. Again, like we said, arguably a top 3 player in the league. So a very frustrating, somewhat of a mourning period right now for these fans, but I don't see it leading to people jumping ship, at least right now. We'll see if the Lakers, if the Lakers win the NBA Finals this year and Luka's holding up that Finals MVP trophy somehow. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but if for some reason that would happen, we might have a different story.
All right, David Santendry reporting for us from the American Airlines Center in Dallas. Of course, that trade continuing to scratch heads here a week after this trade is over. We appreciate you. We're looking at a tweet saying, quote unquote, fire Nico, SMU students chanted at Dallas Mavs GM Nico Harrison during a game on Tuesday night. Mavs fans have been frustrated with Harrison since the Luka Doncic trade. We'll see how much longer these emotions last. All right, it's time for us to slide away for a break. Back in a moment. Welcome back in Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. You're taking a live look at the White House, 10:24 in the nation's capital. It was an incredibly busy day for Russia-U.S. relations. President Trump saying he had a lengthy call with Vladimir Putin discussing an end to the war in Ukraine. And this, of course, comes as U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is saying that NATO membership for Ukraine is unrealistic. Remember, just yesterday, we saw the Kremlin and the U.S. make its first deal with the new Trump administration. So there's lots to discuss with John Hardy. He's the deputy director of the Russia program at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. John, good to see you.
Thanks for having me on.
So let's start off with the Putin-Trump call. President Trump said on Truth Social today that he and Putin agreed to visit each other's nations. This was interesting. Have we heard of such an idea being broached in recent memory? What would it mean? What would it represent to see the U.S. president, to see the Russian president on U.S. soil and vice versa?
Well, I think to say it would be remarkable is an understatement. I mean, effectively what that would mean is a normalization of relations between the two countries. And frankly, I think it's very unlikely that they either will visit, especially Putin, who is wanted under for war crimes internationally. Perhaps the potential summit that President Trump mentioned in Saudi Arabia, that's something that could be more likely. There's been discussions of using a Middle Eastern country, whether the UAE or Saudi Arabia, as that kind of neutral ground, given that both countries have at least decent ties with those nations.
So Putin apparently says that negotiations to end the Ukraine war are beginning immediately. So, John, who will actually do that negotiating? With Israel and Hamas, we've seen third-party mediators like the U.S., Qatar, and Egypt. Do we know who would actually speak to one another to get a deal done?
I think President Trump is quite keen on being the broker. I think that's kind of how he sees himself. An open question is who exactly from his team will lead that process. He, of course, tapped retired General Keith Kellogg to be his Russia-Ukraine envoy. Now it seems like envoy Steve Witkoff has kind of stepped into the mix and taken on more of a leading role. President Trump notably did not mention Kellogg today in his tweet. So it's possible that there might be multiple kind of points of contact leading that.
Today, U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said that NATO membership for Ukraine is unrealistic. He also suggested that Ukraine should abandon hopes of winning all its territory back from Russia. What are we learning about the Trump administration's view of a path to a truce, John? Would you say that path is closer to Ukraine's view or Russia's view?
Well, certainly, the key of the number one ask is NATO membership. That's something that the Trump administration has now explicitly ruled out. I think, it's not going to surprise anyone that President Trump's team is, not going to grant, say, NATO membership or does not see a Ukrainian recapture of all its territories likely. I think it probably wasn't the wisest move to just grant those concessions unilaterally without, at least trying to use them as leverage in negotiations. I think it was encouraging to see Secretary Hegseth, stress the need for tighter sanctions, lower oil prices to kind of put economic pressure on Russia. I think one thing that's still unclear is, that the Trump team has made, quite abundantly clear about what they will not do with Ukraine, NATO membership, U.S. troops on the ground. What they haven't been as clear on is, what they will do to make those security guarantees credible and kind of have teeth. So, that could mean, some other type of U.S. support for a European-led peacekeeping mission, whether it's, intelligence, logistics, planning, air support, et cetera.
We, of course, watched last night as Moscow released American school teacher Mark Fogel. We were watching it live, and we have become familiar with these images ever since. Fogel was at the White House with that American flag draped around his neck. What we didn't know at the time is what we gave up in return for Fogel. We have more clarity on that today. The U.S. freed a Russian cybercrime boss from prison in return for him. We also learned today that another American hostage was released in Belarus. So that's 2 Americans released in 2 days, John. What was keeping these deals from being done before? What's changed that's allowed the Trump administration to get people home?
First, I think it's delightful that these folks are returning home. They've been in prison for far too long. I think for the Russians, this is really, I guess you could say, a show of goodwill. That's the way the Trump administration characterized it. I'd sort of, if you want to put it more cynically, you could say Putin is trying to butter Trump up. I think I'd put it kind of in the same category as some of the recent statements Putin has made flattering President Trump. So I think, basically just trying to ease the path for negotiations toward what the Russians hope will be an outcome favorable to them.
Yeah, so these deals for Fogel and the American in Belarus, who, by the way, the American in Belarus reports are indicating that they do not want to be identified. They want to remain anonymous, so we will not find out the identity of that person. But that person and Fogel, these are the first deals that the Kremlin is striking with the new Trump administration. My final question for you, John, is trust being built between the two countries? Is that what we're watching here?
I think it's way too early to say that. I mean, the two sides, meaning Russia and Ukraine, are still way far apart on their war aims. And so, honestly, I think the most likely scenario is kind of an inconclusive deal, or maybe even no deal at all, and potentially leaving the door open for a third follow-on war. I think for the Trump team, what's really important now is to help Ukraine and the U.S. build leverage, which means economic pressure, and also helping Ukraine stabilize its line. It was great to see President Trump today say that U.S. aid will continue for as long as necessary to keep the Russians from overrunning the Ukrainians. I think stabilizing lines is really the prerequisite to getting the Russians to see they have to negotiate on decent terms.
John Hardy is the Deputy Director of the Russia Program at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Thanks, John.
Thank you.
All right, let's slide away for a quick break. Before we do that, though, we did get Trump's Full Truth Social post, the president saying, "I just had a lengthy and highly productive phone call with President Vladimir Putin of Russia. We discussed Ukraine, the Middle East, energy, artificial intelligence, the power of the dollar, and various other subjects. We both reflected on the great history of our nations and the fact that we fought so successfully together in World War II, remembering that Russia lost tens of millions of people, and we likewise lost so many. We each talked about the strengths of our respective nations and the great benefit that we will someday have in working together." Remains to be seen where exactly this story goes from here, but if there is any major developments, of course, we'll be keeping you posted all week long on Live Now from Fox, as we, at least from what Trump has said today, they hope that they can get some sort of deal in place very soon to bring the Russia-Ukraine fight to an end. That war now just about 3 years in progress. Live look at the White House, just about past 10:30 in the nation's capital. It is time for us to slide away for a commercial break. We are seeing that the Senate, by the way, they're still going. We expect a vote on whether or not they can confirm RFK Jr. to be the head of the Department of Health and Human Services. Senators have been taking to the podium. We expect them to be doing so throughout much of the night, giving their 2 cents about why they believe RFK is not the guy for this position. Chad Pergram saying, Senate to confirm RFK Jr. at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time Thursday. Also vote to confirm Rollins as Ag Secretary. New Senate schedule for Thursday, nothing at 7 a.m. Confirmation of the Kennedy nomination at 10:30 a.m., followed by confirmation of the Rollins Agriculture nomination. Chad Pergram, a great resource, by the way, for following everything Capitol Hill on X. We did see that Senator Raphael Warnock is speaking. We're going to bring you back out to Capitol Hill with some of what he and his colleagues are saying after a quick 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back in Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Senator Warnock still speaking. Let's listen into a little bit of it.
Johnny Isaacson would be questioning whoever was the nominee for the HHS. What do you think about the CDC? Because imagine that. He actually believed in advise and consent. I don't know what we're witnessing in this moment, but we're hard-pressed to call this advise and consent. Between two co-equal branches of government. Senator Isaacson, Republican senator from Georgia, fought for the CDC to expand its scope of research into areas like preventing mass violence and mass shootings, pandemics. And because the CDC was equipped to expand its research, it turned federal investments into cures and treatments and lives that are saved. Not Republican lives, not Democratic lives, human lives. It's easy to get behind the work of the CDC. It ought to be. After all, look what the CDC has accomplished over the past 80 years because the centers have been well-funded and has always received support on both sides of the aisle, eradicating smallpox globally and nearly eradicating polio, measles, and mumps, which is responsible for saving the lives of at least 42,000 Americans. Finding treatments and supporting preventive care for our HIV-positive brothers and sisters, creating an 18% drop in infections by helping hospitals implement safety standards that save 4,500 lives each year so you don't die of some bug in the hospital that kills you while you're trying to get well. You can thank the CDC for that. And this is because the CDC has always been supported by both sides of the aisle. I saw that work up close when I visited the CDC last June. I spoke with researchers and medical professionals who are already working to address bird flu, which poses a danger to our poultry farmers and our grocery prices. Can I tell you, I spent time with those CDC workers. They're not the enemy, as some have tried to paint these federal workers in recent days shameful. They didn't deserve to get a blanket memo encouraging them, whoever they are, no matter what job they hold, to just resign. They're the wall. They've been protecting us. They're the reason why we're able to go to sleep at night and not even think about certain things. It's hard to get credit for saving people from the bad stuff they don't even see. I visited the insectary, where the CDC was testing thousands of mosquitoes for malaria to help prevent malaria deaths globally, protect Americans traveling abroad, and keep the disease from spreading to the United States. And so it's concerning for anyone who cares about stopping the spread of deadly diseases to the United States to hear some of the past comments about the CDC from the nominee to lead the Department of Health and Human Services, Mr. Kennedy, who would manage a budget, listen, of nearly $2 trillion. $2 trillion. Including the CDC's budget, has compared the CDC's work to Nazi death camps and sexual abusers in the Catholic Church. He said that many of them belong in jail. And so I asked Mr. Kennedy if he retracted those statements, and he denied making them at all. He said, no, I didn't say that. So I read him the transcripts of his remarks at the Autism One conference in 2013 and 2019, where he made these comments. In 2019, Mr. Kennedy said, it's the same reason we had a pedophile scandal in the Catholic Church. It's because people were able to convince themselves that the institution of the church was more important than these little boys and girls who were being raped. And everybody kept their mouths shut, the press, prosecutors, the priests, the bishops, the monsignors, the Vatican. And even the parents of the kids just didn't want to believe it was happening or believe so much in the church they were unwilling to criticize it. And you know, that is the perfect metaphor, he said, for what's happening to us.
So Senator Raphael Warnock, the Democrat out of Georgia, one of several Democratic voices we've heard voicing their opposition for HHS nominee RFK Jr. We heard from Elizabeth Warren earlier today as well. Warren saying that RFK is disqualified, dangerous, and cannot be given the power to make critical healthcare decisions for millions of Americans. She said earlier today that she was headed to the floor to put up a fight against his nomination. The official vote is going to be taking place tomorrow morning. Fox's Chad Pergram saying that that vote will take place, and we'll see how it splits. We were watching live as they were voting for Pete Hegseth during his confirmation, and that ended up coming down to the absolute closest vote possible. We ended up getting a 50-50, which meant that Vice President Vance had to come in and break that tie to confirm Pete Hegseth. We'll see how the votes fall tomorrow for RFK and whether or not they fall according to party lines. A live look at the White House on this Wednesday evening, 10:42 in the nation's capital. But I want to move over to the Middle East. Right now you're looking at a live image pointed toward southern Gaza. We've been following breaking news out of Gaza so closely as that ceasefire has been in effect for nearly a month at this point, but there's so many other headlines from around the region that are worth covering as well. Not all of them get talked about often. That's why we bring on guests like Dr. Alon Burstein to help us break down the latest in the Middle East, not only in Gaza. We will be getting to Gaza, Alon. But first, I want to ask you about something that we saw in the Wall Street Journal earlier this evening. This is an interesting one, to say the least. So this was an exclusive they had, saying that Israel is considering significant strikes on Iranian nuclear sites this year, aiming to take advantage of the degradation of Iran's capabilities over the past year. The Wall Street Journal says all evidence indicates that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon. We all know that. But what do we know about what's at these sites? Alone, do we know?
It's good to see you, Austin. Look, the debate about whether or not Israel is going to carry out an attack on Iran's nuclear sites has been, in the air in the Middle East for well over a decade. Israel has constantly said no matter what, it is not going to let Iran get nuclear weapons. Now, Iran knows this and has been scared of this, and Israel is not just making an idle threat. Israel did carry out a strike against Iraqi nuclear sites in 1981 and carried out strikes against Syrian nuclear sites. In 2008, Israel has made good on its threats in the past. Iran, however, in preparation for this, has buried its nuclear sites deep into mountains. It has very sophisticated air defense capabilities. It has spread them across the country. So Iran is very prepared for this. The big change over the last year and a half of this war is that Iran has lost a lot of its ability to sort of activate the rest of the Middle East. We have seen Iran lose its main proxy, Hezbollah, at least the main crux of its strength in Hassan Nasrallah in Lebanon, and I know we're going to talk about that later possibly. We also saw the fall of the Assad regime, another arena which Iran would use to activate its proxies. The Houthis in Yemen are no longer a surprise proxy. They're no longer something that Iran can at any point say, okay, we are now asking the Houthis to start firing at Israel, and have that be something that Israel was not prepared for. And of course, Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad in the Gaza Strip. Iran has not only lost all of those things, or the element of surprise at least, with all of those things throughout the war, Iran and Israel also for the first time in this war have already attacked each other. And in each of Israel's attacks, and you and I were speaking live throughout most of Israel's attacks in Iran, in each one of those attacks, Israel very, very methodically took out Iran's air defense capabilities. The attacks were symbolic against weapons developing, manufacturing sites, and etc. But each and every time the attacks took out the SA-300s, SA-400s, the Russian anti-air defense capabilities that Iran has. That was not only a message. It was not only a message to Iran saying that, we have the capability to do that. It was also laying the groundwork. That groundwork, I think Israel is hoping, is going to be something that maybe U.S. President Trump will authorize. But one more thing I'll say about this, it's not coincidence that the Wall Street Journal is publishing this now. This comes several days after President Trump has said that, of course, he would rather have a deal with Iran, but if a deal isn't possible, then, all bets are off and we'll see what happens. It's not coincidence that several days later it's being published. Israel is considering its own strike on Iran. This is part of Israel joining President Trump's pressure in hopes of bringing Iran to a deal. I think that's a more likely outcome of this rather than actually seeing Israel carrying out an attack.
Not uncommon to negotiate in public. Let's talk about Gaza alone. It's been nearly a month since a ceasefire deal was reached between Hamas and Israel. Since the beginning, you and I have talked about the fragility of this deal, and this week it seems more fragile than ever. Hamas has accused Israel of violating the terms of the deal, and it said that it would suspend the planned handover of hostages this coming Saturday. Reuters says that Israel has called up military reservists in order to brace for a possible re-eruption of war in Gaza. So Alon, as we sit here on Wednesday night in the U.S., how likely does a re-eruption of war actually feel?
So it's really changed a lot in the last 48 hours. When Hamas put out this announcement on Monday, I was asked by several different people, and I also put out my own video discussing this, and I said, this looks more like flexing muscles. All indications are that Hamas does not want to blow up the deal. Hamas laid out 3 main grievances against Israel. 2 of them were either not true or things that Israel could very easily refute. One was a more legitimate grievance, so to speak, that Israel had not transferred any of the 60,000 mobile homes that were supposed to be transferred into the Gaza Strip. Israel said, again, also from its perspective, legitimately, well, there was no timetable for that. It's just supposed to happen during the first phase of the deal. That is not something that Hamas would break the deal over. In addition to that, the fact that Hamas made this announcement on Monday and the next hostage release was supposed to be on Saturday is another indication Hamas didn't want to blow up the deal. All they were going to do is lose days of humanitarian aid coming in. They really were just flexing their muscles and wanted the different negotiating parties, chief among them Qatar and Egypt, to sort of chime in and force Israel to adhere to what Hamas is demanding. However, what Hamas did probably not factor in was going to be U.S. President Trump's response, all of a sudden calling in a new ultimatum, saying that all hostages, not just the next 3, and he repeated this several times, all hostages have to come back by Saturday at noon, was a game changer. And it was a game changer, ironically, because it put Israel under pressure. Within Israel and the Israeli government, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu had sort of sold the deal to his hawkish cabinet by saying, look, it is true that we are going to a ceasefire and a hostage deal, which a lot of my government is not in favor of, but we have to do this because the Trump administration is pressuring us to do this. And also we have Trump's plan for Gaza, so just go along with me. Now, all of a sudden, Trump is saying something different. All of a sudden, he's saying if all the hostages don't come back, then as far as I'm concerned, deals off, go to war. And Israel's now in a bind almost. Since then, since Hamas's announcement, Hamas recognized that now Israel's in a bind, and Hamas has scaled back. We had today Sami Abu Zuhairi, one of the top leaders of Hamas, saying that the group has negotiated with Egypt and it would be willing to still adhere to the deal. They've already announced they are likely going to release 3 more hostages on Saturday as planned. Now Israel has a question. Does Israel accept the release of 3 more hostages as part of the deal? That's what was supposed to happen. Or is Israel going to capitalize on what Trump said and said, okay, this is now our opportunity. If all the hostages don't come back, we are sort of going to break the bank and walk away. One more thing that's just very important to say, Hamas, while it did not say this is one of its main grievances, Hamas is very nervous about phase 2 of the deal. Israel, according to the deal, was supposed to start negotiating about phase 2 already on day 16. That's already a week ago. And phase 2 is the complete idea of withdrawal from the Gaza Strip. And the United States was supposed to pressure Israel to do that. The United States did not pressure Israel to do that. In fact, the press conference of Netanyahu and Trump was that very evening or the day after. So meanwhile, Hamas is saying, okay, the United States is not pressuring Israel to move on to the larger deal of a ceasefire. That is one of the things that Hamas really wanted the negotiating parties to pressure Israel into. remains to be seen if that's actually going to happen.
You talk about Trump's proposal for the future of Gaza. Let's talk a bit about this. All of this concern over the truce breaking down is, of course, coming as frustration is mounting alone in the Arab world over Trump's claims that he wants the U.S. to take over Gaza and resettle its Palestinian inhabitants. There's also been some reporting out there of Egypt having its own proposal to rebuild the Gaza Strip within 3 to 5 years, though there's no mention of a plan on their side to work with the Trump administration, according to I-24. Is this a precursor of what's to come in the years ahead alone? Will there be a lot of grappling over how to rebuild Gaza and who will get it done?
Very much. I think Trump's plan was, part of his common strategy of, first coming off with, 25%, 50% tariffs, and then possibly coming to negotiate. And that is largely what we're seeing happening within the Arab world. Egypt has developed a plan, and they've presented some of it. They said they're going to present the rest of it next week. That is supposed to be a 3 to 5 year plan of a phased rebuilding of Gaza from the south to the north, but all this without uprooting the Palestinians. One of the things, though, that I think Trump did not factor in, different than the strong arm tactics with Colombia or possibly with Canada and Mexico with the tariffs and things like that, is that if the ceasefire does in fact break down here, then two things are going to be the result of his statements, even if he never intended to actually follow them through. One is that within Israel, this is not being taken simply as a negotiating tactic. It's actually being taken quite seriously. There are already laws being proposed about how Israel should encourage the willful immigration, so to speak, of Palestinians out of the Gaza Strip. Others are called ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. So that is one thing that even if Trump did not intend for this actually to happen, was more a tactic to get Egypt, Jordan, Qatar to chime in, it's being taken seriously in Israel. Another thing that has to be taken into consideration, up until now, large parts of the world were hoping that there will be some sort of Palestinian uprising against Hamas, that Palestinians will go back and see the devastation in the Gaza Strip, see what Hamas brought to them with this war, and the Palestinians themselves will say, okay, we don't want this endless war. Right now, though, what Palestinians are being faced with, what Hamas is presenting to them is like, look, either you help us join the fight and fight Israel, or what's waiting for you is, according to the statements that are being made by Israel and the United States, what's waiting for you is Israel takes over, hands us over to Gaza, and you are ethnically cleansed from the region. If fighting does resume, it is actually going to be a lot easier for Hamas to recruit more members in the Gaza Strip now that it's not, nothing's being presented to them as a possible alternative other than forced evacuation from the area. So even if Trump was not fully intending for this plan to go through, it is actually going to have an effect on the ground, both in Israel and in Gaza as things go forward.
One more thing before we go. You were mentioning this to me offline. This is something we haven't talked about in a long time. The ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah. Hezbollah was front and center of our discussions alone for so long, but now it's almost easy to forget that that ceasefire has been in place now for about 2.5 months. Before we go tonight, what's been going on up there in Lebanon as of late? Where does the ceasefire up there go at this point?
So one of the things that really, this is an arena that people have forgotten about, but really could reignite itself. The deal between Israel and Lebanon, and that's important. Hezbollah was actually not a party to the deal. The deal between Israel and Lebanon was that Israel will stay in southern Lebanon. The IDF will stay in southern Lebanon for 60 days. There will be a transition period. The Lebanese military will deploy in southern Lebanon and will purify the area, so to speak, from Hezbollah. Since then, 60 days passed. The Lebanese military did deploy, but not nearly as much as it was supposed to. And as a result, there was an extension of several weeks of the ceasefire, and the IDF was going to remain in southern Lebanon until this coming Tuesday, until February 18th. At that point, the IDF is supposed to withdraw. At this present time, the IDF is saying, look, we're seeing that Hezbollah units are starting to pick up their heads in southern Lebanon, not necessarily with weapons, but they're starting to rebuild the infrastructure and take up the lookout posts. And there's concern that the Lebanese military is not engaging them as actively as it should. And therefore, the IDF has said that it is not going to fully withdraw. It wants to hold on to 5 specific locations in southern Lebanon that are very strategic, that are hilly areas that sort of overlook southern Lebanon. Meanwhile, Lebanese newly elected president, the newly elected president said that he does not agree to this. There's been conflicting reports if the United States is going to back Israel on this or not. Chances are we're not going to see a complete breakdown of the ceasefire on Tuesday, but we are seeing the patience of both sides starting to run out. Israel saying the Lebanese military is not doing what it should do, and Lebanon saying we're now 2 weeks past the deadline that already was missed. Israel needs to withdraw. So tensions are starting to rise in that arena as well.
All right, Alon, as always, so much to follow, so much to cover. We always appreciate you. Alon does upload his own recaps of the Middle East on his personal YouTube channel. Good to see you. Talk soon.
Thank you. Have a good night.
All right, so what we're going to do next is we're going to head back out to Capitol Hill. As I've been mentioning throughout the evening, they're not going to be stopping anytime soon out there on the floor of the Senate. We were just watching as I believe it was Senator Raphael Warnock that was speaking earlier, and this is Peter Welch. Yes, so Peter Welch is the Democrat out of Vermont. He's taken to the mic. We heard mostly Democrats tonight who are speaking out against RFK Jr. as the nominee to head the Department of Health and Human Services. Let's hear a little bit of what they're saying.
The president is entitled to the benefit of the doubt, so that my beginning position is my hope that I can be supportive. But saying that I want to give the benefit of the doubt to the president, Republican or Democrat, is different than saying I want to give a blank check. So how do we decide? Or at least I'll say, how do I decide about a yes or no? It's three matters for me. One is character, one is competence, and one is their priorities. So character, competence, and priorities. Character is a difficult issue to assess, and I think all of us are reserved when it comes to making an opinion or judgment on the character of another person. There's a lot of reasons anyone does whatever it is they do, and all of us have mistakes that we've made along the way. But difficult as it is, that's a factor that I believe a U.S. Senator has to take into account, exercising her or his best judgment about the character qualifications of the person who's presented to us. So rather than go through my own reading and assessment of Mr. Kennedy's character, I want to read a letter from his cousin, Karoline Kennedy, who's known him all his life. And it was a painful letter for her to write. She videotaped it as well. But it was a letter that, out of great sincerity and great sense of concern about the well-being of the health care of the citizens of this country, she felt obligated to share. She's a very private person. Her family, as we all know, has suffered great loss, provided great service. She lost her father, she lost her uncle, she lost her other uncle. And there's been a lot of hardship that's been reported for many of the Kennedys. I happen to be a great admirer of the family. I'm from Massachusetts. John F. Kennedy was somebody that was inspiring me to go into thinking about politics and public service. So I say that by way of introduction because this letter that Karoline Kennedy sent to Senator Crapo, the Finance Committee Chair, and Senator Wyden, the ranking member, and Senator Cassidy and Senator Sanders, the chair and ranking member of the Help Committee, was clearly hard to write, but heartfelt, and as I said earlier, reflected a deep and abiding commitment that she felt to provide relevant information to those of us who have to make a vote on Mr. Kennedy. Let me read her letter. Throughout the past year, people have asked for my thoughts about my cousin, Robert Kennedy Jr., and his presidential campaign. I did not comment, not only because I was serving in a government position as the United States ambassador to Australia, but because I have never wanted to speak publicly about my family members and their challenges. We are a close generation of 28 cousins who have been through a lot together. We know how hard it has been and we are always there for each other. But now that Bobby has been nominated by President Trump to be Secretary of Health and Human Services, a position that would put him in charge of the health of the American people, I feel an obligation to speak out. Overseeing the FDA, the NIH, and the CDC, and the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, agencies that are charged with protecting the most vulnerable among us, is an enormous responsibility, and one that Bobby is unqualified to fill. He lacks any relevant government, financial, management, or medical expertise. His views on vaccines are dangerous and willfully misinformed. These facts alone should be disqualifying. But he has personal qualities related to this position, which, for me, pose even greater concerns. I have known Bobby all my life. We grew up together. It's no surprise that he keeps birds of prey as pets because he himself is a predator. He's always been charismatic, able to attract others through the strength of his personality, his willingness to take risk and break the rules. I watched his younger brothers and cousins follow him down the path of drug addiction. His basement, his garage, and his dorm room were the centers of the action where drugs were available. And he enjoyed showing off how he put baby chickens and mice in the blender to feed his hawks. It was often a perverse scene of despair and violence. Of course, people can grow and change. Through his own strength and the many second chances he was given by people who felt sorry for the boy who had lost his father, Bobby was able to pull himself out of illness and disease. I admire the discipline that took and the continuing commitment it requires. But siblings and cousins who Bobby encouraged down the path of substance abuse suffered addiction, illness, and death, while Bobby has gone on to misrepresent, lie, and cheat his way through life. Together, while he may encourage a younger generation to attend AA meetings, Bobby is addicted to attention and power. Bobby preys on the desperation of parents of sick children, vaccinating his own children while building a following by hypocritically discouraging other parents from vaccinating theirs. Even before he fills this job, his constant denigration of our healthcare system and the conspiratorial half-truths he has told about vaccines, including in connection with Samoa's deadly 2019 measles outbreak, have cost lives. And now we know that Bobby's crusade against vaccination has benefited him in other ways. His ethics report makes clear that he will keep his financial stake in a lawsuit against an HPV vaccine. In other words, he's willing to enrich himself by denying access to a vaccine that can prevent almost all forms of cervical cancer and which has been safely administered to millions of boys and girls. During my time in Australia, working on the Quad Cancer Moonshot, I learned that cervical cancer is among the top 3 forms of cancer among women in a majority of countries. Tragically, every year, more than 200,000 children lose their mothers, orphaned due to lack of vaccines and screening.
All right, Senator Peter Welch, the Democrat out of Vermont, giving his 2 cents about why he does not deem RFK Jr. fit to be the head of the Department of Health and Human Services. We've been hearing from a number of Democrats tonight, and we expect a vote tomorrow morning. Live look at the White House, 5 minutes past 11 on the East Coast. Our coverage continuing in a moment. Welcome back. I'm Austin Westfall. We've been tracking severe weather not only in Chicago and Wisconsin, but much further south. We've been hearing of some tornado-warned storms. Let's step into Fox weather as they begin the top of this past hour.
Storm HQ, we're tracking out a powerful storm bringing severe weather, winter weather, and that wintry mix. It's all coming right now and also into the weekend. We have yet another round. For this evening, severe weather sits at a level 3, including Montgomery, sweeping towards Atlanta into the early morning hours of Thursday. Flash flooding is also a concern. Over 40 million people under a flash flood alert at this point, 67 million under some kind of winter weather alert. The roads are snow covered, but we've had snow plows, a lot of crews prepping the roads preceding this event. So we still got some cars coming in, but specifically areas in Detroit where we could watch for some snow coming into the overnight hours. That's where the roads could be covered into the early morning. So we're not done tracking out this storm. And again, we have no signs of this kind of weather slowing down at all. Let's kick things off with the severe weather aspect. We do still have a tornado warned storm until 10:15 p.m. Central Time. That includes Monroe County, Alabama. That's in the southern part of the state, just to the south there of Montgomery, to the north of Evergreen, I believe. We have tornado watches that'll take us until 3 a.m. Now, the tornado watch coverage could get shaved off and changed. Even over the last hour, some portions of this tornado watch that was encompassing Hattiesburg is now no longer there. So we're watching this evolve as this threat slides farther east. Here's that tornado warned storm. It is just a cluster of cells just ahead of that main line of storms, which typically is where you would see a supercell begin to develop because it's tapping into unused energy. But because we've had storms from the afternoon all the way through the evening, a lot of this energy has been borrowed by storms previous. So it's not as robust as it once would be. That was one thing that was a big indicator of how tonight's event would go, is how strong were the storms this afternoon. And they really did have quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings. So I think that's also aiding in the fact that we're only looking at one warned storm right now. There's still some rotation, and this has been one that's had rotation for a while. Now moving towards Franklin and Beatrice, just watching the evolution of this. This is back at 9:25 p.m. Central Time right there. And then as it moves, there's been pockets where it looks less impressive, then starting to tighten up. And I think right now we're starting to see it move again into some increased intensity. The rotation on our radar is picking up on something low end near Gosport and Landegger Highway. Right now, I think that center of rotation, whether it's elevated or on the ground, is just north of Landegger Highway and Highway 41, State Highway 41 near Fountain. I think if you live in Fountain or to the south of Franklin, you need to be within steps of your tornado safe place. It looks like this storm is going to move just south of downtown Franklin here. Hard to see. There's not quite a hook echo on this, so typically that would look like a fish hook, and right in that pocket is where you'd have a tornado. But what I do see is a small area where there's not this heavy red. So that could also be a donut hole presentation of a supercell. The tornado warning will last until, again, 10:15. So if you're in Keith, it'll be overhead by 10:10. Again, this is all in local time. 10:18 Natchez, 10:22 Beatrice, 10:27 Nottawa, 10:32 McWilliams, and 10:40 Pineapple. Pineapple, you're not under this tornado warning right now. It's not very large, and we haven't watched a new tornado warning pop up. Sometimes you'll watch them preemptively warn an area if they're confident that it's going to hold on to its rotation. And right now we're not seeing that. But if you are in a spot like Monroeville or Jackson, yes, you have that cell that comes through, but that's not the big event here. You're not done. You've got this huge pocket of rain as this frontal boundary rolls in. Right along that frontal boundary is where you could see a couple of notches where you get that rotation. I see a little bit of notching here, nothing that concerns me with a tornado, but even you can see the rotation is being picked up from our radar. So from Millry and Coffeyville, that was one location that I already had a tornado that was confirmed move through that area. So we could already see some debris on the ground right now. Still have yet to see exactly what's happened in that town, and we'll get updates from the National Weather Service office tomorrow as they go out and survey some of this damage. But now they're getting a secondary dose of rain just pounding them. To the north of Montgomery, Alexander City, you are under this heavy band of rain. I was highlighting Auburn. Things may seem calm for now, but eventually we'll watch this storm slide a little farther south as it continues moving northeast. So it will be overhead. Maybe by the time everybody is at home and they're asleep, prepping for what would be a fun Thursday night, Wednesday night. My friends and I, we all had fun on Thursday night, so I know that's a big day for college, so we're not quite there yet. Rain rates were just shy of 4 inches of rain per hour. Now, no, you're not going to get 4 inches within that hour. The storm is moving, but because it has a slower progression and more of this training effect, because it's moving northeast, some spots just get built right behind it. Specifically between Wetumpka and Camp Hill, you had that one area come in, and then right behind it, another pocket of heavy rain fill in. So that's where we've already seen 1 to 2 inches just in the last hour, and they're still under those heavy rain bands. So I think by the time they're done, we're talking 2 to 3, closer to 3 to 5 inches of rain. And we saw those flash flood threats, a level 2 out of 5 and a level 3 out of 5, or 4 rather, level 3 out of 4 once we get into the weekend with this next batch of severe storms. But let's go ahead and take things into...
All right, we wanted to dip into the portion of Fox Weather where they were talking about some of that messy weather down south. We always like to remind you that you can stream them for free anytime at foxweather.tv. They not only track out severe storms, but they've also got you covered with anything related to some of the severe winter weather that we've been tracking further up north. We will be checking in with Fox News multimedia reporter Kennedy Hayes coming up in about 15 minutes' time. She's on the ground there in Madison, Wisconsin. Her live report coming up in a moment. In the meantime, a live look at Tel Aviv, where the sun has now come up. Early morning hours there. Israel Standard Time. A couple other live looks, including, yes, Gaza as well. Of course, a lot to watch for as far as the ceasefire goes leading into Saturday. Let's come back to your stateside, though. Live look at the White House and at 6th Avenue there in Manhattan as we look down the road at Radio City Music Hall. About 11:15 on the East Coast. It is time for us to slide away for a quick break. Back in a moment. Welcome back. I'm Austin Westfall. Live look at the White House. About a little bit past 11:15. Karoline Leavitt, White House press secretary, speaking in front of media earlier today in the White House press briefing room. Let's listen into a little bit of it.
Went very well. He, like President Putin, wants to make peace. We discussed a variety of topics having to do with the war, but mostly the meeting that is being set up on Friday in Munich, where Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio will lead the delegation. I am hopeful that the results of that meeting will be positive. It is time to stop this ridiculous war where there has been massive and totally unnecessary death and destruction. God bless the people of Russia and Ukraine. I myself just spoke to the president about these calls, and he told me to tell all of you they were very good calls, they were very positive, and the administration is wholeheartedly committed to a peace deal to end once and for all the Russia-Ukraine war. More on that later. I'm sure you'll have more questions to ask. This week, the president has continued to deliver on his promises to the American people. According to new polling that was released at the beginning of this week by CBS News, an overwhelming 70% of Americans said that President Trump is following through on what he pledged to do during his historic campaign. The poll also revealed that Americans see President Trump as a tough, energetic, focused, and effective leader fighting hard to improve their lives and our country. And yesterday, in particular, was a truly special day for the United States of America. Thanks to the great leadership of President Trump and the strong and tough leadership of President Trump, Mark Fogel, an American teacher detained by Russia, was returned to American soil and met with the president here at the White House last night. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and the rest of President Trump's incredible national security team helped to negotiate the exchange that secured Mark Fogel's release. This event shows a good faith effort from Russia, and it's a sign, as I just said, that we are moving in the right direction to end this brutal war. Malphine Fogel, Mark's 95-year-old mother, was understandably very worried that she would never see her son again after his arrest in 2021. Mrs. Fogel was actually slated to join President Trump on stage at the July 13th Butler, Pennsylvania rally to speak out for Mark, and then the infamous assassination attempt against President Trump took place. But that day, before the rally, President Trump promised Mark's mother that when he returned to the White House, he would bring her son home. God saved President Trump's life on that day in Butler, Pennsylvania, and now Mark Fogel is back home safely with his family as a result. God is good. The president also continues to bring back common sense to our government. This week, he signed an EO to end the procurement and forced use of paper straws. Taxpayer dollars were wasted on these non-functional and massively unpopular products for no other reason than it made radical activists feel good about themselves. And on trade, President Trump continues to take bold action to protect America's critical steel and aluminum industries, much like he did in his first term. And the president signed proclamations to close existing loopholes and exemptions to restore a true 25% tariff on steel and elevate the tariff on aluminum to 25% as well. This administration believes these tariffs will protect our national security and put American workers first. And in the Oval Office yesterday with Elon Musk, President Trump took further action to make our federal government more efficient and effective. He signed an EO implementing the DOGE Workforce Optimization Initiative. Now agency heads will coordinate and consult with DOGE to significantly shrink the size of the federal workforce and limit hiring to essential positions only. The unaccountable bureaucracy will finally be reined in. On another important matter this morning, Senate Republicans continued to confirm President Trump's exceptionally qualified nominees, most recently Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, who will be joining us later at the White House for her swearing-in ceremony. It's imperative that the remainder of the president's cabinet nominees are confirmed as quickly as possible. On another important matter this week, illegal alien criminals continue to be arrested and sent home as part of the ongoing mass deportation effort of the Trump administration. Just this week, 2 planes with 190 Venezuelan illegal aliens arrived in the Venezuelan capital from Fort Bliss, Texas. Here are some of the criminal illegal aliens who were arrested in the country this past week. ICE Atlanta arrested a citizen of Nigeria who had been convicted of money laundering. ICE San Antonio arrested a citizen of Mexico who had been convicted of assault. ICE Denver arrested a citizen of Mexico who had been convicted of aggravated assault. And ICE Houston arrested a citizen of Mexico who had been convicted of aggravated assault. Now, before I take questions, I would like to address an extremely dishonest narrative that we've seen emerging over the past few days. Many outlets in this room have been fear-mongering the American people into believing there is a constitutional crisis taking place here at the White House. I've been hearing those words a lot lately. But in fact, the real constitutional crisis is taking place within our judicial branch, where district court judges in liberal districts across the country are abusing their power to unilaterally block President Trump's basic executive authority. We believe these judges are acting as judicial activists rather than honest arbiters of the law. And they have issued at least 12 injunctions against this administration in the past 14 days, often without citing any evidence or grounds for their lawsuits. This is part of a larger concerted effort by Democrat activists and nothing more than the continuation of the weaponization of justice against President Trump. Quick news flash to these liberal judges who are supporting their obstructionist efforts: 77 million Americans voted to elect this president. And each injunction is an abuse of the rule of law and an attempt to thwart the will of the people. As the president clearly stated in the Oval Office yesterday, we will comply with the law in the courts, but we will also continue to seek every legal remedy to ultimately overturn these radical injunctions and ensure President Trump's policies can be enacted. So here in our new media seat today, we have Chris Pavlovsky, an entrepreneur who has a strong passion for protecting freedom of speech. Chris started the video sharing platform Rumble in 2013 with a mission of protecting a free and open internet from censorship by big tech and governments around the globe. The platform has always been a place for independent creators to share their authentic opinions, and they have always included President Trump, in contrast to the way he was censored by other platforms in years past. Since its founding, Rumble has grown exponentially, recently marking 67 million monthly active users. It's a lot of users. If you're watching right now and interested in sitting in this seat, you can apply, whitehouse.gov/newmedia. With that, I will take your questions. And Chris, why don't you kick us off on this very busy news day?
Karoline, thank you very much to you and President Trump. It's an honor to be sitting here in the new media seat for the White House press briefing and to be able to demonstrate why freedom of expression is so important. Rumble was the victim of censorship at the hands of multiple foreign governments. It's clear there are still many countries who oppose free speech and even target American companies. Can you describe what the administration will do to protect U.S. interests and values worldwide?
Sure. Well, thanks for the very important question. And I think that free speech and ending censorship, both here at home and also abroad, is an important part of President Trump's agenda. I think first, President Trump has led by example on this front as the leader of the free world, the president of the United States, with his show of access and transparency on a daily basis. The president takes questions from all of you almost every single day and really reveals what he's thinking and feeling, and I think that serves as a great example to the rest of the world. As for tangible actions that the president has signed, he did sign an executive order, I believe on day one, certainly within the first week of this administration, to restore free speech and stop government-sponsored censorship here at home. And the EO made it very clear that federal employees are not allowed to engage in any activity that would infringe upon the American people's right of free expression. So I think the president has led quite strongly on this. And I would just add, this is part of the reason we have a new media seat, to invite new voices into this room. Again, we're going to need to expand this room because so many people are interested, and we're very excited about that. It's a privilege to cover this White House, but we want all voices to be heard. So thanks for being us with here, Chris, and I hope you enjoy the briefing. Sure. Jordan.
All right, Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt, about to do some Q&A with the reporters in the room. We'll play out a little bit more of this later on in the evening. For now, though, live look at the White House, about 11:30 in the nation's capital. We're also seeing that the senators on the, they're still up and at it, by the way, and I think they're going to remain this way all evening. We've been watching Democrat after Democrat step up to the mic, giving their 2 cents about why they don't think RFK Jr. should be confirmed as the head of Department of Health and Human Services. That Vote, by the way, taking place tomorrow morning. We'll keep dipping into this throughout the evening as well. In the meantime, let's take a quick break. Back in a moment. Welcome back in Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's take a live look at the White House. About 11:30 in the nation's capital, but we've also been tracking some severe weather across the U.S. We've been seeing some tornado-warned storms throughout the evening in the southern U.S., but as you can see by that big streak up there in the northern portion of the U.S., we're seeing a lot of stuff, a wintry mix and lots of conditions in several portions. We've been watching Fox Weather all night. Reporters scattered around the region from Chicago to Detroit covering some of that severe winter weather. Fox's Kennedy Hayes joining us live from Madison, Wisconsin, the Midwest, of course, seeing most of the snow. Kennedy, what have you been seeing as we've been getting into the later hours of the evening?
Hi, Austin. Well, we are still seeing a lot of that snow coming down. We've seen that throughout the day. Right now, it feels like temperature is about 3 degrees, so definitely tough to be out here in these conditions. I want to step back and kind of zoom in into the road there so you just can see not a lot of people out, which is good, not a lot of people driving, but that snow has definitely been sticking, and we've seen crews tackling it throughout the day, but it seems to just keep piling up. We did talk to some locals earlier today just about how they've been navigating this snow and how it's affected the rest of their week.
I have four-wheel drive and should be good to go, but just taking it slow and taking your time. And I know a lot of the kids are going to be enjoying it. I know mine will. So
this is not really inviting weather for walking or really doing anything outside. So it definitely puts a damper on your day.
It's coming, and I think it's great. Finally, we're getting some snow. I want to go skiing this afternoon.
The snow that's been coming down all day here in Madison, again, has been worked on by crews throughout the day, trying to clear those sidewalks and roads. We've seen about at least 3 inches of snow here in the metro, but several schools in the area are canceled in terms of after-school activities earlier today, and by midnight tonight, we know Madison could see snow totals between 3 and 6 inches, and across the state in some areas up to 8 inches, and the snow will be sticking around. We know temperatures tomorrow, especially that wind chill, could drop into the negative temperatures, and we're supposed to see more snow here in Madison Friday. Austin?
So, Kennedy, as a multimedia reporter, you're no stranger to covering severe weather events. You do live hits for stations across the country. In between those live hits, I'm assuming you're in the car getting heated up. But during moments like this, how does it feel out there? How do your eyes feel? Describe to us what it feels like this late at night, frigid temps.
Well, Austin, it's changed throughout the night. I would say about an hour ago, it was a lot harder for me to look at you in the lens right here, just because the wind, the snow was hitting my face, and it bit you a lot more than it does right now. So it seems to be slowing down. But again, those temperatures, that feels like 6 degrees. You're going to feel that out here if you're not wearing gloves. Even if you are wearing shoes, your toes, you might start to lose feeling, which I am experiencing that right now. So definitely you can stay home. It's much better than being out here.
All right, let's get you back in the heater, Kennedy. Thanks. Talk soon. Let's slide away for a quick break. The White House just past 11:30, the nation's capital. We'll bring you back out to the Senate floor. We're still seeing Democrats taking to the mic. Back in a moment. Welcome back. I'm Austin Westfall. It's not every evening that we have live action on the Senate floor at this time of night, but Democrats are expected to be making their case for why RFK Jr. should not be nominated to be the head of Department of Health and Human Services. Yeah, so Chris Van Hollen out of Maryland is speaking right now. We just saw Raphael Warnock. Elizabeth Warren spoke earlier today. We have heard from a number of these Democrats. Again, what they're mostly talking about is RFK Jr. This is ahead of tomorrow morning's vote. Senator Chris Van Hollen out of Maryland. I think he's been speaking for a while. Let's see how much longer he talks. Here he is.
A threat to the public health. Now, he says he'll believe us on vaccines, quote, if you show me the science, unquote. Well, he should look at the science, and he should talk to the scientists in this country. Because in the past 50 years alone, vaccines have saved 154 million lives around the world, including the lives of 100 million infants. Vaccines eradicated polio and eradicated smallpox. They've prevented outbreaks of measles where they're used across the great majority of the population. They've kept recent generations from getting chickenpox. And yes, they helped lift the world out of the lockdown from the COVID-19 pandemic. So for generations, America and our federal health agencies have helped fuel this progress. More than 60 years ago, an American said, and I quote, "I hope that the renewed drive to provide vaccination for all Americans, and particularly those who are young, will have the wholehearted support of every parent in America," end of quote. Colleagues, that person was President John F. Kennedy. Unfortunately, his nephew, RFK Jr., has spent decades unraveling that hard-won legacy by spreading lies and conspiracy theories about vaccines. Wasn't that long ago that he spread vaccine conspiracy theories in Samoa, where his misinformation contributed to a measles outbreak that got 83 people killed, mostly infants and children. We cannot let that happen to children here or others around the world. But unfortunately, we're already seeing the costs of that misinformation and those conspiracy theories right here in America. Because that misinformation, the kind of misinformation spread by RFK Jr., has contributed to lower vaccination rates, and right now there is a measles outbreak in West Texas that's threatening our children. And it's not the first one we've seen in recent months, and it will not be the last if these conspiracy theories continue to spread. And we know that it doesn't take much misinformation to make us all vulnerable, because if vaccinations rates drop below 95% in the cases of some diseases, those diseases can spread very rapidly through the population. In fact, for a disease like measles that infects just about everyone exposed, it's disastrous when those vaccination rates fall below 95%. And yet these lies spread by RFK Jr. are now burrowing themselves into the American consciousness like brainworms. And it will be bad enough if he doesn't become Secretary of HHS, given the damage he's already done. But if he becomes Secretary of HHS, he will have a bully pulpit on which those conspiracy theories can spread even further and even farther and put even more Americans at risk. Now, once he was confronted with some of these statements that he had made previously, RFK Jr. started to flip and he started to flop. In fact, at his confirmation hearings, he insisted that he never meant much of what he said, and in fact, he denied having made some statements altogether. He denied making statements that are on tape for everyone to hear them. As we've heard already, in 2013, he compared the CDC's childhood vaccine program to Nazi death camps, saying, and I quote, "To me, this is like Nazi death camps, what happened to these kids," unquote. In 2019, he compared the CDC vaccine program to the pedophile scandal in the Catholic Church. In 2023, he said that COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and Black people. The people who are immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese, end quote. He denied saying that at the hearing. And this and that and flip and flop, he tried to backtrack a confirmation day conversion, nomination day conversion. He also, nevertheless, could not prevent himself, could not help himself from citing a discredited study on vaccines and autism, and repeatedly refused to tell the truth that peer-reviewed studies have shown that vaccines do not cause autism. Madam President, vaccines do not cause autism. So he's not qualified Worse than that, he poses a danger to the public health, given his conspiracy theories about vaccines. But let's do what he says he does, and let's continue to follow the evidence. Because, Madam President, this nation conducts the best biomedical research in the world. A lot of it comes out of the National Institutes of Health, and I'm proud that they have their home in the state of Maryland. Just last year, the NIH research helped develop an accurate blood test for Alzheimer's, a brain-computer interface to help a man with ALS communicate, and a drug to reduce reactions to peanut allergies. All those things last year at NIH. NIH clinical trials give people hope with novel and hard-to-treat illnesses, including childhood cancer. And yet what we're witnessing in the first 22 days of this Trump administration is an attack on much of that medical research. Right now at the National Institutes of Health, the Trump administration is wreaking havoc. They've frozen internal meetings. They've pulled down information from data sets, from HHS websites. They've denied resources to the public and clinicians. Thankfully, a federal court had to step in and stop their refusal to provide the public with important health information at NIH and CDC. The administration also early on took this illegal action in violation of the Impoundment Control Act to stop a lot of federal grants that have already been appropriated. That also put in jeopardy a lot of NIH research. Again, fortunately, a federal court has intervened and issued a temporary restraining order. But just in the last 3 or 4 days, we had NIH decide to change entirely the formula for reimbursing institutions that study diseases around the country. And the overwhelming evidence and testimony from the experts said that by changing those formulas, they will do great damage to important health research in this country. Again, a federal judge had to intervene to stop this. We shouldn't have to rely on the courts, Madam President, in order to get the job done for the American people. We certainly aren't going to be able to rely on RFK Jr. were he to be confirmed. So he poses a threat to that important research that's going on at NIH. In fact, just this past November, he said, and I quote, "We need to act fast. 600 people are going to walk into offices at NIH and 600 people are going to leave," unquote. That's RFK Jr. back in November. And if he doesn't fire you, he still doesn't want to let you do your job. He's on record saying that his plan for NIH is, quote, "giving infectious disease a break for about 8 years," unquote. Madam President, infectious diseases have no plan to give us a break, and we should not be giving them a break. And I can say right now we're seeing avian flu outbreaks across the United States. I'm hearing a lot about it, of course, from my farmers on the eastern shore of Maryland, and it is contributing to a huge spike in the price of eggs around the country. And yet, as this headline indicates, the Trump administration's communication freeze restricted access to critical bird flu information. That's just one story about the effort to shut down information important to our health. And it is our health because if avian flu mutates, it's not just higher egg prices that we've seen. It could start jumping from person to person, and we could see another pandemic. So we should never give infectious diseases a break. They will never give us one. Finally, Madam President, I want to look at one last dimension of all of this. Because Mr. Kennedy says to follow the evidence shows he's unqualified. The evidence shows that he would actually be worse than unqualified. He would pose a risk to the public health of our country. So it does beg the question whether he believes all these lies and all this disinformation. Sometimes it's hard to tell because he seems to believe whatever gets him a lot of money and a lot of attention. And here's the evidence for that. His cousin, Karoline Kennedy, told the Senate that he, quote, vaccinates his own children while building a following by hypocritically discouraging other parents from vaccinating theirs, unquote. So what's good for his family, he discourages other families from doing. During his time at the misnamed Children's Health Defense, which is an anti-vaccine lobbying organization, he'd made millions of dollars from anti-vax lawsuits. And at his hearings, when he was asked to forego any profits he might gain from those lawsuits, even as Secretary of Health and Human Services, at first he said he wouldn't, and then he said, okay, he won't take that profit for himself, he'll assign it to his son. He seems to flip and flop with the winds. When he was working to be a Democrat, he said he was ardently pro-choice. Now, he says he believes whatever Donald Trump believes. He wrote entire books about climate change, but now, with Donald Trump in the White House, he's willing to agree to disagree. So, Madam President, what the evidence shows is that he will not stand up for our public health. And we've seen this pattern, of course, with other nominees who get nominated for the positions not because of their qualifications, but because of the fact that they bow down to everything that Donald Trump says. We've seen that in nominee after nominee. And while, of course, the president wants people in his cabinet who are going to follow his guidance, we would also hope that these are people who are qualified and people who don't pose a danger to the country and people who are not just doing this to make money for themselves. And when it comes to that test, again, let's do what Mr. Kennedy says. Let's follow the evidence. Strike one, he's not qualified. Strike two, he's actually a danger to the public health. And number three, he says things, according to his own cousin, that we're not sure he believes because he doesn't apply the same standard to his own family. He says things to enrich himself even when it puts others at risk. So, Mr. President, I would say strike one, strike two, strike three. He's out applying his own test of following the evidence. Mr. Kennedy is simply not fit to be Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield the floor.
You've been listening in to Senator Chris Van Hollen, the Democrat out of Maryland. We've been hearing a number of Democratic voices stepping up and giving their 2 cents as to why they believe RFK Jr. should not be the lead of the Department of Health and Human Services. It is about that time of night where we head off the air. We'll keep you posted tomorrow. I'm curious, Caleb, if you happen to have it within reach, can we get Chad Pergram's post giving us the timing for tomorrow? We will, of course, be carrying any breaking news that comes in tomorrow morning as the Senate is expected to hold their final vote on whether or not to confirm RFK Jr. as the HHS Secretary. Pergram says the confirmation will be at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time on Thursday. Also, there will be a vote to confirm Rollins as the Agriculture Secretary. New Senate schedule for Thursday. Nothing will be taking place at 7, he says. Kennedy nomination at 10:30, followed by Rollins Agriculture. So, 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We will, of course, be on the air tomorrow, and we will be watching the Senate floor closely to see how the vote breaks. I was up with you guys late on the night that Pete Hegseth was officially confirmed as the Secretary of Defense. That was we didn't know how that one was going to fall. That one ended up in a 50-50 split vote. And then Vice President Vance had to come in and break that tie. Time will tell. Tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we'll find out how the Senate votes on the RFK Jr. confirmation. So, not only following that, but we're also still following some of that severe weather. There were earlier today some tornado-warned storm activities in the some of those southern states there. You see still right now, we're seeing some sort of severe weather warnings in Alabama and Mississippi, a little bit in Louisiana as well. That system heading east. Looks like the Atlanta metro is where some of that stuff is headed, and then eventually into western North Carolina, western South Carolina as well, Blue Ridge Mountain area. So what we're going to do here is we are going to wrap up our coverage for the evening. I'm Austin Westfall. You're taking a live look at New York City. That's 6th Avenue, Fox News World Headquarters. We do come back on air around 6 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow morning. For now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send it to a commercial break. On the other side of that, you will see our overnight playlist. Have a good night. Welcome back in Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. You're taking a live look at the White House, 10:24 in the nation's capital. It was an incredibly busy day for Russia-U.S. relations. President Trump saying he had a lengthy call with Vladimir Putin discussing an end to the war in Ukraine. And this, of course, comes as U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is saying that NATO membership for Ukraine is unrealistic. Remember, just yesterday, we saw the Kremlin and the U.S. make its first deal with the new Trump administration. So there's lots to discuss with John Hardy. He's the Deputy Director of the Russia program at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. John, good to see you.
Thanks for having me on.
So let's start off with the Putin-Trump call. President Trump said on Truth Social today that he and Putin agreed to visit each other's nations. This was interesting. Have we heard of such an idea being broached in recent memory? What would it mean? What would it represent to see the U.S. president, to see the Russian president on U.S. soil and vice versa?
Well, I think to say it would be remarkable is an understatement. I mean, effectively what that would mean is a normalization of relations between the two countries. And frankly, I think it's very unlikely that they either will visit, especially Putin, who is wanted under for war crimes internationally. Perhaps the potential summit that President Trump mentioned in Saudi Arabia, that's something that could be more likely. There's been discussions of using a Middle Eastern country, whether the UAE or Saudi Arabia, as that kind of neutral ground, given that both countries have at least decent ties with those nations.
So Putin apparently says that negotiations to end the Ukraine war are beginning immediately. So, John, who will actually do that negotiating? With Israel and Hamas, we've seen third-party mediators like the U.S., Qatar, and Egypt. Do we know who would actually speak to one another to get a deal done?
I think President Trump is quite keen on being the broker. I think that's kind of how he sees himself. An open question is who exactly from his team will lead that process. He, of course, tapped retired General Steve Kellogg to be his Russia-Ukraine envoy. Now it seems like envoy Steve Witkoff has kind of stepped into the mix and taken on more of a leading role. President Trump notably did not mention Kellogg today in his tweet. So it's possible that there might be multiple kind of points of contact leading that.
Today, U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said that NATO membership for Ukraine is unrealistic. He also suggested that Ukraine should abandon hopes of winning all its territory back from Russia. What are we learning about the Trump administration's view of a path to a truce, John? Would you say that path is closer to Ukraine's view or Russia's view?
Well, certainly, the key, the number one ask is NATO membership. That's something that the Trump administration has now explicitly ruled out. I think, it's not going to surprise anyone that President Trump's team is, not going to grant, say, NATO membership or does not see a Ukrainian recapture of all its territories likely. I think it probably wasn't the wisest move to just grant those concessions unilaterally without, at least trying to use them as leverage in negotiations. I think it was encouraging to see Secretary Hegseth, stress the need for tighter sanctions, lower oil prices to kind of put economic pressure on Russia. I think one thing that's still unclear is, that the Trump team has made, quite abundantly clear about what they will not do with Ukraine, NATO membership, U.S. troops on the ground. What they haven't been as clear on is, what they will do to make those security guarantees credible and kind of have peace. So, that could mean, some other type of U.S. support for a European-led peacekeeping mission, whether it's, intelligence, logistics, planning, air support, et cetera.
We, of course, watched last night as Moscow released American school teacher Mark Fogel. We were watching it live, and we have become familiar with these images ever since. Fogel was at the White House with that American flag draped around his neck. What we didn't know at the time is what we gave up in return for Fogel. We have more clarity on that today. The U.S. freed a Russian cybercrime boss from prison in return for him. We also learned today that another American hostage was released in Belarus. So that's 2 Americans released in 2 days, John. What was keeping these deals from being done before? What's changed that's allowed the Trump administration to get people home?
First, I think it's delightful that these folks are returning home. They've been in prison for far too long. I think for the Russians, this is really, I guess you could say, a show of goodwill. That's the way the Trump administration characterized it. I'd sort of, if you want to put it more cynically, you could say Putin is trying to butter Trump up. I think I'd put it kind of in the same category as some of the recent statements Putin has made flattering President Trump. So I think, basically just trying to ease the path for negotiations toward what the Russians hope will be an outcome favorable to them.
Yeah, so these deals for Fogel and the American in Belarus, who, by the way, the American in Belarus reports are indicating that they do not want to be identified. They want to remain anonymous, so we will not find out the identity of that person. But that person and Fogel, these are the first deals that the Kremlin is striking with the new Trump administration. My final question for you, John, is trust being built between the two countries? Is that what we're watching here?
I think it's way too early to say that. I mean, the two sides, meaning Russia and Ukraine, are still way far apart on their war aims. And so, honestly, I think the most likely scenario is kind of an inconclusive deal or maybe even no deal at all, and potentially leaving the door open for a third follow-on war. I think for the Trump team, what's really important now is to help Ukraine and the U.S. build leverage, which means economic pressure, and also helping Ukraine stabilize its line. It was great to see President Trump today say that U.S. aid will continue for as long as necessary to keep the Russians from overrunning the Ukrainians. I think stabilizing lines is really the prerequisite to getting the Russians to see they have to negotiate on decent terms.
John Hardy is the Deputy Director of the Russia Program at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Thanks, John.
Thank you.
All right, let's slide away for a quick break. Before we do that, though, we did get Trump's Full Truth Social post. The president saying, "I just had a lengthy and highly productive phone call with President Vladimir Putin of Russia. We discussed Ukraine, the Middle East, energy, artificial intelligence, the power of the dollar, and various other subjects. We both reflected on the great history of our nations and the fact that we fought so successfully together in World War II, remembering that Russia lost tens of millions of people, and we likewise lost so many. We each talked about the strengths of our respective nations and the great benefit that we will someday have in working together." Remains to be seen where exactly this story goes from here, but if there is any major developments, of course, we'll be keeping you posted all week long on Live Now from Fox as we, at least from what Trump has said today, they hope that they can get some sort of deal in place very soon to bring the Russia-Ukraine fight to an end. That war now just about 3 years in progress. I want to move over to the Middle East. Right now you're looking at a live image pointed toward southern Gaza. We've been following breaking news out of Gaza so closely as that ceasefire has been in effect for nearly a month at this point, but there's so many other headlines from around the region that are worth covering as well. Not all of them get talked about often. That's why we bring on guests like Dr. Alon Burstein to help us break down the latest in the Middle East, not only in Gaza. We will be getting to Gaza, Alon. But first, I want to ask you about something that we saw in the Wall Street Journal earlier this evening. This is an interesting one, to say the least. So this was an exclusive they had saying that Israel is considering significant strikes on Iranian nuclear sites this year, aiming to take advantage of the degradation of Iran's capabilities over the past year. The Wall Street Journal says all evidence indicates that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon. We all know that. But what do we know about what's at these sites? Alone, do we know?
It's good to see you, Austin. Look, the debate about whether or not Israel is going to carry out an attack on Iran's nuclear sites has been, in the air in the Middle East For well over a decade, Israel has constantly said no matter what, it is not going to let Iran get nuclear weapons. Now, Iran knows this and has been scared of this, and Israel is not just making an idle threat. Israel did carry out a strike against Iraqi nuclear sites in 1981 and carried out strikes against Syrian nuclear sites. In 2008, Israel has made good on its threats in the past. Iran, however, in preparation for this, has buried its nuclear sites deep into mountains. It has very sophisticated air defense capabilities. It has spread them across the country. So Iran is very prepared for this. The big change over the last year and a half of this war is that Iran has lost a lot of its ability to sort of activate the rest of the Middle East. We have seen Iran lose its main proxy, Hezbollah, at least the main crux of its strength in Hassan Nasrallah in Lebanon, and I know we're going to talk about that later possibly. We also saw the fall of the Assad regime, another arena which Iran would use to activate its proxies. The Houthis in Yemen are no longer a surprise proxy. They're no longer something that Iran can at any point say, okay, we are now asking the Houthis to start firing at Israel and have that be something that Israel is not prepared for. And of course, Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad in the Gaza Strip. Iran has not only lost all of those things, or the element of surprise at least, with all of those things throughout the war, Iran and Israel also for the first time in this war have already attacked each other. And in each of Israel's attacks, and you and I were speaking live throughout most of Israel's attacks in Iran, in each one of those attacks, Israel very, very methodically took out Iran's air defense capabilities. The attacks were symbolic against weapons developing, manufacturing sites, etc. But each and every time, the attacks took out the SA-300s, SA-400s, the Russian anti-air defense capabilities that Iran has. That was not only a message. It was not only a message to Iran saying that, we have the capability to do that. It was also laying the groundwork. That groundwork, I think Israel is hoping is going to be something that maybe U.S. President Trump will authorize. But one more thing I'll say about this, it's not coincidence that the Wall Street Journal is publishing this now. This comes several days after President Trump has said that, of course, he would rather have a deal with Iran, but if a deal isn't possible, then, all bets are off and we'll see what happens. It's not coincidence that several days later it's being published. Israel is considering its own strike on Iran. This is part of Israel joining President Trump's pressure in hopes of bringing Iran to a deal. I think that's a more likely outcome of this, rather than actually seeing Israel carrying out an attack.
Not uncommon to negotiate in public. Let's talk about Gaza alone. It's been nearly a month since a ceasefire deal was reached between Hamas and Israel. Since the beginning, you and I have talked about the fragility of this deal, and this week it seems more fragile than ever. Hamas has accused Israel of violating the terms of the deal, and it said that it would suspend the planned handover of hostages this coming Saturday. Reuters says that Israel has called up military reservists in order to brace for a possible re-eruption of war in Gaza. So Alon, as we sit here on Wednesday night in the U.S., how likely does a re-eruption of war actually feel?
So it's really changed a lot in the last 48 hours. When Hamas put out this announcement on Monday, I was asked by several different people, and I also put out my own video discussing this, and I said, this looks more like flexing muscles. All indications are that Hamas does not want to blow up the deal. Hamas laid out 3 main grievances against Israel. 2 of them were either not true or things that Israel could very easily refute. One was a more legitimate grievance, so to speak, that Israel had not transferred any of the 60,000 mobile homes that were supposed to be transferred into the Gaza Strip. Israel said, again, also from its perspective, legitimately, well, there was no timetable for that. It's just supposed to happen during the first phase of the deal. That is not something that Hamas would break the deal over. In addition to that, the fact that Hamas made this announcement on Monday and the next hostage release was supposed to be on Saturday is another indication Hamas didn't want to blow up the deal. All they were going to do is lose days of humanitarian aid coming in. They really were just flexing their muscles and wanted the different negotiating parties, chief among them Qatar and Egypt, to sort of chime in and force Israel to adhere to what Hamas is demanding. However, what Hamas did probably not factor in was going to be U.S. President Trump's response, all of a sudden calling in a new ultimatum, saying that all hostages, not just the next 3, and he repeated this several times, all hostages have to come back by Saturday at noon, was a game changer. And it was a game changer, ironically, because it put Israel under pressure. Within Israel and the Israeli government, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu had sort of sold the deal to his hawkish cabinet by saying, look, it is true that we are going to a ceasefire and a hostage deal, which a lot of my government is not in favor of. But we have to do this because the Trump administration is pressuring us to do this. And also we have Trump's plan for Gaza. So just go along with me. Now, all of a sudden, Trump is saying something different. All of a sudden, he's saying if all the hostages don't come back, then as far as I'm concerned, deals off, go to war. And Israel's now in a bind almost. Since then, since Hamas's announcement, Hamas recognized that now Israel's in a bind, and Hamas has scaled back. We had today Sami Abu Zuhairi, one of the top leaders of Hamas, saying that the group has negotiated with Egypt and it would be willing to still adhere to the deal. They've already announced they are likely going to release 3 more hostages on Saturday as planned. Now Israel has a question. Does Israel accept the release of 3 more hostages as part of the deal? That's what was supposed to happen. Or is Israel going to capitalize on what Trump said and said, okay, this is now our opportunity. If all the hostages don't come back, we are sort of going to break the bank and walk away. One more thing that's just very important to say, Hamas, while it did not say this is one of its main grievances, Hamas is very nervous about phase 2 of the deal. Israel, according to the deal, was supposed to start negotiating about phase 2 already on day 16. That's already a week ago. And phase 2 is the complete idea of withdrawal from the Gaza Strip. And the United States was supposed to pressure Israel to do that. The United States did not pressure Israel to do that. In fact, the press conference of Netanyahu and Trump was that very evening or the day after. So meanwhile, Hamas is saying, okay, the United States is not pressuring Israel to move on to the larger deal of a ceasefire. That is one of the things that Hamas really wanted the negotiating parties to pressure Israel into. Remains to be seen if that's actually going to happen.
You talk about Trump's proposal for the future of Gaza. Let's talk a bit about this. All of this concern over the truce breaking down is, of course, coming as frustration is mounting alone in the Arab world over Trump's claims that he wants the U.S. to take over Gaza and resettle its Palestinian inhabitants. There's also been some reporting out there of Egypt having its own proposal to rebuild the Gaza Strip within 3 to 5 years, though there's no mention of a plan on their side to work with the Trump administration, according to I-24. Is this a precursor of what's to come in the years ahead alone? Will there be a lot of grappling over how to rebuild Gaza and who will get it done?
Very much. I think Trump's plan was, part of his common strategy of, first coming off with, 25%, 50% tariffs, and then possibly coming to negotiate. And that is largely what we're seeing happening within the Arab world. Egypt has developed a plan, and they've presented some of it. They said they're going to present the rest of it next week. That is supposed to be a 3 to 5 year plan of a phased rebuilding of Gaza from the south to the north, but all this without uprooting the Palestinians. One of the things, though, that I think Trump did not factor in, different than the strong arm tactics with Colombia or possibly with Canada and Mexico with the tariffs and things like that, is that if the ceasefire does in fact break down here, then 2 things are going to be the result of his statements, even if he never intended to actually follow them through. One is that within Israel, this is not being taken simply as a negotiating tactic. It's actually being taken quite seriously. There are already laws being proposed about how Israel should encourage the willful immigration, so to speak, of Palestinians out of the Gaza Strip. Others are calling it ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. So that is one thing that even if Trump did not intend for this actually to happen, it was more a tactic to get Egypt, Jordan, Qatar to chime in, it's being taken seriously in Israel. Another thing that has to be taken into consideration, up until now, large parts of the world were hoping that there will be some sort of Palestinian uprising against Hamas, that Palestinians will go back and see the devastation in the Gaza Strip, see what Hamas brought to them with this war, and the Palestinians themselves will say, okay, we don't want this endless war. Right now, though, what Palestinians are being faced with, what Hamas is presenting to them is like, look, either you help us join the fight and fight Israel, or what's waiting for you is, according to the statements that are being made by Israel and the United States, what's waiting for you is Israel takes over, hands us over to Gaza, and you are ethnically cleansed from the region. If fighting does resume, it is actually going to be a lot easier for Hamas to recruit more members in the Gaza Strip now that it's not, nothing's being presented to them as a possible alternative other than forced evacuation from the area. So even if Trump was not fully intending for this plan to go through, it is actually going to have an effect on the ground, both in Israel and in Gaza as things go forward.
One more thing before we go. You were mentioning this to me offline. This is something we haven't talked about in a long time. The ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah. Hezbollah was front and center of our discussions alone for so long, but now it's almost easy to forget that that ceasefire has been in place now for about 2.5 months. Before we go tonight, what's been going on up there in Lebanon as of late? Where does the ceasefire up there go at this point?
So one of the things that really, this is an arena that people have forgotten about, but really could reignite itself. The deal between Israel and Lebanon, and that's important. Hezbollah was actually not a party to the deal. The deal between Israel and Lebanon was that Israel will stay in southern Lebanon. The IDF will stay in southern Lebanon for 60 days. There will be a transition period. The Lebanese military will deploy in southern Lebanon and will purify the area, so to speak, from Hezbollah. Since then, 60 days passed. The Lebanese military did deploy, but not nearly as much as it was supposed to. And as a result, there was an extension of several weeks of the ceasefire, and the IDF was going to remain in southern Lebanon until this coming Tuesday, until February 18th. At that point, the IDF is supposed to withdraw. At this present time, the IDF is saying, look, we're seeing that Hezbollah units are starting to pick up their heads in southern Lebanon, not necessarily with weapons, but they're starting to rebuild the infrastructure and take up the lookout posts. And there's concern that the Lebanese military is not engaging them as actively as it should. And therefore, the IDF has said that it is not going to fully withdraw. It wants to hold on to 5 specific locations in southern Lebanon that are very strategic, that are hilly areas that sort of overlook southern Lebanon. Meanwhile, Lebanese newly elected president, said that he does not agree to this. There's been conflicting reports if the United States is going to back Israel on this or not. Chances are we're not going to see a complete breakdown of the ceasefire on Tuesday, but we are seeing the patience of both sides starting to run out. Israel saying the Lebanese military is not doing what it should do, and Lebanon saying we're now 2 weeks past the deadline that already was missed. Israel needs to withdraw. So tensions are starting to rise in that arena as well.
All right, Alon, as always, so much to follow, so much to cover. We always appreciate you. Alon does upload his own recaps of the Middle East on his personal YouTube channel. Good to see you. Talk soon.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Let's head out to Philadelphia, where officials are giving a preview of the big Philadelphia Eagles Super Bowl parade happening on Friday.
Reduced fare cards, all of our valid fare instruments that they might have in their possession today. They can also go to any one of our ticket sales locations today and tomorrow and purchase a one-day pass for $10. And then that will be good on parade day. And if by some chance they change their mind or somebody gets sick and can't go to the parade, that pass is good for until they use it. So that whether they buy it for parade day and they can't use it for some reason, that pass is still good on SEPTA later.
On the suburban station, you're selling.
There's certain, well, it's going to exceed capacity. So the answer is no. You know, we can sell as many as we can fit on the train. So we'll have as much. The capacity is limited only by the train, not by the passes.
So you'll continue to sell the passes because they can.
We can, yes, they can. They're good. They're good forever. So we don't need to we don't have to cap it. No.
On the suburban station closure, I understand what you were saying about the stairs, but that is still obviously a very close station to actually getting to the Parkway. Routing people off 30th Street Station or somewhere else means a longer walk. You've got some streets that are still open. How are you handling getting people from those farther away stations? How are the police involved in that? And are you concerned at all that could create a crush of crowd?
No, in fact, I think it's the opposite. Suburban Station is too close. Suburban Station will be right where the crowd will swell the biggest outside of the Parkway, of course, because that's where the parade turns. They'll have jumbotrons there. It'll be a very popular location. Suburban Station, what it taught us in 2008 is we have to be able to manage the entries and exits to the station. When the crowd is right on top of us, we have no opportunity to manage that. So what 30th Street and 11th Street and Jefferson do for us is it elongates the trip for the customer. Yes, it might feel a little inconvenient, but this event, like past events, is something that folks have to navigate on foot after they get off transit, because we cannot it's not safe for them to come directly into Suburban Station or to City Hall. So they'll have to move it. We have our own police department, which will be on full deployment, all hands for them. PPD, Philadelphia Police know our plan. They're aware of what we're doing, so they've approved the plan, and they're okay with moving people through the neighborhoods.
Do you know what their plan is then once people get off the train?
What Philadelphia Police's plan?
Yeah.
I don't know, Chief, if you want to speak to that specifically.
Yeah, look, I think in terms of advice to our customers, what we're saying is this. There's a couple things you can do to make this a more enjoyable experience, right? Plan ahead early. Pick your spot along the parade route that you want to be, right? We can't get 1 million people into the same location, right? It's a long parade route. So pick your location on the parade route where you want to be, know how you're getting there and getting home. And then, since the largest wait time, the largest amount of passenger volume we're going to do is immediately after the events on the Parkway, right? That's when the longest wait periods are going to happen. Our advice is pick a spot along the parade route where we can get you close. You can enjoy the parade and then consider leaving before all that, right? Because you're going to have wait times exceeding an hour, hour and a half to get on a train at the break of the Parkway event. So there are plenty of locations along the parade route where we can get you really close, right along Broad Street, and enjoy this experience, and then get out before the crush of the crowd happens.
What if you, let's say there were kids, they've been out there a long time, they've been standing, and they're done, and they want to leave, and the actual event isn't over yet. Do you guys have a way to get them out of there? When do you start running trains back?
We're running trains on Broad Street, Market Frankfurt all day long, right? So the suburban.
Want to leave early?
That's right.
They can
so they can leave. Yep. And that's our advice, really. As soon as that parade float passes you, consider leaving. Yep.
And let me just add to that while the Broad Market Street, and this is why I tell everybody those are your best options because they're going to run all day. As will all our other transit services. There will be a break in regional rail service while we stage for the going home portion of the day. So the first trains will leave Jefferson and 30th Street around 2 p.m. So someone who's on the south end of Broad and watches the parade go by, they can reboard a Broad Street line train at NRG, Oregon, or Snyder, ride back up to Walnut, walk over to Jefferson, and they can wait for the first trains to start to pull out around 2 p.m.
Scott, you talked about yesterday what you learned from 2018, and you talked about you learned where were the hot button places. Where are the hot button stops? Both going to
and leaving? Because I'm sure people want to know that. They're going to
Yeah.
avoid it.
Well, let me first caution people that I'll tell you where the hot spots are, but they're just hotter than others. There's no best location necessarily where you won't wait. You will wait everywhere you go. But the hottest locations that we saw back in 2018 on the coming in portion of the trip, 69th Street Transportation Center was big, Frankfurt Transportation Center. The outermost points of the lines are really where you're really going to see a lot of people. Lansdale, on our Lansdale-Doylestown line was very popular. Certainly at the time, Media. But now we have Wawa. There were some new stations that Wawa didn't exist, of course, in 2018. But certainly the outermost parts of the service area are really going to be very popular. And on the going home portion of the trip, as you can imagine, 11th and Market, because that is really closest to the parade route. We're going to see a lot of travel from 11th and Market. We'll see Jefferson Station, of course, will be a good option. And then it's really 11th and 30th are the going home portion, so that's where you'll see. Walnut Locust was very busy coming in, so much so that we had to close it, and it will be just as busy going home. So everything that's around the Center City ring that we created will be busy going home. And the outermost parts of the region will be busy, but don't let me fool you. Everything will be busy, so get there early.
Scott, do me a favor. Just detail the open stations on the Broad Street and the Market Frankfurt.
You mean list them out to you?
Yeah, just read them.
Sure. Fern Rock Transportation Center, starting from the north. Fern Rock Transportation Center, Olney Transportation Center, Erie, North Philadelphia, Cecil B. Moore, Racevine, Walnut Locust, Snyder, Oregon, and NRG.
And Market Frankfurt?
Market Frankfurt is from the west, 69th Street, 60th, 52nd, 40th, 30th, 11th, Girard, Huntington, Allegheny, Erie, Torresdale, Arrett, and Frankfurt Transportation Center.
What do you want to do? I mean, are you going to allow people to drink on board trains? I mean, people might very well want to celebrate on board the train, both in the way and the way out.
We're certainly going to try and limit it. Look, the messaging to our folks is this is not a day about enforcement or arrests. To give you an idea, in 2018, we did 2 arrests all day. So this is, we expect fans to be celebratory, excited, coming in, a lot of Eagles chants, a lot of fight songs. We're going to try and limit alcohol in the system as we can, but our intention is not to enforce a lot of laws today. We want our folks to be safe. We will step in if things prove to be unsafe. But right now, we're supporting getting folks to this event safely and getting them out safely and doing it as quickly as we can.
What happens, I'm looking at the inbound service and the outbound service. Inbound service 4:30 to 10:50 a.m., outbound service 2 to 10:30. What happens between those times?
We stage trains for the outbound service.
Do you have the option of adding them and running more?
We won't. No, we don't have that option. We have to be very careful about hours of service for crews. So we have to manage all that time. And it's a complicated planning event to get the trains back in time to launch the trains starting at 2 p.m. So we'll bring trains into the yard. We'll clean them up. We'll do inspections, get new crews where we need to get new crews, and prepare for the outbound trip. So we will not run service between those times.
For folks who don't want to go to the parade but do want to come into the city and patronize restaurants for Valentine's Day, how are they supposed to get into the city?
They can come in the same way everybody else is coming in.
So they have to come in the morning, wait all day.
Possibly. Yep. Yeah. This is. Let me stress. This is an event service plan. There really is no regular commuting going on Friday, and I can guarantee there really isn't much regular commuting going on Friday. You're going to get the people that have to support this. They come in early. They know they got to get in early. Like I said, Broad Street and Market Street going to run all day long, peak hour service, basically all day long. So we can serve anybody on those lines. Same thing with our trolleys and buses. We'll serve whoever shows up. We'll take care of you. Regional rail is just going to be very compact and long wait times. So people who need to get in for other reasons other than a parade, you have to plan accordingly.
So what about, I know you mentioned like the medical centers. So let's say you've got a nurse who's working a shift that starts at 4 o'clock. What do they do?
If she talks, well, if she's coming in on regional rail, it's not possible. So I can't serve that nurse coming in on regional rail at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We just can't do it. But I can serve her on any other part of the system if she comes in.
And has that been communicated?
Yes, we've communicated to our partners that this is the, and if she identifies herself to staff, we'll make sure she gets on a train.
But only in those
Yes,
times early.
that's right.
Do you know how many pieces of equipment you'll actually have in place tomorrow?
I don't think that's not listed out, but I can try to remember them. Yeah, I mean, on the Market Frankfurt line, we'll have about 132 plus cars. Broad Street will be about 105. We have 200, almost 300 pieces of regional rail equipment that we'll have out there. And then our full complement of buses and trolleys, which trolleys are about 150 and buses are 1,200.
When does bus service return to normal?
Bus service, well, it depends on how soon streets can give us the streets back. I say in 2018, I would say late in the evening is when we finally were. Now they'll start breaking down South Broad as the parade moves. So we may get portions of South Broad back, but not right away. Just because they break down the fencing doesn't mean we're getting South Broad back. But whenever the police or the Office of Emergency Management tell us it's clear, we'll put service back.
How will people know when that service is back and any of the other movements as well if they can't use the app?
We will, no, they can use the app for service updates. What they can't use the app for is real-time vehicle location. So we offer, for example, if you want to track your bus, you want to track your train, you can do that on the app. But we can still communicate on the app. So we can send out a blast saying service has returned to normal as of whatever time that might be. Or Walnut Locust Station has been closed as of whatever time that may be. We also have our Twitter feeds, and our social media team will be staffed throughout the day, so they can converse directly with our social media team, our customers. We've put extra staff in our customer service department to field whatever phone calls or communications we get through that method. So we have all the same communication channels that we have today. The only difference is they won't be able to track their train specifically.
Did you break even? What is this? Obviously, Market Frankfurt and Broad Street are going to be covered.
Yes.
But the cost of having everybody in, all this equipment working, do you break even with the money that you?
Do we break even? We don't ever break even, Jeff. That's why we're in Harrisburg asking for more funding. Yes, yeah. We don't ever break even. We listen, we're a public service. We're built to do things just like this, right? When the city needs us, when the region needs us, we're here. So we're not out to make a buck, right? We're here to perform a service, which is why we ask the taxpayer to fund our service, so that it can be available to everyone when they need it.
But do you feel let me ask you, feel some sort of political pressure, right? Because he's offered up $165 million, but he also wants to change the formula to give you a more permanent funding process. I mean, this needs to go well for you in some sense.
It does. It certainly does. You know, I'm only interim, Jeff.
Maybe it won't.
No, listen. I'm very confident. We're gonna do this, and we're gonna do it, and we're gonna do it very well. We've proven this time and time again. When we supported the Pope, when we supported the Eagles back in 2018, when we've supported any major event in the city, even any crisis in the city. When COVID struck, we were here. We continue to operate every single day. Our people show up for this stuff. They're just as excited about this as the fans are. So I'm not really concerned that we can't deliver. We're excited to deliver. We want to do this. We've been talking about this for months. We want to do this. Back in 2018, I wasn't as excited about it. I was brand new in my position, so I was like, holy cow, I can't believe I have to do this. But this year, I'm excited to do this. We're going to do this, and we're going to give people a great day. I liken SEPTA to like a football referee. Can anybody tell me who the referees were last Sunday? I bet you can't, because they actually had a decent game. But when that referee has a bad game, everybody knows his name and where he lives and who his mother is and everything else. SEPTA's the same way. If we have a good day, nobody will notice. And that's the way we like it. And that's what we're going to have on Friday.
For people who did this in 2018 and say, hey, I remember, I did this before, I went in with my family, what's different?
Not much, actually. Couple different stations. 11th Street's different. Wawa's different. But other than that, I will say one big change that people will have to, that we've had to plan around is we did not have the full functionality of the key card in 2018 on regional rail. So that's a new dynamic, and this is why we didn't have to sell. If you remember, for those of you who were with us in 2018, we had to sell a special railroad pass for that day. We don't have to do that necessarily for this because a lot of people are going to come equipped. They ride all the time and they have fare instruments. We're providing a special pass for those who don't. But back in 2018, we didn't have that functionality. So that's the biggest difference. And of course, Wawa Station is a brand new station. But it shouldn't feel a lot different to them. We took the plan that we did in 2018. We took really good, we had really good notes and really good look backs that we could do of that parade. And we are really trying to redo that and execute it the same way with a couple minor changes. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Oh, it's going to be a party out there in Philly on Friday. Hey, it's Brotherly Love and Valentine's Day with a big parade happening in the streets of Philly. And of course, right here on Live Now from Fox, we will have full coverage for you on Friday. We'll be back in more in just 2 minutes.